Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Hesh. Father Auden thought carefully for a moment and soon recalled it. Oh, the Hesh couple who ran a theater. You know them? Yes. I know Mrs. Hesh and her daughter. If I remember correctly, their family has debts here with you, right? Leon said. The primary creditor of Sally Hesh and Melissa Hesh was Potter. His falling out with Garcia at the tavern had actually stemmed from this very issue. On Potter's side, although he had seized the initiative during this business negotiation, afterward he would definitely find ways to investigate Leon. Although Garcia was dead, he still had several subordinates. They had all seen Leon stand up for Melissa, and it would not be difficult for them to find out that he was connected to the Hesh family. Once the investigation reached that point, those underworld figures might privately treat Sally and Melissa as leverage to control him. That would actually put the two of them at risk. If so, it would be better for Leon to bring it up himself. But timing was crucial. He had to make the other party realize that the mother and daughter were not that important to him, while also making it clear that touching them would still bring trouble. He had thought of this earlier while talking with Potter, but after weighing it carefully, he did not bring it up right away. At that time, they were discussing critical details of the transaction, and suddenly mentioning the Hesh mother and daughter might instead draw unwanted attention. Now that he unexpectedly had a chance to chat idly with Father Auden, Leon felt the timing was just right. He could also take the opportunity to probe the specifics. Yes, and not a small amount either. Including late fees, it should already exceed 600,000, Father Auden said, his sharp gaze fixed on Leon. What's wrong? What's your relationship with them? I'm their tenant, Leon replied in a casual tone. You earn so much a year, yet live in a rundown house that's about to be seized? You're quite cautious. But it sounds like you care a lot about that mother and daughter. Father Auden suddenly asked. Because, realizing the priest's deliberate probing, Leon carefully chose his words. I'm very interested in that mother and daughter. When dealing with underworld figures, showing concern for Melissa and the others would only make them targets. Displaying exclusive, possessive desire, on the other hand, would make them realize that touching someone else's prey would incur unnecessary costs. What? Father Auden did not quite understand. Sally Hesh? A widow who's about to die, what's there to interest you? Leon could only grit his teeth and continue, putting on an eager expression as he spoke. Precisely because she's about to die. Only someone who has lost all hope of survival can radiate that kind of despair and pain. And a woman who's on the brink of death, give her just a bit of hope, and she'll do anything. Blooming flowers are beautiful, of course, but withering flowers have their own unique flavor. To be honest, I don't really understand, Father Auden said, his expression turning a little awkward. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly sensed something was off. Wait, could it be that your feud with Garcia was because of this? But someone like Garcia? Someone like Garcia would never be interested in a dying Sally. There was only one other possibility. Father Auden's eyes widened slightly. Don't tell me you're also interested in the child from the Hesh family? Leon did not want to admit it, but at this point he could only see the act through to the end. Aren't you asking a bit too much? Nothing. I respect everyone's preferences. Father Auden finally gave up on digging further. He realized that he had truly encountered a real pervert today, and there was a faint hint of wariness in the way he looked at Leon. But Leon did not end the topic there. I've actually been considering whether you could package their debt and sell it to me. Spending 600,000 on two women, no. Strictly speaking, just one little girl doesn't seem very worthwhile. Father Auden shook his head. Do the math yourself. Is that debt really worth 600,000? Once you seize the house, that little girl alone has no way to repay it in full. Are you really planning to resell it to me at full price? You need my goods. Throwing this in as a freebie shouldn't matter, right? Leon retorted. Now that he had established connections with Potter and Father Auden, Leon felt he might be able to use that relationship to renegotiate the debt, squeeze out the excess, and transfer the creditor rights to himself. Father Auden replied calmly, that's asking for too big a freebie. Potter is a businessman. He won't do a losing deal. There might be some room for a discount, but there's no way it'll be given to you for free. And even giving you a discount depends on our business being able to continue stably. You'd better focus on doing your job first. Also, if you need to explain the source of your money, I'm always available. Leon realized that he would have to deliver goods at least once or twice before it would be convenient to negotiate the Hesh family's debt. All right, Leon said. After thinking for a moment, he probed again. I remember that the small theater the Hesh family ran was burned down. Was that incident related to you? The Hesh couple had taken out a loan to buy that small theater, which then suddenly burned down. Afterward, Father Auden represented Potter in taking over the land. With relatively little cost, they saddled the family with massive debt, thoroughly squeezing them dry. Only Mr. Hesh's unexpected death and Mrs. Hesh's illness had made the debt difficult to repay, considering that Potter was Mr. Griffin and Father Auden was his advisor, and that these people were underworld figures to begin with. The fire seemed all the more suspicious. In fact, Melissa's family had always suspected arson, but the security office had never found any results. At least it had nothing to do with me. I don't know anything. I only handled the aftermath, Father Auden replied with a very subtle attitude. Is that so? Leon more or less had his answer. He wanted to help Sally and Melissa, but the reality was that he had now begun to associate with the very villains who had once persecuted their family, pretending to be one of their kind. Thinking about it was indeed rather ironic. But no matter what, he still had to keep the business going. Only by earning enough money would he have the conditions to break the deadlock, whether for Melissa and the others, or for his own situation. Another stretch of silence followed. Wheel tracks began to appear on the ground. It seemed they had reached Hamiltown. You'd better sell more goods as soon as possible. Don't hold back too much, Father Auden suddenly said. Leon responded. As I said before, you killed Karen Esso. The church will soon send someone troublesome, and the Earl will also make his next move. With Potter's level and the cards he has in hand, I don't think he'll last to the end. As for you, since you've entered the game, you'll probably be quite busy as well, Father Auden said. Is it appropriate to talk about your own boss like that? Why aren't you more concerned about yourself? Leon asked. My job is to help people like you get out of trouble. I have my own way out, Father Auden replied calmly. Here's a piece of advice. No matter who the Inquisition sends next, don't think that killing him will solve everything. It will only make things more troublesome. Though I suspect, you might not even get that chance. Without waiting for Leon's response, Father Auden knocked on the carriage wall and spoke through the gap at the front. Drop me off once we reach town. Anywhere is fine. The coachman answered with a whistled signal, then slowly pulled the carriage to the side and came over to open the door. Farewell. Come find me if you need anything, Father Auden said, then stepped down from the carriage. Inside the Labyrinth workshop, Leon and Rena were each busy at their own workbenches. After finishing a batch of potion preparation, Rena let out a long breath and prepared to take a short rest. She looked toward Leon and noticed that he was not handling magical beasts. Instead, he was fiddling with several test tubes filled with different liquids, seemingly conducting some kind of experiment on his own. Are you trying to extract mana again? Rena asked. After obtaining Moilai's blessing, Leon had indeed tried to learn to extract mana using the Moilai altar the way Rena did. He had successfully extracted mana, but for some reason, whether due to his magical power level or proficiency after several attempts, the quality of the mana he produced had never matched Rena's. Using the same raw materials, the mana Leon produced was on average about 5 percentage points lower than Rena's. Rena had assumed that he had already given up on extracting mana himself. No, I'm doing other experiments, Leon replied. What are you doing? She leaned over curiously and casually picked up 2 test tubes from the rack to examine them. Don't touch dash. Leon was just about to stop her when he realized she had already picked them up. He sighed softly. Sigh. What's wrong? I'm wearing gloves and a mask. You're not wearing anything yourself, and you're still touching things. Is this something dangerous? Rena asked in confusion as she examined the 2 test tubes in her hands. One contained a transparent, pale yellow liquid, while the other held a very small amount of a white, paste-like viscous substance. I'm doing these experiments precisely to determine whether these things are dangerous, Leon explained. What kind of potion is this? If you're bringing potions into the workshop, you have to report it to me in advance. Rena said seriously. All potions in the workshop were managed and handled by her. If Leon brought in anything hazardous or capable of reacting with other stored potions without her knowledge, it would undoubtedly pose a risk to the workshop. These aren't potions. They're biological samples prepared for testing, Leon said. Biological samples of what? Animals. Magical beasts. Mine, Leon replied calmly. Huh. Rena failed to react for a moment. My blood has already been confirmed to possess a special cursed property that can be controlled by my will. So I started wondering whether my other bodily fluids might carry similar dangers. If so, whether the intensity differs, and whether they can be controlled. Leon explained slowly as he picked up a test tube in his own hand. At present, it's been preliminarily confirmed that these don't have any obvious toxicity. That's good, at least I won't accidentally poison someone to death just by spraying droplets. I see. Rena understood, then suddenly realized something and widened her eyes. She hurriedly put the 2 test tubes back onto the rack. Wait, then what are those 2? One of them is urine. The other. Leon hesitated for a moment. You work in breeding. You should not know. I don't want to spell it out too clearly. Rena raised magical beasts, so she certainly understood reproduction principles. Leon felt there was no need to give her a lesson in basic biology here. Rena took a deep breath, her face flushing bright red. Then, with a pained expression, she turned and rushed to the sink, tore off her gloves, threw them away, and started washing her hands frantically. After quite a while, her shouting finally erupted. Idiot! Moron! Stupid! What kind of things did you make me touch? What if something goes wrong by accident? Can you take responsibility for that? These are just normal biological samples for research. Don't be so overly sensitive. Besides, I told you not to touch them. You picked them up first. You were wearing gloves, and everything was sealed in test tubes. What could possibly go wrong? Leon said lightly. Then why did you put them into test tubes and bring them in here? Do you know how expensive these experimental containers are? Rena said angrily. Those delicate glass and metal experimental vessels were very expensive on the market. We're not short on money now, and I didn't damage them. Just wash and sterilize them and keep using them, Leon said. But can I not feel grossed out? Let me make this clear first. I don't want any of those tools anymore. You keep them yourself. Don't mix them with mine, Rena said angrily. Then just write your name on your own stuff, Leon replied indifferently. Rena dried her hands. She had finally calmed down a little, but she still stared at Leon and complained. The others are one thing. But that, was it really necessary to test it? How could it not be necessary? After receiving a blessing, I need to thoroughly examine what changes have occurred in my body. What if I find a partner someday and accidentally kill her without realizing it? Leon replied. Find a partner? Rena blinked. I'm male and I prefer females. Wanting to find a partner is normal, right? Leon replied while organizing the equipment. Rena felt her heart stir slightly. She moved closer to Leon and leaned over, probing cautiously. So that means you don't have one right now? No. What? Leon asked in return. And no reason. Rena didn't know how to continue. She herself didn't understand why she had suddenly become curious about this. I was just thinking you've done so many things that could get you executed. What kind of partner could you even find in the future? If you find an ordinary person, wouldn't you be ruining her life? It's fine. Once I have money and wash my hands of this business, women will be easy to find. I can keep a few however many I want, whatever types there are, Leon said casually, running his mouth. The moment Rena heard this, an inexplicable surge of anger rose within her. She lifted her foot and kicked at Leon. Go die, you scumbag. Hey, that's dangerous. Leon dodged quickly. What are you doing? That was obviously a joke. Even as a joke, it makes me uncomfortable. Rena argued forcefully. What does that have to do with you? Why are you uncomfortable? Leon frowned. Rena was momentarily speechless. Right, what did it have to do with her how this bastard found a partner or women in the future? Talking to you is a waste of time. Get back to work. Rena changed the subject and turned back to her workbench. Leon shook his head in confusion and continued with his work. Not far away, Rena secretly glanced over at him again. Ever since Leon had killed that director of the Inquisition, Rena found that she didn't know why, but whenever they were in the same space, her gaze would drift toward Leon from time to time. And occasionally, her mind would inexplicably replay the scene of them hiding together in the labyrinth. She had been terrified, clinging tightly to Leon. In that moment, it was as if the entire world had been reduced to just the two of them. All sounds faded away, leaving only the clarity of each other's heartbeats. Before that, when Leon had turned his back and walked away, she had once thought he had truly abandoned her. But in the end, Leon had still chosen to risk his life to protect her, engaging in a deadly fight with that terrifying Inquisitor. No thinking about it carefully. If he hadn't dragged her into this business in the first place, how would she have ended up facing such danger? Rena tried hard to straighten out her thoughts. This guy had promised to protect her from the beginning. If he said it, he should do it. All right, I'm heading inside again, Leon said as he finished tidying the experimental table. He grabbed a pickaxe and a shovel from the toolbox in the corner. What exactly have you been messing around with in there since yesterday? Mining. Rena couldn't help asking. I studied the internal structure of the labyrinth earlier and found an entrance that was blasted, but not completely collapsed. It was blocked again through backfilling. I want to dig out another exit. That way, entering and leaving the labyrinth from there will be safer. Even if someone suddenly comes in through this side's entrance, you or I inside will still have a route to escape, Leon explained. After the incident of Karen suddenly breaking in, Leon realized that they had always been at risk of being trapped like turtles in a jar inside the labyrinth. The entrance they had been using was registered with the Inquisition. If someone followed that route in, whoever was inside would be completely sealed within the labyrinth. Thus, he decided to reopen a concealed passage and hide it, leaving them another way out in the labyrinth. Having the workshop sealed was serious, but it was nothing compared to being caught red-handed on the spot. Will this place still be discovered? Rena asked uneasily. No one knows what will happen after Karen's death. But magical beasts still have to be raised in the labyrinth, so we need to prepare ahead of time, Leon said, carrying his tools and lantern as he walked deeper into the labyrinth. For half a month after Karen Esso went missing, Leon went to work at the Inquisition as usual, while closely monitoring internal developments. During the first 2 days, Karen's disappearance did not bring any major changes to the Inquisition. Those who should work continued working. Those who should slack off continued slacking off, and both debt collection tasks and already established cases proceeded steadily as usual. This was not surprising. Karen did not personally handle many matters within the office on a regular basis. There were even times when he went out for social engagements and did not appear at the Inquisition at all. On the second day, Leon even seized an opportunity and, using a key, opened Karen's office alone to conduct a search, confirming that Karen had not left behind any evidence within the office that might point to him. However, by the third day, when people who wanted to report on their work were unable to find the deputy director, they finally sensed that something was wrong. It was also at this time that the butler Karen Esso had hired for his residence in Hamiltown came to the Inquisition and reported that Karen had not returned home for 3 days, hoping to confirm whether he was working at the office. Only then did the deputy director finally realize the seriousness of the issue. He carried out an emergency assembly and questioning of all personnel, set up a special task group, and tried every possible means to contact Director Karen. In those days, the Inquisition suddenly became busy. Some people were sent to places within Hamiltown that Karen might have visited to make inquiries, while others were dispatched to church facilities in the central towns of South Harbor County to ask questions. Leon also saw his own captain go alone to the deputy director's office to report something, after which he immediately set out for some location in the town. Leon estimated that the deputy director must have known about the shady dealings Karen conducted behind the scenes, and might even have participated in handling some of them. Karen had learned about Leon from the old shop owner. Both the deputy director and Captain Martin should have known of the old shop owner's existence, and going to question him would have been inevitable. This was also one of the reasons Leon had been determined to eliminate the old shop owner. But now the old shop owner had already disappeared. After Leon met Potter that day, Potter sent people to completely clear out that recycling shop, cutting off that lead entirely. Leon estimated that when Karen extracted information about him from the old shop owner, no one else was present, and Karen had not told anyone about it. Otherwise, he would not have appeared there alone. At that time, the deputy director and the captain discovered the strange disappearance of the recycling shop. After hesitating repeatedly, the deputy director ultimately chose to report Karen Esso's loss of contact to the church. Another 10 days passed like this. Aside from some inquisitors from other towns being sent over to assist with the work here and ask a few questions to help investigate Director Karen's whereabouts, there were basically no special changes within the office. All other work proceeded as usual, while progress in contacting Director Karen remained stagnant. After all, Karen Esso had truly evaporated from this world. Leon even began to doubt at one point whether Father Auden's earlier warning had been exaggerated. Regarding Karen's disappearance, the higher levels of the church did not seem to react quickly at all. But on the 14th day, Leon and the other inquisitors heard the bell for an emergency summons and rushed to assemble at the training ground inside the office. With a solemn expression, The deputy director used commands to have them stand at attention and form ranks. Then he turned and saluted the raised platform of the training ground. All personnel of this office are assembled and in position. Please inspect us, sir. Leon raised his head along with the others and saw two figures appear one after the other on the platform that normally only Karen would stand upon, looking down at them from above. Standing slightly farther back was a middle-aged man dressed as a bishop with a calm expression. On his gray priestly robe was embroidered a four-pointed star emblem with a holy sword at its center, representing that he was a bishop from the Church of the God of War. The other was a young man about the same age as Leon and most of the Inquisitors. He had a handsome and upright appearance and wore the white knightly ceremonial uniform issued by the church. The church emblem on his chest showed that he was a fully appointed third-rank knight. Faced with such a lineup, the Inquisitors who had gathered could not help but tense up. Not even considering official positions, just in terms of rank alone, that bishop was one rank higher than their director Karen, while that young man was 2 ranks higher. Big shots from the church had arrived. Seeing this, starting from the captains, everyone saluted the bishop and the knight on the platform. Afterward, the third-rank knight spoke loudly. I am Aaron Diaz, a fully appointed knight of the Holy Sword Knight Order of the Church of the God of War. Starting today, in accordance with a dispatch order issued by the College of Cardinals, I will temporarily replace the former director, Karen Esso, and assume the position of director of the Hamiltown Inquisition in South Harbor County. Beside me is Bishop Beckett of the Church of the God of War, who will also, under church dispatch, temporarily serve as the deputy director of this office. You will soon see the formal appointment announcement. Leon felt his heart sink upon hearing this and finally understood that Father Auden had not been exaggerating. The church had actually sent people of higher rank than Karen to temporarily take over his position, and not just one, but 2 at once. A fully appointed third-rank knight and a bishop of the Church of the God of War. These 2 were likely transcendents whose strength rivaled or even surpassed Karen's, and who wielded greater authority within the church. The new director looked almost excessively young, but to hold such a high position at such an age meant either extraordinarily outstanding ability, an exceptionally solid background, or perhaps both. Moreover, even if it could be concluded that he lacked experience, he still had a bishop who looked highly seasoned assisting him. For such people to investigate Karen's disappearance case was indeed, just as Father Auden had said, the arrival of truly troublesome figures. I believe everyone present has already thought of this. We were dispatched here primarily to investigate the loss of contact of the former director, Karen Esso. However, before that, as I take office as the new director, there is another matter that must be handled first. After speaking, Aaron, who had assumed the role of director, scanned everyone present and issued an order in a steady tone. Deputy Director Theodore Gorman, Captain of Team 3 Martin Bouvier, stepped forward. The Deputy Director and Captain Martin, whose names were called, both showed slightly surprised expressions, but they quickly obeyed the order, came to the front of the formation, stood at attention, and saluted Aaron. Sir, what are your orders? The Deputy Director asked Aaron. Theodore Gorman, Martin Bouvier, you 2 are suspected of 3 major crimes: embezzlement and bribery, dereliction of duty, and the crime of apostasy. I hereby, in accordance with church law, announce that you are under arrest. Aaron declared loudly. At that moment, not only the Deputy Director and Captain Martin as the parties involved, but all the Inquisitors present revealed shocked expressions. Before anyone could react, masked delegate officers of the church strode in, seized the 2 flustered men, and clamped shackles onto them. The delegate officers who arrested the Deputy Director and Captain Martin wore black iron 4-pointed star emblems on the outside of their uniforms, marking them as disciplinary officers from the church disciplinary order. If the Inquisition was the law enforcement force directed at the world outside the church, then the church disciplinary order was aimed inward. They were like military police within an army, directly dispatched by the College of Cardinals to arrest bishops, knights, and inquisitors who violated church law. Leon realized that the newly appointed director had already begun investigating Director Karen's disappearance before officially taking office, and had obtained evidence of Karen's corruption and abuse of power in Hamiltown. Captain Martin and Deputy Director Theodore had likely handled some illicit funds and stolen goods for Karen behind the scenes. Moreover, this investigation had not gone through the Hamel Inquisition, which meant that the newly appointed director and deputy director possessed sufficient authority to mobilize other forces within the church. Wait, sir, what is going on here? Deputy Director Theodore dodged the shackles that were about to be clamped onto his hands and looked up to argue. Isn't there some kind of misunderstanding? Director Aaron did not speak, but Bishop Beckett behind him smiled and opened his mouth. Your two informants at the Bourbon Street Casino are already in our custody. They have fully confessed to your fencing of stolen goods and acceptance of bribes. Next, we will be reviewing your assets. We hope you will be able to provide reasonable explanations for all of them afterward. Deputy Director Theodore instantly deflated like a punctured ball. The disciplinary officers shackled him once more, and this time he did not resist. Seeing this, Captain Martin also gave up arguing, his face ashen as he was taken away together with Theodore. As everyone knows, the previous director, Karen Esso, has been missing for quite some time. The church has appointed me to fully investigate this matter. Aaron swept his gaze over those present. According to my preliminary findings, during his tenure Esso was suspected of repeatedly embezzling illicit funds, reselling stolen goods, and harboring criminals. The two individuals just arrested were both involved in this process. I hope this will serve as a warning to all of you. Next, all Inquisitors of Captain rank are to remain and gather with me in the Director's office to assist me in understanding the situation of this Inquisition. All other personnel are to return to their posts. You may now disperse. Leon withdrew along with the others. Watching Martin being taken away, he felt a vague sense of unease. Previously, when interrogating the old shop owner, the man had said that Martin had been present when Karen approached him, although Martin had been sent away after the old shop owner spoke about matters involving Leon. Not long after that, Karen had disappeared. Captain Martin and the deputy director had likely both tried to probe along the old shop owner's line, yet now the old shop owner himself had also vanished without a trace. Both of them had been implicated in Karen's use of the old shop owner, Roddy, to fence stolen goods. They had probably feared investigation and therefore failed to report this lead to the church. Yet they had still been exposed and arrested. It was very possible that they would soon confess this lead as well. The old shop owner was gone, so even if the new director pursued this lead, at most he would only discover that the matter was connected to a local gang dealing in mana, and Karen himself had already been entangled with that business. What made Leon nervous was that his first contact with the old shop owner had been when he ran errands at Captain Martin's request. If Martin mentioned this incident, Leon would likely also be investigated. Merely running an errand once was not a serious matter in itself. In the process, he had only received 250 fenny as an errand fee, nowhere near enough to constitute a crime. At most, it would amount to dereliction of duty for failing to report what he knew. Considering that the principal offender in fencing stolen goods had been his direct superior and that he could not disobey orders, the severity of the issue could go either way. Even under the harshest punishment, it would only be dismissal from office, 5 days of detention, and a fine. For Leon, aside from losing the conveniences of his position, this was practically nothing. In comparison, what he truly worried about was the new director linking Karen's disappearance with the old shop owner's disappearance. In both matters, Leon could not withstand deep scrutiny at all, because he had indeed killed both of them himself. If Leon's concerns became reality, they would carefully investigate anyone who had connections with both the old shop owner and Karen. Karen's disappearance was a major case, and Captain Martin would certainly be subjected to intensive questioning, with every fencing transaction he had handled thoroughly examined. In that situation, the likelihood of Martin mentioning Leon was very high, perhaps even almost inevitable. If Captain Martin truly had not received money from the director, then even if he were deemed derelict in duty, he would have a chance at a lighter sentence, provided that he confessed useful information. He would certainly truthfully explain most of the fencing operations. So what should be done now? After returning to the duty room, Leon thought carefully. Finding an opportunity to poison Captain Martin while he was detained was obviously impossible. The risk was too great, and it would instead drag in a new murder case, causing the new director to focus on internal personnel who had the opportunity to act. Leon had no personal grudge against the captain, and there was no need to go that far. Approaching the captain through a transactional method to persuade him not to mention Leon was also inappropriate. Leaving aside whether it would even succeed, Captain Martin was already detained, and rashly contacting him at such a time would itself look highly suspicious. After a moment's thought, Leon made his decision. He first left the Inquisition under the pretext of handling external duties and went to the way station to mail an anonymous letter. After that, he He returned to the Inquisition and headed straight for the director's office. After taking a deep breath, he tried knocking on the door. A moment later, a response came from inside. "Please come in." Leon opened the door and entered. The newly appointed director, Aaron Diaz, was seated behind the desk, in the position that had once belonged to Karen. Bishop Beckett, serving as deputy director, was standing to the side, helping him organize documents. The captains were no longer in the office. It seemed the new director had only briefly questioned them before adjourning the meeting. Seeing Leon enter, both men showed slight surprise. "You are?" Aaron examined Leon's uniform. With so many low-ranking inquisitors present earlier, it was impossible for him to remember every face at once, let alone know all their names. Low-ranking Inquisitor Leon Set, joined 2 years ago. "I pay my respects to you both, sirs. What business do you have?" A gentle smile appeared on Aaron's face. In terms of temperament, this young knight could not have been more different from Karen Esso. "Regarding the matter you mentioned earlier about Director Karen embezzling illicit funds and stolen goods, I have information to report," Leon replied solemnly. Aaron exchanged a glance with Bishop Beckett and continued questioning Leon. "Is this something you heard secondhand, or do you have concrete evidence?" They had seen many internal reports added after someone fell from power. Most lacked any real evidence. If someone truly possessed evidence, then the informant himself would have been guilty of concealing it earlier. "I once participated in the director's act of reselling stolen goods," Leon replied, meeting Director Aaron's eyes directly. Rather than waiting to be discovered and then scrambling to defend himself, it was better to advance by retreating to take the initiative before Captain Martin and expose this matter himself, thereby reducing its threat to him. A minor offense could sometimes serve as camouflage for a major one. By adopting the appearance of someone fearful of severe punishment for dereliction of duty and voluntarily confessing, he could, to a certain extent, greatly reduce suspicion of his involvement in Karen's disappearance. Those hiding grave crimes usually would not step forward at such a critical moment. What he needed to conceal were murders and large-scale illegal transactions, crimes enough to earn him multiple death sentences. Compared to that, being punished for dereliction of duty was completely insignificant to him. Of course, if the other party were overly suspicious, there was also the risk of being suspected all the way through and detained for careful investigation, just like Captain Martin. But this could also become an early warning for him. He had already sent an anonymous letter to Rena in advance. If he failed to make contact for more than 6 days, Rena would have to relocate the items in the workshop, destroy the evidence inside, and then hide herself. Without further evidence, even if he were detained for investigation, there would be a time limit. "What did you say?" Aaron frowned slightly. Leon slowly explained the entire situation, including how he had accepted Captain Martin Bouvier's commission to go to the old junk shop for a transaction, retrieved the money and handed it back to the captain, and then received an errant fee of 250 fenny from the captain. Aaron Diaz and Bishop Beckett listened in silence. Afterward, Aaron spoke thoughtfully. Inquisitor said, "Do you know what everything you just confessed implies?" "I am willing to take responsibility for my confession just now," Leon replied with a taut expression. "Then you should understand that this already constitutes dereliction of duty." Bishop Beckett stepped in front of Leon and said, "After clearly knowing that Karen Esso was suspected of the grave crime of heretical transactions, not only did you fail to report it to the church, you even participated in it?" "Reporting to my superiors," Leon said earnestly. Given the authority Director Esso held in the Inquisition at the time, no one could oppose him at all. Moreover, he controlled numerous informants suspected of heretical dealings. Even if I had taken the stolen goods to report him, it would have been difficult to serve as decisive evidence. The only outcome I could foresee was being bitten back instead, and then suffering terrifying retaliation during the investigation. "So you did not believe that the church's laws could grant you justice?" Bishop Beckett asked in an extremely leading tone. "I did believe so. That is why I have come here today to confess everything to the two of you," Leon answered. "So it was only after your captain was caught that you began to believe in the justice of the law? You were merely afraid that once your captain confessed your involvement, when we summoned you, you would be severely punished." Bishop Beckett stared fixedly at Leon. I just felt that this was the right thing to do, and that it was not too late." Leon deliberately avoided the other's gaze, putting on a guilty appearance. Bishop Beckett clung tightly to this point, which for Leon was not a bad thing. The more people believed that he was merely a small fry who would lose his nerve over such matters, the more it could serve as his protective coloration. Pursuing him solely for failing to report would ultimately count as nothing more than simple dereliction of duty, as long as he was not tied to Karen's disappearance. All right, Bishop Beckett, there's no need to go on like this. Aaron suddenly spoke up to stop him. Hearing Aaron's intervention, Bishop Beckett immediately abandoned further questioning of Leon and instead returned behind the desk. Aaron looked Leon over for a while, then nodded. You made a mistake, but fortunately you were able to turn back in time. Being afraid of punishment at least shows that the church's laws still carry weight in your heart. That you could come forward and confess to us this indeed was the right thing to do. The church's laws failed to restrain your superior's corruption in time, and also failed to give you the confidence to report them. If they could only punish you afterward, I believe that would instead damage the authority of the law. But according to regulations, he should still receive disciplinary action, Bishop Beckett interjected. According to regulations, I can also rule to temporarily suspend that punishment, Aaron said, looking at Leon and speaking in an encouraging tone. I hope you take this as a warning. Do your work well, and strive to offset the punishment through merit. Leon was somewhat surprised by Aaron's words. He had originally estimated that he would receive some form of punishment no matter what, at the very least suspension or a pay cut. He had not expected it to be merely a suspended punishment. This person seemed rather lenient. Was he the type of leader who liked to play the good cop? Yet considering how decisively he had arrested the deputy director and the captain upon taking office, Leon still did not dare to let down his guard around him. But if you reoffend, this punishment will still be reinstated, and all disciplinary actions will be treated more severely as repeat offenses. Bishop Beckett continued to play the bad cop. Yes, I will keep it firmly in mind. Thank you both for your magnanimity, Leon said as he saluted in thanks. Leon said, I'll remember you. I look forward to your performance in the team from here on out, Aaron said with a smile and a nod. I will certainly not disappoint your expectations, Leon replied. Then hurry back to your duties. Bishop Beckett was already eager to send him off. I take my leave first. After saying that, Leon turned toward the door, letting out a sigh of relief inwardly. The effect of proactively confessing had been better than expected. Not only had he successfully crossed this risk point, he had also slightly tested the working styles of the two new superiors. As soon as he opened the door, he came face to face with a young woman dressed like a clerk. Seeing that she was carrying a tray with teacups and a teapot, Leon realized she was there to serve tea for the two men, so he held the door open to give her way. Thank you, she said to him as she walked into the office. Sirs, please have some tea. Just set it there first, Carolyn, then come over and help me organize these files, Bishop Beckett called to her. Leon stepped outside, the image of the woman's pretty features lingering in his mind. There had absolutely never been such a person at the Hamel Inquisition before, someone who could directly help organize files. She looked like a secretary brought over by the two new superiors from their original posting. Even something as trivial as making tea was entrusted to a personal secretary, which seemed rather particular. There were clearly attendants responsible for cleaning and miscellaneous chores here. Could it be that her tea-making skills were especially good? Suddenly, Leon vaguely realized something, and his steps came to a halt. He stood there thinking for a moment, his expression growing serious. Then he went downstairs, quickly crossed the Inquisition's training grounds, and headed toward the cafeteria. At the side of the cafeteria, he happened to see an elderly woman working as a kitchen hand peeling potatoes, and he greeted her. Good day, Mrs. Hunter. Oh, good morning, sir, she replied with a slight bow. No matter how low Leon's position was here, he was still a formal Inquisitor. Today's dishes are chicken stew and roasted potatoes again, Leon asked casually, as if making small talk. Hee, they're the local classics, the old woman said with a smile. Oh, you should change things up once in a while. A new director has arrived recently. If he eats what you usually make, you might all end up losing your jobs. Leon smoothly changed the subject. Oh my, sir, that's something we'd find hard to do even if we wanted to. Didn't you know? Two people came to the kitchen, saying they're specifically responsible for cooking for the new director. They brought their own food and cookware, and even demanded priority use of the stove. So full of themselves, she said, opening the floodgates. Bringing one's own chef's quite the display, Leon chuckled. Exactly. Worthy of a big shot indeed, the old kitchen hand echoed with a laugh. No one dared to say outright which noble family's young master had taken office, and even brought his own chefs along. But Leon had already learned what he wanted to know. He soon bade her farewell and left. After turning away, The smile on his face gradually faded. Arriving at a new post, bringing one's own chefs, even entrusting tea service to a personally brought secretary. At first glance, this might have seemed like nothing more than habits born of aristocratic pampering. But from Leon's perspective, it conveyed another message hard to poison. It wasn't that he was seriously considering poisoning the newly appointed director right now. It was simply that he had already taken it for granted that the other party was an enemy and would naturally look for weaknesses. The new superior was clearly on guard against poisoning and assassination. Even someone like Karen, who had offended many people, had not been so neurotic. Although Karen rarely ate in the cafeteria, he often went to nearby restaurants and taverns. This level of vigilance was not something an ordinary person would have. At the same time, inside the director's office, Aaron and Bishop Beckett sat facing each other across the desk, drinking tea and conversing. "What is your evaluation of this place?" Bishop Beckett asked. "A den of filth and corruption. I never knew that local church institutions could be like this. There's a need to rectify the atmosphere," Aaron replied, holding his teacup. "The filth isn't only below. You just haven't seen much of it yet. And what you need to rectify isn't merely the atmosphere of this small place, but that of the entire country," Bishop Beckett said with a smile. "That's still a bit far off for me," Aaron said with a self-deprecating chuckle. "I will assist you step by step. No matter what. Even you need to accumulate some merits to gain the support of those cardinals within the church, just as the Earl Foyle suggested," Bishop Beckett said. In any case, we must uncover the truth behind Karen Esso's disappearance, as well as the origins of that batch of new goods circulating in South Harbor County. We cannot allow the nation's order to be challenged again and again," Aaron said seriously. "As you command, Your Highness the Prince," Bishop Beckett replied in a lowered voice. Rena sat in front of the table, one hand cuffed in shackles, the other end locked to the table leg beneath the tabletop. 2 oil lamps were placed on the table, illuminating the cramped space. Opposite her sat a masked Inquisitor, his entire body exuding a cold, oppressive aura. "Rena Lothark?" the Inquisitor asked. "Why, yes," Rena replied uneasily. "I won't waste words. We already know that you are a witch. According to church regulations, you have committed the crime of heretical blasphemy. On top of that, you are also implicated in the large-scale production and sale of manna, which is an aggravating circumstance. You may very well be sentenced to death. But if you cooperate now and truthfully confess all your crimes here, you still have a chance to receive lenient treatment. This is your only chance. Do you understand what I mean?" The Inquisitor tapped the table lightly with his knuckles. "I am not a witch." Rena shook her head with an innocent look. "Wrong." The Inquisitor across from her suddenly shook his head. "How is that wrong again?" Rena frowned in confusion. "When I said, 'We already know you are a witch,' you should have reacted with intense denial. That would have been the normal response," the Inquisitor explained patiently. "Ugh, this is so troublesome. I'm done playing. I'm done." Rena lost her patience and shook the shackles on her wrist. "Hurry up and unlock this. I've got work to do." "I already said this isn't playing, it's training." Leon, who had been playing the role of interrogator, removed his mask and looked at Rena seriously. This was training Rena's counter-interrogation abilities. After Director Aaron took office, he had quickly formed a task force to investigate Karen's disappearance, which made Leon feel a certain degree of tension. Although another week had passed since the task force was established, the investigation had made no real progress. Does this even mean anything? Rena's face was filled with complete incomprehension. Once you're caught, isn't it all over? What's the point of training? She had no idea what had possessed Leon today to insist on dragging her into this so-called interrogation training. Leon had her imagine being captured by the Inquisition and locked in an interrogation room, while he himself played the role of the interrogator. But in Rena's view, this was utterly baffling. Once she was captured by the Inquisition, wouldn't that mean she was completely finished? What she should be training for was how not to get caught by the church, not how to struggle on the brink of death after being captured. You don't understand the process of heretical trials. Arresting you doesn't mean you've already been convicted. It only means you're suspected, Leon said, pointing at Rena. Once I fall into your hands, isn't it just whatever you want to do? You can just take some seized manna and say it was found on me, then grab my hand and force me to sign a confession. Wouldn't that be enough to convict me? Rena muttered. That was 200 years ago. Leon shook his head. The church has gone through many reforms since then. The trial procedures are now much more complete. For a serious crime like receiving a witch's blessing, decisive evidence is required. Decisive evidence. Rena found the term strange. Leon raised 2 fingers and began explaining. There are mainly 2 types. A public confession by the accused in court, or physical evidence that only a witch could possess, such as a Moalai altar. Simply finding mana is useless. Any second-hand smuggler could be carrying mana. What about confessions? Don't you just arrest people and torture them until they confess whatever you want? Rena still wasn't convinced. Using torture now requires approval from higher authorities, and it's only permitted under certain conditions, such as when other evidence already strongly supports the suspicion, or when the case involves other major crimes that require urgent handling. Otherwise, if the tribunal's medical inspection finds that the Inquisition used torture without meeting those conditions, the confession may be ruled invalid in court, Leon said. Rena was genuinely surprised. This was completely different from the church she knew. She had always thought the Inquisition was a violent, authoritarian institution. Once you were targeted, even if you weren't a witch, you'd be beaten into one, let alone someone like her who was the real thing. So now you understand why I'm specifically training you, Leon continued. In fact, the church has no method that can determine with absolute certainty whether someone is a witch. Convictions rely on physical evidence and your own testimony. When we can't find physical evidence, we'll do everything we can to make you confess. We'll use all kinds of verbal tactics telling you we already have conclusive evidence, that someone else has already turned you in, urging you to confess for leniency. We'll also use non-violent methods, such as depriving you of sleep or applying psychological pressure. But you have to hold out. The more pressure an Inquisitor applies during interrogation, the more it actually shows that they don't have decisive evidence and must obtain your confession. And according to church regulations, if no new evidence is produced, the maximum detention period for arresting and questioning you is 30 days. Exceeding that period will also cause procedural issues. Once you endure those 30 days, the Inquisition won't be able to do much to you for the time being. So remember this: you can't be like when I first met you. I scared you a little, and you collapsed immediately, answering everything you were asked, Leon explained. This is nothing like what I imagined. The church is actually restricted by so many rules when investigating this. Rena looked astonished. I think it probably has something to do with how prevalent mana trading has become, Leon said. Those with power and influence are the ones who most want to extend their lifespans. Mana is so expensive, and they're the main consumers. Naturally, they want to limit the church's authority to investigate mana transactions. Every year, related proposals are submitted to the imperial capital. There may even be people within the church who, like Karen, have interests tied to illegal trade. In that case, it wouldn't be strange for the church to reform itself. But if I'm controlled, then it's only a matter of time before physical evidence is found in my house, right? Rena thought for a moment and said, I'll find a way. That's the point of you cooperating with me. Likewise, if I suddenly can't be contacted, you'll have to find a way to destroy the evidence yourself, Leon said. Then if we're both caught, does that mean we're definitely finished? Rena asked casually. Pretty much, but Leon hesitated. But what? But if it really comes to that, maybe we can preserve one person, Leon said. How would that work? Rena frowned. Even without knowing the law very well, she understood that between the mana and magical beast materials they had sold, and the fact that at least 2 people had died, one of them being the director of the Inquisition, it was more than enough to send both of them to the stake to be burned together. When that time comes, you can say you were coerced by me. As long as I cooperate with your testimony, you should have a chance at a lighter sentence. As a witch, you'd probably have to live the rest of your life under church supervision, but that should still be better than being burned alive, Leon said as he looked at Rena. You? Rena froze for a moment, then narrowed her eyes suspiciously. You'd really be that kind? I chose this line of work knowing what I was getting into. Once I'm investigated for the crime of apostasy, it's unrealistic to try and push all the blame onto you. But you have a chance. There's no need for you to die with me. Being sentenced to death once or twice makes no difference to me. This is the most correct approach for us. Since I was the one who dragged you into this, taking on a bit of responsibility at that time is only right, Leon said calmly. Rena stared at Leon's face for a long while before coming back to her senses. She turned her gaze away. You make it sound nice now. Who knows if you get caught alone? Maybe you'll rush to turn me in to earn credit for yourself. The probability of me getting caught is still lower than yours. You should think more about how you'll deal with it, Leon said, putting his mask back on. Let's do it again. To make you take this seriously, we'll add some punishment this time. Why? What are you planning to do? Rena immediately became alert, holding her hands in front of her chest. I'm warning you, Don't do anything weird. If you dare touch me randomly, I'll get angry. Just hearing Leon mention punishment had already made her mind flash with images that made her face heat up. I haven't even said anything yet. But punishment only works if it's something you dislike. Since you brought it up yourself, we can try it. Leon deliberately teased her. I didn't. No, absolutely not. Hey, you're joking, right? Rena was both annoyed and amused. She stood up, trying to escape, but her hand was still firmly cuffed to the table. If you don't want to be punished, then be more serious. We're starting over now, Leon said, placing the mask back over his smiling face. After a period of time, at a relay station in the East District of Hamiltown, a disguised Leon got down from a carriage that had come from outside the town, carrying a large chest. He walked down a street and arrived at a nearby tavern. It was morning, and business at the tavern was sparse. There were no other customers inside. The bartender was wiping glasses behind the counter. Do you have wine from the York winery? Leon asked as he sat down by the counter. White wine or red? The bartender asked casually. Gin, with a bit of age on it, Leon replied. I'll bring it right up. The bartender turned around, took a small tin flask, poured him a little less than half a cup of liquor, and slid it over. Leon did not drink. Instead, he asked, I have a friend who asked me to meet here today. He said he'd be waiting for me in private room number 6. Has he arrived? He's already here. Please go up the stairs to the 2nd floor and walk along the corridor. You'll find it, the bartender explained. Seeing that there were no other customers around, Leon did not touch the drink. He picked up the chest and went upstairs. He quickly found private room number 6 and carefully opened the door to go inside. The room was arranged like a reception lounge. 2 long benches were placed on either side of a tea table, with a console table and spare chairs along the wall. There was also a decorative statue by the wall. Someone was already waiting inside. When he saw Leon enter, he raised a hand and waved. You're pretty early, Father Auden? Leon frowned slightly and sat down opposite the priest, setting the chest down. Sitting on the bench inside was Father Auden. Behind the bench stood a gang member Leon had never seen before, keeping watch. After the old shop owner of the junk shop died, Potter had sent people to clear out that store, then set a new trading location with Leon, this very tavern, which was also one of Potter's properties. You seem quite surprised, Father Auden greeted him. I just didn't expect the person handling the meeting to be you, Leon replied, placing the chest on the tea table. I'm the one under Potter who handles the accounts, and I also know appraisal. I'm undoubtedly the most suitable, Father Auden said, his gaze fixed on the chest. Let's take a look at the goods first. Leon opened the chest. Inside were the magical beast materials from this shipment, as well as mana divided into 2 test tubes. One appeared light red, while the other was a faint, barely perceptible light blue. This one has a purity of around 78%, 46 carats. It's leftover stock from before. This one is the same as the last sample purity, close to 85%, 39 carats, Leon explained. The slime was now being used to process Karen's corpse, and the mana refined from it was clearly of higher purity than that from the headhunting rabbit. At present, he and Rena basically handled them separately. We'll need to test it, Father Auden said, then raised one hand in a gesture. The gang member behind him took out a prepared balance scale, brought over the 2 test tubes, and weighed them in front of both men. The weights matched what Leon had stated. After that, the priest took out 2 tubes of reagents. Using a glass rod, he dipped into the mana from both sides, mixed them with the reagents, and conducted a colorimetric test to check purity. The testing method he used was the same as Rena's, and he looked more professional than the old shop owner Roddy had been. The goods are fine, Father Auden said. What about the things I asked for? Leon asked. Father Auden signaled with his eyes to the person beside him. The gang member took out a sealed canister containing a dark red liquid, placed it on the balance scale, and weighed it for Leon. The purchase price for 78% purity is 35,000 per gram. High purity is 50,000 per gram. Then add these materials and subtract the refined demonic wolf blood you want. Father Auden's pen flew across the ledger as he calculated rapidly, soon reaching a result. 715,000 Finny. Father Auden handed his calculation over to Leon for confirmation. Leon spent quite some time checking before finishing the verification. With the old shop owner gone, Leon was now supplying Potter directly, cutting out the middleman's markup. In addition, the increase in purity had raised profits. The revenue from this shipment was nearly double that of the one from the first half of the year. What denominations of gold vouchers do you want? Father Auden asked as he opened a locked chest. The denomination doesn't matter, as long as the source is safe, Leon answered. Before laundering, there's no such thing as safe money here, Father Auden said as he began counting the gold vouchers and coins. You've already earned close to 1 million this year, haven't you? Cleaning up such a large sum will take some effort. You'd better start early. I'll think about it, Leon replied evasively, then took the money Father Auden gave him and counted it once more. Auden packed the goods and money back into the chest, locked it, and had the Underworld member beside him take it away for safekeeping. Only Father Auden and Leon remained in the room. Then Father Auden spoke again. You sold less than I expected. I ran into quite a few accidents this year. Being able to reach this transaction volume is already pretty good, Leon replied. Originally, Leon had planned to keep some magical beasts to ensure next year's production scale, but the changes within the Inquisition and Father Auden's reminder had both made him sense hidden dangers. By raising magical beasts inside the labyrinth, their breeding cycle shortened and production growth exceeded Leon's expectations. Moreover, magical beasts could actually be repurchased through certain channels. After considering it, he simply slaughtered most of the adult magical beasts before winter to extract mana, gathering close to 18 grams, and sold it all in this batch. Including the various transactions large and small with the old shop owner Roddy, this direct deal with Mr. Griffin, and the 100,000 from selling the previous sample, their total transaction volume this year had exceeded 1 million Finifar, beyond Leon's own expectations. Splitting the money with Rena this way, they each received more than 500,000. Leon had also previously seized a sum of money from the old shop owner Roddy, and together with the funds he already had on hand, he now possessed savings of 780,000. Karen's petrified corpse had already been crushed and processed by Leon. After petrification, the corpse had unexpectedly become suitable for long-term storage, which meant that feeding it to the slime in batches should allow continued production of 85% high-purity mana for quite some time. Maintaining transactions with Mr. Griffin over the next year or two this way, Leon should be able to reach his small goal. I told you that you should sell as much as possible. Frankly speaking, every transaction now could be the last, Father Auden said slowly. The Inquisition has new directors, both principal and deputy, hasn't it? You're quite well informed, Leon remarked. At my age, even if I don't hold much status, I still have my own connections within the church. I can at least get this kind of information. I don't yet know exactly who is appointed, though. Let's exchange intelligence. Maybe I've heard those two names before, Father Auden said, looking at Leon. Leon thought for a moment and told Father Auden about Director Aaron and Bishop Beckett. Bishop Beckett, the Bishop Beckett of the Church of the God of War? Father Auden murmured. You know him? Leon asked. I don't know him personally. A few years ago, he underwent an internal investigation. An old friend of mine in the church disciplinary order handled it, so I have some impression, Father Auden said. An internal investigation? Did he violate church doctrine? Leon asked. He was only suspected. Nothing was found in the end. That doesn't really prove anything. Karen was also investigated once, and I myself have been investigated 5 times, with no issues found. As long as you have connections, many things are easy to resolve. There are many factions among the 4 great churches. Mutual impeachment is not uncommon, and the disciplinary order has long since become numb to handling such matters, Father Auden said lightly. But you and Karen really did have problems, okay? Leon replied. From this perspective, that Bishop Beckett was not necessarily a clean figure either. The biggest problem now lies with the young noble you mentioned, the one surnamed Diaz. Humph, Diaz. Father Auden suddenly laughed and shook his head. You also have some idea about this Aaron Diaz? Leon asked. No, and that's exactly the problem. For someone so young to climb to that position without sufficiently famous achievements, the only explanation is that he comes from a powerful family. As for the empire's aristocracy aside from newly risen nobles and frontier lands, I basically know them all. There is no family with the surname Diaz among them. Father Auden concluded with certainty. That's a fake name. At least the surname is very likely fake. A third-rank knight using a false name within the church, is that even possible? Leon found it hard to believe. If his background is big enough, and he has sufficient reasons such as being the illegitimate child of some major figure, there are many possibilities. But someone like that being transferred at this time has only one purpose: achievements. Karen's disappearance is a major case. The people behind him will pour in resources to make it easier for him to solve it, Father Auden said. So you're advising me not to sell for now? Leon asked. You've already shipped your last batch for this year. We won't have any transactions next year. The problem lies with Potter, the priest said. What about him? Leon asked. I actually advised him after taking your goods. He shouldn't rush to move them, and shouldn't draw the attention of the church and the Earl's forces. He should lie low for a while. But he wouldn't listen. Those 2 grams of samples you sold have already been turned into magical potions and peddled to clients, the priest said, shaking his head with a sigh. He's too eager to compete with the Earl. You shouldn't have egged him on. I didn't come here today to listen to your complaints. I have no way to help you persuade him, Leon said. Potter isn't my first employer. To be honest, based on my evaluation of him, charging ahead so rashly under these circumstances makes it very easy for something to go wrong. If something breaks in his chain, it will be very easy for the investigation to trace back to us. You'd better leave yourself an escape route as well, Father Auden said seriously. You're hoping I'll survive in his place and continue being your client? Leon asked. At least you look a bit more likely to survive than Potter, Father Auden commented. Thanks for your concern. Money and goods are settled, I should be going, Leon said as he stood up to leave. Wait a moment. Take this key with you, Father Auden said, handing Leon a key. What's this? Leon asked. If I remember correctly, you're renting a place with the Hesh family, right? This is the empty house next door to theirs. The owner defaulted on a loan from Potter's pawnshop and lost the property. The house has since changed hands a few times as collateral. In name, it's no longer part of Potter's assets, but it's under our use. It's suitable for hiding stolen goods or evidence, or for use as a meeting point. It should be fairly convenient for you, Father Auden explained. All right, thanks. Leon did not fully trust the other party, nor did he plan to use that empty house, but he still put the key away for the time being. South Harbor County, Castor Town, the residence of Baron Turner. The elderly Baron Turner sat in his own living room, both hands resting on his cane, his face displeased as he looked at Bishop Beckett seated opposite him. Your lordship, since matters have already come to this, you might as well tell me directly, Bishop Beckett said calmly. You did indeed make regular purchases of certain medicines from Mr. Griffin, did you not? Bishop Beckett, I am receiving you here only because you once presided over my son's investiture ceremony, Baron Turner replied irritably. And now you come to interrogate me? I have already said it, I do not know any Mr. Griffin, nor have I purchased any medicines. What? Do you not believe me? Your lordship, I truly did not wish to trouble you over such a matter, but we have heard some rather unfavorable information concerning you. Bishop Beckett said, What information? Bring the person spreading it here and have them confront me face to face. Baron Turner's face revealed clear anger. Baron Turner was indeed one of Mr. Griffin Potter's core clients. Bishop Beckett had once served as an instructor when his son became an apprentice knight, so the two had some acquaintance, though it was not particularly deep. Today, Bishop Beckett had suddenly come calling, and the moment he arrived, he began asking about Turner's dealings with Potter. Discovering that Bishop Beckett had been reassigned to investigate Potter's business and that the investigation had even reached him, Baron Turner was genuinely surprised. Even so, the Baron was not flustered. Merely purchasing magical potions without reselling them was not a serious offense at all, at most warranting a fine. Nevertheless, the Baron had no intention of giving Potter up. His own industries had business ties with Potter, and he truly needed the magical potions Potter supplied very much so. Although Bishop Beckett had finally tracked the matter to him, he had no conclusive evidence, only intelligence provided by informants or undercover agents, whose identities could not be exposed and who naturally could not come forward to testify against him. He also had his own connections in South Harbor County. Ordinary accusations could not touch him, and he could even, in turn, offer Potter some protection. Potter maintained extremely solid relationships with his core clients. This was precisely why he was able to establish himself as a local power in South Harbor County. Please calm yourself. I did not come today to investigate, merely to have a brief chat and understand the situation, Bishop Beckett said with a placating smile. I have already answered everything I should, Baron Turner said firmly. If you came today to reminisce, you are welcome. But if you are here to suspect me based on mere hearsay, then please leave. All right. Bishop Beckett appeared somewhat helpless. His gaze shifted to a portrait hanging on the wall, depicting a gentle-looking young man whose features bore some resemblance to Baron Turner. About young Master Tyrio, I am very sorry. Baron Turner's son had once been an apprentice knight. During the war 10 years ago, he had enlisted and ultimately died in battle. He died for the country. I am proud of him. The Baron replied with a formal tone. Have you made a decision regarding an heir? Bishop Beckett asked. Not yet, the Baron said. It seems you have no intention of adopting a nephew. After all, one's own child is preferable. You and your wife. Bishop Beckett probed cautiously. Bishop Beckett, isn't that question a bit presumptuous? Baron Turner frowned warily. Baron Turner's wife had passed away early, leaving behind only one son. While his son was alive, the Baron had not remarried. After his son's death in battle, Baron Turner lost his only heir. Only then did he take a second wife, hoping to have another child. But he was already advanced in years, his health gradually declining, and after several years, his second wife still had not conceived. To this end, he had tried every possible method. Finally, through introductions within certain circles, he began attempting to purchase longevity potions through underground channels. According to friends in those circles, longevity potions were not merely capable of delaying aging. They were also miraculously effective against infertility. The potions were extremely expensive and required long-term consumption, but for Baron Turner, money was not an issue. After the couple continuously consumed the potions for conditioning, the effects were obvious. His wife grew increasingly radiant, while he himself began to recover youthful vigor and passion. Having another child no longer seemed like an unattainable dream. Bishop Beckett's probing into such private matters was undoubtedly tearing open his old wounds, and more importantly, it was clearly another attempt to test him. Bishop Beckett already knew his motive for purchasing magical potions. I merely wish to say that I fully understand your actions. Bishop Beckett tried to continue. You understand nothing. You are outrageously disrespectful. Baron Turner angrily slammed his cane against the floor and stood up, preparing to see him out. Please leave. I had absolutely no intention of offending you. Please do not misunderstand. Bishop Beckett immediately apologized. Then he picked up an exquisite gift box placed beside him and set it on the table. By the way, I brought a small local specialty this time. I hope you like it. He opened the gift box and took out a small glass bottle. Inside seemed to be an amber-colored fine liquid, yet neither the box nor the bottle bore any label. Thank you for your kindness, but I do not drink. Baron Turner refused coldly. This is not alcohol, Bishop Beckett said as he opened the bottle. At once, an indescribably sweet fragrance spread out. Upon smelling it, the Baron's expression changed slightly. This unique aroma was unlike any spice. He had only ever encountered it on one thing: longevity potion. A single bottle of longevity potion was worth no less than 1 million. More critically, for a bishop to privately possess such a heretical item and even intend to give it to someone else was no small crime. He stared in shock at Bishop Beckett, who wore a faint, knowing smile. What do you mean by this? Your lordship, you should understand that this is not a test. If I tested you in this way, I myself would be in trouble as well, Bishop Beckett said as he resealed the bottle and pushed it toward him. I know your concerns. Please rest assured, I will absolutely not let you suffer any losses. You may verify this item first, and then give me your reply. Baron Turner slowly sat back down, his expression grave as he lowered his voice. Is the source of this item reliable? Your lordship, the one who truly has a problem right now is that old friend who has been supplying you, Bishop Beckett said sincerely. You have your needs, but he has already been targeted by the church. You can, of course, choose to protect him, but if I offer such terms, there is no guarantee others will not give in. You are, in the end. Baron Turner examined Bishop Beckett in disbelief. Your lordship, Bishop Beckett said solemnly with a smile. Might you be interested in befriending the Earl? Several minutes later, Bishop Beckett emerged from the Baron's residence and boarded his carriage. He closed his eyes, steadied his breathing, and focused his mind. After a moment, a floating mark slowly appeared before him. This was the blessing of the Star Knight's secret god, a divine art capable of transmitting intangible things such as light, shadow, and sound to a coordinate thousands of miles away. The matter has been handled, my lord. Baron Turner can report Potter to the church at any time. Combined with what we have already gathered, Potter is finished, Bishop Beckett said. The matters here must not be known to His Highness Aaron. You understand, do you not? An elegant, steady male voice sounded from within the mark. Of course, Bishop Beckett replied. Have you traced the source of the Fenrir's goods mentioned by the informants, the mana with purity above 80%? The voice continued. My apologies. We still have no leads. We have investigated every smuggling route in South Harbor County and found nothing, Bishop Beckett answered shamefacedly. No need to investigate further. It was not smuggled in. This item is produced locally, the other party said after a moment of silence. There should not be such a great witch present here, Bishop Beckett said. To refine mana to 85% purity, only a few great witches registered with the church were capable of doing so. That level of purity only appeared after Karen Esso went missing. The voice reminded him. Could it be? Bishop Beckett's brows knitted together. Mana purity was not determined solely by a witch's level of magical power. I have an idea, the voice replied after some thought. The credit for capturing the principal culprit will be given to His Highness later. For now, do not act rashly. Once Mr. Griffin is dealt with, the Finrer hiding behind the scenes and supplying him will certainly become alert. We cannot give the other side any opportunity. I will authorize you to first redeploy a legion to South Harbor County. I will give you further instructions at that time. Yes, my Lord Earl. Bishop Beckett responded respectfully. Several days later, urgent bell tolls rang throughout the Inquisition. Leon followed the others and quickly assembled on the Inquisition's training ground, lining up in formation. Leon glanced around. His colleagues were just as confused as he was, exchanging looks clearly. No one knew the reason for this summons. The frequency of the alarm that had just sounded was the full mobilization call. In theory, it was only rung for collective missions requiring everyone's participation, such as storming a criminal organization of considerable scale or firefighting. But at the Hamel Inquisition, Karen had never ordered a full mobilization for any major case. Since Leon joined, the assembly bell had only rung once during a drill when higher authorities conducted an inspection. Once everyone had finished forming up on the training ground, the new director, Aaron, soon appeared on the raised platform. After inspecting the assembled personnel on duty, Aaron clasped his hands behind his back and spoke. Just moments ago, the church received reliable intelligence from an important witness. We have identified Mr. Griffin's true identity. Henry Potter, representative of the Gold Ring Merchant Consortium, a wealthy magnate with numerous properties across South Harbor County, especially in Hamiltown. I believe most of you here have heard his name. Leon was startled. Mr. Griffin had operated underground trade in South Harbor County for over a decade without incident. The reactions of the others were similar. Mr. Griffin was a local underworld kingpin and a key investigative target of the Hamel Inquisition. Yet Karen had never formally opened a focused investigation against this target. And now, barely a month after the new director took office, he had already secured solid evidence that Potter was Mr. Griffin and was prepared to uproot this kingpin entirely. After further investigation, we have also successfully identified one of his criminal bases, a winery located to the northwest of the town. The suspect, Potter, is highly likely to be there today. We will now carry out an emergency operation against him. This operation will be led directly by me. According to our intelligence, there is a very high probability that the site contains armed forces. All personnel on duty are to complete combat mobilization preparations under the leadership of your respective team captains. Team 3 will be under my direct command. We depart by carriage in 10 minutes. Move. With a sweeping gesture from Aaron, the Inquisitors present immediately formed up in sequence and went to prepare. Leon followed the other team members into the equipment room, put on his uniform and mask, received an extra gun and ammunition, a church longsword, a water skin, as well as a small pack of emergency rations and medical supplies. Inquisitors rarely encountered real witches or heretics, but they frequently clashed with hunters smuggling magical beast materials and underworld members. They were not lacking in combat experience. Carriages filled with Inquisitors rolled out from the Inquisition. Leon and the others were crammed into the swaying carriage compartment, thinking through their next moves. Father Auden had once warned him that Potter had been insufficiently cautious in his dealings against the Earl, making trouble highly likely. Leon had simply never expected that trouble would come so fast so suddenly. There had been no sign at all within the Inquisition. Without deploying any Inquisitors beforehand, the new director had suddenly grasped Mr. Griffin's identity and criminal base and immediately taken action, leaving Leon no opportunity whatsoever to prepare or deal with the situation. Now it seemed that Director Aaron and Bishop Beckett had already been able to uncover the crimes of the deputy director and Martin before taking office, which meant they possessed investigative forces outside the Inquisition and with extremely high efficiency. The winery they were heading to should be the same place where he had previously conducted business with Potter. If Aaron's intelligence was accurate, Potter would likely be caught there. If Potter could escape capture, or find a way to clear himself after being arrested, that would naturally be the best outcome. But if Potter were captured and convicted, that would be troublesome. The Inquisition would trace the high-purity mana Potter had recently obtained and uncover who Fenrir, the supplier, was. Leon clearly realized that, no matter what, he could not allow Potter to be captured. The convoy stopped beside a hill. Leon got out with the other Inquisitors. All 25 Inquisitors on duty at the Hamel Inquisition were present today. Strange Director Aaron was personally commanding the operation. Where was Bishop Beckett? Only then did Leon realize that whether on the training ground or during the carriage ride, he had not seen Bishop Beckett at all. He had only seen Aaron in uniform, wearing his sword, acting as commander. Aaron personally led everyone up the hillside at speed. At the top of the low slope, Aaron crouched down, glanced into the distance a few times, and said to those behind him, "From here, we can already see the winery's location." Leon looked as well. He could see a vast expanse of open fields, with an estate like a miniature model sitting in the middle, surrounded by plantations. The straight-line distance to the buildings was probably around 1 to 2 kilometers. This was exactly the winery he had visited before. "Sir, the winery is too large. We don't have enough manpower to surround it," the captain of Team 1 advised Aaron. "The location of the estate is also far too open. We can still hide here, but once we descend the hill, it will be difficult. If we launch a group assault from any direction, even with slightly more people, we're very likely to alert them in advance. The estate may well have concealed escape routes. In addition, the number of people inside is unknown, and we haven't confirmed which building the suspect is in. Many areas are blind spots. Shouldn't we tail them for a period and act when the suspect leaves the base?" the captain of Team 2 added. Aaron thought for a moment, then shook his head. "If we wait until they leave the base to act, there's a possibility that the criminal evidence on site will be destroyed in advance. We need to do our utmost to catch them with both people and evidence, to prevent the suspect from using methods to evade conviction after capture." Leon observed for a while, then spoke in a low voice, "Sir." Aaron turned to look at him. Inquisitor said, "Do you have something to report? Look there. The vegetation on that side of the slope is dense and extends directly into the plantations. If it's just 1 or 2 people, it might be possible to approach the estate from there without being detected," Leon said. Aaron looked over and agreed. "Indeed. So you're suggesting sending a scout to infiltrate the site?" "Yes," Leon replied. Hearing this, the other team members cursed Leon inwardly. Whoever this infiltration job fell to would be risking their life. If, as the intelligence suggested, there were multiple armed gang members inside, discovery during infiltration would lead to being surrounded and attacked. With the others waiting at such a distance, timely rescue would be nearly impossible, essentially a dead end. "It sounds feasible, at least," Aaron said, sweeping his gaze across the group. For a moment, no one dared to meet his eyes directly. Nowadays, within this Inquisition, there were almost no people willing to throw themselves into fire and water for the church. "Then I'll carry out the infiltration myself. If I can return, all the better. If I sound the whistle or fire a shot, you'll execute the assault immediately," Aaron continued after scanning the crowd. Everyone stared at Aaron in shock. They had not expected the commander to lead by example to such an extent. It was said that when Director Karen had first taken office, he also dared to engage in firefights with the Underworld personally, but even he wouldn't have gone so far as to infiltrate an unknown criminal base without backup. But thinking carefully, Director Aaron was a fully appointed third-rank knight. His strength was far beyond ordinary people. It wasn't strange for him to have such confidence. At that moment, Leon spoke up. "Sir, how could a commander put himself in danger? Let me go." The other team members were shocked once again, as if seeing Leon for the first time. Leon wasn't exactly a veteran, but he was certainly adept at lying low and coasting along. Normally, he would have had no enthusiasm whatsoever for a mission that put his life at risk. Was he really so desperate for promotion that he would throw his life away just to perform in front of the new director? Aaron also looked at Leon in surprise, momentarily unable to decide. "If something happens to you, the operation will fail. Even if I'm discovered, you can still command the assault and capture. Defending the church's law with our lives is our duty. Please make a rational judgment," Leon said, meeting Aaron's eyes steadily. "Please give the order." Aaron felt Leon's resolve. After a moment's thought, he nodded. "Be careful." 20 minutes later, Leon quietly passed through the plantations and successfully infiltrated the estate. He wasn't particularly worried about being discovered. He was Finner, who had done business with Potter here before and had shown his face. Even if discovered, it wouldn't necessarily be a problem. What he needed to do now was to reach Potter before the Inquisition. That was the real reason he had requested the infiltration mission. If there were secret passages or escape routes, he could inform Potter in advance and let him slip away. That would be the ideal outcome. If Potter truly had no way to escape, then Leon would have to find a way to eliminate him. Under no circumstances could he allow Potter to fall into the Inquisition's hands. In such a case, the bodyguards around Potter would be troublesome for him, but he also had opportunities to deceive them and launch a surprise attack. He would have to adapt on the fly. What puzzled him, however, was that after infiltrating the estate, he didn't see a single person. The villa he had entered before now had its front door tightly shut, with no one guarding it. At a glance, the estate looked completely deserted. Was Aaron's intelligence that Potter was here really accurate? Leon tried circling to the other side of the building. The back door was closed, but he noticed an open window. If there was no one here, why would a window be open? Doubt arose in Leon's mind. He looked around again and still saw no one. After hesitating for a moment, he quietly climbed in through the window. Inside was the hall where he had previously conducted business with Potter. He saw no one there. He entered the corridor, searched the first floor, then carefully went upstairs along the staircase. As he passed through the second-floor corridor, he suddenly froze. At last, he saw two people lying on the floor at the doorway of the room at the end of the hall motionless, with a pool of blood on the ground. Someone had been killed. A chill instantly wrapped around him. He clenched the gun in his hand and went on full alert, guarding against threats from both front and back. He sensed no other presence. Looking more closely at the two bodies, their clothing seemed similar to the bodyguards he had seen at the estate last time. They had been guarding outside the room at the end of the corridor. Now the door was half open. Leon realized something. He drew his sword, raised his gun, and advanced toward the room as if walking on thin ice, stepping over the blood and corpses on the floor. He peered inside through the crack in the door and saw splattered bloodstains on the ground. He carefully pushed the door open, and the full view of the room finally unfolded before him. At this moment, he finally saw the Mr. Griffin he had wanted to meet, the wealthy merchant Potter, and locked eyes with him. Potter sat upright in a boss's chair behind a desk, staring at Leon with dull eyes, his mouth half open yet utterly silent. He would never speak again, because his throat had been slit, and all the blood had long since drained away. Leon stepped into the room, froze in place while keeping his gun aimed forward. He hadn't even had the chance to kill Potter to silence him, and yet Potter had already been murdered? Who did it? At that moment, a barely noticeable shadow silently flickered out from a dark corner of the room and moved toward Leon. Several days later, urgent bell tolls rang throughout the Inquisition. Leon followed the others and quickly assembled on the Inquisition's training ground, lining up in formation. Leon glanced around. His colleagues were just as confused as he was, exchanging looks clearly. No one knew the reason for this summons. The frequency of the alarm that had just sounded was the full mobilization call. In theory, it was only rung for collective missions requiring everyone's participation, such as storming a criminal organization of considerable scale or firefighting. But at the Hamel Inquisition, Karen had never ordered a full mobilization for any major case. Since Leon joined, the assembly bell had only rung once during a drill when higher authorities conducted an inspection. Once everyone had finished forming up on the training ground, the new director, Aaron, soon appeared on the raised platform. After inspecting the assembled personnel on duty, Aaron clasped his hands behind his back and spoke. Just moments ago, the church received reliable intelligence from an important witness. We have identified Mr. Griffin's true identity, Henry Potter, representative of the Gold Ring Merchant Consortium, a wealthy magnate with numerous properties across South Harbor County, especially in Hamiltown. I believe most of you here have heard his name. Leon was startled. Mr. Griffin had operated underground trade in South Harbor County for over a decade without incident. The reactions of the others were similar. Mr. Griffin was a local underworld kingpin and a key investigative target of the Hamel Inquisition. Yet Karen had never formally opened a focused investigation against this target. And now, barely a month after the new director took office, he had already secured solid evidence that Potter was Mr. Griffin and was prepared to uproot this kingpin entirely. After further investigation, we have also successfully identified one of his criminal bases, a winery located to the northwest of the town. The suspect, Potter, is highly likely to be there today. We will now carry out an emergency operation against him. This operation will be led directly by me. According to our intelligence, there is a very high probability that the site contains armed forces. All personnel on duty are to complete combat mobilization preparations under the leadership of your respective team captains. Team 3 will be under my direct command. We depart by carriage in 10 minutes. Move. With a sweeping gesture from Aaron, the Inquisitors present immediately formed up in sequence and went to prepare. Leon followed the other team members into the equipment room, put on his uniform and mask, received an extra gun and ammunition, a church longsword, a water skin, as well as a small pack of emergency rations and medical supplies. Inquisitors rarely encountered real witches or heretics, but they frequently clashed with hunters smuggling magical beast materials and Underworld members. They were not lacking in combat experience. Carriages filled with Inquisitors rolled out from the Inquisition. Leon and the others were crammed into the swaying carriage compartment, thinking through their next moves. Father Auden had once warned him that Potter had been insufficiently cautious in his dealings against the Earl, making trouble highly likely. Leon had simply never expected that trouble would come so fast so suddenly. There had been no sign at all within the Inquisition. Without deploying any Inquisitors beforehand, the new director had suddenly grasped Mr. Griffin's identity and criminal base and immediately taken action, leaving Leon no opportunity whatsoever to prepare or deal with the situation. Now it seemed that Director Aaron and Bishop Beckett had already been able to uncover the crimes of the Deputy Director and Martin before taking office, which meant they possessed investigative forces outside the Inquisition and with extremely high efficiency. The winery they were heading to should be the same place where he had previously conducted business with Potter. If Aaron's intelligence was accurate, Potter would likely be caught there. If Potter could escape capture or find a way to clear himself after being arrested, that would naturally be the best outcome. But if Potter were captured and convicted, that would be troublesome. The Inquisition would trace the high-purity mana Potter had recently obtained and uncover who Fenrir, the supplier, was. Leon clearly realized that, no matter what, he could not allow Potter to be captured. The convoy stopped beside a hill. Leon got out with the other Inquisitors. All 25 Inquisitors on duty at the Hamel Inquisition were present today. Strange Director Aaron was personally commanding the operation. Where was Bishop Beckett? Only then did Leon realize that whether on the training ground or during the carriage ride, he had not seen Bishop Beckett at all. He had only seen Aaron in uniform, wearing his sword, acting as commander. Aaron personally led everyone up the hillside at speed. At the top of the low slope, Aaron crouched down, glanced into the distance a few times, and said to those behind him, "From here, we can already see the winery's location." Leon looked as well. He could see a vast expanse of open fields, with an estate like a miniature model sitting in the middle, surrounded by plantations. The straight-line distance to the buildings was probably around 1 to 2 kilometers. This was exactly the winery he had visited before. "Sir, the winery is too large. We don't have enough manpower to surround it," the captain of Team 1 advised Aaron. "The location of the estate is also far too open. We can still hide here, but once we descend the hill, it will be difficult. If we launch a group assault from any direction, even with slightly more people, we're very likely to alert them in advance. The estate may well have concealed escape routes. In addition, the number of people inside is unknown, and we haven't confirmed which building the suspect is in. Many areas are blind spots. Shouldn't we tail them for a period and act when the suspect leaves the base?" the captain of Team 2 added. Aaron thought for a moment, then shook his head. "If we wait until they leave the base to act, there's a possibility that the criminal evidence on site will be destroyed in advance. We need to do our utmost to catch them with both people and evidence, to prevent the suspect from using methods to evade conviction after capture." Leon observed for a while, then spoke in a low voice, "Sir." Aaron turned to look at him. Inquisitor said, "Do you have something to report? Look there. The vegetation on that side of the slope is dense and extends directly into the plantations. If it's just 1 or 2 people, it might be possible to approach the estate from there without being detected," Leon said. Aaron looked over and agreed. "Indeed. So you're suggesting sending a scout to infiltrate the site?" "Yes," Leon replied. Hearing this, the other team members cursed Leon inwardly. Whoever this infiltration job fell to would be risking their life. If, as the intelligence suggested, there were multiple armed gang members inside, discovery during infiltration would lead to being surrounded and attacked. With the others waiting at such a distance, timely rescue would be nearly impossible, essentially a dead end. It sounds feasible, at least. Aaron said, sweeping his gaze across the group. For a moment, no one dared to meet his eyes directly. Nowadays, within this Inquisition, there were almost no people willing to throw themselves into fire and water for the church. Then I'll carry out the infiltration myself. If I can return, all the better. If I sound the whistle or fire a shot, you'll execute the assault immediately. Aaron continued after scanning the crowd. Everyone stared at Aaron in shock. They had not expected the commander to lead by example to such an extent. It was said that when Director Karen had first taken office, he also dared to engage in firefights with the Underworld personally, but even he wouldn't have gone so far as to infiltrate an unknown criminal base without backup. But thinking carefully, Director Aaron was a fully appointed third-rank knight. His strength was far beyond ordinary people. It wasn't strange for him to have such confidence. At that moment, Leon spoke up. Sir, how could a commander put himself in danger? Let me go. The other team members were shocked once again, as if seeing Leon for the first time. Leon wasn't exactly a veteran, but he was certainly adept at lying low and coasting along. Normally, he would have had no enthusiasm whatsoever for a mission that put his life at risk. Was he really so desperate for promotion that he would throw his life away just to perform in front of the new director? Aaron also looked at Leon in surprise, momentarily unable to decide. If something happens to you, the operation will fail. Even if I'm discovered, you can still command the assault and capture. Defending the church's law with our lives is our duty. Please make a rational judgment, Leon said, meeting Aaron's eyes steadily. Please give the order. Aaron felt Leon's resolve. After a moment's thought, he nodded. Be careful. 20 minutes later, Leon quietly passed through the plantations and successfully infiltrated the estate. He wasn't particularly worried about being discovered. He was Fenrir, who had done business with Potter here before and had shown his face. Even if discovered, it wouldn't necessarily be a problem. What he needed to do now was to reach Potter before the Inquisition. That was the real reason he had requested the infiltration mission. If there were secret passages or escape routes, he could inform Potter in advance and let him slip away. That would be the ideal outcome. If Potter truly had no way to escape, then Leon would have to find a way to eliminate him. Under no circumstances could he allow Potter to fall into the Inquisition's hands. In such a case, the bodyguards around Potter would be troublesome for him, but he also had opportunities to deceive them and launch a surprise attack. He would have to adapt on the fly. What puzzled him, however, was that after infiltrating the estate, he didn't see a single person. The villa he had entered before now had its front door tightly shut, with no one guarding it. At a glance, the estate looked completely deserted. Was Aaron's intelligence that Potter was here really accurate? Leon tried circling to the other side of the building. The back door was closed, but he noticed an open window. If there was no one here, why would a window be open? Doubt arose in Leon's mind. He looked around again and still saw no one. After hesitating for a moment, he quietly climbed in through the window. Inside was the hall where he had previously conducted business with Potter. He saw no one there. He entered the corridor, searched the first floor, then carefully went upstairs along the staircase. As he passed through the second-floor corridor, he suddenly froze. At last, he saw two people lying on the floor at the doorway of the room at the end of the hall motionless, with a pool of blood on the ground. Someone had been killed. A chill instantly wrapped around him. He clenched the gun in his hand and went on full alert, guarding against threats from both front and back. He sensed no other presence. Looking more closely at the two bodies, their clothing seemed similar to the bodyguards he had seen at the estate last time. They had been guarding outside the room at the end of the corridor. Now the door was half open. Leon realized something. He drew his sword, raised his gun, and advanced toward the room as if walking on thin ice, stepping over the blood and corpses on the floor. He peered inside through the crack in the door and saw splattered bloodstains on the ground. He carefully pushed the door open, and the full view of the room finally unfolded before him. At this moment, he finally saw the Mr. Griffin he had wanted to meet, the wealthy merchant Potter, and locked eyes with him. Potter sat upright in a boss's chair behind a desk, staring at Leon with dull eyes, his mouth half open yet utterly silent. He would never speak again, because his throat had been slit, and all the blood had long since drained away. Leon stepped into the room, froze in place while keeping his gun aimed forward. He hadn't even had the chance to kill Potter to silence him, and yet Potter had already been murdered? Who did it? At that moment, a barely noticeable shadow silently flickered out from a dark corner of the room and moved toward Leon. Leon did not notice at first that someone else was moving inside the room. That person was concealed within a mass of eerie black shadow. Whenever someone attempted to observe that shadow, it would disperse like ink diffusing in water before it could be seen, vanishing without a trace. Shadow passage, a divine art and one form of power bestowed by the blessing of the Star Knight, secret god. Within the area covered by shadows, the sense of existence of things would sharply diminish. A person hiding within it would be subconsciously ignored even if another's gaze swept over them, or even if they made a sound. Only when the one in hiding interfered with surrounding objects would the concealed state be broken, allowing the observer to perceive something for only that instant. For a professional assassin, this single advantage of striking first was enough to methodically eliminate every ordinary person within a base. He had already completed the assassination mission, but while searching for important items and letters, someone had intruded. The assassin did not rashly launch a sneak attack on Leon. He was still considering. This appeared to be an Inquisitor, likely with backup, yet there was no movement from anyone else nearby. The other party had infiltrated alone. The backup probably could not arrive immediately. If he silently killed this Inquisitor, he could buy time to continue searching. But the Inquisitor was not on the mission list. He was unsure whether creating additional trouble would bring him unnecessary complications. At this moment, the assassin did not take this low-ranking Inquisitor seriously. He was a transcendent, and assassinating ordinary people had never posed any difficulty for him. Inevitably, he had grown somewhat lax. What he did not know was that the other party had also received a certain kind of blessing. His concealment ability was not nearly as effective before a transcendent of the same rank. When Leon began to cautiously look around, the assassin did not evade. After all, the other party could not see him. However, at that moment, Leon's gaze meant to sweep past the assassin suddenly stalled. He did not see a person, but he noticed a faint, indistinct black shadow. There was something there. Leon sensed it. The assassin noticed something strange in Leon's gaze, and alarm bells rang loudly in his mind. There was no more time to hesitate. He lunged forward, the dagger in his hand stabbing toward Leon's chest. Leon had just seen the shadow when it abruptly turned into a person leaping straight at him. There was no time to aim carefully. He fired by reflex, but the opponent reacted in advance, tilting his head aside to dodge the shot while thrusting the dagger. Leon retreated and evaded at the same time, raising his hand to block in front of himself. The dagger stabbed into his arm. The assassin pulled it out and was just about to press the attack with speed when the splattered blood instantly turned purplish red, exploding between the two of them and transforming into purple smoke. This sudden change startled the assassin. The purple smoke smeared across his face. He instinctively held his breath, but his eyes immediately felt a searing, burning pain. "Ah!" he screamed, clutching his eyes as he retreated. Leon endured the intense pain from his stabbed arm, tossed away the gun in his hand, and drew a second one. Yet before he could aim, the opponent executed a flying roll and took cover behind the long bench beside the tea table. Leon could not be sure whether the opponent's eyes were still functional and dared not rush forward recklessly. The opponent's close combat skills were far more refined than the basic sword techniques Leon had trained in at the Inquisition. However, the bench obstructed his line of fire, and the gun could only fire once. Leon aimed the gun toward the bench, retreated near a pillar, and used it as cover as he cautiously faced off against the opponent. Leon checked the wound on his forearm, which was still bleeding. At this time, the assassin opposite him also forced open his tear-filled eyes. He could still see, but his vision was already extremely blurred, a hazy white expanse. In their first exchange, both were shaken. Neither had expected to encounter another transcendent here. "Who exactly are you?" After a long, silent standoff, the assassin unexpectedly asked in a low voice. Those with relatively high positions among the Inquisitors could also receive blessings, but an ability that turned blood into poisonous mist was clearly not a blessing of the four gods of origin. This was undoubtedly heretical power. "And who are you? Why did you kill Potter?" Leon also tried asking. He had activated his ability, yet the opponent could still move. The poisonous mist formed from that small amount of blood had not yet reached a lethal dose. Neither of them answered. Another stretch of silent confrontation followed, when sudden noise came from outside. The earlier gunshot had been heard clearly by Aaron and the other stationed farther away. Realizing that Leon might be engaged in combat with someone inside the estate, Aaron ordered an assault. While they were locked in their standoff, the Inquisitors rushed into the estate. The assassin clicked his tongue and glanced behind him. He knew there was a glass window there. He made a desperate gamble and charged toward the window, leaping through it in one motion. Leon had not anticipated his move. As the other party shattered the window, Leon pulled the trigger and fired, the bullet grazing the assassin's body. The assassin landed in the flower bed outside, rolled, and used his divine art again. Ignoring his injuries from the fall and his unrecovered vision, he staggered toward the corner of the building. The mission ended here. His top priority now was to escape Leon's line of sight. Ordinary people could not see him. Even if the Inquisitors surrounded the area, he still had a chance to get away. Stop! A low voice sounded directly in front of him. The assassin froze. In his hazy, white-blurred vision, a human figure appeared. He could not make out the figure clearly, and his body grew cold inch by inch. The other party could directly see him even with the divine art active. Without a doubt, the opponent was also a transcendent and of a higher rank than him. I am Aaron Diaz, director of the Hamel Inquisition and a third-rank knight of the Church of the God of War. The person ahead immediately dispel your divine art and state your identity. Blocking the assassin's path, Aaron drew his sword with an expressionless face. At this moment, the Inquisitors who arrived behind Aaron raised their guns in confusion. None of them could see the assassin's figure at first glance. Leon came to the window and saw the scene of the assassin confronting Aaron. He did not speak rashly. He could faintly sense that the assassin was shrouded in an indistinct, hazy black shadow. If his attention wavered even slightly, the figure would become unclear. Judging by the reactions of the other Inquisitors, they could see almost nothing. It seemed that only he and Aaron could capture the assassin's outline, and Aaron saw far more clearly than he did. Immediately dispel your divine art and state your identity. This is your final warning, Aaron said as he stepped toward the assassin. The assassin hesitated for a moment, then suddenly turned and ran. He could not be captured. Aaron did not give chase immediately. Instead, he drew his sword across the ground. Firelight burst forth. A row of blazing flames surged up before the assassin, forming a wall that blocked his escape route. The heat wave rushed toward him, searing his skin. Forced to stop, the assassin found Aaron already closing in rapidly from behind. In desperation, the assassin turned and threw his dagger at Aaron. The dagger became a streak of afterimage, impossible for anyone to see clearly. But Aaron merely swung his sword casually in front of himself. With a clang, the dagger was knocked aside, leaving no opening at all. The assassin drew another dagger, intending to make a final, desperate struggle. At that moment, Aaron pointed his sword at him from a distance, and the assassin immediately felt as if his feet had been filled with lead. The heaviness spread instantly through his entire body, as though the gravity pulling him toward the earth had doubled, forcing him down onto one knee. As he struggled to hold his footing, the ground suddenly became unnaturally soft, like a swamp. He could not move, only watch helplessly as his legs slowly sank into the earth. He was completely trapped. Leon watched in stunned disbelief. The strength Aaron displayed was on an entirely different level from any transcendent Leon had seen before, including himself. There was no escape. Realizing this with absolute clarity, the assassin made a decisive choice. Gripping his dagger, he stabbed it into his own throat without hesitation, slicing through his windpipe completely, leaving no chance for rescue. This was the last neck he would ever cut in his life. Blood sprayed out. Aaron stepped back to avoid the splattering blood. Watching the assassin collapse to the ground, twitch a few times, and then go still, Aaron frowned deeply. Possessing blessed power and choosing suicide without hesitation the moment capture was imminent, this was absolutely not an ordinary assassin. Such a person was not someone Henry Potter could have hired as a bodyguard. Immediately search for Inquisitor Leon Set, he commanded loudly. Sir, Leon called out from the shattered window. I'm here. Seeing the assassin captured and committing suicide, Leon let out a slight sigh of relief. After all, the other party had just witnessed his ability. But with this outcome, tracing the assassin's origins would be rather difficult. Inquisitor Set, are you all right? Aaron looked up at Leon and asked. My arm was stabbed by him, but it's nothing serious, Leon replied. Thank the gods. Seeing his subordinate alive and well, Aaron relaxed and revealed a relieved smile. I found the suspect Potter here. He is already dead. In addition, there are 2 more corpses, likely also killed by that person, Leon reported. Stay there. I'll be there shortly. Aaron turned and began issuing orders, first having someone check the assassin's condition. After confirming death, he assigned 2 people to guard the body, sent a group to search the area, and personally led the remaining men as they forced open the door and stormed into the villa to rendezvous with Leon. Leon clutched his injured arm and turned to look at the chaotic room. Potter's corpse was still slumped where it had been. At the very moment the Inquisition uncovered his dealings, his collaborator Potter had been killed by an assassin of unknown origin. Although he still did not understand what was going on, Leon had already faintly sensed that danger was drawing close. It seemed that his business would ultimately have to be suspended. At the same time, inside the labyrinth workshop, Rena stood before the workbench and dissected a laboratory mouse that had contracted saltification disease and had been administered the special medicine for a period of time. A special medicine formulated with 85% purity mana was already capable of reversing the crystallization appearing on the bodies of mice afflicted with saltification disease. However, judging from the results of several dissections, the progression of the illness within the internal organs was actually still continuing, only at a much slower rate. Rena let out a soft sigh. The current special medicine still could not completely cure saltification disease. But based on the present experimental results, the medicine was already able to reverse surface symptoms, allow patients to regain mobility, and significantly extend their lifespan. If similar effects could be achieved in humans as in animals, then for cases like Mrs. Hesh, who had originally been estimated to have only about 1 year left, continuous medication should be able to extend that to 5 years, or even a little longer. Moreover, before the internal organs deteriorated, patients would still retain the ability to move their limbs and live with a bit more dignity. The efficacy of this medicine was already far beyond anything holy water could compare to. Overall, it could actually already be considered a fairly decent treatment plan, only that it was still far from her goal of making saltification disease disappear entirely. Her research had reached a bottleneck at this point. No matter what she did, the purity of mana could not be raised any further. All that remained was to work on the formula itself. Yet according to the inherited materials left behind by her grandmother's lineage, research in this direction had also more or less been explored to its limit. Without the addition of new knowledge, it would likely be very difficult to achieve any further breakthroughs. Rena felt a trace of melancholy as she temporarily set aside her research and cleaned up the experimental table. Next, she still had to handle the work of tending to the magical beasts. As usual, she prepared water and feed, then pricked her finger with a needle and dripped her own blood into the water. Finally, she placed the water and feed into containers and carefully lowered them into the breeding pool. After winter arrived, the activity of the magical beasts slowed noticeably, and they would temporarily stop reproducing. However, they did not go into hibernation. They still needed regular feeding and care to ensure that there would be a sufficient scale to continue producing mana in the coming year. Furthermore, if she did not feed them a bit of her blood at intervals, the blood pact would lose its effect. The magical beasts would become irritable and aggressive, and would even slaughter each other within the cramped breeding pool. Out of concern for potential accidents, Leon had slaughtered all the adult magical beasts. For the next half year, she would not need to refine mana anymore. With such careful tending and feeding them with plants collected from the labyrinth, once the remaining magical beasts matured next year after accumulating through an entire winter in the labyrinth, the mana yield of the first harvest should be quite considerable. This year, they had sold just over 1 million. If they maintained the same scale of output next year, reaching a transaction volume of 1.5 million should not be a problem. That money-grubbing fellow would probably be ecstatic. Thinking of this, Rena suddenly felt that her line of thought was a bit strange. Know how much money they made, and whether he was happy or not. What did that have to do with her? Her goal had clearly always been to develop a special medicine for saltification disease. Making money had always been Leon's goal. Although, strictly speaking, there were not many people who disliked money, and she was no exception. By now, she possessed roughly 500,000. Having that much money meant she no longer needed to worry about finances in daily life or research, which was indeed a good thing. She had never actually enjoyed living such a frugal life before. Still, she remained worried that the money might attract trouble. She kept only a few tens of thousands of finny at home and placed the rest into a box, burying it in a concealed location, a place her grandmother had originally used to hide tools and books left behind from her days as a witch. She had even considered that, if necessary, she could redistribute the money she had earned back to Leon, allowing him to reach his financial goals sooner. She also knew that Leon's 50-50 profit-sharing terms had already been a concession made with their cooperation in mind. Leon had protected her more than once, and she did not mind giving back a bit more of the money. And that way, she could free herself from that fellow sooner, no longer needing to engage in this kind of tightrope-walking dangerous business with him, wasn't that right? Free herself. At that thought, she unexpectedly hesitated. Once enough money was earned, there seemed to be no reason for them to continue cooperating. Although Leon had said he would continue providing her with protection, and she had agreed to develop medicines to treat injuries and illnesses for Leon, but after that, if she developed the medicine Leon needed, and her research on saltification disease came to a temporary conclusion, would there really be any need for them to have any further connection? At this point, without even realizing it herself, Rena let out a soft sigh. Clang! The sound of a clay jar shattering rang out within the cave, crisp and loud, instantly interrupting Rena's thoughts. Rena jolted awake, her blood seeming to freeze throughout her body. After Karen had broken in here before, in addition to digging out a new exit, Leon had also set up some simple mechanisms at this labyrinth entrance. Some inconspicuous threads were impossible to see in the darkness. Without prior vigilance, they would inevitably be triggered. Once triggered, jars hidden in the shadows would be knocked over and shattered, producing a sound that could be clearly heard throughout this underground space. These were used purely as alarms. To prevent himself and Rena from triggering them by accident, Leon had not set up any dangerous traps. Of course, there was always the possibility that Leon himself might accidentally trigger them when entering, but that had never happened before. There's someone inside, search quickly. A low shout shattered the last trace of hope in Rena's heart. The intruders had clearly realized this was an early warning mechanism. A burst of chaotic, hurried footsteps followed, and another mechanism was triggered. The sound of shattering jars rang out once more. Someone had broken into the labyrinth, and it had to be when Leon was not here. Rena was momentarily terrified out of her wits, but her rationality quickly pulled her scattered soul back. She had to run. Rena immediately dashed toward the exit. As she passed by the table, she hesitated slightly. In the end, she did not take the mana on the table, but instead grabbed the alcohol used for ignition and heating and splashed it onto the oil lamp. Flames immediately spread across the table. Then she rushed out of the workshop and fled deeper into the labyrinth, disappearing into the darkness. This amount of fire was impossible to destroy evidence, but when the intruders reached this area, the firelight would draw their attention, forcing them to divert manpower to put out the fire and protect the scene. That would at least buy her some time to escape. She had learned this trick from Leon. Back then, Leon had used this very method to lure her out of the house to put out a fire. After escaping the workshop, Rena could still hear the chaotic shouts behind her. The faintly glowing plants and mushrooms provided her with barely adequate illumination. She had practiced escaping with Leon several times, but when it truly came time to do so, she could not calm down at all. Her head buzzed, and only one thought repeated over and over in her mind. Get out no matter what. Get out of here first. Leon had taught her that the top priority in such situations was to escape the labyrinth and avoid being caught red-handed. She finally reached the end of the left side fork and felt around until she found the passage Leon had dug. It was low and narrow, well concealed, and only allowed one person to crawl through. Rena crawled into the passage, inching forward in pitch-black darkness. The dozens of meters felt endlessly long. At last, she touched a pile of withered grass. She pushed it aside, and a sliver of faint light shone through the gaps. The withered grass had been used by Leon to conceal the entrance and exit. The exit was offset by more than 10 meters from the original one and was further obscured by dense shrubs. Rena clambered awkwardly out from the thick grass, brushed the dust from her cloak, and after confirming there was no one nearby, immediately moved down the slope toward the foot of the mountain. She had finally escaped the labyrinth. Next, all she needed to do was leave this mountain. The Hamel Inquisition had fewer than 30 people. That number was more than enough to search the labyrinth, but completely insufficient to search an entire mountain. The slope here was not very steep, but without a mountain path, it was still dangerous to traverse. She twisted her ankles several times. Eventually, she passed through the trees on the hillside and approached the foot of the mountain. This was another direction of the mountain, far from Estuary Village. But just as she stepped out from between the trees, several figures abruptly entered her field of vision. Rena froze in place. What she saw was a squad of people wearing light armor, with the church's four-pointed star emblem on their breastplates. These were church personnel. The other side seemed to have already noticed movement coming down the mountain and was closing in to surround her. Rena glanced around and discovered that there were many more people gathered in the distance. From her vantage point alone, she could see at least 30 or more. This was a mountain ceiling search. What had been mobilized was an entire night order of 200 apprentice knights. From the moment the search began, Rena, once she entered the labyrinth, had no chance of escaping at all. "Hello, miss. We are apprentice knights under the Church of the God of War, acting under orders to seal off and search this mountain." A female knight stepped forward and said in a businesslike tone, "May we ask for your cooperation in an investigation?" Rena stood there blankly, unable to give any response. The female knight did not wait for her reply, but instead turned to someone beside her and said quietly, "Notify Bishop Beckett immediately." In the infirmary of the Inquisition, the healing officer finished bandaging Leon's wounds, explained the situation to Aaron Diaz at the side, gave a salute, and then withdrew. The injuries were nothing serious. A few days of rest would be enough. Fortunately, there was nothing troublesome smeared on that dagger, Aaron said. "Thank you, Director," Leon nodded in response. "Regarding that assassin, has any clue been found?" "Not yet." Aaron shook his head. "All we know for now is that he possessed transcendent blessed power and used it to kill Henry Potter at the winery along with 8 other gang members. All of them had their throats slit cleanly with a single strike of a dagger. As for the others, their bodies were hidden throughout various locations inside the winery after the assassinations. Could he have been a client of Henry Potter, or perhaps a partner who learned that Potter had been targeted by the Inquisition and sent someone to silence him?" Leon asked. "I have kept that possibility in mind as well, but the likelihood is not very high. Beneath the winery, we discovered a compounding room that Potter had set up, with 2 apothecaries responsible for brewing magical potions inside. The assassin also found that compounding room and killed both the guards and the apothecaries there. We even found mana that he had taken with him on his body. However, he did not destroy the compounding room. If he were someone connected to Potter's criminal chain, it would be unlikely for him to leave behind so much evidence after killing everyone. Based on everything we uncovered at the winery, together with witness testimony, we can essentially convict Potter already," Aaron replied. Although the one who should have stood trial was now nothing more than a corpse, unable to appear before a tribunal. That assassin, why did he possess that kind of invisibility ability? That power shouldn't have anything to do with the church, right? Leon probed cautiously. The assassin's invisibility ability was known not only to Leon, but also to at least 2 Inquisitors who had witnessed Aaron capturing the assassin. The fact that Leon himself had not been killed did not arouse much suspicion. He had slightly altered the account of his confrontation with the assassin, claiming that the assassin could have easily killed him but never delivered a fatal blow, seemingly wary of the trouble that killing an Inquisitor might bring to his employer. Aaron's gaze dimmed slightly as he lowered his voice. "Unfortunately, there's no doubt about it. That was the blessing of a secret god. That assassin was a blessed transcendent. Could he be someone from the church?" Leon asked, feigning surprise. "Within the church, only those with the status of fully appointed knights, bishops, or other ranked delegate officers had the opportunity to receive blessings. Among the Inquisitors, only directors of local inquisitions or above possessed church rank. In common understanding, aside from witches, only the 4 great churches monopolized the methods of cultivating transcendent beings. Transcendent miracles were the grace of the gods, and the church acted as the gods' will in the mortal world. There have always been apostates within the church, for various reasons," Aaron said, pausing briefly. "Some openly oppose doctrine, some violate church laws and flee out of fear of punishment, some were spies from the very beginning, and some deserted during missions or on the battlefield. Where there is light, there are shadows. The church is no exception." He deliberately did not mention another existing possibility. That was the existence of certain powerful figures who had obtained the methods of cultivating transcendent beings from the church, yet ignored church law and privately raised transcendent servants for their own use. Being able to employ such an assassin, that person behind him couldn't be an ordinary individual, right? Leon continued. The assassin's suicide when escape became impossible had been decisive and resolute, clearly intended to prevent the Inquisition from investigating further through him. Someone was undoubtedly pulling the strings behind the scenes. "We still need further investigation on that," Aaron said as he patted Leon on the shoulder. "Go back and rest first. You did very well today, without a doubt a great contribution. I'll record it for you." "No, I didn't really do anything," Leon said as he stood up. "You undertook the most dangerous task. There's no need to be modest, Aaron said as he walked toward the door. Do you want to rest here for a while, or go home first? Shall I have someone see you off? It's fine. I can go back on my own, Leon replied. Although Potter had not been arrested, he had been killed by someone unknown. Leon was unsure who had been watching the local trade, but regardless, the transaction could no longer continue. He needed to leave as soon as possible to deal with the breeding farm in the labyrinth. All right then, Dash. Aaron was just about to say something more when sudden commotion erupted outside. Immediately afterward, Bishop Beckett's voice rang out in the corridor. Sir, we finally found you. Bishop Beckett, did your operation yield results? Aaron turned around. Yes. Acting on the recommendation, we searched the labyrinth that had been sealed 30 years ago in this area. Inside, we discovered a magical beast breeding farm, confirming that the mana was not smuggled in from outside, but produced locally. Bishop Beckett's words plunged Leon, who was still in the infirmary, into an icy abyss. The labyrinth had been searched by Bishop Beckett. All Inquisitors had been mobilized to raid Potter's estate. Where had they drawn the manpower to search the labyrinth? Potter's estate and the breeding farm in the labyrinth were searched at the same time. So they had already discovered clues long ago and had never intended to give him any chance to react. If the labyrinth had been searched, what about Rena? Then, was the producer of the mana also caught? Aaron continued. There was someone in the labyrinth during the search, but we didn't capture them on the spot. They had privately dug a passage to escape from the labyrinth. However, during the mountain lockdown, our people found 3 individuals, a local hunter, a nearby woodcutter, and a woman who claimed she was gathering herbs in the mountains. To be safe, I brought them all back. I'll take you to have a look. As Bishop Beckett spoke, he led Aaron toward the main hall. Leon snapped back to his senses and hurriedly followed from behind. When Leon entered the hall, he saw several lightly armored knights escorting suspects into the Inquisition, handing them over to the Inquisitors. The Inquisitors respectfully saluted the knights before taking the suspects toward the interrogation rooms. These knights bore no fully appointed insignia of their respective churches. Only a unified 4-pointed star emblem was stamped at the center of their breastplates. They belonged to the Knight Order's apprentice knights who had yet to obtain rank. In terms of duties, they were not much different from church delegate officers, accepting various task deployments. Their status, however, was still slightly higher than that of low-ranking Inquisitors. After all, apprentice knights had the opportunity to advance to fully appointed knights, and not just anyone had the means to become a knight. Leon saw 2 men escorted in first. When the third person was brought in, the world seemed to lose all color for a brief instant, leaving only the faded pale red on the other's shawl glaringly vivid. He saw clearly that Rena was being escorted in, shackled. Rena's face was deathly pale, her eyes filled with terror, like a deer surrounded by wolves. Her gaze swept over the neatly uniformed Inquisitors present. Every Inquisitor wore a mask, except for 3 people. Aaron and Bishop Beckett stood at the rear of the formation, examining the suspects being brought in. There was also another person, standing far behind the 2 of them. At last, she saw Leon. The moment their eyes met, both of them were momentarily at a loss. Then Leon saw Rena's eyes flicker slightly, as if she were conveying some message to him. Before he could respond in any way, Rena had already looked away. After the 3 suspects were taken inside, Leon heard Bishop Beckett begin reporting to Aaron. We conducted a preliminary interrogation. The woodcutter and the hunter have basically confessed. The only problem is the last girl. She's the most suspicious. She claims she went up the mountain to gather herbs, but when asked about her name and address, she kept evading the questions. Do you think she's the witch producing the mana? Aaron asked. The possibility is quite high. However, we didn't find Moylai's altar in the labyrinth. The location for mana extraction shouldn't be outside Hamiltown. I've already sent people to nearby villages to ask around. We should have results soon. Once we know where she's from, we'll immediately conduct a search. As long as we find decisive evidence at a location connected to her, her lack of cooperation won't matter, Bishop Beckett replied. Hearing this, Leon suddenly understood the meaning behind Rena's earlier glance. Rena had not yet revealed the crucial information. The Inquisition would only have a chance to search the cellar hiding the altar after they found out her address through inquiries. He still had time. Sir, how is the situation on your side? Bishop Beckett and Aaron continued discussing the case. Henry Potter is dead. An assassin blessed by a secret god slaughtered everyone in the estate, then committed suicide when captured. Fortunately, we still found evidence of Potter manufacturing magical potions, Aaron said. A blessed assassin? Bishop Beckett's brows immediately knitted together. In a corner unnoticed by the two men, Leon silently retreated, quickly disappearing into the corridor as he headed for the side entrance of the Inquisition. The morgue of the Inquisition. Aaron and Bishop Beckett stood side by side before the killer's corpse, both wearing birdbeak masks designed for protection against toxic fumes. Do you recognize this face? Aaron asked Bishop Beckett for confirmation. As far as I know, there is no such person within the church, including among those apostates officially registered. Bishop Beckett shook his head. I fear this was an assassin privately cultivated by someone. Starting from Henry Potter's enemies or competitors, are there any suspects who fit? Aaron continued. The likelihood that Potter's clients or collaborators would send an assassin to eliminate him without destroying the evidence was low. If it were Potter's enemies, however, it would be far more plausible. After a moment of contemplation, Bishop Beckett replied, Your Highness, perhaps we can also consider a different angle. This assassin may not necessarily have been targeting him. You mean? Aaron turned his head and found Bishop Beckett staring straight at him. He immediately understood the implication. Me? You think this was an assassin sent after me by my Imperial elder sister or her faction? We cannot rule out that concern. Then why kill Potter? And if the goal was to kill me, they should have sent someone more capable. Aaron raised his doubts. Killing others could also be done to muddy the waters and interfere with the investigation, especially when targeting someone as important as yourself. And even if they fail to kill you, they can still obstruct your ability to earn merit within the church, Bishop Beckett said. Because of this assassin, they had been unable to bring Potter before the tribunal. Although Potter's guilt could still be established, the assassin had become a major point of doubt in the case, making the conclusion somewhat unsightly. Bishop Beckett's suggestion was extremely pragmatic. If the assassin were inferred to be part of an attempt on His Highness the Prince's life, it would instead highlight Aaron's hardships in handling the case, allowing those within the church willing to support the prince to further affirm his achievements. Furthermore, it is good that you have confidence in your own strength, but you must never be careless. Even you could be in danger if attacked from the shadows. I also heard that you initially intended to personally carry out the infiltration mission. You should not have risked yourself so recklessly, Bishop Beckett continued. I merely felt that I was the most suitable, Aaron said. But Inquisitor Set insisted on taking the mission. He was injured as a result, though fortunately the injuries were not serious. May the heavens bless the brave. Then I truly must thank him. We should pay him a visit afterward, Bishop Beckett said, subtly shifting the topic. There is something that concerns me. Aaron suddenly pointed at the killer's eyes. The autopsy report says there were ulcers on the eyes, along with severe congestion, as if lime had been sprinkled on them. Perhaps he was accidentally splashed by some chemical while committing the murder in the apothecary room. No wonder he failed to kill Inquisitor Set. Enough. Your Highness, let the coroner examine this more carefully. Why don't I take you to have a look at the labyrinth instead? Bishop Beckett proposed, clearly trying to divert Aaron's attention away from the assassin. All right, let's go now. Aaron agreed, turning and leaving the morgue. Before leaving, Bishop Beckett pulled the white cloth back over the assassin's body. As he caught one final glimpse of the killer's face, the brows beneath his mask furrowed slightly, and a trace of barely perceptible irritation flashed through his eyes. Not long after, Aaron and Bishop Beckett appeared inside the labyrinth, where several apprentice knights were moving back and forth, collecting evidence in the labyrinth workshop. So they really were breeding magical beasts inside the labyrinth and extracting mana. No wonder we could never track down the smuggling route for this batch of goods. Aaron looked around and sighed. Only the Earl Foyle could have thought of this. The Earl Foyle, the most powerful newly risen lord in the Eastern Empire, was on good terms with the family of Prince Aaron's mother and was also Aaron's strongest supporter as a contender for the throne. When Bishop Beckett was younger and studying within the church, he had once received the Earl Foyle's patronage. On the surface, he was the Earl's close friend, and at the Earl's request, he assisted the prince in entering the church to secure support. This time, Aaron's temporary appointment to take charge of the investigation at the Hamiltown Inquisition in South Harbor County had been suggested by the Earl Foyle. The Earl was deeply concerned with the progress of the case and frequently kept in contact with Bishop Beckett. It was also he who proposed the hypothesis that the high-purity mana might have been produced locally and was connected to the labyrinth from 30 years ago. He had even specifically leveraged his connections to temporarily deploy a knight order from the church under Bishop Beckett's command, coordinating with Aaron to raid Potter's estate. while simultaneously searching the sealed labyrinths near Hamiltown. Aaron knew that without the Earl foil, they would surely still be running in circles, fruitlessly investigating smuggling routes. Within the Empire, mana was basically all smuggled in from abroad. Domestic production generally involved hunting magical beasts in unsealed labyrinths, or small-scale breeding near labyrinths for refinement. Cases like this secretly breeding magical beasts deep inside a sealed labyrinth were exceedingly rare. Because not many people have the conditions to do so, Bishop Beckett echoed. Active labyrinths were extremely dangerous. Magical beasts naturally multiplied within them, forming clans and entire ecosystems. Wild magical beasts could appear anywhere, and there were predatory relationships among them. Even witches found them difficult to control, let alone carving out space for breeding. Moreover, the church could execute a sealing operation and intrude at any time. A sealed labyrinth, however, would no longer generate magical beasts, yet residual magical power remained, making it extremely suitable for breeding. But after sealing a labyrinth, the church would destroy its passages, leaving only a single concealed entrance for Inquisition patrols. Only the Inquisition possessed knowledge of that entrance's location. If one did not have access to Inquisition intelligence, then it would require someone who happened to discover the entrance and who also had the means and the audacity to carry out such a scheme. I remember that a long time ago there seemed to have been a similar case in Foyle, wasn't there? Aaron asked casually, his back turned to Bishop Beckett. A fleetingly strange expression crossed Bishop Beckett's face before returning to normal. Yes, 20 years ago, a witch was once found breeding magical beasts in a labyrinth in Foyle. After being captured, she committed suicide by poison in prison. Then this time, how did the person breeding the magical beasts learn the location of the labyrinth entrance? Aaron pondered. Personally, I believe the likelihood of an internal intelligence leak is very high, Bishop Beckett said. You mean Karen Esso was involved? Aaron asked. Before assuming their posts, they had already investigated Karen and quickly obtained evidence of his involvement in illegal transactions for profit in Hamiltown. Seen this way, the establishment of this labyrinth breeding site might very well have had a direct connection to Karen. That possibility cannot be ruled out. If it is true, then it would constitute an extremely serious crime of apostasy, Bishop Beckett said. Then the possibility that Karen fled in fear of punishment also can't be ruled out, can it? Aaron said. That is not necessarily the case. Bishop Beckett shook his head, recalling the Earl Foyle's speculation regarding increased mana purity. At that moment, an apprentice knight called out to them. Two sirs, we found this at the scene. The two turned around to see two knights carrying over several wooden barrels. At first glance, the barrels appeared to be filled with piles of crushed stone. These are... Aaron failed to recognize them at once. Bishop Beckett sniffed lightly, catching a peculiar, meaty stench. He bent down to examine them carefully, then spoke. These are fragments of corpses petrified by magical beast venom. I believe we have found Karen Esso's body. Petrified corpses could be preserved for a long time. By feeding them to magical beasts in batches, one could maximize the production of high-purity mana. The Earl Foyle's conjecture was once again confirmed. Take them away for detailed identification, Aaron immediately ordered, then turned to Bishop Beckett. If this place was established by Esso, and he also died here, then was he betrayed? Internal conflict. At present, the clues are still insufficient. Both Esso and Potter are dead, and we can't ask anything of them. What we need most now is to find the witch's evidence of guilt. With decisive evidence, we will have the authority to employ all interrogation methods, and then we may have a chance to extract the full truth from her mouth, Bishop Beckett said. A girl who looks to be only 16, could she really be that Fenrir? Supplying Henry Potter and killing Karen Esso. Aaron recalled the petite figure who looked inexperienced in the world, finding the doubts hard to dispel. In the end, whether she was even a witch at all remained unknown. Sir, when facing heresy, you cannot judge by appearances. Even the most innocent-looking witch is extremely dangerous. Karen was poisoned. So long as one chooses the right moment to administer poison, it can be done. Nearly all the key figures in this case are already dead. We must find the witch who produced the mana in order to close the case. Bishop Beckett emphasized. Only by successfully closing the case could Aaron obtain merits fully recognized by the church. I know. Aaron exhaled deeply. At this moment, an apprentice knight rushed in hurriedly and saluted the two, reporting to both sirs. We have identified the suspect. She is a villager from Rivermouth Village at the southern foothills. Her name is Rena Lothark, 16 years old, living alone in a house in the forest at the foot of the mountain. Get to the point. You searched the place, right? Did you find anything? Bishop Beckett urged, his eyes gleaming with anticipation for evidence. We conducted a thorough search of the suspect's residence. The apprentice knight hesitated briefly, then continued his report. But so far, no clues have been found. Rena's wooden cottage apprentice knights moved in and out of the house, turning the place upside down from the inside to the courtyard and then to the cellar. Some even held shovels as they patrolled the courtyard and the outer perimeter, checking whether there were any suspicious spots that needed digging. Aaron and Bishop Beckett stood side by side in the cellar, each holding a lantern. Are you sure you haven't found anything suspicious? Bishop Beckett asked the apprentice knight behind him. So far, no, except we found a bit of backfilling traces under the table. The apprentice knight chose his words carefully. You dug it up and took a look? Bishop Beckett glanced beneath the table and saw there really was a pit there. We did. There was nothing inside, only a very deep crack at the bottom. The apprentice knight said. A crack. Bishop Beckett fell into thought. He looked at the wooden workbench placed in the cellar and ran a finger across the tabletop. His finger stayed clean, not picking up any dust at all. You wiped this place down? He turned his head to confirm with the apprentice knight. Other than searching for evidence, we didn't do anything unnecessary. The apprentice knight denied. It really looks like there's nothing here. Aaron also didn't see any clues at a glance. Having nothing is suspicious in itself, sir. Look, both tables here are very clean. They were likely used often. So in a cellar with poor lighting. What could she have been doing on these tables? Carpentry, sewing, or brewing potions? Bishop Beckett raised the question. But there aren't any tools here. Maybe it was simply cleaned. Aaron thought for a moment and said, yes, nothing at all like it was, deliberately cleared out. Bishop Beckett ran his fingertips doubtfully over the tabletop, then suddenly frowned. You found something? Aaron asked. Bishop Beckett lifted the lantern to shine on the surface and found a circular indentation, a mark left by a heavy object pressing on the table over many years. Inside the circular indentation, there were faintly a few straight-line marks, but it was hard to tell what pattern they formed. Sir, please look at this. He beckoned Aaron over to see, then used his finger to trace a pentagram within the circular indentation. Those line-like dents seemed to match several strokes of the pentagram exactly. Aaron looked twice and understood what he meant. You mean there used to be an altar here? The Moai altars confiscated by the church were usually cylindrical, like an enormous chopping block, both sides planed flat. One side would be carved with magic arrays and runes, while the reverse would be carved in the shape of a pentagram. If this workbench had still been in use recently, then I'm thinking when that which was captured, the altar was sitting right here, and all the potion brewing tools were here too. Bishop Beckett speculated. But you already caught her. How could she move the evidence? Aaron met Bishop Beckett's gaze. As they looked at each other, both their expressions grew heavy. When the night orders sealed the mountain and searched, this cottage had been outside the blockade perimeter. While the witch had been surrounded in the mountains, she hadn't had time to return home to move evidence, and then she had been taken under their control. That meant someone had gotten ahead of them and helped the witch move the evidence. From the moment they captured Rena Lothark to the moment they found her address and began the search, only 3 to 4 hours had passed. If the other party had been able to use those 3 to 4 hours to move evidence, it meant he could sense the direction of their investigation. Of course, this was only one possibility. In reality, the other party might have noticed the night order's sealing operation nearby, realized that Rena had likely been arrested, and moved the evidence for her. But no matter what, the inference pointed to one possibility: this witch had accomplices. That also explained why, after Rena's arrest, she had refused to reveal her personal information the entire time. She had been buying time for her partner to move the evidence. But it's all just conjecture. It won't be of any use in the tribunal. Aaron shook his head. A single indentation on a tabletop hardly counted as any key evidence. They couldn't even apply to the tribunal for the right to use judicial torture on the grounds of major suspicion. Bishop Beckett took out his pocket watch to check the time. 5 hours had passed since Rena Lothark's arrest. They had found out her identity and address, and they had even found the workshop where magical beasts were being raised, yet they still hadn't found decisive evidence that could close the case. He instinctively sensed that the hope of finding physical evidence was growing slimmer and slimmer. Sir, it seems we can only try starting from testimony. Let's go meet that girl. Bishop Beckett put away his pocket watch. In Rena's past imagination, the interrogation room had been a dark, damp, cold room, with only a single oil lamp illuminating the Inquisitor's frigid birdbeak mask. But it wasn't until Leon described it to her that she learned the interrogation room was actually very bright ablaze with light. Several fire pits lit the room wide and clear, and mirrors reflected the firelight onto her as she was shackled to a chair. Every movement of a suspect could be seen clearly, and the strong light made it hard for a suspect to sleep. The oppressive heat made time crawl. Even if there were no questions at all, and one was merely left there, the psychological pressure would keep rising. Not every suspect would be treated like this. This kind of pressure meant that, in the Inquisition's judgment, her suspicion was very high, an ominous sign. But at the same time, it also meant they still hadn't found even a shred of corroborating evidence, couldn't obtain approval to use judicial torture on her, and could only resort to nonviolent means like this. She didn't know how many hours had passed since she had been sent to the interrogation room. Finally, someone came in to question her. Aaron and Bishop Beckett entered the room and looked Rena over from a short distance away as she was shackled to the chair. Rena raised her face, but she couldn't see their faces clearly because of the glare from the mirrors. Aaron casually adjusted the mirror's angle so the light no longer shone directly into her face. If they couldn't see the other party's expression, it was also disadvantageous to the interrogation. Suspect Rena Lockhart, are you still refusing to honestly confess your crimes? Bishop Beckett spoke harshly. What crimes? I don't know what you're talking about. Rena spoke in a voice choked with sobs. I was only gathering herbs in the mountains. Why did you arrest me? The sob in her voice wasn't acting. She was truly terrified to the extreme. But she still remembered the technique Leon had taught her. Whatever her emotions were didn't matter, but she absolutely must not admit anything. When you were caught, you didn't even have a basket. What herbs were you gathering? And besides, the place you were heading down the mountain from was in the opposite direction from your village. Bishop Beckett pressed. I accidentally fell down a slope. I lost the basket then. I couldn't climb back up, so I could only follow the slope down. Rena gave the explanation she had rehearsed countless times in her mind. Then why, even now, are you refusing to give your name and where you live? That doesn't look like the reaction of an innocent person. Bishop Beckett said. I was just too afraid. Rena replied softly. We are the church. Only heretics fear us. So you admit you're a witch. Bishop Beckett said. I said I'm not a witch. I heard that once the Inquisition finds someone's address, they can stuff incriminating evidence into that person's home, then arrest them and beat a confession out of them. Are you planning to do that to me now? Rena asked back in a trembling voice. No one will do such a thing, Miss Lockhart. I swear on my honor, the church guarantees your lawful rights, on the condition that you are truly innocent and willing to cooperate. Aaron said, We've already found your name, so naturally we've also found your residence and every location connected to you. You'd better hurry and recall what you did in your home's cellar, otherwise we'll have no choice but to use judicial torture on you. Bishop Beckett sneered. At that instant, Rena's heart lurched upward. Her altar had been hidden in the cellar, but she immediately remembered what Leon had taught her. The stronger the Inquisitor's pressure during an interrogation, the more it proved they had no decisive physical evidence and had to obtain her testimony. She could only trust that Leon had already dealt with the physical evidence before they got there. I don't know what you're talking about. Even if you put something in my home to frame me, I won't admit it. She mustered her courage and glared at the two of them. Aaron and Bishop Beckett quietly exchanged a glance, both vaguely realizing that this interrogation might not yield progress easily. After quite some time, once they left the interrogation room, Bishop Beckett, who had kept a cold, rigid face the whole time, let out a weary sigh. They had run back and forth all day. They had raided Potter's estate, found the breeding ground within the labyrinth, and captured the key suspect only to hit a wall at the final step of evidence collection. They hadn't been able to seize the critical physical evidence, and suspect Rena Lockhart showed no sign of budging. Personally, I still think she has problems, Bishop Beckett said. Her answers didn't have any obvious flaws. Aaron said, the suspect's counter-interrogation awareness seemed very strong, like she had experience being interrogated, but the church's case files have no record of her. We also can't completely rule out that she isn't the person we're looking for. Aaron pondered. Send her back to the holding cells. Let Carolyn watch her for now. Your Highness, there are more than enough suspicious points about her, Bishop Beckett said. But those are useless in the tribunal. We can't use judicial torture on her. She's only a suspect. We must guarantee her rights. Aaron said solemnly. Your Highness, detention has a time limit. Once it expires, we must release her. If we can't find the witch, closing the case like that is unacceptable to us. Bishop Beckett emphasized. If, in the end, the report they submitted only proved Potter's crimes, and also found that the mana came from the local area, but failed to seize the witch who extracted the mana and might not even be able to prove the suspect's guilt and couldn't determine the true culprit who killed Karen Esso. A conclusion like that couldn't be called merit. Instead, it might lead to doubts about His Highness the Prince's capabilities. But we can't violate procedure. We are the guardians of the law. We absolutely must not commit any act that tramples the law. Aaron stared at Bishop Beckett. I won't allow you to force a confession in private. No, Your Highness. What I mean is precisely to follow procedure. By identifying the magical beast's magical power levels, we can basically infer that the petrified, fragmented corpse is Esso's body. That barely meets the standard for a major case. Bishop Beckett took a deep breath, as if making a decision. In your name, and with your relationship with the Earl Foyle, perhaps we can contact Cardinal Stewart of the Prophet Church. You mean? Aaron's brows knit slightly. We can apply for the Prophet Church's supreme investigation warrant. Bishop Beckett said seriously. The Church's only means of fully identifying a witch. Leon, big brother? Leon, big brother. Leon jolted awake amid Melissa's light pushing and calling, his face drenched in cold sweat. For a brief moment after opening his eyes, he could not even remember what time it was, nor where he was. Leon, big brother? Melissa stood by the bedside and called again worriedly. Leon turned his head and saw Melissa. Only then did he remember that he was sleeping in his own room, as yesterday's memories slowly surfaced. Yesterday, after changing clothes, he had left the Inquisition, gone to the relay station to rent a carriage, and rushed straight to Rivermouth Village. Fortunately, when he found Rena's residence, the Church's people had not yet arrived. Using the key Rena had given him, he opened the cellar door and cleared out everything that could possibly become evidence, including the altar and experimental tools, as well as the remaining magical potions used to treat saltification disease. When he struggled to hoist the heavy altar onto the carriage, the wound on his arm even split open because of it. Fearing that the Church's people might arrive at any moment, he hastily wrapped it up and drove off. As he passed through the village, he happened to see apprentice knights everywhere in the village, asking around for information. He covered his face with a dust veil and drove the carriage past them. Fortunately, their attention was focused on asking about Rena, and they did not notice him. After returning to the city, he avoided attention and found a place to hide those deadly pieces of evidence. By then, it was already deep into the night, and he was so exhausted that he was on the verge of collapse. Although he was still very worried about Rena's situation, at that time he ultimately had no legitimate reason to return to the Inquisition, and the toll from his injuries and prolonged high pressure had completely drained his strength. The rest of his memories were even somewhat blurred. He seemed to have returned home, treated the bleeding wound once more, and then collapsed into unconscious sleep. Though exhausted to the extreme, his sleep had been very restless. Bizarre, chaotic dreams kept tormenting his mind. After waking up, he could not remember a single detail, only that his clothes were soaked through with cold sweat. Melissa? Leon came back to his senses and realized that Melissa standing in his room was highly unusual. That meant that when he staggered back to his room yesterday, he had not locked the door at all. No, he had probably not even closed it properly. Melissa must have heard some noise downstairs and come over to take a look. Leon, big brother, you were breathing heavily the whole time while you slept, and your face was covered in sweat. So I came in to wake you. Melissa said worriedly, her gaze shifting to Leon's bandaged arm. You're injured again? I was stabbed during a mission. It's nothing serious, Leon replied casually. He glanced at the morning light streaming in through the window. What time is it now? The 8 o'clock bell just rang. Mom is still lying down. I was just about to make breakfast. Leon, big brother, what would you like to eat? Melissa asked. I don't really have an appetite right now, Leon said softly, getting up to change clothes. I need to go to work. Recalling Rena being caught yesterday, that nauseating pressure returned to Leon once again. Having finally recovered a bit of strength, all he wanted now was to hurry to the Inquisition to see what the situation was. You're injured, and you still want to go to work? You should rest. At least eat a little. You need to recover. Melissa urged anxiously. I'm fine, Melissa. Leon forced a smile at her. At that moment, a knock on the door suddenly rang out. Leon and Melissa both froze for a moment. Then Melissa reacted and walked toward the door. coming. She was a little confused. After her mother fell ill and the family incurred debts, there were rarely any visitors aside from debt collectors. But debt collectors usually did not knock so gently. They were far more aggressive. She opened the door to find a well-dressed, handsome young man standing outside, wearing a refined, courteous smile and holding a gift box in his hands. "Hello, little sister. May I ask if this is the home of Inquisitor Leon Set?" Aaron, standing outside, asked Melissa in a warm tone. "Why, yes. Leon, big brother." Melissa replied nervously. Just as she was about to turn and call Leon, she realized Leon was already standing behind her. "Director, what brings you here?" Leon looked surprised and also somewhat tense. After all, he had just transferred a batch of crucial evidence. Being visited by his direct superior at such a time made it easy to imagine that something had been exposed. "I'm here to visit the sick." Showing concern for an injured subordinate is proper etiquette for a superior, especially since you were injured on my behalf. "By both reason and sentiment, I should come see you," Aaron said. Hearing this, Leon finally relaxed inwardly and returned a polite smile. "You're too kind. I'm really flattered. Please, come in." Melissa quickly stepped aside to let Aaron enter the house. Aaron glanced at Melissa and asked Leon, "Is this your younger sister?" "She's my landlady's daughter, Melissa." Leon introduced her, then said to Melissa, "Melissa, this is Director Diaz of the Inquisition, my direct superior." Hello. Learning his identity, Melissa grew even more nervous and subconsciously lowered her head. "Hello, Melissa," Aaron replied with a smile. "I'll go pour some water." Melissa suddenly realized and hurried into the kitchen. "Sorry for visiting so abruptly. I checked your address at the Inquisition and came straight over. This is holy water for healing. I hope you recover soon," Aaron said, lifting the gift box toward Leon. "You're far too polite. Please, come in and sit for a while," Leon replied courteously. "Will it disturb your landlady?" Aaron asked. "It's fine. Please, come inside," Leon said as he led Aaron to the dining table. Seeing that the house had no living room and that guests could only be seated by the dining table, Aaron blinked, then sat down without comment. "Please have some water," Melissa said as she set the glasses before them. Seeing that it was not tea, but simply boiled water, Aaron still smiled and nodded. "Thank you, Melissa." He keenly noticed the calluses on Melissa's hands. He had never seen a child of her age with such hands. The worn furniture that was used until it was falling apart, unwilling to be replaced, as well as Melissa's clothing, all made him clearly feel the family's hardship. "Melissa, go upstairs and take care of your mother. I'll entertain the director here," Leon said, giving her a meaningful look. Okay." Melissa suddenly understood. After her mother contracted saltification disease, it was only thanks to the holy water privately provided by Bishop Leona that her condition had improved. Such a matter could not conveniently be known to the church. Just in case, she should go upstairs to remind her mother. After Melissa went upstairs, Aaron looked at Leon. "Is your landlady ill?" "Saltification disease," Leon answered after a moment of silence. Aaron was taken aback for a moment, then immediately understood why this family was so impoverished. "That child must have it very hard, doesn't she?" Aaron recalled the calluses on Melissa's hands. "Yes, their family has some debts." Leon briefly explained Melissa's family situation, and Aaron's brows gradually knit together as he listened. There were many such impoverished families in this country, yet given his status, he rarely had the chance to come into contact with them. At present, he needed to conceal his identity and could not directly provide help that would change this family's circumstances. At most, after he left Hamiltown, he could arrange for someone to anonymously send some things to help them out. Moreover, saltification disease was incurable. Even with his resources, there was nothing he could do. "Melissa seems quite close to you. You often help them out, don't you?" Aaron said. "I only do what I can," Leon replied softly. The look in Aaron's eyes as he gazed at Leon grew increasingly appreciative. After a moment, he spoke in a formal tone. "Inquisitor Set, I've been thinking since yesterday. I intend to promote you to captain of Team 3. Are you willing to accept?" This. Leon was greatly surprised. "With my seniority, is it appropriate?" "The captain position of Team 3 is still vacant. Your performance yesterday was better than those captains. I believe you are fully capable and qualified for it," Aaron said seriously. "After we return, I'll write the letter of appointment. Once you've recovered and returned, you'll be the captain." "Thank you, sir." Leon forced a smile. To be honest, even with a promotion at a time like this, he really could not feel happy. Rena was still being detained. "By the way, sir, How did yesterday's case turn out? When I left, I heard that the witch had already been caught. Leon smoothly steered the conversation. Well, about that we ran into a bit of trouble. Aaron sighed softly. He briefly explained the situation of yesterday's investigation to Leon. As an Inquisitor involved in the case, Leon was qualified to know the details. If there's no evidence, then if the suspect never confesses, after 30 days wouldn't we only be able to? Leon probed cautiously. Procedurally speaking, yes, Aaron nodded. Hearing this, Leon finally relaxed inwardly. Lowering his eyes, he said, I see. Aaron seemed like a by-the-book superior who valued reputation more than profit, completely different from Karen. It seemed he would not violate procedure and privately use torture on Rena. All the evidence had already been hidden by him. As long as Rena did not confess and held out until the end of the detention period, she could escape conviction. Aaron took Leon's reaction as regret. After all, Leon had risked his life and been injured to solve the case. In the end, they had caught a highly suspicious suspect, yet lacked evidence to send her to the tribunal. After thinking for a moment, he lowered his voice and said to Leon, However, you don't need to worry. Bishop Beckett has already applied for the highest investigative order from the Prophet Church. As long as we obtain a guilty determination from the Cardinal, we'll confirm the suspect as a witch. Leon felt as if he had been struck on the head. What did you say? Isn't it that the Church has no way to determine a witch? No, there actually is a method, just that very few people know about it. I can't go into the details. In any case, don't worry about the case. Focus on recovering, Aaron said. Aaron reached out and lightly patted Leon's shoulder. But to Leon, each pat felt as if a mountain of weight had come crashing down. Sally Hesh woke up on the bed, propping herself up tiredly as she struggled to sit. She saw Melissa Hesh crouching beside the attic staircase, carefully paying attention to the movements downstairs. What's wrong, Melissa? Sally said as she got up, only to suddenly feel dizzy and sit back down onto the bed. Mom. Melissa turned back in alarm and hurried to her mother's side. What's wrong? I'm fine. I just felt a bit dizzy when I got up, Sally said with a soft smile. You're dizzy again? Melissa worriedly reached out to check Sally's forehead. Fortunately, it didn't feel hot this time. After using the special medicine given by Bishop Leona, Sally's condition had clearly improved. Her legs had become more nimble, strength had returned to her upper body, and the effects of the medication over the recent period had even caused the crystallized portions on the surface of her body to peel away, growing tender, smooth new skin. However, until the last consultation, Bishop Leona had always told them very seriously that the current medicine was still incapable of curing the illness. It could only alleviate symptoms and prolong life. The progression of the disease inside the body was still slowly advancing. In fact, once it reached a certain stage, Sally's improvement had reached its limit. Although her body had regained mobility, it remained extremely weak. She would occasionally experience abdominal pain and dizziness, sometimes accompanied by fever. Moreover, over the past few months, the symptoms had shown a tendency to become more frequent. As Bishop Leona had said, the disease process was still slowly eroding Sally's body. Even so, for Sally, the past half-year had been far better than lying bedridden before, clinging to life without dignity. It's fine. I'm not dizzy anymore. Sitting for a bit will do. Pour me a glass of water. Sally forced a smile. Melissa picked up the kettle and cup from the cabinet and poured her a glass of water. Just as Sally took the cup, she suddenly heard some movement downstairs. Is Mr. Leon still here at this hour today? Sally was a little surprised. At this time, Leon was usually already at work, or he simply hadn't come back overnight. Brother Leon has a guest today. It's his superior, so we need to be careful and not let him know about Bishop Leona. Melissa gestured with a shushing motion. Oh, I see. Sally immediately understood. At that moment, the sound of a door closing came from downstairs. Seems like he's gone. Melissa glanced over. I'll go take a look. Melissa walked down the hallway and saw Leon standing with his back to her in the entryway. The door was closed, and it looked like Leon had just seen his superior off. Brother Leon, has that gentleman left? Melissa asked. Yes, Leon replied in a low voice. For some reason, Melissa felt that Leon's tone and the aura radiating from his back were a little different from usual. She still walked down, retied her apron around herself, and suggested, Then you probably don't need to go to work, right? I'll make breakfast for you. Melissa went into the kitchen and began taking out ingredients to prepare. At that moment, Leon, who was standing in the entryway, spoke up. No need, Melissa. I suddenly remembered there's something I need to take care of right away. I have to head out. Immediately after, the sound of the door opening was heard. Huh. Melissa froze and turned back out of the kitchen, but she only heard the door closing. Leon's figure had already disappeared from the entryway. At the East District Church of Hamilton, Leon looked up at the emblem on the church, formed by hourglass-shaped lines intertwined with a four-pointed star emblem. This was a prophet church that primarily worshipped the supreme god. The four gods of origin worshipped by the church the supreme god, the god of war, the creator, and the secret god appeared in myths and church works as the prophet, the warrior, the craftsman, and the traveler respectively. Among them, the supreme god, who manifested as the prophet, held a higher status than the other three gods. He was the apex of the four-pointed star. The authority he governed was time, the origin, and the end of all things. He was omniscient, knowing the past, present, and future. He was history itself, the embodiment of knowledge, and the patron god of all who wielded the pen, scholars, writers, bards, teachers, and the like. Although the supreme god held the highest status, the prophet church and its clergy were the fewest among the four great churches, because the standards for evaluating its exclusive clergy were the most stringent. Across all districts and villages of Hamilton, there were actually 10 churches in total. Only this one was a prophet church, and the one presiding here was Father Raymond Auden. Leon strode into the church courtyard. At this time, there were no townsfolk visiting. The doors of the main hall were closed, and only a young menial could be seen sweeping in front of them. "Excuse me, is Father Auden here?" Leon asked. "Ah, sorry. The father just went out dash." The menial spoke as he raised his head, then suddenly stopped when he saw Leon. He carefully examined Leon's face, and his gaze instantly became sharp and alert. Leon sensed something and tentatively asked, "Is the father waiting for me?" "Yes." The menial suddenly straightened his expression, glanced outside, set down his broom, and lowered his voice. "Please follow me." Leon followed the menial around the main hall of the church, along a side corridor into the monastery area restricted to internal personnel, and finally arrived at a single-story building in the corner that looked like a warehouse. The menial knocked on the door in a specific rhythm and called inside. "Father, the guest you mentioned earlier has arrived." After a moment, the door opened. Father Auden's aged face appeared behind it. Seeing Leon, he instructed the menial, "You may go. If anyone comes later, tell them I've gone out." "Yes," the menial replied and immediately left the monastery. At Father Auden's gesture, Leon entered the building and discovered that it wasn't a warehouse at all, but a fairly tidy study. A desk surrounded by bookshelves was piled high with documents. "I was wondering when you'd come to see me. Potter died, and you didn't even tell me in time," Father Auden said as he locked the door and walked past Leon. "You already knew he was dead?" Leon was somewhat surprised. Potter had only been killed yesterday, yet Father Auden had already received the news. "I have my own sources. I knew his estate was searched and that he died, but I don't know how he died." "You had no reason to shoot him dead, did you?" Father Auden asked. "No. It was an assassin killer with the blessing of the Star Knight's secret god. When we arrived, he had already killed everyone. Then when Aaron Diaz captured him, he committed suicide," Leon replied. "A blessed assassin?" Father Auden frowned deeply. "You have a lead?" "The only one I can think of is the Earl. Among Potter's enemies, only the Earl had that capability, which is why I warned Potter early on." Father Auden shrugged. "That doesn't seem right. The Earl had the ability to directly apply pressure on the Inquisition. Back then, the Inquisition was just one step away from finishing Potter off. Sending an assassin at that point would only complicate things," Leon questioned. "That is indeed strange, but we have no way of knowing what their actual situation is, or what other plans they might have. Potter dying before being formally apprehended actually saves us trouble. The key now is that we need to handle the aftermath properly." Father Auden spread his hands toward Leon. "To be honest, I'm very busy right now. A pile of Potter's assets urgently needs to be dealt with and transferred to avoid being seized by the church. So keep it brief. Do you have new information to tell me, or do you want me to launder money for you?" They were all people connected to Potter, and there were links among them. In a sense, they were now all in the same boat. "My person was arrested," Leon said bluntly. "Your person? Is it important?" Father Auden immediately became alert. If Leon's subordinate had been arrested and implicated Leon himself, then Father Auden would need to make additional safeguards for his own sake. "It was the witch who refined mana for me. My apothecary room was also raided at the same time yesterday, Leon said gravely. They even tracked down your place? And that which you could refine people into poison was actually caught. Father Auden's expression turned solemn. Since you're still standing here, that means she didn't give you up, right? Not for now. I taught her beforehand. And before the church searched, I moved all the evidence, Leon said. You plan to drag it out for 30 days until she's released? Can she hold on? If Karen Esso were still around, he wouldn't care about so many rules, Father Auden reminded him. Judicial torture required approval, but not all inquisitions strictly followed procedures. There were always those who tried every means to force a confession, fabricate evidence afterward, and then send it to the tribunal for conviction. But Aaron Diaz won't do that, Leon said firmly. That's possible. If his status is special and the merits he's pursuing have to be perfectly clean, then unauthorized torture would indeed be problematic. But at the same time, they won't accept an unsolved case being dragged on indefinitely either. You'd better not be too optimistic, Father Auden cautioned. No, they went through another process. Aaron Diaz told me they applied for a supreme investigation warrant, saying it's the only method the church has to identify a witch. Before Leon could finish, Father Auden's eyes widened. A supreme investigation warrant? Are you sure that's what they said? You know what that is? Leon looked at the priest seriously. He had come specifically to Father Auden to find out what the supreme investigation warrant was. Father Auden sank into thought. After quite a while, he finally spoke. At present, within the Prophet Church, including the Pope, there are 3 people who possess miracles recognized by the Church as omniscients. Through divination-based divine arts, they can uncover the key past information of a person and restore the full truth of the cases that person experienced with 100% accuracy. It's said that using such a miracle requires several months of recuperation. That's extremely troublesome for cardinals who are swamped with affairs, so very few cases can move them. But on the other hand, as long as any one of them gives approval, the Prophet Church can activate a supreme investigation warrant. Once the suspect is sent to the imperial capital, their judgment can serve as decisive evidence. Leon felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. Using divination to judge a case? Something that absurd can be acknowledged. There's no doubt that their miracles are real. Every handled case can be retroactively verified through key evidence. If the church's upper echelons wanted to frame someone, there would be no need to put on such a farce. The most critical point is that your person truly has problems. Once the procedure starts, she will definitely be convicted, and you will be uncovered as well. Don't cling to false hope, the priest said. Would a case of this scale really warrant issuing that kind of order? Leon still found it hard to believe. I'm also surprised. The only explanation is that the one surnamed Diaz truly has some serious backing enough for a cardinal to openly stand on his side. The priest actually laughed at this point. You should feel honored, Finrer. A supreme investigation warrant, and that Earl. The highest powers of both the underworld and the establishment are dealing with you at the same time. What's so funny about that? Leon frowned. You're the one who should be laughing, Father Auden said with a grin. Because they exhausted every effort and still couldn't touch you at all. You've already won. Let me tell you procedures involving cardinals like the Supreme Investigation Warrant, starting from here and going up layer by layer, will take at least 5 days to be approved, even if expedited. And you're an Inquisitor. You have the conditions to access the detained witch. 5 days is more than enough for you to eliminate all future troubles. Eliminate what? Sensing the priest's meaning, Leon's expression turned incredulous. That witch, Father Auden replied, looking back at Leon in confusion. Father Auden was deeply puzzled by Leon's reaction. When an important witness was captured, wasn't choosing to kill the witness to silence them common practice in their line of work. Especially for a man who killed without blinking, a man who, once driven mad, could even put his own life on the gambling table. Wasn't this nothing out of the ordinary? He had previously even killed the director of the Inquisition just to silence someone. Countless people were tormented by the inability to kill witnesses imprisoned in jail. Yet Leon now possessed uniquely favorable conditions. Father Auden could not understand why Leon looked as though the thought had only just occurred to him. Now, as long as the witch died in prison, the matter would be resolved. Even a miracle of omniscience had to take a living person as its subject to function. The church had no way to trace him through a corpse. No one knew how many witches had committed suicide by poison while imprisoned. They could refine all kinds of bizarre magical beast poisons, and some even personally possessed special abilities related to poison. Many times, the church simply could not guard against it. Leon's silence and contemplation lasted only 2 seconds before he shook his head at Father Auden. No, it's not time yet. What do you mean it's not time? She's about to receive the highest level of investigation the church can offer. Are you planning to wait until the Pope personally comes to investigate before you think it's time? Father Auden was utterly unable to understand. She's still useful to me. I can't just give her up like this. Leon stared seriously at the priest as he spoke. Potter is already dead. This place will belong to the Earl from now on. You won't be able to do business here anymore. What do you need her for? Her only use now is letting the church trace you through her. Even if she obeys you completely and can help you refine 85% purity mana, what does that matter? What exactly are you hesitating over? Father Auden frowned as he scrutinized Leon. Leon did not reply, but there was no sign of concession in his gaze. Leon actually understood the logic the priest was presenting. Finding a way to poison Rena to death in prison would prevent the Inquisition from tracing him through her. It was the simplest and most straightforward solution. But deep down, he resisted this approach. Forget considering it, he could not even bring himself to imagine it. Oh no. Father Auden suddenly seemed to realize something, shaking his head as if he could not bear it. You'd better not tell me that woman has actually become the weak point of someone like you. To Father Auden, letting the trail end with the witch was far preferable to Leon being captured. He himself was still working hard to eliminate evidence connecting him to Potter. If Leon took any risks and got caught, it would only increase the likelihood of drawing further investigation onto him, adding a great deal more work. In the priest's eyes, the option that maximized benefits for both himself and Leon was for Leon to eliminate the witch, withdraw unscathed, then entrust the 1 million in dirty money to him to be laundered clean and go enjoy life. Leon instinctively wanted to retort, but realized that anything he said now would sound hollow and powerless. That was right. At the end of the day, he simply did not want to kill Rena. He did not want Rena to die. Only at this point did he clearly feel that Rena was special to him. In truth, he himself was not that afraid of death. This second life he lived in this world was already rotten enough. He had no real desire to cherish it. And when the crushing reality of this world left him gasping for breath, Rena became the key through which he personally changed fate. They had lived and died together, committed crimes together. They had always been accomplices bound by fate. That feeling was as though, even if one fell into hell, there would still be someone accompanying them, never alone. It was he who had led Rena down this path. It was he who had reduced her to her current predicament. His pride would not allow him to let Rena bear the consequences of his own actions. He had even promised Rena that when things came to this point, he would rather bear all responsibility himself. Feigned death. Leon suddenly spoke. What did you say? Father Auden did not react at once. If I have a way to make her temporarily enter a state of feigned death. Leon muttered while thinking through a countermeasure. Oh, what a brilliant idea. The moment the Inquisition discovers the suspect is dead, they'll surely carelessly let you take her out alone, bury her like a stray dog in the wilderness, and then you can conveniently revive her in some unseen corner. Father Auden retorted with a face full of sarcasm. Don't forget that even if she dies in prison, the body is still an important piece of evidence. Leaving aside whether you can fool the medical examiner, how do you plan to take her out of the morgue? Do you think so many witches haven't tried feigned death drugs before? Any corpse suspected of heresy is eventually burned. Guess how many witches in the case files pretended to be dead, revived in the flames, and were then burned alive. Leon also understood that removing a strictly guarded corpse from the Inquisition was no easier than secretly releasing Rena and then sneaking out. Without controlling the entire Inquisition, both were impossible. What if I make the corpse become impossible to examine, difficult to handle? For example, using some trick so she looks like she's constantly emitting poisonous gas. Leon continued searching for a solution. In that case, how would you reasonably come into contact with the body? And besides, there will always be someone in the church capable of dealing with it. Father Auden cut him off mercilessly. Don't think about it. This direction is impossible. The church will keep people alive if possible, and keep corpses if they die. Feigned death will never be better than real death. If you have a way to make her feign death and transport her out, you might as well directly jailbreak her. Jailbreak. Leon pondered. The idea of creating chaos with fire and poison flashed through his mind, but he quickly rejected it. The Inquisition conducted drills every year against arson and poisoning. Alone, he could not plunge the entire Inquisition into enough chaos to extract a prisoner. You're actually starting to consider it. The priest stared at Leon, unsure whether to call the man mad or foolish. What if we intercept the convoy transporting her to the Imperial capital? Leon suddenly said. That's a supreme investigation warrant. Do you think the church will allow anything to go wrong in that process? The prisoners will be escorted by a team of fully appointed knights. Trying to slaughter your way through the Inquisition right now would be more realistic. Father Auden said coldly. Then, Leon continued racking his brain. They went to such lengths to obtain that warrant they can't afford the risk of making fools of themselves. If the real culprit turns himself in, the warrant would definitely be revoked, right? What are you planning now? Father Auden frowned. Aren't you always finding ways to get people acquitted? Find someone to take her place and go to prison. All the key evidence is in my hands right now. Leon suddenly fixed his gaze on Father Auden. That wouldn't be taking her place, it would be taking her place in death. Father Auden corrected him. At a time like this, the one who takes the blame must die in prison promptly. Through your channels, can't you buy a life? Leon asked. It's not enough for someone to be willing to die? The people who just took office managed to investigate Potter and your people together. Do you still think they're fools? You think they'll believe it if some random person confesses? This person must be believable as a witch, have motive, have means, and be willing to die. 5 days, where do you expect me to find such a person? Father Auden shot back. Then, Leon was still thinking of solutions. You want to save that witch? I'll tell you the only way. Father Auden interrupted impatiently. You turn yourself in. Tell them that everything the witch did was under your coercion, and you take her place in death. That witch might have a chance to live, but she'll only be able to live under church supervision for the rest of her life. Do you think that's worth it? Listen to my advice, kill that witch. Showing mercy at a time like this will be the end of you. Fenrir. You and her only one can live. Leon was left speechless. This situation was not something he had never imagined. He had even discussed it with Rena before. Next, I'll use my connections to help you confirm whether there truly is a supreme investigation warrant application sent to the central authority. If there really is one, then you need to face reality. In the end, you're just a mana dealer from some backwater place. What you're facing is the church's top-tier power and the largest giant of the underworld. No matter how mad you go, what kind of waves can you possibly stir up? The fact that you can still walk away unscathed now is already incredibly lucky. What more do you want? Father Auden continued his efforts to persuade Leon. You're doing a business that costs heads. You've been fishing for gold in a sea of blood from the very beginning. That which is already destined to die. Kill her now, and everything. Take your 1 million, and enjoy your victory. Oh, right, aren't you quite taken with that mother and daughter? I'm still handling their debts. You still have a chance to buy them. At those last words, Leon, who had been standing there in a daze, finally reacted. The Potter family is already dead. Do the Hesh family's debts still exist? If debts disappeared just because someone died, then the line of people wanting him dead would stretch all the way to his winery. A man like him naturally has to make arrangements for after his death early on. After he dies, someone will inherit the assets, and groups will take over the business. Those debts actually left his name a long time ago and were legally transferred under other interest groups. His death doesn't affect anyone coming to collect. Father Auden replied. So the money you're handling won't have any problems, right? Leon asked. If there were problems, after Potter's death, I'd either be arrested or on the run. I definitely wouldn't be standing here properly like this. You can doubt me as a person, but there's no need to question my ability in this regard. Father Auden answered with great confidence. Is that so? Leon shifted his gaze elsewhere, his expression inexplicably calming down. Father Auden frowned and scrutinized him for a long while, yet still couldn't tell what Leon was thinking. Without any warning, Leon turned around and walked toward the door. You're getting ready to make a move? Father Auden confirmed from behind him. I need to think about it. Leon replied softly, his back to Father Auden. Think about it. Father Auden's brow furrowed even tighter. You only have 5 days. Yes, there are still 5 days. After saying that, Leon opened the door and left. After leaving the East District Church, Leon went all the way back to near the Hesh family's house. But he didn't open the door and go inside right away. After checking the alley and confirming there was no one else around, he took out another key and opened the door to the neighboring row house. He stepped inside. The interior was still covered in dust, and the ceiling was filled with spiderwebs. Leon walked deeper into the house, found the lantern he had placed nearby, lit it, and opened the cellar entrance to go down. In the darkness, The lamplight illuminated the Mwalai altar that had been transported here, the experimental tools Rena had used, and the bottled magical potions. This was the only remaining batch of special medicine for treating saltification disease. Judging by appearances, it would probably only last for about 3 months. It was only when Father Auden mentioned the Hesh mother and daughter that Leon remembered this matter. Whether Rena died in prison or he turned himself in, there would no longer be Bishop Leona to prepare medicine for them. He himself actually knew the formula as well. Rena had never hidden it from him. But without mana and cultivated magical beasts, it was no longer realistic to make more medicine. Once these were used up, Sally would only be able to rely on holy water to cling to life. As for Bishop Leona being investigated and recalled to the church, no matter the reason or excuse, this matter, cruel as it might be, at least allowed him to give that mother and daughter an explanation. Leon stood there for a long time. In the end, he swept his gaze across the cellar once more, picked up all the medicine from the ground and bundled it together, then left the house. He changed keys and opened the door to the Hesh family's home. Sally, who was by the kitchen table, heard the sound and stood up to come out. "Mr. Leon, you're back." "Mrs. Hesh." Leon nodded. "Is Melissa out?" "Yes, she went to work," Sally replied. At this time, Melissa should have gone to Mrs. Kate's place at the end of the alley to work as a helper. "Oh, right. That child still left breakfast for you. Would you like to eat a bit?" Sally asked. "All right," Leon answered absent-mindedly and walked over to the table. Bread and fried eggs were laid out on it. "I'll go get you some soup." Sally slowly walked into the kitchen and carefully poured the last bit of soup from the pot into a bowl. Leon put the cloth bag on the table, sat down, and casually forked a piece of fried egg into his mouth. The egg was already cold, but the doneness was just right for him. He liked his eggs fried until both sides were crispy. Melissa had always remembered his taste. "I'll reheat it for you." Sally brought the soup over and said, "It's fine," Leon replied dully. Mrs. Hesh noticed the items on the table and sat down beside it. "You went to Bishop Leona to get the medicine? This time there's so much." "Yes," Leon responded, staring at the stains on the wall opposite him, thinking for a long time. Sally looked at Leon in confusion. She could sense that today, Leon seemed to have something on his mind. "Mr. Leon, did something happen?" Sally asked with concern. Leon finally made up his mind. He slowly turned his head to look at Sally. "Mrs. Hesh, there's something I must tell you." That night, the Inquisition. Rena hugged herself and curled up on the hard wooden bed in the detention room, unable to sit still. The less than 2 days since her arrest had felt like years to her. During yesterday's interrogation, no matter how the bishop and the young man who looked like a knight tried to coax and question her, she never gave in. Leon had once told her that before finding evidence, the Inquisition would subject her to high-intensity interrogations every day, and that they might even ignore regulations and use torture. However, after yesterday's interrogation ended, she was sent to this detention room set alone at the end of the corridor, and she hadn't gone out for an entire day. She couldn't see the outside world here. The only light came from a lantern hanging in the corridor. She could only judge the approximate time by when food was delivered. There was no interrogation and no punishment, but being alone in such a stifling, enclosed space still caused unease to continuously swell. She suddenly remembered the time when her grandmother passed away. Since it was an incurable illness, she had been mentally prepared. Whether it was staying by the bedside watching the others slowly breathe her last while unconscious, or watching her grandmother be buried, she had actually been unexpectedly calm. However, when she returned home and saw the empty room, realizing that the only family member who had accompanied her until then would never appear again, that tide-like loneliness suddenly seized her. Tears wet her eyes without warning. She was 13 that year. Almost 4 years had passed, and she had finally gradually adapted to being alone. But now, sitting in this cell, that feeling from years ago caught up to her once again. Why hasn't he come yet? Rena hugged her legs and curled into a ball, burying her face in her arms as she thought sadly. The Inquisition apparently hadn't found the altar that could serve as decisive evidence in her home, which meant Leon had already taken care of those things for her. But after that, Leon had never appeared before her. She figured Leon must be running around for her, or that he simply didn't have an opportunity to contact her yet. Sooner or later, he would come see her, tell her what to do next, and encourage her to hold on. At times like this, aside from Leon, she had no one else to rely on. At that moment, a series of indistinct whispers came from outside the detention room door, as if the guards stationed outside were changing shifts. Then footsteps approached from far to near. During shift changes, the incoming guard would always peer inside through the small window in the detention room door to check on her condition. Rena slowly lifted her face. Every time the guards patrolled here, they would order her to raise her face, make eye contact, and respond, to ensure that her condition was fine. However, this time, the face that appeared in the window was Leon's. Rena jolted up in shock, instinctively about to call out his name, but Leon promptly stopped her with his eyes. Rena immediately reacted, suppressing the excitement of finally seeing him deep in her heart, and silently nodded at Leon. Leon glanced around again, confirmed there was no one else nearby, and Rena slowly walked over and pressed herself against the door, standing on tiptoe to bring her face close to the small window sealed with iron mesh. They had to be close to each other to whisper. "I didn't say anything," Rena whispered as she looked into Leon's eyes. "I know," Leon replied softly. "As long as I hold out, it'll be fine, right?" Rena looked at Leon with hope. These 30 days would undoubtedly be extremely hard for her. Right now, she needed Leon's assurance, just one sentence of encouragement, telling her that as long as she endured it, both of them would be fine. She felt that she could keep going. However, Leon didn't respond immediately. For a brief moment, he even lowered his eyes, avoiding her expectant gaze. "What's wrong?" Rena faintly sensed that something was wrong. "They're preparing to use other procedures to send you to the Imperial capital, using a miracle controlled by a Cardinal to directly determine your witch identity. I never knew there were such methods." Leon softly told Rena the truth. In the end, he still obtained confirmation from Father Auden. The application for the investigation warrant had already been sent to the central authority. At the fastest, within 5 days, Rena would be transferred to the capital under the escort of church knights. Upon hearing this, Rena's heart plunged straight down. "I'm sorry, Rena. I really can't think of any other way now," Leon said softly as he looked into Rena's eyes. "This time, someone has to make a sacrifice." 3 days later, early morning, East District Church. "Now you've confirmed everything. I've taken care of all the things you requested without the slightest flaw. You've completely bought out the debts of the Hesh mother and daughter. The money they owed the church has also been settled. It's all clean money that I handled myself, procedures compliant, paperwork complete. Even the church can't find a single issue," Father Auden said, hands clasped behind his back, to the Leon standing before him. "This sort of thing should have been done after you resolved your future worries. That which is still alive. Yet you're doing all this as if handling your own funeral arrangements. In the end, are you really planning to dash?" "That's enough, Father Auden. Mind your own mouth. From now on, this matter has nothing to do with you." Leon interrupted him with his back turned, straightened his collar, and walked out the door. "Farewell. It isn't worth it for you to do this." Father Auden shook his head at Leon's departing figure. "Goodbye forever, Fenrir." After leaving the church, Leon summoned a carriage and rode straight to the Inquisition. He sat upright inside the carriage, like a knight preparing to march to war. Today, he intended to bring everything to a complete end. He stepped down from the carriage, paid the fare, and stood at the entrance of the Inquisition. He suddenly turned and looked deeply toward the distance once more, then strode inside without hesitation. "Good morning, Captain." Several colleagues were in the main hall. One of Leon's teammates greeted him in a half-joking tone. After the assault on Potter Manor, Aaron Diaz had used his authority as director to revoke the disciplinary measures previously kept on Leon and promoted him to captain of Team 3. However, the atmosphere between Leon and his teammates had not changed much. Good morning," Leon forced a smile in reply. "Your injury hasn't fully healed yet, has it? The director clearly approved you to rest for a few more days. There's no need to push yourself this hard," a teammate said. "There's something I must deal with today," Leon replied. "What is it?" the teammate asked casually. "I'm here to surrender myself." A new voice suddenly sounded at the entrance. The noise in the hall gradually subsided, and gazes turned one after another toward the person who had spoken. Leon also put on a look of surprise and turned his head toward the entrance. At the main doors of the Inquisition stood a woman in her early 30s. She wore a black formal dress, with a gray-white knitted shawl draped over her shoulders, attire commonly worn by women of that age at formal occasions, elegant yet solemn, also often seen at funerals, save for the absence of a hat. Her hair was carefully pinned up, and she wore light makeup. Her features showed a rather good foundation, but the gaunt complexion and sallow hair caused by long illness had still diminished her beauty. The sentence just now had come from her mouth. The Inquisitors, whether on duty or preparing to head out on assignment, revealed looks of surprise. Hearing such a frail-looking woman say, "I'm here to surrender myself," many of them were momentarily confused. Just as someone was about to step forward to question her, Leon spoke first in a shocked tone. "Mrs. Hesh." The person who appeared at the entrance was none other than Sally Hesh, who had come in full formal attire. "Hello, Mr. Leon," Sally smiled back at him. Seeing that she was someone Leon knew, the other Inquisitors chose to observe for the moment. "Mrs. Hesh, why would you dash?" Leon stared at Sally with an incredulous expression. "I came to surrender myself," Sally replied calmly. She took out a test tube from her hand, containing what appeared to be dark red blood, and announced to everyone, "I am the witch you have been searching for, the one who refined mana for Mr. Griffin, Henry Potter." As soon as those words fell, the Inquisitors present exchanged looks. In the Mr. Griffin case, the witch suspect was currently being held in the detention cells of the Inquisition. How could another witch suddenly appear to surrender herself? Yet this woman knew that Mr. Griffin was Henry Potter. She was clearly involved. Some gazes also focused on the test tube in Sally's hand, not understanding what she intended to do with it, though they instinctively became alert. Then, in the next instant, the blood inside the test tube suddenly turned purplish red before everyone's eyes and began to boil. In a flash, an instinctual sense of intimidation flooded into everyone's awareness. All of them clearly felt that the purplish-red liquid carried a kind of danger that surpassed common understanding. Most of the Inquisitors sucked in sharp breaths and reflexively retreated away from Sally at the entrance, drawing their guns one after another, including Leon's teammates beside him. The moment she saw the gun barrels, Sally's entire body tensed up, but she held on. "Calm down. Everyone, calm down." Leon raised his hand and shouted. The others retreated with guns at the ready, not daring to act rashly. If someone fired here and that liquid shattered on the ground, no one knew what consequences it would bring. "I'm sorry for deceiving you, Mr. Leon. May I see the person in charge here?" "I've come to surrender myself," Sally said as she looked at Leon. Leon seemed to come back to his senses from the shock and turned to his teammate. "Go get the director now." The teammate ran into the corridor. Less than 20 seconds later, the alarm bell rang throughout the Inquisition, and Aaron Diaz and Bishop Beckett surged out from the corridor with a group of people. The moment Bishop Beckett saw the purplish-red liquid in Sally's hand, his expression changed instantly. Cursed blood, he clearly recognized it. He immediately stepped in front of Aaron, drew the church's silver dagger, and seemed ready to invoke some power. "Stop immediately, madam. This is your only warning," he shouted at Sally. Seeing so many people appear, Sally was obviously nervous, but she still barely maintained her composure and spoke while suppressing the tremor in her voice. "Please rest assured, sir. I've come to surrender myself. I will properly control my power." As she finished speaking, the purplish-red liquid in her hand suddenly stopped boiling and reverted to dark red. That terrifying sense of intimidation vanished along with it. "A witch," Aaron muttered in surprise. The others present shared much the same thought. Watching Sally control the blood inside the test tube so freely, this ominous power was clearly not a blessing of the four gods. Except Leon. He alone knew who truly controlled the blood inside that test tube. What it contained was his blood. "What are you surrendering yourself for?" Bishop Beckett stared at the witch before him in disbelief. "I am the witch who extracted mana for Henry Potter. I am the Fenrir you've been looking for." Sally mustered her courage and declared loudly, sweeping her gaze over everyone present, exchanging one final look with Leon. 3 days earlier, beside the Hesh family dining table. "So you want me to take her place? And then you'll pay off our debts?" Sally stared blankly at Leon. "Yes, I've confirmed your debts. This money will clear them all, and I'll leave the remaining portion entirely to Melissa," Leon said slowly, staring at Sally. "That's the content of the deal." Sally processed all the information with lingering fear, thinking seriously. After Leon solemnly told her that "there's something I must tell you," what awaited her was a series of shocking truths. Mr. Leon's involvement in mana transactions, Bishop Leona actually being a witch, the so-called special medicine they used actually being a magical potion, the witch now captured having only 3 months' worth of potion left, and so on. Before Sally could fully recover from the shock, Leon suddenly took out a stack of church gold vouchers and placed them on the table, speaking. "Mrs. Hesh, I'd like to discuss a transaction with you." The transaction Leon proposed was for Sally to confess as the witch, thereby washing away Rena's suspicion. Sally would not only have to strictly cooperate with Leon's script and play the role of the witch supplying Mr. Griffin Potter, but after completing the confession, she would also have to die inside the Inquisition. Once the remaining magical potion was used up, Sally would soon return to her previous condition. Even with life extended by expensive potions, her remaining lifespan would not exceed 2 years, and the debt left to Melissa would only increase, never decrease. The house had long been mortgaged under contract to offset the debt. Once the term expired, it would be confiscated. Melissa would not only be left homeless, but would also continue to bear enormous debt. Almost impossible to live a decent life. After much deliberation, Leon decided to use all the money he had on this deal. If Sally was willing to make the sacrifice, then he and Rena would have at least a slim chance to survive together. He himself had no idea how big that chance was. But if Mrs. Hesh refused the deal, or if the plan was exposed, his final option would be nothing more than taking all the crimes upon himself. He had nothing left to lose. Even if the odds were small, why not risk it? After thinking for a long time, Sally finally spoke. If I admit to being a witch, will Melissa be implicated? According to church regulations, she had no knowledge of it, and is not yet an adult. She won't be implicated. She'll only be sent to a reform institution for 1 to 3 years of education, Leon replied. Won't the money used to repay the debts be recovered by the church? Sally pressed on. I'll go through money laundering channels. The person handling it is an expert. So far, none of the dirty money he's processed has had any issues or been tracked by the church, Leon said, not daring to mention that the expert was Father Auden, whom Sally deeply despised. Sally fell into silence once again. Leon spoke softly to break it. I know you might not fully trust me. No, I trust you. Sally suddenly interrupted him. Precisely because it's you, Mr. Leon. Everything you've done for Melissa and me, I've always seen it. That's why I believe everything you've said. I also believe you'll keep your promise. Even though I think you yourself probably aren't certain whether all this will go smoothly. Leon could not refute her. Sally and Leon held each other's gaze for a long time. Suddenly, she revealed a somewhat mournful smile. You really are alike. Leon froze for a moment, not understanding whom she meant. The way you look now is exactly the same as he did back then. Sally said nostalgically, sorrow filling her eyes. Leon finally understood. She was talking about Mr. Hesh from years ago. Back then, Mr. Hesh, powerless to save his wife and daughter, had also been driven to desperation, and had once shown Sally the same all-or-nothing expression. I accept your deal, Mr. Leon, Sally said softly after a long while. Hearing Sally's response, Leon voiced another of his concerns, but I think Melissa probably wouldn't agree. If not for Melissa's desperate insistence, Sally would never have held on until now. Based on Leon's understanding of Melissa, she would definitely not agree to such a deal. Leon could not even imagine how Melissa would look at him once she learned of his true identity and intentions. Yet this matter ultimately could not bypass Melissa. Melissa knew that Rena was providing treatment to Sally. Without Melissa's consent and cooperation, this plan could not be carried out. I will persuade that child, Sally said. She had long anticipated that Leon would bring this up. Leon still wanted to say something, but Sally added another sentence. I will definitely persuade her. Leon was somewhat surprised. Sally's resolve to accept the deal seemed firmer than he had imagined. As if she had noticed his surprise, Sally let out a soft chuckle. I am not afraid of death, Mr. Leon. Rather, I stopped wanting to live a long time ago. Every day in this world after falling ill has been torment for me. If not for that child's insistence, I should have left long ago. I have accommodated her for far too long. As she spoke, Sally turned to look out the window. I actually considered many ways to repay the debt. Even selling my body and dignity, I would have been willing. Unfortunately, my illness did not give me that chance. Now, I can finally die with dignity. This time, I will not compromise. For Sally, continuously burdening her daughter was actually more painful than death. The biggest reason she had forced herself to hold on until now was that she wanted to think of one more way out for Melissa. Now, the deal Leon offered was, to her, the last opportunity fate had left her to preserve her dignity as a mother and leave. She would not let go of it. Thank you, Mrs. Hesh, Leon said softly. You don't owe me anything. Sally shook her head and looked at Leon. Mr. Leon, allow me to ask if I didn't agree. Were you planning to turn yourself in? Seeing Leon as he was now, Sally could see the shadow of her late husband. She could vaguely guess what choice Leon would make. Leon remained silent for a long time. In the end, he said nothing and simply nodded. He had promised Rena that, if absolutely necessary, he would take responsibility for this matter himself. That money you would still leave it to us, wouldn't you? Sally continued. This time, Leon did not speak. If he turned himself in, he would surely die. Even if Rena, as a witch, survived, she would never gain freedom. His money would become meaningless and might even be confiscated by the church. In fact, no matter what, the money would ultimately still be left to them to repay the debt. For Leon, who was already prepared to give up everything, this was the most meaningful use for it. As for the rest, he no longer cared. For the sake of concluding the deal, Leon did not say this to Sally, but she could still discern a hint of it. Don't worry. No matter what, I will still do as you said. I don't want Melissa and myself to keep living on the charity of others. That way, between us and between me and that which we will own nothing anymore. Is that acceptable? Sally said seriously. To Sally, dignity did not only mean fulfilling her responsibility as a mother. It also meant repaying the kindness of others. Now, she no longer had to survive by parasitizing on others' goodwill. She could leave without owing anyone anything. For the first time, Leon felt such deep respect for this sickly woman. He nodded solemnly. I will look after Melissa properly. At those words, hesitation suddenly appeared on Sally's face. After quite a while, she spoke with some reluctance. Mr. Leon, I have no other intentions, but if you truly have even a little regard for what I am doing, then aside from leaving the money to Melissa, could I ask you to avoid having any further contact with her as much as possible? Please. Leon froze, left speechless. He could not refute Sally's concern. Even if she trusted that he would look after Melissa wholeheartedly, he was ultimately a criminal. Any association with him carried risks. Taking Leon's reaction as tacit agreement, Sally continued, Tell me what I need to do. As the former leading actress of the troupe, the witch in this script would be the final role she performed. In the interrogation room, Sally was handcuffed to a fixed iron chair against the wall. Aaron and Bishop Beckett stood side by side in front of her, keeping some distance. Having already witnessed the power of the witch when she wielded cursed blood, they naturally remained wary. Leon stood stiffly to the side, seemingly as a guard. Ordinarily, someone who had ties to Sally would not have been suitable to remain in such an interrogation, but Sally had requested that Leon be present before she would give a complete confession. Aaron and Bishop Beckett ultimately chose to agree. They discussed it among themselves and questioned Leon privately first, before beginning to listen to Sally's testimony. So, what you mean is that the reason you became a witch was because Henry Potter selected you, used your family's debt to coerce you into accepting the ritual to become a witch, and then had you produce mana for him. Bishop Beckett confirmed with Sally. Yes, Sally replied. According to the timeline you provided, you were already suffering from saltification disease at the time. Why would he choose a woman who was not long for this world? Bishop Beckett raised a doubt. I don't know. Perhaps he just wanted to try, or perhaps he had chosen others before and failed. Or maybe only someone like me, who didn't have long to live, would agree to something that might end with being burned at the stake. Besides repaying the debt, they gave me some magical potion formulas, saying they might be useful for saltification disease, and told me to research them myself. Later, they discovered that I had value and began helping me research special medicine, trying to prolong my life. In any case, last year I participated in the ritual as they instructed and became a witch. After that, I continuously produced mana for them. I heard them say that, as cover, they referred to me as their supplier under the name Fenrir, Sally said. According to Inquisitor Set's testimony, he lived in your home, and you had a daughter who took care of you. How did you manage to work? Bishop Beckett continued. The house next door had long been taken by Potter due to the debt. They set up a workshop for me in that house's cellar. It was separated from our cellar by just one wall. They dug a lockable hidden door and covered it with clutter. At intervals, they would deliver potions refined from magical beasts to the workshop. I only needed to go there at those times to complete the mana extraction. At home, I always pretended to be bedridden. Mr. Leon worked almost from morning to night every day and wouldn't casually enter my room. My daughter had part-time work every day. I only needed to choose the right timing to work, Sally answered. Over the past 3 days, Leon had made many preparations. Given Sally's condition, it was impossible for her to complete too many procedures. But having handled the breeding grounds together with Rena, Leon actually knew that magical beast breeding, slaughter, and potion extraction did not necessarily have to be handled by a witch doing so was simply more convenient. The only indispensable part that required a witch's power was the final step, mana extraction. So, the tools you used, including the altar, were all in the cellar of the empty house next door? Aaron caught the key point. Yes, you can find the evidence if you go now, along with the medicine I researched to treat saltification disease, Sally nodded. Bishop Beckett immediately left the interrogation room, summoned personnel, and began ordering them to search for evidence. Once Moylai's altar was found and filed, this case would have decisive evidence sufficient to close it. Aaron remained where he was and looked at Leon. Inquisitor said, "Did you really not notice anything at all?" Leon was about to answer when Sally spoke first. "Sir, I heard from my daughter that you also visited my home, didn't you? At that time, did you have any suspicions?" "No," Aaron replied. At the time, seeing Melissa, he felt only sympathy. Even if he had seen the bedridden Sally, it would have been impossible for him to suddenly suspect that this woman was a witch. He would only have felt even more sympathy. It was no wonder Leon had never harbored suspicion. Such pitiable circumstances were like a layer of camouflage. No one would suspect that she was the witch capable of producing mana worth 1,000,000. "So, you were using Inquisitor Set's sympathy all along?" Aaron asked, looking at Sally. "Sir, both my illness and my debt were real. May I ask in what way I used him?" Sally retorted. Aaron was left speechless. After a moment, he continued. "By your account, you were only responsible for producing mana. All other procedures were handled by Henry Potter's people. As for where the magical beasts were bred, you knew nothing at all." "They didn't need me to know." Sally shook her head. The purity of the mana Potter possessed kept increasing. "Do you have any idea why?" Aaron asked. "I don't know. The purity of the mana did increase. It seemed the raw materials changed, but they didn't tell me the reason. However, before that, there was something I noticed," Sally said. "What was it?" "They had me refine and purify the venom of a magical beast called a cockatrice according to a formula. After activating it with mana, they conducted animal experiments. After that venom was taken away, the purity of mana extracted from the raw materials began to rise sharply," Sally said. Hearing this, Aaron fell into deep thought. So, was it to preserve his market that Henry Potter took the risk of opening a workshop inside the labyrinth? How did Potter know the location of the labyrinth entrance? Could it really be related to Karen? According to former Captain Martin's testimony, Karen had always laundered goods through an informant, who was a cadre under Potter. When Karen disappeared, that man vanished as well. Karen's corpse was confirmed to have been poisoned by cockatrice venom. So Karen and Potter colluded to run a breeding operation inside the labyrinth. Then, for some reason, fell out, and Potter chose to assassinate Karen with poison? Leon quietly observed the changes in Aaron's expression from the side. In his script, all issues aside from the witch were pushed onto Henry Potter, including opening the breeding grounds in the labyrinth and killing Karen. After all, he was a dead man who could no longer speak. For Leon, it was not necessary to provide a complete truth. The truth would be pieced together by Aaron and the others themselves. He only needed to make the suspicion against Rena as a witch insufficient and shake the investigation warrant. That would be enough. The door to the interrogation room opened again. Bishop Beckett entered with a grave expression and leaned close to Aaron, whispering, "Sir, just as she said, we've found the evidence." "Have you found the altar?" Director Aaron Diaz confirmed with Bishop Beckett. "Yes, it has been fully confirmed an altar, tools for extracting mana, and magical potions. At the labyrinth site, potions of the same color and smell were also discovered," Bishop Beckett said. Aaron recalled that at the labyrinth site, they had once found several laboratory mice used for experiments. Some had developed saltification disease, and there were also some magical potions with a mint-like scent. The investigators had already formed a hypothesis that those medicines were used to treat saltification disease. For someone producing mana for profit, a special medicine for a rare illness like saltification disease held little value. But if someone closely connected to them suffered from saltification disease, it would be a completely different matter, and Sally Hesh seemed to be that crucial person. Additionally, I obtained records from the Treasury. The Hesh family's debt to the church has already been settled 2 days ago. The funds came from a charitable organization subordinate to a merchant consortium connected to Potter. This organization had appeared before when we investigated Potter's asset flows, Bishop Beckett said. In other words, Sally's debt had been resolved after Potter's death through Potter's money laundering channels. This also indirectly confirmed the transactional relationship between Sally and Potter. It was most likely handled by whoever took care of Potter's aftermath. Potter's money laundering routes were extremely sophisticated. It would be very difficult to seize and verify those fund flows as illicit gains. So that means she really was the witch supplying Potter? Then what about Rena Lockhart? Aaron asked in confusion. All the collected evidence seemed to point to Sally as the witch, yet the entire matter still felt clouded, making it hard to see the full picture. Bishop Beckett thought for a moment, then turned to Sally and asked, "You already paid off your debt through your work. Why did you suddenly turn yourself in?" "Potter's people left me an anonymous letter in the workshop telling me that Potter was dead. After Potter died, I had no way to obtain the materials and mana needed for the medicine anymore, so it ended there," Sally replied. "When your life is at stake, did you not think of trying other ways? Besides, didn't you still have some medicine left? Why not at least wait until it was used up and spend the final days with your daughter?" Bishop Beckett said with a faint smile. At that moment, both Leon Set and Sally became tense. Bishop Beckett clearly seemed to have grown suspicious of Sally's motive for surrendering. "I once heard Mr. Leon mention in passing that the church had arrested a witch. I don't know the details, but I felt that if innocent people were to be dragged into this because of what I did, then I should bring it to an end myself," Sally continued. Bishop Beckett glanced at Leon and nodded to Sally with a smile that did not reach his eyes. "Very well. A noble thought. But with all the evidence pointing to you, the church would not wrong an innocent person." Aaron looked at Bishop Beckett in surprise. He could also sense that Bishop Beckett harbored doubts. Although Aaron held a higher position, when it came to investigative experience, Bishop Beckett was clearly more seasoned. Yet Bishop Beckett did not continue to apply pressure or press for answers. Instead, he said to Sally, "Then regarding the case, is there anything else you wish to add?" Sally thought for a moment. Instead of turning to Bishop Beckett, she looked at Aaron and asked, "Sir, does your previous promise still stand?" Before giving her confession, Sally had first brought up Melissa's situation, claiming that Melissa knew nothing. She asked Aaron to promise that Melissa would not be implicated because of her actions, and Aaron had agreed. "Before your conviction, she will be placed in the church's welfare institution and will be taken care of. After your conviction, she will only need to spend some time studying at a reform institution. There will be no implication," Aaron replied. "All right. Thank you," Sally nodded. "Aren't you concerned about your own fate? Don't you want to know what kind of judgment the church will pass on you?" Bishop Beckett asked. "I am close to dying from illness. My end has long been decided. Fate has already judged me. The gods have never shown me mercy," Sally said with a mournful smile. Hearing this, Aaron suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. The gods are indeed merciful. It's just that the form of that mercy is not something mortals can easily comprehend, Bishop Beckett said. He then turned to Aaron. "Sir, since she has nothing further to add for now, let us end the interrogation here and go verify the evidence first." "All right," Aaron nodded. Inquisitor said, "Could I trouble you to transfer the suspect to cell 4 of the detention area?" Bishop Beckett handed a ring of keys to Leon. Leon was somewhat surprised, but he still reached out to take the keys and responded, "Yes." Leon went over, removed Sally's shackles from the chair and cuffed her wrists, then led her out of the interrogation room. Only Aaron and Bishop Beckett remained in the room. "Bishop Beckett, what do you think?" Aaron asked for his opinion. "I was thinking," Bishop Beckett replied thoughtfully. "We could close the case here." "What?" Aaron was taken aback. "I thought you still had doubts about this matter." The suspicious attitude Bishop Beckett had shown during questioning had made Aaron believe there must still be something left to investigate. He hadn't expected the conclusion to be closing the case outright. There are indeed some details that remain unclear. But compared to that mysterious killer who murdered Potter, that matter might warrant a separate investigation. I'm inclined to believe it may have been directed at you. However, regarding Henry Potter's trafficking of contraband and the death of Karen Esso, with the evidence we have, we can already piece together a truth sufficient to close the case. "That is enough, Your Highness," Bishop Beckett said. Potter and Karen had colluded to raise magical beasts in the labyrinth and force Sally to become a witch, attempting to produce mana locally. They may even have used silenced corpses to feed the magical beasts. Later, the two fell out, and Karen was assassinated by Potter. His corpse was then used as feed, which led to the increasingly high purity of the locally produced mana. Such a truth was already complete enough for a case closure report submitted to the central authority and sufficient to count as an achievement for His Highness the Prince. As for the killer, it could be explained as an assassin targeting His Highness. The church might open a separate case or it might not. Either way, it would not be a negative mark on Aaron's record. On the contrary, it might even improve his evaluation. With Sally's surrender and the provision of key evidence, Their objective of closing the case had already been achieved. Then what about Rena Lothark? Aaron suddenly asked. Release her? No. Put her under investigation pending trial first, Bishop Beckett said. Investigation pending trial meant imposing no coercive measures on a suspect or key witness, only requiring them to report periodically to ensure cooperation with the investigation until the case was closed. In other words, this was effectively releasing Rena. Aaron froze. Are you sure she's not a problem? She was caught during your mountain ceiling search. Do you really think she was just gathering herbs? Earlier, Bishop Beckett had been extremely suspicious of Rena, to the point of wanting to apply for a supreme investigation warrant. Yet now, he suddenly seemed to have dismissed all doubts, overturning his previous conclusions with ease. Perhaps she has issues. Perhaps she was a compound pharmacist hired by Potter. But we can no longer obtain evidence, and there is no need to continue expending effort on her. The longer she is detained, if we ultimately fail to convict her, it will look bad in the case file and reflect poorly on your evaluation. Bishop Beckett said solemnly, Your Highness, after what has happened, we must report and supplement the records in accordance with procedure. The Supreme Investigation Warrant is now impossible to obtain. Having Cardinal Stewart spend effort on such an unnecessary matter would turn it into a farce. That risk is one we cannot afford and do not need to take. It is best that I proactively contact them now to withdraw it, and then release Rena Lothark. Bishop Beckett, do you only care about the evaluation I'll receive, and not about the truth? Aaron vaguely felt that Bishop Beckett's way of handling cases was somewhat off. We do not possess the miracle of omniscience. We can only pursue the truth in the legal sense, Your Highness. The truth obtained through legal procedure is the truth we need, Bishop Beckett said slowly. If you approve, I will go handle it. Cell 4. Leon brought Sally inside, closed the door, then stood by the small window and looked back to confirm that there was no one nearby. When Sally stood by the small window and asked Leon, she was asking when Leon would let her die within the Inquisition. She neither wanted to be burned at the stake nor to endure the pain of her worsening illness. It would be best to die quickly. Moreover, the fact that she herself was a witch could not withstand close scrutiny. It had to be resolved before anyone grew suspicious and launched another investigation. Don't rush it yet. We still don't know what decision they'll make, Leon said softly. Before Rena was released, there was no guarantee that things wouldn't change midway. They had to wait until the necessary moment to act. All right. Sally gripped the bars of the small window, her knuckles trembling. She suddenly laughed at herself. I clearly prepared myself mentally, waiting for my death, yet I still can't help being afraid. I already said my goodbyes, but now I want to see Melissa again. Leon lowered his gaze. That morning, during their farewell, Melissa had cried in his arms until she was soaked with tears. Ever since the night Sally persuaded Melissa, Melissa had remained depressed and had not spoken a single word to Leon again. The look in her eyes when she first learned of their deal was something Leon felt he would never forget in his lifetime. I could ask Director Aaron. Leon began. No, don't. Sally shook her head repeatedly. Don't let that child suffer any more unnecessary pain. All right, Leon replied. Mr. Leon, if Miss Rena is released and still intends to continue researching medicine for saltification disease, please tell her that I wish for her to save all the others who suffer from this illness, Sally said softly. I understand. As Leon answered, a sudden thought inexplicably surfaced in his mind. In Sally's confession, she claimed she had been coerced by Potter. If that testimony were accepted, she might not necessarily be sentenced to death. If Rena could continue researching the special medicine for saltification disease outside, and if there were some way to secretly deliver the medicine to Sally in prison, perhaps. No. What was he thinking? Leon immediately cut off his unrealistic fantasy. How could medicine possibly be delivered to Sally in prison? And Sally herself could not withstand close scrutiny. Once it was exposed that she was not actually a witch, all their efforts would be for nothing. Unless he sat in Aaron's position, this would be utterly impossible. He and Sally had long since prepared themselves for this outcome. Wait for my word, Leon said. Sally nodded and returned to sit inside the detention cell. Leon let out a long breath, stood guard for a while, and then, after the shift change, left the detention area beneath the Inquisition. When he emerged from underground, he unexpectedly saw Bishop Beckett standing right at the stairway entrance, seemingly about to head down. Before Leon could react and salute, Bishop Beckett suddenly smiled at him and said, Inquisitor Set, your timing is perfect. Come help me handle some paperwork. We need to process an investigation pending trial for the previous suspect. Investigation pending trial? Who? Leon didn't react immediately. Rena Lothark, Bishop Beckett replied calmly. After the procedures are complete, can I leave it to you to escort her back? Rena walked out of the gates of the Hamel Inquisition. The dazzling sunlight outside fell onto her face, and at that moment, everything felt slightly unreal. 3 minutes ago, she had still been in the dark, cramped detention cell. Now, she was seeing daylight again. She felt uneasy, yet did not dare to turn around to look at Leon behind her, because Bishop Beckett was standing right beside him. Leon had told her that action would be taken today, but neither of them had expected her release to come so quickly. According to Leon's original estimate, even if the evidence and testimony provided by Sally could significantly reduce Rena's suspicions and obstruct the application for a supreme investigation warrant, Aaron and Bishop Beckett would still have detained Rena for a period of time, for several more interrogations, possibly even up to the maximum 30-day limit. That was under the assumption that nothing unexpected happened in their plan. Yet in the end, on the very day Sally was imprisoned, Rena was released from the detention cell under the pretext of being released pending investigation. Rena Lothark, Bishop Beckett called out to her from behind. Do not forget, this is release pending investigation, not a true release. We are only choosing to believe, based on your attitude, that you will actively cooperate with the investigation. For the next period of time, you are not permitted to leave Hamiltown. You must remain reachable at all times. Starting the day after tomorrow, you are required to report here once every 3 days until we close the case. Do you understand? Yes, sir, Rena replied with her head lowered. If there is anything else you do not understand, you may ask this Inquisitor. He will escort you home next, Bishop Beckett said as he looked toward Leon. I leave her to you, Inquisitor said. Yes, sir, Leon saluted, watching Bishop Beckett return into the building. Bishop Beckett did not look back, but as Leon stared at his retreating figure, he felt deeply unsettled. Leon could tell that although Bishop Beckett ranked below Aaron in position, when the two worked together on investigations, Bishop Beckett was the one taking the lead. Bishop Beckett had shown a trace of suspicion while interrogating Sally, yet he had ended the questioning with surprising ease. Then, all of a sudden, he had processed Rena's release pending investigation. Whether it was sending Sally into detention or escorting Rena home, Bishop Beckett had specifically assigned Leon, which made him feel even more uneasy. Leon then turned back and exchanged a glance with Rena, speaking in a strictly official tone. Let's go, miss. Rena cooperated and walked onto the street with Leon. Leon hailed a carriage, and they traveled all the way to Rivermouth Village in silence. After disembarking on the village road, they passed through the village and arrived at an uninhabited path. Just as Rena was about to speak, Leon immediately stopped her with a look. Leon turned his head slightly, carefully scanning their surroundings. The visibility along the path was fairly open. At the moment, there was no sign of anyone hiding nearby, nor any indication that they were being followed. After entering the small woodland, Leon became even more cautious. He did not take Rena directly to the cabin, but instead detoured slightly to observe their surroundings. Finally, upon returning to the courtyard of Rena's home, Leon turned around and said, For investigative purposes, we conducted a search of your residence. Some items were taken for evidence collection. Would you like me to accompany you to confirm everything? If there are any issues, you can inform me immediately. Rena understood Leon's intent. He was worried that someone might be hiding inside the house to eavesdrop. I will follow your instructions, Inquisitor, Rena replied carefully. Then let us confirm it. This is your house key, Leon said as he returned the key to her. Rena opened the door. After entering the house, Leon began leading her around to inspect the rooms. He not only checked places where someone could hide, but also examined everything for any unusual objects or markings. After all, the church possessed certain transcendent powers that he himself did not fully understand. Rena's house was not large, and there were not many belongings. He finished checking the interior quickly, then proceeded to the backyard and cellar for another thorough inspection. Finally, Leon circled the exterior of the house once more before roughly confirming that there was no third person nearby. He let out a small breath of relief and returned indoors, looking at Rena. Then, Miss Lothark, is there anything you need to report to me? No, Rena replied softly. That's good, Leon nodded. The two stood facing each other inside the house, momentarily speechless. After a long while, Rena cautiously stepped closer to Leon, looked up at him, and asked in a voice only the two of them could hear. Is it all over? It should be, Leon answered. Though he still felt somewhat uneasy, the fact that Rena had been released through the pending investigation process at least meant that Aaron and Bishop Beckett had abandoned the supreme investigation warrant. There was no longer any need to worry about Rena being sent to the Imperial capital for trial. Miss Sally Rena asked hesitantly. She has been detained. I will handle it, Leon replied with a dim expression. Rena swallowed the rest of her words. Leon had told her the plan from the very beginning. She had worried, hesitated, yet in the end, she had not opposed it. She did not want Sally to sacrifice herself in her place either, but upon learning that Sally had insisted on accepting the deal, she ultimately did not voice her opposition. She did not want to die, nor did she want to be monitored by the church for the rest of her life. She wanted to live. In the end, she was not that noble. In this matter, she and Leon had once again become accomplices. And this time, they had committed an unforgivable, monstrous crime, one with no excuse to be found. What should we do after this? Rena asked softly. Do nothing. Once the case is fully closed, it should be fine, Leon replied. That's not what I meant. I mean, after everything is truly over, what should we do? What are your plans? Their business was already completely ruined. The entire trade chain had been destroyed, and this territory would soon be taken over by a new underworld giant. All of their things, including the most important Mwalai altar, had been confiscated. After regaining her freedom, Rena found herself unexpectedly lost. She could not imagine what she should do once everything's settled. She wanted to know Leon's plans for the future. Do you still want to continue? Leon asked softly as he looked at her. Mrs. Hesh said that if you still intend to continue your research, she wishes you the chance to save others. Of course, that still depends on whether you yourself have the will to continue. Rena hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. Without the altar, the research can no longer continue. And I have already. After walking once more along the edge between life and death, she no longer had the courage to go on. Her fear of the church, her guilt towards Sally, everything weighed down on her until she could barely breathe. Leon examined Rena, then nodded lightly. That's fine. Then give it up. Take that money and live well. If everything truly ends, move somewhere else and forget everything that happened here. I'm sorry for making you go through all of this. This business had been led by him, and the deal with Sally had also been his idea. The money originally promised to Rena, Leon had no intention of touching it. Rena felt as if a bucket of cold water had been dumped over her head. She abruptly looked up, staring at Leon in disbelief. Are you still thinking of continuing? Rena asked, locking her gaze onto him. I'm not sure. Leon shifted his eyes into the distance. Maybe, if there's an opportunity. The Mwalai altar, the source of magical beasts, customers, territory, everything was gone. But that did not necessarily mean there would be no chance to resolve these issues in the future. Are you crazy? It's all over. We barely escaped with our lives, and you still want to. Rena felt it was utterly incomprehensible. Yes, barely escaped with our lives. And so now, I need to find a way to live. Which means, I need money. But I have no money left. Leon shook his head lightly. Don't worry. This time, I won't need to drag anyone else into my affairs. After making the deal with Sally, he had almost no money left. What remained, he needed to keep for Melissa as promised. He had survived, but his injuries still required a large sum of money for treatment, and Rena was no longer in a position to help him research medicine. In just a few short days, he had lost everything he had accumulated. He was like Sisyphus from myth, the one who had tricked the gods and was punished to endlessly push a boulder up a mountain, only for it to roll back down each time he neared the summit, rendering all his effort meaningless. Yet Leon was not entirely without gain. He now possessed a witch's power himself. Though he was not as proficient as Rena when it came to business, he at least had a basic foundation. He had already mastered the full process from raising magical beasts to extracting mana. If he could gather the other conditions, he could, in fact, support the business on his own. Of course, he did not need to cling to the mana trade. Any line of work that could earn money was something he was willing to try. Once, he had fully prepared himself to die. Now, he felt that continuing to risk his life was no great matter. Since Rena no longer had the heart to continue, he had no intention of forcing her. At the thought of bidding Rena a complete farewell, his chest felt tight. Yet if Rena wanted a peaceful and safe life, then the best option was to have no further entanglement with someone like him. After thinking it over, Leon could not find anything more to say. In the end, he nodded to Rena. Farewell. Take care of yourself. Rena stared blankly as Leon turned around with a desolate expression. She seemed to see a thin thread connecting the two of them, one that was about to snap. In the empty house, boundless loneliness seemed to catch up to her once more. Suddenly, she reached out and grabbed Leon's hand. Leon turned back in surprise. I still have money. Rena looked straight into Leon's eyes, her lips trembling uncontrollably. An unrestrained thought suddenly surged up from the depths of her heart and finally burst from her mouth. Leon, let's leave this place together. Together? Leon repeated instinctively. Yes, together. Once everything is truly over, we'll leave this place together. Take the remaining money and do whatever business you want. Don't take risks anymore. Oui. Rena's voice suddenly choked up. Let's stop together. Gazing into Rena's tear-filled eyes, Leon froze in place, even forgetting to blink. In that moment of eye contact, he finally understood that Rena felt exactly the same as he did. To Rena, he was the only person in this world who bore the same sins as she did. What had already happened could no longer be changed. Before time could dull the torment brought by it all, only he could share this burden with her, holding each other close for warmth. Leon cast an inquiring look at Rena while slowly raising his hand, tentatively brushing her cheek. The girl's face trembled slightly in his palm, but she did not resist. All right, we'll stop, Leon said, his voice trembling despite himself. Once all of this is over, we'll leave this place. MHM. Hearing Leon's answer, Rena nodded repeatedly, tears spilling from her eyes. Enough. No more of it. None of it. Leon once again stood before the doors of the Inquisition and strode inside. The position of Inquisitor, the power of a witch, the business of dredging gold from blood, he no longer needed any of it. Both he and Rena would stop completely from this point on. Just as he was preparing to give himself over to despair and continue trudging through the abyss, Rena had pulled him back from behind and given him a future they could share together. No more risks, no more hurting others, leaving this place behind and letting time wash everything away. For someone like him to receive such salvation, what more could he possibly ask for? But before that, he still had to patiently wait for the case to settle, wait for everything to come to an end. He returned to the duty room belonging to his team, preparing to write the final report for Rena's pretrial procedure. At this hour, the other team members were all out on assignments, leaving the spacious duty room with only him seated alone at the desk. Leon let out a long breath and adjusted his state. Just as he was about to put pen to paper, he suddenly heard footsteps stop at the doorway. He turned his head and saw Bishop Beckett appear at the door once again. Sir. Leon hurriedly stood and saluted, forcing himself to remain calm as he asked, Is there something you need? The moment he saw Bishop Beckett, his entire body tensed. This was the second time today the bishop had suddenly appeared before him. Something was clearly off. Nothing much. Has the person been sent back? Bishop Beckett asked. Yes. I escorted the suspect back to her home in Rivermouth Village, Leon replied. Is that so? Good. Bishop Beckett nodded calmly, then suddenly stepped into the duty room and closed the door behind him. Regarding the witch, Sally Hesh, who turned herself in today, there are a few things I need to say to you. Please go ahead. Leon's heart rate spiked instantly. You knew that witch and even lived under the same roof without discovering or suspecting anything. Of course, I also know that this is asking a bit much. Director Aaron was very understanding about this as well. Still, once this is written up in the report and submitted, the higher-ups may hold you accountable. So we plan to go through the proper procedure and give you the lightest possible disciplinary action in the submitted report. I hope you understand this is to protect you. Bishop Beckett said kindly. Of course, I completely understand. Leon nodded in response, though he did not let his guard down. This may still have a slight impact on your future performance evaluations, but only for a short while, Bishop Beckett continued. I don't mind. Thank you for informing me, sir, Leon replied. As long as you don't mind. Bishop Beckett smiled and nodded, then paused for quite some time before suddenly lowering his voice. After all, your objective has already been achieved, hasn't it? Although Leon had long prepared himself mentally, at the moment when the blade was finally revealed, he still felt as if his entire body had fallen into an ice cellar. Bishop Beckett had indeed seen through the problem and had even pointed directly at him. Sir, what are you talking about? Leon put on a confused expression. There was no evidence whatsoever regarding his having Sally take Rena's place. Even if there were suspicions, nothing could be investigated. Unless Sally confessed and admitted it herself, but she would never open her mouth. Just listen to me first. Bishop Beckett said with a smile, raising a hand to signal Leon to calm down. I've always trusted my intuition. From the moment we captured Rena Lothark, the outline of the case had already taken shape in my mind. Yet despite mobilizing so many resources and striking preemptively, I still couldn't obtain the key evidence, forcing me to even use the final trump card of the Supreme Investigation Warrant. Then, just as we were applying for the Supreme Investigation Warrant, Sally Hesh suddenly turned herself in. The evidence practically delivered itself to our doorstep, and when pieced together, it formed a truth that completely overturned my original deductions. My intuition told me something was wrong, but I couldn't see through it at the time. Fortunately, when I reported to that person, he gave me a hint. As Leon listened, a chill crept up his spine and spread through his entire body. In fact, we only need to make a single assumption, Bishop Beckett continued. Assume that there is someone trying to mislead us. That person must be connected to every incident, like a hidden thread in the dark, linking every point of suspicion together. Bishop Beckett looked at Leon and nodded as he spoke. And you are that hidden thread. You came into contact with the informant who disappeared along with Karen. You had the opportunity to move the evidence before we did. Director Aaron once told you about the investigation warrant, and the Hesh who turned herself in just so happened to be connected to you. Forgive me for saying so, sir, but if the premise of your assumption is wrong, Just as Leon was about to argue, Bishop Beckett raised a hand to stop him. It's fine. This is all just my speculation, without any evidence. As long as no one suddenly testifies against you, the church's procedures pose no threat to you. Hearing this, the unease in Leon's heart did not diminish. Instead, it swelled even further. But if it's a force outside the church, then no evidence is needed. For us, suspicion alone is enough, Bishop Beckett continued, hands clasped behind his back. Leon's heart lurched. He suddenly recalled how Father Auden had mentioned that Bishop Beckett, like the priest and Karen before him, had once been subjected to an internal church investigation. Even then, Leon had suspected that Bishop Beckett was not as clean as he appeared. A name one he had long known could influence powers beyond the church surfaced in his mind. That force truly had no need for evidence. They stood in opposition to the law itself. Once suspicion fell upon a target, it was sufficient reason for them to act. They could be even more dangerous than the church. Leon's heart sank as he sharply realized that if those people turned their suspicious gaze toward him, Rena's situation would be the same. In an instant, he prepared himself for battle, though his expression remained calm, betraying no hostility. Bishop Beckett was undoubtedly a transcendent. The fact that he had dared to stand in front of Aaron while Sally was holding cursed blood proved that he had methods to deal with it. However, Bishop Beckett did not necessarily know that the blood was actually Leon's power. After all, a witch's blessing on a man was profoundly counterintuitive. If used properly, that lethal ability might still find a breakthrough. Yet there was still a question lingering in Leon's mind. If Bishop Beckett truly represented that force, and suspicion alone was enough reason for them to act, then there was no need for him to come here to confirm anything. For them, this conversation only added unnecessary trouble. Bishop Beckett continued to watch him with a half-smile, hands behind his back, showing not the slightest hint of tension. Do you want to save them? He suddenly asked. At that moment, Leon felt as if his heartbeat stopped for an instant. Them? Did that mean not only Rena, but also Melissa and even Sally? He could not be sure whether Bishop Beckett was deliberately provoking him into revealing a flaw, or if there was some other purpose behind it. But if such a possibility truly existed, even if it meant gambling with his life, he would not hesitate in the slightest. Vaguely, the future that Rena had painted for the two of them together faded from his mind, replaced by a narrow, perilous path stretching along the edge of a cliff, extending endlessly forward with no end in sight. His expression darkened as he fixed his burning gaze on Bishop Beckett. What do you want? At this moment, he was no longer Inquisitor Leon Set, but the fugitive Fenrir speaking. And the man before him was no longer Bishop Beckett, but the agent of some supreme lord of the underworld. More than 20 years ago, someone once faced the same choice as you, sir. His ending, however, was different from yours. My master greatly admires your approach, and thus specifically instructed me to extend to you a sincere invitation. Bishop Beckett straightened his posture with hands behind his back. The smile on his face was courteous and impeccable, like a butler conveying his master's words to a guest. Mr. Fenrir, the Earl, wishes to see you. North of South Harbor County, River Valley County, Hellenberg. Inside a villa built on the mountainside, the young Sid sat beside a square dining table, gazing out through the window. This side of the villa's outer wall stood right at the edge of a cliff, from where one could see a great river flowing into the sea. South Harbor County and River Valley County lay on opposite sides of the river's mouth, north and south respectively, facing each other across the water. Hellenberg was the largest port city on the River Valley County side. At the same time, this place marked the southernmost boundary of the Earl's sphere of influence, but very soon, that boundary would cross the river and extend into South Harbor County on the opposite shore. Jay was a senior operative managing the Earl's businesses within River Valley County, and he was also the Earl's own nephew. Over the past few years, while overseeing operations in River Valley County, he had constantly tried to expand into South Harbor County. However, that expansion could hardly be called smooth. The local kingpin, Mr. Griffin, had established extremely solid relationships with the local elite. At his side was also a seasoned professional who handled his operations and offered advice. Jay had even suffered several losses at their hands. It was not until the past year that the Earl began to truly value the territory of South Harbor County and personally poured resources into it. Only then was the local kingpin finally dealt with. Mr. Griffin was gone, but the local elite's demand for magical potions remained. The market there was now a massive cake, urgently in need of someone to take it over. By all logic, this business should have been handed to Jay, whose territory was closest. Yet Jay felt no confidence at all. Over the previous years, his performance had not been particularly outstanding. There had even been one incident where he was carelessly investigated, forcing the Earl to pull strings to clean up after him. After the Earl personally sent people to handle the struggle over South Harbor County, Jay was no longer allowed to take part. This left him deeply uneasy. At one point, he even suspected that the reason the Earl had not informed him of the progress was that he planned to stabilize South Harbor County first, then force Mr. Griffin to submit and appoint him as a new subordinate in charge of that territory. The Earl had done this sort of thing, turning enemies into subordinates more than once. He possessed that kind of magnanimity. As long as someone was useful, even if they had once been an opponent, he was willing to take them under his banner. Conversely, if someone was deemed useless in his eyes, they would be discarded without mercy. If another operative took over South Harbor County and managed it better than Jay had managed River Valley County, Jay's position would become extremely awkward. Now that the situation in South Harbor County seemed to be settled, the Earl had taken the initiative to come to Hellenberg to visit him and arrange a meeting here. As for how the Earl would announce the outcome, Jay felt anything but certain. At that moment, the villa's elderly butler entered and formally announced, "Mr. Sid, the Earl has arrived." Jay hurriedly rose from his seat. Moments later, a middle-aged gentleman entered the room with a cane, handing his hat to the butler who had come to receive him. He appeared to be in his 40s, tall and solidly built. His hair and beard were neatly trimmed, and he had a kindly face, with what seemed like an elegant smile permanently resting at the corners of his mouth. In the Empire's underworld, there was almost no one who had not heard of the Earl's name. Yet nowadays, apart from a few surviving old-timers and those within the Earl's own organization, very few people had ever seen him or knew his true identity. Few knew that the Earl was in fact truly an Imperial Earl Isaac Mustana, an Earl of the Empire in Theft in the Eastern Foil region, and one of the most powerful lords in the eastern part of the Empire. "Jay, my child, it's been a long time," he said, breaking into hearty laughter the moment he saw Jay stand up and warmly pulling him into a strong embrace. "It has been a long time, Uncle." Jay forced a smile as he returned the embrace of the Earl Foil. While they hugged, Jay took a glance outside before the butler closed the door and withdrew. The Earl Foil seemed to have brought only a single burly attendant, who had found a spot in the courtyard to sit down and rest on his own. "How has Celia been?" "I haven't contacted her in a long time," the Earl Foil said with a smile as he sat down. "My mother is recuperating at a monastery in Arsna. She's in much better health than last year," Jay replied, sitting down across the square table. The two chatted amiably about family matters and then about the business here, and the atmosphere seemed very harmonious. Yet Jay's unease did not diminish in the slightest. Looking at the Earl Foil's face, where the smile never faded, he could not guess the man's thoughts at all. Finally, seizing an opportunity, he steered the conversation back on track. "Speaking of that, Uncle, there's been quite a bit of news coming from South Harbor County recently. Have the people you arranged there been handling things smoothly?" "Very smoothly. They've basically completed their task. The local suppliers have already been uprooted by the church. The Mr. Griffin you often mentioned is dead, the Earl Foyle said calmly. He is dead. Jay blinked, clearly taken aback. Why are you so surprised? The Earl asked with a smile. You were the one who killed him, Jay. Jay's expression stiffened. He realized that the Earl had indeed learned of his little maneuver. Earlier, when extremely high-purity mana had suddenly begun appearing in South Harbor County, the Earl had attached great importance to it. That was why he personally made use of his connections within the church, allowing the local Inquisition to put pressure on Mr. Griffin. Jay had heard some internal rumors. The Earl's people there seemed to have approached matters through local clients and successfully grabbed hold of Mr. Griffin's tail. Jay had also learned of Mr. Griffin's identity and the location of his estate. But the Earl, who was usually decisive and swift in action, had suddenly slowed his move against Mr. Griffin at that point, making Jay extremely nervous. Jay guessed that the Earl might have taken an interest in Mr. Griffin because of that high-purity mana and was considering absorbing him. If Mr. Griffin were successfully absorbed, not only would Jay lose any chance of taking over South Harbor County, but there would also be a former adversary stationed right next to his own territory. If Mr. Griffin's business performed even better, Jay's standing would become dangerously unstable. After much deliberation, Jay sent out his most trusted assassin, intending to kill Potter ahead of time. But several days passed, and the assassin never returned. Instead, news of Potter's death came through other channels. Jay had not yet fully figured out what had happened when the Earl suddenly paid a visit to Hellenberg. It seems you still don't fully understand what happened, so let me explain, the Earl said with a smile. Your man successfully took out Mr. Griffin, but on that same day, the people I planted in the Inquisition also raided the estate. They ran into each other. Your assassin was captured on the spot and had no choice but to commit suicide. Seeing Jay's expression change drastically, he added reassuringly, but don't worry. Bishop Beckett will handle it properly. Even if the church opens a separate case, they won't be able to investigate anything. Yet Jay's face fell even further. His assassin had actually run into the Earl's people inside the church and been captured on the spot. His unauthorized action had been caught red-handed by the Earl's people. His man had interfered with the Earl's plans, and he had caused the organization to lose an excellent assassin for nothing. This was nothing short of a catastrophic blunder. Uncle, I only wanted to help. I just thought I should contribute somehow. I knew nothing of your plan, so I had no idea things would turn out like this. Jay hurriedly explained. Jay, did I ever tell you not to do unnecessary things? The Earl interlaced his fingers on the table and scrutinized Jay's eyes. You are my own nephew. Between us is a bond of trust thicker than blood. In this line of work, the people one can trust at their side are as important as one's own fingers. I let you manage River Valley County precisely because of this. But it seems you don't trust your uncle that much. Jay realized that the Earl had already seen through his reason for killing Mr. Griffin, and a chill ran through his heart. This special meeting the Earl Foyle had arranged was indeed to call him to account. Uncle he desperately searched for an excuse, but could not think of a single word. Since we've come this far, you should be mentally prepared. A mistake, in the end, still calls for punishment. As the Earl spoke, he took out a small bottle, placed it on the table, and pushed it toward his nephew. Jay, drink this. Jay saw the bottle of medicine and stood up on the spot, his face draining of all color. Uncle, is it really necessary to go this far over something so small? He glared at the Earl Foyle, his face filled with disbelief. Although he had indeed taken action behind the Earl's back, Potter had still been their competitor at the time. Sending people to assassinate him could hardly be considered a betrayal of the organization. Yet the Earl was now making him take poison and kill himself? Jay, what you need to do right now is take responsibility, rebuild the trust between us, and drink it. The Earl Foyle replied calmly, without the slightest change in expression. Jay looked at the bottle, his heart wavering violently. So this was just a test? The Earl did not actually intend to kill him? As long as he dared to drink it, this matter would be over? He reached out, picked up the bottle, opened it, and sniffed it. A sweet, delightful fragrance entered his nose, and his expression abruptly changed. Uncle, this is a mana solvent, isn't it? He asked, staring at the Earl. Yes, drink it, take responsibility, and this matter will be settled. The Earl nodded. Jay's eyelids twitched. Potions configured with mana possessed all kinds of miraculous effects. For example, longevity potions could slow aging and allow a person to return to youth. However, the church strictly prohibited potions. This was not only due to hostility toward Mwalai, but also because all potions, strictly speaking, Mana itself had severe side effects on those who had received the blessings of the four gods of origin. Once a blessed individual ingested a certain amount of mana, necrosis would occur in parts of the body. Usually it would not be fatal, but the necrotic area might be blindness in one eye, deafness in one ear, the loss of a hand or a foot, or an irreversible pathological change in some internal organ. And when the Earl had trained Jay in the past, he had personally arranged for him to receive the blessing of the god of war. This was the punishment the Earl had prepared for him. Jay let out a long breath and set the bottle down. "You're not drinking it." The Earl Foyle raised an eyebrow. "Uncle, I know you're very disappointed in me. How about this? I'll give up the business here." Jay spread his hands. "If you're dissatisfied with me, you can replace me. I'll withdraw." He had already earned enough money in this position and had secretly accumulated his own forces. It was more than enough for him to leave the Earl's territory and live freely. Crippling himself by drinking a potion in exchange for forgiveness was simply not worth it. It was far better to withdraw outright and leave intact. Staying by the Earl's side in constant fear was worse. He had long considered the possibility of the Earl calling him to account and had already prepared a contingency plan. Don't say such childish things. In this line of work, there's no such thing as quitting whenever you want. Be good, Jay. Drink it. The Earl's tone remained unchanged. This response was exactly what Jay had expected. As a core operative, he was deeply entangled in the business chain of River Valley County and held far too much information. If he retired peacefully, that would be one thing. But leaving under such unpleasant circumstances would make the Earl regard him as a latent threat who might betray the organization at any time. "Sorry, Uncle. On this matter, I must refuse." Jay's attitude suddenly hardened, his voice rising sharply. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. A burly, middle-aged man with a full beard pushed it open and poked his head inside. Jay recognized him as the attendant who had accompanied the Earl. The attendant looked listless, even somewhat dejected, and Jay caught a whiff of alcohol on him. "What is it, Johnny?" the Earl asked, turning toward the man. Sorry to interrupt you, but a lot of people just rushed in outside. Did either of you invite them?" Johnny stepped aside and opened the door wider so the two of them could see clearly. Through the half-open corridor outside, the courtyard came into view. A row of soldiers holding steel shields had appeared, with another row of musketeers behind them. Using the shield soldiers as cover, they had formed ranks and were aiming in this direction. Johnny was standing squarely within firing range, yet he seemed completely unconcerned. The Earl said nothing and looked at Jay. "Sorry, Uncle. My people are here to pick me up." Jay straightened his clothes and poured the bottle of medicine directly onto the ground. "Please rest assured, I have no intention of doing anything to you. This is purely for my own protection. I know that here and now, you could kill me easily, but whether those people outside would let you leave safely is another matter entirely." From the very beginning, he had secretly brought men up the mountain and set an ambush in the nearby forest. When he shouted loudly, they would rush in to rescue him. The Earl met Jay's gaze expressionlessly. Jay was still extremely tense. He knew that the Earl Foyle had once been a fully appointed third-rank knight of the church and a powerful transcendent. That attendant also looked far from simple. If a fight really broke out here, his odds of winning were actually quite low. He could only gamble that the Earl did not want to take the risk and would choose to let him leave after weighing the pros and cons. Jay had already made all the arrangements for his escape. Once down the mountain, he would take his packed assets and leave the Earl's territory for the western part of the Empire or even leave the Empire altogether. "Fine. If you don't want to drink it, then go." The Earl Foyle suddenly nodded, his demeanor still calm and composed. Jay froze. This was the outcome he wanted, but he had not expected the other party to concede so easily. "Uncle, I'm withdrawing now. I only want to ensure my own safety. Unless necessary, I don't want to betray you either. I hope you won't push me too hard." Jay said seriously. "Don't worry, Jay. Since you desire freedom so much, I respect your wishes. After all, you are my nephew." "Safe travels," the Earl replied. Hearing this, Jay finally relaxed slightly. He withdrew from the room into the courtyard, took cover behind the formation of soldiers outside, and then, escorted by his men, went down the only mountain path. Johnny stood at the doorway, watching them disappear. He pulled out a tin flask from his chest, opened it, and took a sip, then turned to the Earl. "You're really letting him go just like that? That doesn't seem like you." "Everyone has their own choices," the Earl replied, seated in place. "You just seized South Harbor County, and now no one's managing River Valley County either. With two such huge pieces of fat meat, which cadre are you planning to hand them to?" Johnny asked while twisting the flask's cap. Those people already have enough territory. When wolves in the pack grow stronger than the Wolf King, they start thinking about taking his place. The Earl thought for a moment before answering. I think it's time to cultivate some newcomers. Bishop Beckett encountered an interesting young man in South Harbor County. He's just like I was back then. He found a witch, raised magical beasts in a labyrinth, and refined mana. I'm rather interested in him. You still have so many promising young people under you. You're really going to pick some suddenly emerged mana dealer. Johnny did not quite understand. His conditions are simply too suitable. As for whether he can actually be used, that will depend on further observation. This trip, my main purpose is to meet him. Before that, South Harbor County will be handed to Beckett to manage. Johnny, can you temporarily help me take over the business in River Valley County? The Earl looked at Johnny. For any cadre in the organization, suddenly gaining the profits of an entire county's business even temporarily would be a cause for great joy. But Johnny instead showed an expression of annoyance. Are you serious? If I leave, who's going to manage the fleet? Have your people temporarily handle transport at the entrances and exits. It won't be a big problem, the Earl replied calmly. Johnny sighed upon hearing this. After quite a while, he asked, Then can we leave now? The Earl took out a pocket watch and glanced at it. Yes, let's go. The two of them left the villa one after the other and went downhill along the mountain path. At the foot of the mountain was a small dock, where a large cargo ship was bobbing with the waves in the distance. There was also a road leading to the urban area of Hellenberg. Both land and sea routes were convenient. Just as they were nearing the mountain's base, they saw a convoy of carriages blocking the road below. People crowded around it. The fully armed soldiers Jay had brought earlier were still waiting there. They were preparing to go up the mountain. When they spotted the Earl coming down, the soldiers immediately formed ranks and once again took up aiming stances. The Earl's gaze swept over them, and beside the formation he saw Jay being supported by others. Standing on the steps of the mountain path, Jay shouted down, "What is it, Jay? Didn't you say you were leaving?" "Uncle." Jay's face was deathly pale. He clutched his stomach and forced out his words with difficulty. "Was it you?" The moment he went down the mountain, he began to feel unwell. By the time he sat in the carriage, his abdomen felt as if it were being sliced apart, and his hands and feet went numb. In an instant, he realized he had been poisoned, and that it was inseparable from the Earl. He immediately ordered the carriage to stop and was just about to bring his men back up the mountain when the Earl came down again. "Yes, you should know by now that there are my people around you. Poisoning you would have been very easy," the Earl admitted frankly. "You poisoned me from the very beginning? Why did you have to do this?" Jay shook his head weakly, gnashing his teeth as he stretched out a hand. "Give me the antidote. Right now." "I gave it to you. You poured it out," the Earl replied expressionlessly. Jay froze on the spot. "That bottle of medicine mixed with mana also contained the antidote you wanted. If you drank it, you would pay a price, but at least you wouldn't die. But you made your choice. I said it before, since you value freedom so highly, even above your own life, I respect your wishes. After all, you are my nephew." The Earl raised one hand expressionlessly and waved it. "You should have known the price of doing this long ago. Safe travels, Jay." Jay trembled with rage. Suddenly his eyes split wide, and he screamed the Earl's name at the top of his lungs. "Isaac Mastana." In the next instant, he was about to order the soldiers to fire in unison when distant cannon fire suddenly roared, drowning out his voice. The moored cargo sailing ship swung its loaded cannons into position. At the same moment the Earl waved his hand. It fired a full volley toward the mountain's base. Heavy cannonballs crashed down around the musketeer formation, throwing up clouds of dirt. Two of the shots slammed directly into the ranks, sending flesh and blood flying, screams filling the air. Amid the swirling dust, a beast-like roar rang out. Then, the previously feeble Jay actually burst out from the dust cloud. His entire body was soaked in blood, his muscles swelling until they nearly tore through his clothes. The blessing of the god of war allowed him to drastically enhance his physical abilities for a short time, even in a near-death state. Sword in one hand and a long-barreled musket snatched up in the other, he aimed at the Earl. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared him down. Even if it meant death, he would take the other man with him. The previously languid Johnny suddenly stepped forward. At blinding speed, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. A bolt of lightning shot from his fingertips and struck Jay before he could fire. Jay's entire body went rigid as he was electrocuted, and he was flung several meters away. He hit the ground, twitched a few times, and soon stopped breathing. Johnny Wellman silently lowered his hand. This time, the Earl had brought only him to the meeting, but as a former commander of a church knight order, he was the Earl's most powerful subordinate. So many corpses again. Johnny put his hands on his hips and shook his head, then turned to the Earl for instructions. Same as usual, toss them all into the sea. Should your nephew's body be buried separately? No. Preserve all the corpses properly. The Earl replied without hesitation. Tomorrow I'll be meeting the young man Beckett brought. I'll give these corpses away as gifts. What? Johnny frowned. The next day, at a mountain villa in Hellenberg, Leon sat at a square table and turned his head to gaze out the window. He saw a broad river. In the distance, the estuary was faintly visible. One sailboat after another traveled back and forth across the river's surface, reflecting the setting sun. The Holden River was one of the busiest waterways for imperial shipping. River Valley County and South Harbor County lay on the river's southern and northern banks respectively, both having built prosperous port cities along its course. Bishop Beckett had arranged for him to meet with the Earl, with the location set in Hellenberg of River Valley County. The journey had lasted a full 6 hours. He had gone from carriage to ferry, then back to carriage. For the final stretch, he had been blindfolded until he was delivered to the foot of the mountain. After that, he had been led up the mountain and brought to this villa. The person he was about to meet was a major figure with enormous influence in both the underworld and the legitimate world. Yet even Leon himself found it surprising that his mind was very calm. He had already struggled through desperate situations. Now that the other party had proposed a meeting, it meant there was room for negotiation. No matter how bad things became, they could not be worse than when he had previously been forced into a dead end by this very person. Suddenly, he heard movement at the doorway and withdrew his gaze, turning to look. A middle-aged gentleman stood alone at the entrance, smiling at him. This is my favorite spot in the whole house. The view is excellent, especially at dusk, when the entire river turns a beautiful orange. In that instant, Leon was basically certain who the visitor was. From the man's speech and bearing, it was naturally evident that he was the unquestionable master of this place. Leon was just about to stand and offer a greeting when the man smiled and raised a hand. You're the guest. Just stay seated. After that, the Earl sat down across from Leon and then suddenly asked, Any dietary restrictions? Leon froze for a moment, then shook his head. The Earl snapped his fingers toward the doorway. Someone immediately entered the room, spread a tablecloth, and set the tableware for both of them. Next, a bowl of red soup and a dish of coarse oat flour were served to each of them, and honey-colored lemon wine was poured into their glasses. They probably didn't have time to prepare food for you along the way. Let's eat first and talk afterward. Foyle's local cuisine, I hope it suits your taste. As he spoke, the Earl was the first to raise his glass in a toast. Leon also raised his glass in return, and both took a sip. Then the Earl poured the coarse oat flour into the soup, stirred it with a spoon, and began to eat. Leon followed the Earl's example in preparing the dish. He scooped up a spoonful and put it into his mouth. The lamb soup, mixed with oat flour and flavored with the sour and spicy taste of onions and tomatoes, had a thick texture. The aroma of spices lay somewhere between mint and lemongrass, refreshing and invigorating. The mutton's gamey flavor was very light, sliced thin, and melted in the mouth. After this soup came deep-fried cheese balls coated in breadcrumbs, then pan-grilled sea eel fillets, and finally apple and honey pie cut into pieces. The dishes could not be called extravagant by the standards of entertaining guests. They were even somewhat plain, but every dish was executed flawlessly. The Earl did not say a single word while eating, focusing solely on the meal. Leon also refrained from starting any conversation. At first, he ate a little stiffly, but later he relaxed. After all the travel by boat and carriage, he truly was hungry. Only after they were fully fed and all the bowls and plates had been cleared away did the Earl wipe his mouth with a napkin and finally raise the main topic. Mr. Fenrir, you should have considered the purpose of my asking to meet you, correct? Do you want me to work for you? Leon looked at the Earl and asked. The Earl had guessed his true identity, but had not touched him. Instead, he had invited him to meet. Naturally, Leon would think the Earl intended to recruit him. In present-day South Harbor County, Mr. Griffin, who controlled the mana business, is dead. In Hamiltown, Karen Esso is dead. There is now a vacancy in the position of Director of the Inquisition. If there were someone who could conveniently fill both of these vacancies at once, business throughout this region would flow without obstruction. The Earl stared straight at Leon as he spoke. Leon revealed a look of surprise. You want me to do it? In his expectations, The Earl probably wanted him to supply goods for them, just as he had previously produced mana in the labyrinth for Mr. Griffin. But the moment the Earl opened his mouth, he painted a picture so grand that Leon had never even imagined it. Leaving aside replacing Mr. Griffin in controlling the underground market, becoming the director of the Inquisition in Hamiltown in place of Cardinal. This pie was drawn far too big. Imagine such a scene. You become the director of the Inquisition in Hamiltown. You know the church's movements like the back of your hand, and at the same time you firmly control the entire underground market of South Harbor County. You can use your authority to shelter tens of millions in business every year. And moreover, you have a way to protect the woman currently detained in the Inquisition. The Earl smiled faintly. Sacrificing a woman who won't live much longer is indeed the most rational choice. But I've heard that you seem to be trying to treat her illness. If there's a chance, you would still want to save her, wouldn't you? Leon's heart stirred slightly. If he controlled the entire Inquisition, then after Sari was sentenced, he would have the opportunity to apply for her to serve her term under local detention. He could then ensure that Sari received treatment with magical potions at any time. Her lifespan could be extended by at least 5 years. During those 5 years, it might even be possible to find a cure for saltification disease. He had even previously considered a plan to rescue her by swapping her out through feigned death. With the authority of a director, that plan was no longer completely impossible. And with both the power once held by Karen Esso and the wealth controlled by Henry Potter being gathered into his hands at the same time, it was impossible for him not to be tempted. From your expression, I can tell you're interested. The smile on the Earl's face grew even broader. But why me? Leon quickly calmed down and raised the question. The Earl certainly had many people under him. Why would such a good opportunity fall to an outsider like him? Because there is truly no one more suitable than you. You have cooperated with Mr. Griffin and have a certain understanding of the local underground market. At the same time, you are an Inquisitor in Hamiltown and meet the basic conditions to rise to that position. Moreover, Aaron seems to appreciate you. If you have the chance to interact with him again in the future, that connection alone is worth my investment in you. The Earl explained. Who exactly is Director Aaron? Leon asked tentatively. The priest had once analyzed that Aaron's background must be formidable. From the looks of it, the Earl knew the inside story. In the future, you'll have the chance to know. What you need to know now is that he doesn't know the true situation on my side, nor does he know yours. In front of him, keep your mouth shut. The Earl replied. Leon nodded. It seemed that Bishop Beckett was someone the Earl had deliberately placed by Aaron's side. He appeared to be helping Aaron accumulate achievements, but had no intention of letting Aaron know that he controlled underground businesses forbidden by the church. However, the most critical reason I chose you is your methods. At this point, the Earl smiled with nostalgia. I never expected that besides myself, there would actually be someone else who cooperated with a witch and raised magical beasts in a labyrinth. You also once. Leon was somewhat surprised. 25 years ago, when I was still an apprentice knight, I once encountered a witch during a labyrinth exploration. I didn't capture her. Instead, I chose to cooperate with her, letting her raise magical beasts in the labyrinth and extract mana for me. That was the first fortune I dug up in this business. Later, we lived together. Although for various reasons I couldn't marry her, she was the only woman I ever truly loved in my life. As he spoke to this point, the Earl's expression shifted from nostalgia to desolation. Unfortunately, because of my negligence, she was captured by the church. Then Leon recalled that Bishop Beckett had once mentioned that over 20 years ago, someone had faced the same choice as him, but with a different ending. She died. The Earl's voice was very soft. At the time, the Inquisition had evidence against her and other accomplices. To protect me, she chose to take her own life. So, the reason you immediately thought that someone was raising magical beasts inside a labyrinth, and that someone was assisting a witch, was because you had personally experienced all of this yourself. Leon confirmed with the Earl. Yes, I suppose you could say it was fate's guidance. The Earl chuckled softly. Leon let out a small breath of relief inwardly. Bishop Beckett had once mentioned that whether it was the assault on the labyrinth or the suspicion falling on Leon, it had all actually been prompted by the Earl's hints. That constant feeling of being seen through had made Leon deeply wary of the Earl. But now it seemed that the Earl's accurate deductions were mainly based on his own past experiences, rather than because he was some monstrously omniscient being. And you accomplished what I failed to do back then. You actually found a woman on the brink of death who was willing to take the blame and become a witch for your sake. Someone was willing to sacrifice herself for you, and you possessed both the compassion to save others and the decisiveness to make hard choices. All of this gives me a very high opinion of you, the Earl said with a smile. From these words, Leon sharply grasped an important piece of information. The Earl believed that Sally had become a witch in order to take the blame. This meant that at least one thing had successfully deceived both the Earl and Bishop Beckett. They did not know that Sally was not actually a witch, and that the one who truly possessed the power of that malignant cursed blood was Leon himself. At that moment, the Earl suddenly changed the subject. However, whether you are truly competent still requires a period of observation. I need you to prove your value to me. What do you want me to do? Leon asked. I want to assign you a task first. By this day next year, you are to deliver 200 grams of mana, the Earl said. 200 grams. Leon was startled. Even last year, including the mana Rena had initially handed over to Hannah Weisland, their total mana output had only amounted to about a quarter of this requirement. Raising it all at once to 200 grams sounded almost unreasonably demanding. As for purity, it must reach at least 75%. Among that, at least 50 grams must be high grade, reaching 80% purity. The Earl continued, adding further requirements. That's honestly quite difficult, Leon said truthfully. They no longer had even a single magical beast on hand, and the labyrinth had now been sealed off. Just restarting production would be difficult, let alone meeting the purity requirements. The purity the Earl demanded basically required magical beasts that had consumed human flesh to be reliably achieved. Moreover, Leon himself found it very hard to refine mana of that level of purity. Only Rena could do it, which meant he would have to drag Rena into this matter again. Don't worry. I will also provide you with some support, the Earl said, snapping his fingers. Immediately, someone carried in a large chest. When the chest was opened, Leon saw neatly rolled gold vouchers and stacks of gold coins arranged inside. There are 2 million finny in here, as my investment in you, and also as a deposit for that batch of goods. Take it as startup capital. Once you meet my required shipment volume, there will be another 4 million finny as the remaining payment. Any surplus beyond that will be purchased separately. In addition, I have some gifts for you. Since we just finished eating, I won't show them to you now. They are some corpses, all properly processed by me. One of them belonged to someone who had received a blessing, the Earl explained. Leon revealed a look of surprise. He was not surprised by the money, but by the corpses the Earl mentioned. The Earl clearly knew that feeding corpses to magical beasts could increase the purity of mana. I can also prepare Moilai's altar for you. As for magical beasts, I have channels to help you acquire some, but there will be limits on both quantity and type. Someone will contact you about that, the Earl continued. Leon gradually came back to his senses. With magical beasts, the basic conditions for producing mana were in place, but there were still some difficulties to overcome. The labyrinth near Hamiltown has already been sealed off, and the amount you're asking for requires large-scale breeding. It would be very easy to be investigated by the church again. Didn't you say earlier that Aaron doesn't know you're involved in these businesses? If he continues serving as director, the moment he notices anything, he'll initiate an investigation. Leon said, You don't need to worry about safety at all. After Aaron resolves this case, he will soon be transferred away. After that, Bishop Beckett will temporarily take over as the local director for at least a year. During that period, he will manage my businesses in South Harbor County and provide you with many safeguards. At the very least, when you operate in that original labyrinth, there will no longer be anyone from the church investigating you, the Earl said calmly. For a moment, Leon found himself unable to raise any objections. If Bishop Beckett temporarily served as director, that meant Leon would essentially not be investigated by the Inquisition at all. On the contrary, he might even receive protection and assistance from it, allowing him to promptly grasp the church's movements. The risks would undoubtedly be greatly reduced. Moreover, if his work went smoothly enough, he should be able to secure conditions for Sally to receive treatment while imprisoned. Funds, magical beasts, location, and even security guarantees, everything was in place. The basic conditions were already complete. The only problem he needed to overcome was output. The conditions provided by the Earl could be said to be extremely comprehensive. To demand even more, to the point of being spoon-fed, would seem unreasonable. 200 grams of mana, a total payment of 6 million finny. This was his goal for the coming year, and also the first task the Earl had assigned him. What happens if I fail to meet the requirements? Leon asked. That depends on the situation. If you can at least supply part of the goods, I am still willing to pay to purchase them. However, in that case, you would only be a supplier. I would withdraw most of my support. The opportunity I'm giving you is merely priority access. If you can't do it, I'll switch to someone else. But regardless, there is no option to withdraw from this. I hope you understand, the Earl said, staring directly into Leon's eyes. Leon nodded. When he came here to meet the Earl, he already understood that he no longer had the option to stop. Don't be nervous. If the production model you test here succeeds, and we expand it, it might allow us to rid ourselves of our reliance on smuggling. The upper limit of the status you can attain is not merely becoming Karen Esso and Henry Potter at the same time, the Earl said in an encouraging tone. Hearing this, Leon suddenly felt puzzled. You've tried this production model before. Now that you have such power, why haven't you expanded it on a large scale? Ever since I established smuggling routes through the import and export trade of my own territory, I haven't tried this method again. Compared to setting production sites within the Empire, smuggling carries much lower risk, the Earl explained. Then why suddenly switch back to this method? Leon asked. Our smuggling partners are heretical nations across the sea. A group of great witches established an organization they're called the Witch Gathering. They are our primary trading partners. But recently, some problems have arisen between us. The Earl offered a cursory explanation. You'll have a chance to learn the details later. For now, just focus on the goal of 200 grams. I'm very much looking forward to your performance. Chapter 80. The mood had reached this point. Rivermouth Village, Rena's wooden cabin. That's the current situation. Leon stood in front of Rena and explained their present predicament in full detail, step by step. Throughout the entire process, Rena's reaction shifted from shock to bewilderment. Only at the end did she finally calm down a little. After listening to Leon's explanation and thinking it over repeatedly, she spoke to confirm with him. So we now have to supply 200 grams of mana within 1 year? I'm the one who has to do that. Leon looked at Rena and reminded her. Rena, you still have other choices. They know I'm a witch. Will they really let me go? Rena frowned in confusion. The case closure report will be out soon. By then, your release pending investigation will end as well. Without formal suspicion, they can't mobilize a church manhunt against you. They can only rely on their own forces. And as long as you leave their territory, they won't be able to find you, nor will they bother wasting the effort, Leon said. Then wouldn't the same apply to you? Rena shot back. The case was essentially settled. The church's investigative procedures no longer posed a direct threat to the two of them. The real danger came from the Earl's forces. The Earl would not easily allow them to withdraw, but as long as they escaped his sphere of influence, the likelihood of being caught would drop drastically. I have to stay. If I can meet their requirements, there's a chance to save Mrs. Hesh. And if I run away too, if they decide to retaliate against me, Melissa could be in danger, Leon replied. He still wanted to find a way to save everyone. And from Leon's personal perspective, the conditions offered by the Earl were actually extremely generous. $6 million in total payment, plus control over the underground market of South Harbor County and the church's enforcement power in Hamiltown. It was undeniably tempting. Without me, can you really produce mana of that purity? Rena pressed on. The mana Leon refined was generally about 5% lower in purity than Rena's. They provided a batch of processed corpses, including blessing recipients like Karen. After processing, they can be used to feed magical beasts long-term. I should be able to refine that batch to around 80% purity. I'll think of a way to deal with the rest. As for the medicine Mrs. Hesh needs, as long as I have the raw materials, I can prepare it myself. I can also try to continue the research, Leon answered. But what if you don't meet their requirements? What will they do to you? Rena revealed her worry. As long as I can guarantee a certain level of supply, even if I don't meet their target, they won't do anything to me. They'll still purchase my goods, just that the promised conditions will be withdrawn, Leon said. Then Ms. Sally can't be saved, right? Rena confirmed. If we both leave, then Mrs. Hesh will have to be sacrificed, and Melissa will also be in danger. So at the very least, I have to stay. In the worst-case scenario, it just means Mrs. Hesh can't be saved, Leon said. So you're telling me to leave by myself now? Rena narrowed her eyes at Leon. Rena, last time I forced you into cooperating with me. This time, you have the right to choose. Whatever you want to do, do it. You don't need to worry about me, Leon said softly. What I want to do. Rena suddenly stared straight at Leon. Yes. Leon looked at her and suddenly felt a little uneasy. Rena clearly didn't look happy. Rena bit her lip, then suddenly said with a resentful expression, Right now, I just want to hit you. Leon was stunned on the spot and couldn't say a word. What kind of feelings do you think I had when I said those things to you back then? And now you're telling me I can just leave, telling me not to worry about you. How can you even say something like that? To you, do the things I said back then really mean nothing at all? As Rena spoke, her eyes began to redden. That's not what I meant. Leon was completely flustered. Only then did he realize just how much determination Rena had gathered back then to muster the courage to confess her feelings and propose running away with him. And now he had suddenly changed his mind, even telling Rena she could leave without worrying about him, as if everything between them could be casually discarded. To Rena, who had made that resolve and confession, this was undoubtedly hurtful. Then what do you mean? Say it. Rena stared unblinkingly at Leon. Before asking me what I want, shouldn't you first make your own thoughts clear? Leon stayed silent for a long while before letting out a sigh. He then looked seriously into Rena's eyes and finally spoke his true feelings. I want you to stay. I'm sorry I was being stubborn. Without you, this is really difficult for me. I keep saying I'll think of a way, but the truth is, I don't know what to do at all. I want you by my side. I want us to save them together. Rena, can you help me? Hearing this, Rena sniffed and finally calmed down. She muttered, That's more like it. You're the one begging me, you know. I'll reluctantly help you then. Hearing Rena's answer, Leon couldn't help but laugh. When he asked for her opinion, he had actually been very nervous. Even though he said he wanted Rena to choose for herself, he was really afraid she would actually choose to leave. But Rena had already made up her mind long ago. Having come this far together, they still chose to accompany each other in the end. Seeing Leon's cheeky grin, Rena snorted and turned her head away. What are you laughing at? So annoying. Leon thought for a moment, then tentatively opened his arms toward Rena. What are you doing? Rena looked at him nervously. Look, the mood has already reached this point. Leon spread his hands and smiled awkwardly yet politely. Rena lowered her head, her face flushed. But in the end, she still carefully stepped closer to Leon. Leon took the opportunity to pull her into his arms and held her tightly. Rena wrapped her arms around him as well, pressing her face against his chest. After a long while, she softly said, At this point, I don't dare hope for any kind of stable life anymore. I accept it, but I've ended up like this all because of you. So you have to take responsibility. Leon gently stroked her hair. The girl in his arms was petite and soft, stirring a sense of affection. After quite some time, Rena finally pulled herself out of Leon's embrace. The two looked at each other and smiled shyly. Then Leon looked at Rena's face and tentatively leaned closer again. What are you trying to do now? Rena was startled. Look, the mood has already reached this point. Leon raised his eyebrows and reused the same trick. It has not. Don't push your luck, Rena said, both annoyed and amused, as she pushed Leon's face away. This isn't playing house. How can a hug alone be enough? Leon caught Rena's hand, wrapped an arm around her shoulder, and continued to lean closer. Don't. I am not mentally prepared yet. Rena was so tense that her whole body stiffened, her face turning bright red. But in the end, she still closed her eyes. Leon was actually a little nervous himself. Their lips met only for an instant, a fleeting kiss like a dragonfly skimming water. After they parted, Leon lowered his head to look at Rena, while Rena kept her head down, not daring to look at him. After a moment of silence, Rena shyly asked, Why aren't you saying anything? It was too fast just now. I didn't get to feel it properly. Leon smacked his lips thoughtfully. Let's try again. No way, get away from me. Rena pushed Leon away in embarrassment this time. Seeing her reaction, Leon couldn't help but laugh again. A moment later, he reined in his smile and said sincerely to Rena, Thank you, Rena. Really? Who told us to be accomplices? Rena muttered softly in reply. After thinking for a moment, she looked at Leon again and asked, So what do we do next? We wait for now. We have to wait until after the case is closed and Director Aaron is transferred away before we can start working. I also need to find a new place to live first. Leon said as he thought through the next steps. You need to find somewhere to live? Rena asked instinctively. The Hesh family's house has already been sealed off, and it was mortgaged long ago anyway, Leon replied. Then, Rena hesitated, as if wanting to suggest something. Leon sensed it and stared straight at Rena, waiting. Then do you want to just move in with me? Sure. Before Rena could finish, Leon answered eagerly. I wasn't done talking. Rena was a bit dumbfounded. I already heard it. I'll go back to the team quarters to pack right now. Leon was already raring to go. I meant you'd sleep in the empty room my grandmother left behind. Rena pointed emphatically toward the other room. Of course, that's exactly what I was thinking, Leon replied after a brief pause. Seeing the intense look in the man's eyes, Rena suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Maybe we should forget it. Her mind had already conjured an image of this man sneaking into her room while spouting nonsense like, the mood has already reached this point. Letting someone like this live in her house, wasn't that inviting a wolf into the home? Not the empty room. Then which room would it be? Leon instantly misinterpreted her meaning, his gaze already drifting toward Rena's bedroom. You're sleeping in the cellar. Rena snapped angrily. Inquisition, director's office. Bishop Beckett walked into the office with its door left open and knocked to remind Aaron, who was still buried in his work. Sir, everyone is already gathered in the main hall. They're just waiting for you. Aaron looked up, saw Bishop Beckett, and smiled softly before lowering his head again. Just a moment. There are still the last few documents. These little things can be left to me. You should at least leave some work for the next director, Bishop Beckett persuaded as he stepped into the room. Lowering his voice, he continued, Your strength is meant to change this country. The stage you are heading to next is a higher one. Please devote your energy to more important decisions. Leave these tedious matters to those better suited to them. Bishop Beckett, isn't the same true for you? Aaron looked at him to confirm. Do you really plan to stay here for another year? Shortly after the disappearance case of Karen Esso was concluded and the case file submitted to the College of Cardinals, Aaron received a transfer order to take up a post in a directly administered territory under the central authority. This indicated that the College of Cardinals had essentially acknowledged his achievements and was offering him a promotion, allowing His Highness the Prince to gain greater authority within the church as a show of support. Bishop Beckett, who nominally assisted Aaron, had also had the opportunity to leave together with him. However, at this moment, Bishop Beckett had voluntarily applied to temporarily succeed Aaron as director of the Inquisition here, handling the subsequent cleanup and handover work. But in Aaron's view, Bishop Beckett was the one who truly deserved to reap the credit. Even trivial matters need someone to handle them. Work in a directly administered diocese is extremely busy. I can't really handle that. Besides, I had a bit of a grudge with one of the bishops there when I was younger, so it's better to keep some distance, Bishop Beckett said with a self-mocking smile, his expression then turning serious. I quite like it here. Staying in a small place for a year, consider it a vacation. And I can't accompany you at your side forever, can I? What you say makes sense, Aaron nodded. Bishop Beckett was, after all, not one of his people, but a bishop of the Church of the God of War, temporarily assisting him only because of the Earl Foyle's introduction. For Aaron, who was still honing himself, he absolutely could not develop a reliance on Bishop Beckett's assistance. Then let's go? We shouldn't keep everyone waiting too long, Bishop Beckett said. Aaron nodded. Only then did he stand up and leave the office together with Bishop Beckett. They walked all the way to the main hall, where the entire Inquisition had already assembled, standing in neat ranks. On a long table to the side, wine glasses were already arranged and filled. There were also some light snacks. Salute. To Director Diaz. The moment Aaron appeared, everyone saluted him in unison amid the shouted slogan. This small reception was held according to tradition to see off Director Aaron, who was about to be transferred. Although he had been here for less than 2 months, the personal charisma displayed by this new director had already earned the respect of the vast majority of the members. Frankly speaking, this was to a large extent also because the previous director, Karen Esso, had been utterly inhuman. Aaron returned a composed smile, raised his hand to signal everyone to relax, and then spoke some customary remarks. The smooth resolution of this case could not have happened without everyone's strong support. Although we are parting for now, it has been my honor to work alongside all of you. I know you must already be eager to drink, so I won't say much more. Let us raise our glasses as soon as possible. Everyone laughed, then lined up to take a glass of wine. The 3 captains stood at the front, leading everyone in raising their glasses to Aaron. Leon was among them. Carolyn, who served as secretary, walked over and presented wine glasses to Aaron and Bishop Beckett, pouring the wine for them. Aaron then raised his glass and said, To the glory of the gods. Cheers. Everyone drank it all in one go, and the small reception officially began. The atmosphere grew even more relaxed. Holding his glass, Aaron wore a natural and proper smile as he accepted conversations and blessings from his subordinates one by one. Leon waited for a moment with his glass, then finally stepped forward to speak. Director Diaz, congratulations. The Earl had once mentioned that Aaron's identity was special. Aaron's evaluation of him was also a key reason why the Earl was willing to invest in him. Although Leon still found it difficult to determine Aaron's true identity, he could imagine that building a relationship with Aaron would certainly be beneficial for him in the future. However, for now, Aaron was still someone Leon needed to be wary of. After the case was closed, Aaron seemed not to have conducted further investigations, but Leon still did not dare to lower his guard. A week ago, Rena had agreed to let Leon move in with her, but Leon did not go immediately. Instead, he temporarily rented a room at an inn. The Earl and Bishop Beckett knew that he had an unusual relationship with Rena, but in Aaron's eyes, he and Rena should have had no particular interaction. Thanks to everyone's support, Aaron nodded, taking the initiative to clink glasses with Leon. And thanks to you as well. You flatter me, Leon replied politely. Aaron hesitated for a moment, then lowered his voice and said to Leon, Leon, regarding Miss Sally and Melissa, how do you view the matter now? This was the first time he had mentioned the two women to Leon in a private tone. Leon was connected to both of them, and before the case was concluded, it had been inconvenient for Aaron to bring up this topic with him. Just as Mrs. Hesh said, her illness and their deaths were not lies. She was forced into becoming a witch. Leon carefully chose his words, saying this might not fully conform to church regulations, but my view of them hasn't really changed. In fact, I think the same way. But the law is the law in the end, Aaron said. That said, in my view, this matter is not without room for mediation. I have already done my utmost to call for a lighter sentence. After all, Miss Sally herself doesn't have long to live, so there should be a chance. As for Miss Sally's illness, I contacted the St. Rosalia Research Institute, hoping they might have a way to alleviate her suffering. Bishop Beckett will handle the follow-up. Leon glanced at Bishop Beckett, who returned a calm look. One of the conditions for Leon supplying goods to the Earl was to save Sally. In this regard, Rena's magical potions were far more effective than the church's holy water. With Bishop Beckett present, there should be no need to worry about Sally being transferred to St. Rosalia Prison after all. Her body could not withstand long-distance transport. Contacting the St. Rosalia Research Institute was, in Aaron's understanding, the best way he could legally help Sally. And then there's Melissa, Aaron continued. At the Reform Institution in Castor Town, there is a retired bishop I know, an amiable and reliable person. I've entrusted her to take good care of Melissa. Although the Reform Institution is rather strict, she will receive a good education there. If you're willing, I will look after her. Leon nodded vigorously. That said, he still had not gone to see Melissa. Before he could truly ensure Sally's situation, he did not dare to give Melissa any promises lightly, nor could he be certain how Melissa currently felt about him. Thank you, Leon, Aaron said with a smile, raising his glass proactively. If there were more people like you in this world, it would be much better. You as well, sir, Leon replied, clinking glasses with Aaron and draining his wine in one go. In the early hours before dawn, in the central region of the Empire, at the St. Rosalia Research Institute within St. Rosalia Prison, a nun pushed a card into the experiment preparation room and discovered that someone was already inside. A tall apothecary stood in the preparation room, wearing a waxed protective long robe. Gloves covered her hands, but she had not yet put on her face mask, revealing a fair complexion. Bishop Weiss. The nun hurriedly bowed in greeting. You arrived so early? Saintess Weiss of the Creator Church turned at the sound. During work, she had tied up her long hair together with her bangs, revealing the eye that was usually hidden behind her fringe. That eye was extremely unusual. Its iris was a deep crimson, forming a stark contrast with her other eye, which was naturally sapphire blue. It was said that during an experimental explosion accident, her mask had been shattered, and that eye had been splashed with potion, becoming what it was now. It could already barely see anything. Weiss nodded to the nun in acknowledgement and replied, I've finished handling things and was just about to leave. Only then did the nun realize that Bishop Weiss had worked here through the entire night. For Weiss, this was practically routine, so the nun was not particularly surprised and merely replied, You've worked hard. Weiss removed her gloves at the side and was just about to take off her protective robe when she saw the nun placing one glass vial after another on the table. She suddenly paused. What are those? She noticed the evidence submission labels on the bottles. Items sent here were usually potions prepared by witches. These are evidence from that major case in South Harbor County earlier. The tribunal sent them over for testing, the nun explained. The case of the missing director of the Inquisition? Weiss had some impression of it. She had seen that Karen Esso when she accompanied an inspection visit. She also remembered that someone there had been secretly reselling stolen goods. In a place so rife with filth and corruption, something happening did not seem strange at all. Yes, these are magical potions refined by the captured witch, supposedly used to treat saltification disease, the nun explained. Saltification disease? Weiss's interest was piqued. She bent down and carefully examined one of the bottles. Saltification disease was an extremely rare condition. Unless one deliberately ingested large doses of diseased crystalline tissue, it would only occur at an extremely low random probability in areas where labyrinths had appeared. It had once been called Moilai's curse. The church had never conducted dedicated research into a special medicine for this disease. For witches as well, it was not particularly worth studying unless it was specifically to save a certain patient. However, coincidentally, Weiss had once slightly touched upon saltification disease while researching other matters. After a moment of thought, she took off her protective robe, went to the cabinet to retrieve a new one and put it on, then donned fresh gloves and a new mask. Bishop Weiss. The nun was somewhat surprised by her actions. I'll handle the testing myself. Bishop Weiss issued the instruction. At the same time, deep within the labyrinth of Hamiltown, Leon and Bishop Beckett stood side by side. It turned out that the breeding grounds Leon and Rena had set up at the former Night Order encampment had already been completely cleared, and after repeated evidence collection, they had been sealed off. After Aaron was transferred away, the follow-up handling of the labyrinth fell to Bishop Beckett, who had taken on the role of the new director. Over the past few days, Bishop Beckett had used his authority to mobilize a group of personnel and had newly arranged a workshop at the deepest part of the labyrinth. Leon looked around. The space here was even larger than the Night Order encampment. The personnel Bishop Beckett had brought in had already completed the most basic setup. The floor had been polished smooth, and basic facilities such as water storage tanks, sinks, and medicine cabinets were all in place. 6 experimental tables were neatly arranged, with new experimental equipment orderly stacked atop them. On one of the experimental tables rested a Moilai altar. These facilities are much better than what we used before, Leon remarked. He inspected the equipment on the tables. These looked far more professional than the old tools Rena used previously. The Earl's requirements for quality are far higher than your former buyers, Bishop Beckett said with his hands clasped behind his back. So the escape passage from before has already been backfilled. Leon confirmed with Bishop Beckett. You no longer need such things. This labyrinth lies within the territory of Hamiltown and is now under my jurisdiction. Other Inquisitions have no authority to investigate here. I will station my own people nearby for patrols. At least for the next year, you don't need to worry about safety inside the labyrinth, Bishop Beckett said with certainty. And after a year? Leon asked. When I step down, if nothing unexpected happens, you should be able to take over my position, Bishop Beckett replied. 1 year? Leon was somewhat surprised. Although the Earl had mentioned letting him replace Karen Esso, Leon had expected it would take some time. To move him from captain to director in just 1 year? That required attaining rank within the church. As long as you prepare the corresponding merits, it isn't difficult. But the premise is that you can meet the Earl's requirements. Focus on your own work first, Bishop Beckett said. Leon nodded and asked about the most crucial part of the preparations. What about the magical beasts mentioned before? Bishop Beckett had previously handed him a list, asking him to choose which magical beasts he wanted to raise. The list contained fewer than 10 types. Both the headhunting rabbit and slime that Leon and Rena had raised before were on it. In addition, there were giant scorpions and spiders from the labyrinth, small fungal humanoids, as well as plants like mandrake grass and living vines. These labyrinth creatures were not large in size, and their danger was controllable. They were organisms often bred in underworld businesses. However, in most operations, only the monster materials were utilized. The most valuable mana could not be extracted without a witch. Leon selected as many varieties as possible and requested the maximum quantities. To meet the Earl's demands, his breeding scale would have to be several times larger than before. They've already been placed. The breeding grounds are at the innermost area. Bishop Beckett pointed toward the depths of the labyrinth. Leon walked over and saw 2 side-by-side breeding pools resembling swimming pools. One was covered with sturdy iron grates and divided into several sections by partitions. The other was filled with fertile soil, clearly meant for planting. Leon's brow suddenly furrowed. He discovered that there were only 3 types in the breeding pools: headhunting rabbits, slimes, and giant scorpions. None exceeded 5 in number, and they all looked extremely weak. He glanced again at the plants in the cultivation field. Only a few had been transplanted, already withered and yellowing. Only this many magical beasts were delivered. Leon asked Bishop Beckett. Both in variety and quantity, this fell far short of what he had requested. There were some issues with transportation. Bishop Beckett spread his hands toward a corner covered by a black cloth. Many magical beasts died along the way. Leon walked over and lifted the cloth for a look. Beneath it lay numerous magical beast corpses, more than twice the number of those in the breeding pools. These magical beasts were transported over long distances and had to avoid investigations. There were bound to be some accidents. You'd best take all of these to extract mana as soon as possible, Bishop Beckett said. Accidents. Only a quarter survived. Leon thoughtfully picked up a headhunting rabbit and shook it slightly. After examining it, he tossed it back to the ground. Severe dehydration. No one fed these magical beasts the entire way, did they? Having raised magical beasts together with Rena, he immediately recognized that these deaths were highly abnormal. I'll speak plainly, Leon. The Earl does indeed appreciate you and sees you as a candidate cadre. He has made many arrangements for you. But the people executing these arrangements may not necessarily exert themselves for your sake. The magical beasts you requested had to be prepared by cadres from other territories, and the transport route also passed through their domains. Not everyone wants to see you succeed. There are always those who hope for your failure. If you fail, they'll have a chance to replace you and take over this territory, Bishop Beckett said expressionlessly. Doesn't the Earl want stable supply? He allows such meaningless internal strife to exist, Leon said. The Earl has many matters to deal with. This kind of trivial affair isn't among them. What he needs is a cadre capable of standing on his own. Issues between you and others are something you must be able to handle yourself, Bishop Beckett replied. Leon silently covered the black cloth again. It seemed that even if he requested another batch of magical beasts through the Earl's channels, the result would likely be similar. The Earl would not arbitrate such minor matters. Even if he did, those causing trouble might not receive much punishment. Only Leon's own time would continue to be wasted. Then I can handle the problem through my own channels? Leon asked. Of course. You're familiar with the local situation. That's one of the main reasons the Earl chose you, Bishop Beckett said. Very well. Then I'll deal with this problem myself. Leon nodded and turned to leave the workshop. Hamiltown, East District Church. Father Auden finished handling matters outside and returned to the church. Just as he was about to walk straight along the side corridor of the main hall toward the monastery in the back, he was suddenly stopped by a church attendant. Father, someone has come to the church looking for you. Father Auden thought for a moment. He clearly remembered that he did not seem to have any appointments today, so he asked, Who? It's the same person you waited for in the church last time. He's here again. The attendant pointed toward the main hall. Father Auden's expression grew slightly serious. He nodded and replied, All right. Thank you for telling me. He then quickened his pace and entered the main hall of the church. It was dusk, and the main hall was close to closing time. Normally, there would be no visitors at this hour. Yet this time, there was a single visitor seated on a pew, quietly admiring the towering idol of the prophet. Father Auden let out a soft sigh and asked, What are you here for? Leon turned his head at the sound of the voice and greeted him. Hello, Father Auden. What are you here for? Father Auden asked again. Something that isn't suitable to talk about here, Leon said. Come with me. After a moment of silence, the priest gestured for Leon to follow him into the monastery. Soon, they arrived at the study where Father Auden worked. Leon found a seat on his own and sat down. The priest also sat down and indicated with his gaze for Leon to explain his purpose. You don't seem surprised that I'm here, Leon said. The last time Leon had asked the priest to settle the Hesh family's debts, and then left as if he were wrapping up his final affairs. Father Auden had once believed Leon was going to turn himself in. At the time, Leon had not explained his plan at all. I have my own information sources. I knew you didn't turn yourself in, and I also knew how the case was concluded. You used money to buy the life of a woman who was about to die, save the witch you wanted impressive. That was something I didn't expect. Father Auden spread his hands. Now you can already take your witch and find a place to enjoy life. Why come looking for me again? Spending money on that kind of deal, I don't think you still have much left that needs laundering. You helped Potter manage his business. You should have quite a few channels. Leon finally stated his purpose. Do you know where I can buy live magical beasts? In truth, Leon himself knew a few local dealers, but tracing the line through them to find people secretly breeding or hunting magical beasts would take a great deal of effort. By comparison, seeking out Father Auden, who had once managed Potter's business, would likely save time. Potter had channels for smuggling mana and magical beast materials from outside, and on a certain scale at that. If Potter's channels could be obtained, it should be possible to acquire a certain quantity of live magical beasts. What do you want magical beasts for? Father Auden frowned the moment he heard this. What else would they be for besides business? Leon replied, You still want to do business? Father Auden first widened his eyes, then couldn't help laughing. You nearly died once already. After barely escaping disaster, you still want to do business? The labyrinth has been sealed, Potter is dead, and the Earl's forces have already begun setting things up. You no longer have acquisition channels. Even if you buy magical beasts, how are you supposed to do business? These aren't things you need to worry about, Father. You only need to tell me whether you have connections. If you do, you take the money and get the job done, Leon replied expressionlessly. Also, I need to hire a group of enforcers. Among those still alive from Potter's people, are there any reliable ones? I hope you can introduce them to me. The smile on Father Auden's face vanished at once. He reassessed Leon, sensing something. You got on the Earl's ship? Relax. If I'm asking you to handle things, you won't get into any trouble. Leon did not directly answer the priest's question. How did you do it? Father Auden stared at Leon in disbelief. The Earl's power structure was extremely tight. If it were compared to a regular army, then the forces Potter had run in South Harbor County were no different from mountain bandits. The Earl's side was not something one could simply join at will. Of course, individual regional officers could hire people as they pleased, but according to the intelligence Father Auden had, the Earl's forces had not yet stationed any officers in South Harbor County. Originally, the most suitable person to take over South Harbor County was an officer responsible for River Valley County, nicknamed Jiro. There were rumors that this man had kinship ties with the Earl and was relatively trusted. However, in Father Auden's assessment, this officer's capabilities were not particularly strong. Long ago, this man had wanted to take over South Harbor County, but when facing Potter, who had Father Auden assisting him, he had never gained any advantage in business until the past year, when the Earl increased his investment in the area. And shortly after Potter's death, this man suddenly disappeared from River Valley County, vanishing completely. Under such circumstances, the Earl should have personally taken charge of redeploying forces in both River Valley County and South Harbor County. At this time, the only ones who could continue operating in South Harbor County should have been people personally appointed by the Earl. At a time like this, for Finra, who had once supplied Potter to so openly seek to restart business on the Earl's territory and even recruit manpower, it was either sheer stupidity, like smashing eggs against a rock, or proof that he had already boarded the Earl's great ship. Answer my question first, Leon said. Father Auden examined Leon for a while, then replied, I have what you want, as long as you can pay. Give me a quote, Leon replied calmly. The $2 million advance payment provided by the Earl was already in his hands. He now had ample startup capital. Through the priest connection, he could attempt to gather and repurpose part of the resources Potter had once left behind in the Underworld. What types of magical beasts do you want? Father Auden asked. Safe, small magical beasts with fast reproduction rates, suitable for extracting mana. Headhunting rabbits, slimes, insects, plants, anything is fine. Each type needs at least 20 specimens. All live and capable of breeding, Leon said. I'll draw up a list for you. Father Auden stood up and opened a locked cabinet to search for documents. As for the enforcers you want, how many people? Any requirements? What skills do they need? 5 to 10 people. I want to seize 1 or 2 escorted carriages, Leon stated bluntly. Father Auden, who had just taken out the documents and locked the cabinet, lifted his eyes to look at him. Are you sure this won't cause trouble? Sometimes, if you don't strike first, people will climb all over your head. That's the real trouble. Among the people you're introducing, none of them have robbed shipments before. Leon asked. As far as he knew, there had been no shortage of underworld conflicts within South Harbor County. When we were fighting with River Valley County, everyone robbed each other. I can introduce a few professionals who work cleanly. Now that Potter is dead and the Earl's forces have taken over, the officers who should have fled already have. Many of the people below lost their jobs along with them. Quite a few still can't find employers. If you're willing to hire long-term, with my introduction, I can make them happily call you Master, Father Auden said. I'll arrange a task and see how they perform, Leon replied. When do you want the goods and the people? Father Auden asked. As soon as possible, Leon answered. The magical beasts will take at least 3 days to prepare. As for the people, if you're sure you want them, I can contact a few right now to discuss terms with you. If I can reach them immediately, they should be able to arrive within 1 or 2 hours, the priest said. That would be best, Leon nodded. Father Auden took several envelopes from a drawer and went out. From the monastery, he returned to the main hall, stopped the attendant who was about to close the doors, and instructed him to deliver the letters to designated locations and specific people. He then returned to the study. Leon sat patiently in place, waiting. Tea? Father Auden asked. No need, Leon shook his head. Then, can you tell me now? Father Auden asked. There's nothing much to tell. More or less what you're thinking, Leon replied. What does the Earl want to get from you? He wants to try a new source of goods, Leon answered briefly, without elaborating on the details of his deal with the Earl. Father Auden sat back down thoughtfully and raised an eyebrow at Leon. You've really risen fast. It's only just begun. There are still many problems to deal with, Leon said. But the returns should be considerable, right? I'm guessing you'll have a lot of money to launder later, Father Auden said. I said there are many problems to deal with. Now isn't the time, Father, Leon replied. If there are many problems to deal with, then you should need an advisor, Father Auden said, staring intently into Leon's eyes. You want me to hire you, like Potter did? Leon quickly grasped Father Auden's intention. In fact, when he came to see the priest, he had already anticipated that Father Auden knew he had now latched onto the Earl's connections and might propose something like this. That's right. If you want to replace Potter and take charge of the business here, it's best to have someone by your side who's familiar with local dealings. I can also provide you with plenty of reference opinions, Father Auden replied. How much would it cost to hire you? Leon asked. Potter didn't pay me a separate consultancy fee. Each year he let me handle at least $5 million in assets, from which I took a 10% handling fee. For my biggest clients, I provide advisory services for free. Or, if you don't feel comfortable letting me handle your money, you can just pay me $500,000 a year to hire me directly, Father Auden said. So, in other words, I'd be spending $500,000 to hire someone to share my situation and point fingers around me all day? Leon said in a joking tone. You'll need me, no. More accurately, you already need me. You've boarded the Earl's ship. The Earl wants you to supply goods, but he hasn't helped you resolve the source of the magical beasts. I'm guessing something went wrong at that link, right? So not only do you have to spend your own money to acquire magical beasts, you also have to hire people to handle the conflicts, Father Auden said. Father Auden, are you implying that if I don't hire you, you won't be willing to help introduce me? Leon asked in return. No, I'll still make money, Father Auden replied. I thought so. Leon nodded. You don't have to trust me, but you need at least one person by your side who has nothing to do with the Earl. If everyone around you is arranged by the Earl, you'll be constrained by others. Your power of life and death will forever be in someone else's hands. Maybe you're valuable to the Earl now, but who knows about the future? You need channels that belong solely to you, so you'll have a way out. I have some intelligence I want to share with you. Not long ago, over in River Valley County, one of the Earl's subordinate cadres vanished without a trace. That guy had been fighting Potter for a long time without gaining any advantage over us. Then the Earl directly sent people to deal with everything, and he was immediately discarded. There are even rumors that this person was related by blood to the Earl and was highly trusted, yet this was still his end. Working under the Earl isn't that easy. Leon recalled that when he met the Earl, it hadn't been in South Harbor County, but in River Valley County. The intelligence Father Auden mentioned was no small matter. It would be easy to test its truth with a little probing, and from what Leon knew of Father Auden, he shouldn't be the type to tell a lie that could be exposed so easily. You're quite well informed, Leon commented. That's one of the benefits of letting me be your advisor, Father Auden replied. I understand everything you've said, Father. But you worked for Potter for money, and now you can work for me for money. In the future, if someone offers a higher price, you could just as easily work for them too. Leon directly voiced his concern. If you don't trust someone, you keep them under your nose. I want money, but at least I'm not short-sighted. If we can have a long-term, mutually beneficial relationship, ordinary temporary offers won't be enough to make me betray you. You need me right now, so you should put some thought into reducing the risks of using me, shouldn't you? Father Auden advised. All right. To be frank, Father, from the very beginning my personal impression of you hasn't been very good. That may have something to do with the Hesh family after all. What happened to them has a lot to do with you, Leon said. You sent Mrs. Hesh into prison, and now you're accusing me. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Father Auden retorted. They reached a deal with me precisely because of the debts you forced them to bear. You were purely harming people. You've done quite a lot of things like that, haven't you, Father? Leon asked. I really am a person without a conscience, but I only act according to my employer's wishes. Potter needed me to screw people over, so I became the most shameless litigation hack in your words. If you prefer to do good deeds, I can of course passionately argue on your behalf in the tribunal as well. How I act depends on what you hire me to do. Not presupposing a stance is the virtue of my line of work, the priest replied calmly. I have to admit you've convinced me, but unfortunately, I don't have spare money to hire you for now, nor do I have that much money that needs you to handle, Leon replied. When will the first batch of profits come in? The priest asked. Within a year, if nothing goes wrong. Then I can provide you with a trial period of service first. When you get the money, if you're willing to renew, you can pay for this period then, Father Auden proposed. That sounds like quite a generous discount, Leon smiled. I told you, I focus on long-term benefits. For you to board the Earl's ship under those circumstances, I have ample reason to believe in your future, Father Auden said. All right, Leon agreed much more readily this time. Since you're willing to give such a big discount, why not just throw in something extra for me? What else do you want? Potter's client list. You must have it. Potter controlled the underground market of South Harbor County and had already built a very stable client base. For Leon to replace Potter and take over the business here, he had to inherit his clients and understand their demand for magical potions in order to adjust production. You'd planned to come for that from the start, hadn't you? Father Auden sighed. The sooner I have income, the sooner you get paid. Why not? Leon said. Fine, I'll give it to you. Before that, let's talk about the matter you mentioned of seizing goods. Tell me the situation, maybe I can give you some advice, Father Auden suggested. Sure. Leon nodded. That evening, on a stretch of open fields outside Hamiltown, Leon met the liaison responsible for transporting magical beasts, accompanied by Bishop Beckett. I'm very sorry, Mr. Fenrir. We've already done our best. Transporting living creatures sometimes results in situations like this. No one wants it. The head of the escort apologized to Leon, though his face carried a careless expression. These magical beasts clearly weren't properly fed. A journey of just a few days shouldn't have turned out like this, Leon said. I'm truly sorry. I'll fully relay your opinion to Mr. Barr, the person in charge said, mentioning the name of his superior cadre. Cadre Mr. Barr was responsible for a territory on the western side of River Valley County. There was a labyrinth within his domain, and he had a group of labyrinth hunters under him. The magical beasts Leon was using for breeding this time were precisely those the Earl had ordered him to deploy. Bishop Beckett listened silently to their conversation from behind. There was a problem with the magical beasts sent by Barr, and it was clearly intentional. The Earl viewed Leon as a candidate for a cadre in South Harbor County. Now that Jay and River Valley County had been purged by the Earl, the territory there hadn't yet been reassigned and was only temporarily managed by Johnny Wellman, who had originally been responsible for foreign trade transportation. Naturally, Barr didn't want this outside cadre candidate to be valued and take a share of River Valley County's territory as well. If Leon's task was thwarted, Barr would have a chance to seize River Valley County for himself. As long as it wasn't too severe, the Earl usually turned a blind eye to open and covert struggles between cadres. Mutual checks and balances effectively prevented any single party from growing too strong and developing unnecessary ambitions. Once a cadre showed weakness or signs of betrayal, the others would immediately fix their sights on him. Does Mr. Barr have some issue with me? Leon asked bluntly. That's a strange thing to say. Mr. Barr hasn't even met you. How could he have an issue? This is the Earl's directive. We've been doing our best. It's just that an accident occurred. The escort leader replied perfunctorily. Please send another batch of magical beasts. This is important to the Earl's business. If necessary, I can send people to handle the transport, Leon said. Sorry, Mr. Fenrir. Our goods can only be transported by us. I'll pass on your request, and we'll handle it as soon as possible, the person in charge replied. These small gifts, please pass them along to Mr. Barr. Leon beckoned, and not far away, a man he had recruited through the priest immediately stepped forward, carrying over a small chest. He opened it in front of everyone, revealing rows of small bottles neatly arranged inside. The person in charge picked up one bottle, opened it, and sniffed it. Longevity potion? This was the most common product on the magical potion market. This is a potion made using mana refined on my end. Please tell Mr. Barr that if I can maintain stable mana output, he can also obtain stable raw materials on his side. Everyone benefits, Leon said with a smile. Hearing this, the smile on the person in charge's face became subtle. All right, I'll be sure to pass it along. Leon watched as they loaded the goods onto the carriage and departed. At that moment, Bishop Beckett spoke behind him. I hope you didn't do something stupid like poisoning the potions or trying to report them. If Leon tampered with things here to go after Barr, it would be far too easy to leave evidence behind. And whether destroying the market or betraying the organization, both were things the Earl could not tolerate. How could I do something like that? Leon spread his hands. Then what you just did had no meaning other than telling them that aside from submitting, you have no way to deal with them, that they can ride roughshod over you however they like, Bishop Beckett warned. Even without Leon's supply, the business in Barr's territory could continue operating steadily. In comparison, River Valley County offered him the greatest benefit. Leon trying to negotiate on so-called mutual benefit would only make others see weakness, and Barr would inevitably press harder. In this world, weakness only meant being ridden over. It's fine, sir. I'll handle this matter myself, Leon said with a faint smile to Bishop Beckett. 3 days later, as Barr's escort carriage was about to pass through a mountain path in River Valley County, 2 people lay hidden on the hillside, concealing themselves with grass and trees. One of them observed for a while with a spyglass, then said to his companion, "The route's confirmed. Set things up according to Mr. Fenrir's instructions." Several days later, 2 carriages belonging to the Cadre Bar crossed through the canyon, preparing to pass through River Valley County and head towards South Harbor County. The carriages were loaded with magical beasts and cargo used for disguise. Each carriage was escorted by a mounted guard at the front, rear, left, and right. Together with the 2 coachmen, there were 6 people in total. In the forest on the canyon slope, Simon observed the situation through a spyglass, then turned to Leon behind him and said, "Forgive my bluntness, Mr. Fenrir, but this isn't the best ambush site. I'd still recommend making a move after they pass through the canyon." "Why?" Leon asked. "This place is clearly ideal for hiding. Why go to open ground instead?" "Sir, precisely because anyone can tell people can hide on these slopes. They'll be extra vigilant. Look at them constantly scanning around. Secondly, if we attack from a forested slope, we won't be able to ride horses. If they suddenly speed up and flee once attacked, it'll be hard for us to stop them. Chasing them on the plains would be more suitable," Simon advised. Seeing that Leon remained silent, Simon added, "You should trust our experience." They were elite enforcers introduced by the priest who had once worked for Potter. The Underworld war initiated by the Earl wasn't large in scale. Although many people had died alongside Potter on the day he was killed, quite a few survived only to find themselves unemployed after Potter's death. Simon was one such example. At 32 years old, he was considered an experienced enforcer under Potter, and the priest's evaluation of him had been fairly positive. Therefore, when Leon approached the priest, Simon and his men were introduced first. Their first task was to rob 2 shipments belonging to the Earl's Cadre Bar. They had no qualms about it. After all, when they worked under Potter, they had robbed shipments from Giro, a cadre in River Valley County. "No, we'll ambush them here." Leon rejected the suggestion. Once they pass the canyon, it'll be River Valley County's territory. Getting entangled with someone else's turf would be troublesome. Let the incident happen on their own land. "Then how about attacking them from both sides of the canyon?" Simon suggested again. "With our limited manpower, splitting into 2 groups would just make it easier for them to break through, and our casualties would be higher." Leon shook his head. "Do as I said. Have you finished setting up what I asked for?" "It's done, but that setup, it hardly counts as a trap," Simon said in confusion. Not long ago, Leon had instructed them to pour a bottle of dark red liquid onto the middle of the road that the carriages had to pass through, forming a dark red pool of blood. If the other party saw it, they might stop, but they would also become alert. After pouring the liquid, Leon had them cover the blood pool with withered grass to disguise it as much as possible. This left them utterly puzzled. "Listen carefully. We'll lie in wait at the agreed spot. When the convoy passes there, the horses will be frightened. Once they fall into chaos, you can act. Don't let a single one escape." "Understood," Leon ordered. "All right, sir," Simon sighed helplessly. He quietly exchanged glances with his men, then shrugged. Being able to find work again while unemployed was something to be grateful for, but this employer was more troublesome than expected. At the very least, Mr. Griffin had never interfered so much in how they carried out robberies. After a while, The carriages finally reached the spot Leon had designated. The foremost guard rode his horse over the withered grass. At that moment, the first carriage's coachman noticed red seeping out from the pile of grass, and the guard's horse left wet hoofprints. "Wait, what's that?" the coachman shouted. The leading guard stopped and turned back, stunned. The guards on both sides also came forward to take a look and discovered what seemed to be blood beneath the withered grass. They immediately became alert. "This is bad, they're starting to look around." Simon and his men, lying in ambush, grew tense. Simon was already cursing Mr. Fenrir's terrible idea in his heart. Leon hid in a nearby thicket, watching as the convoy noticed the blood he had left on the road. Seizing the moment, he activated his ability. In an instant, the blood pool beneath the withered grass turned purple, transforming into purple smoke that curled upward, including the parts that had smeared onto the horse's hoof. Cursed blood manifested. When the convoy saw the purple smoke, they immediately felt an instinctive biological intimidation. Before they could even gasp, the horses suddenly neighed in terror, stomping and bolting on their own, desperately trying to flee from the spreading smoke. The smoke created by the small amount of Leon's blood covered only a limited area. It was difficult to poison people or large animals, but it was more than enough to frighten the horses. "Stop! Stop!" Both guards and coachmen desperately pulled at the reins, trying to calm the horses. The convoy instantly fell into chaos, which quickly spread to the rear carriage as well. "Now!" Leon glared at the stunned Simon and urged him. Simon snapped out of it, grabbed a gun from the ground, and shouted, "Move!" The enforcers lying in ambush on the slope rushed out from their hiding spots, charging downhill with guns, crossbows, and bows, then unleashed a volley from above. The convoy, mired in chaos, couldn't respond in time and immediately began taking casualties. Leon did not join the attack. He simply stayed behind a tree, watching. He had already done what he needed to do. The situation was completely one-sided. After 2 rounds of gunfire, the convoy was mostly dead or wounded. One carriage's horse was struck by arrows and toppled over with the carriage. The other carriage's coachman was shot down, and the frightened horse dragged the carriage into a mad sprint. Simon ordered one of his men to seize an uninjured horse to pursue it, while he led the others in checking for survivors, finishing off anyone still moving with a blade. After quite some time, Leon finally descended from the slope and stepped out. By then, Simon's men had already recovered the runaway carriage and driven it back. "Mr. Fenrir," Simon called out, "everyone's been dealt with." "Very good. Gather the bodies and clean up the scene," Leon ordered. "Sir, what exactly was that stuff you poured out earlier?" Simon asked cautiously, his gaze toward Leon, now carrying a mix of admiration and awe. "A magical potion refined by my people. Quite amazing, isn't it?" Leon smiled at him, then strolled over to the overturned carriage to inspect the cargo. After the carriage tipped over, the disguised partitions collapsed as well, and cages holding magical beasts rolled out together with the camouflaged goods. Leon checked the magical beasts. Most of them were still alive. However, after searching the carriage, he did not find any feed meant for them. He let out a soft humph. It seemed this second shipment was also meant to deliver him a carriage full of nearly dead magical beasts. This time, however, before the other party could brush him off with excuses about an accident on the road, Leon had created an accident for them first, directly seizing the goods at the edge of their own territory. The last time he had Bar's men bring back the magical potion, he had already secretly arranged for people introduced by the priest to observe several nodes along the route, confirming the usual path used to transport contraband. That way, when the second delivery came, he could calculate the approximate timing and lie in ambush at a suitable location for the convoy transporting the magical beasts. Since this cadre couldn't handle transportation issues, Leon didn't mind transporting them himself. Moreover, if he didn't make other cadres understand that provoking him came at a cost, he would likely face even more obstacles in the coming year. "Bring our carriage over and transfer all the goods onto it. Feed all the magical beasts once. Take these carriages somewhere far away and burn them farther is better. As for the bodies," Leon issued his instructions. "Don't worry, sir. We'll burn them together," Simon nodded. "No, I want them transported back together with the goods." Leon waved his hand and gave the order. Several days later, at the Inquisition, Leon was summoned by Bishop Beckett to the director's office. "Mr. Bar's side sent word that the convoy delivering your second batch of magical beasts has gone missing." Bishop Beckett stared into Leon's eyes and asked in a lowered voice, "Do you have any leads? Missing? What does missing mean?" Leon spread his hands innocently and replied in an equally low voice only the two of them could hear. This time, is Mr. Barr not even bothering to pretend anymore that he wants to give me anything? They insist that this matter is related to you, Bishop Beckett said. May I ask where Mr. Barr's convoy went missing? Leon countered. It seems they didn't reach River Valley County, Bishop Beckett replied. So his people ran into trouble on his own territory, and yet he comes to me? Leon said jokingly. What is it does Mr. Barr intend to hand his territory over to me to manage? Bishop Beckett didn't laugh. Instead, he said seriously, you said you would handle it yourself, but you didn't tell me you'd handle it like this. Handle it how? Leon continued to play dumb. That's enough. You don't need to do this with me. I'm in charge of this territory now, and I'm on your side. Bishop Beckett let out a long breath. Then you must know, sir, that batch of goods was meant to be delivered to us in the first place. What reason does Mr. Barr have to suspect that I would rob his shipment? Leon asked in return. That does make sense. Bishop Beckett raised an eyebrow. You said everyone needs to be capable of dealing with their own problems. I've already resolved the issue of the magical beasts on my end. Since Mr. Barr's transportation runs into problems so easily he can't even manage his own territory, I won't trouble him anymore. Could you please convey my thanks for his help and concern? Leon said. This time, Bishop Beckett finally smiled. Very well. I'll advise him to mind his own affairs. Do you have any other instructions? Leon asked. No, Bishop Beckett replied, then added. Things should be back on track now, yes? Yes. We'll push things forward as quickly as possible, Leon nodded. That's good, Bishop Beckett said. At that moment, there was a sudden knock on the office door. Bishop Beckett and Leon exchanged a glance, then raised his voice. Come in. Yes. A member of the Inquisition on duty in the main hall opened the door, nervously saluted Bishop Beckett, and said, Director, there's a visitor dash. His gaze then flicked to the side, and he blurted out in surprise. Ah, Your Grace, Bishop, why have you come up already? Sorry for the intrusion. A tall, graceful figure appeared at the doorway. The visitor wore a pure white nun's robe embroidered with the emblem of the Creator Church, clearly marking her as a distinguished bishop. The reporting member could only step aside. Upon seeing her, both Bishop Beckett and Leon showed expressions of surprise. Bishop Beckett immediately stood up with a solemn expression. Bishop Weiss, what brings you here? Long time no see, Bishop Beckett. My apologies for the sudden visit. Bishop Weiss greeted him with a nod, then swept her gaze over Leon standing in the room. Her eyes paused slightly. You? Greetings, Bishop. Leon came back to his senses and hurriedly saluted Bishop Weiss. You know each other? Bishop Beckett noticed Weiss's reaction and asked. At the beginning of the year, Bishop Weiss and Archbishop Rogers came to conduct an inspection. I happened to meet the bishop once at that time, Leon answered. Then Bishop Weiss truly has an impressive memory, to be able to remember even a lower-ranking Inquisitor so clearly, Bishop Beckett said meaningfully, first looking at Weiss, then sizing up Leon. Bishop Weiss's rank within the church was fully appointed third-rank knight, the same rank as Aaron and one level higher than Bishop Beckett. As for Rogers, he was an archbishop on the verge of being promoted to cardinal. When such figures traveled together, even the director of the Inquisition would have to follow behind them with deference. At that time, Leon had merely been a lower-ranking Inquisitor, at best a background figure standing off to the side. How could Bishop Weiss possibly remember him? Bishop Beckett's scrutinizing gaze made Leon feel as though needles were pricking his back. He could sense that Bishop Beckett was extremely concerned, perhaps even wary about the fact that he knew Bishop Weiss. Could it be that the two did not get along? Or that they belonged to opposing factions within the church? Leon pondered silently. At the time, I noticed that he had old injuries caused by long-term use of holy water, so I casually helped him diagnose them, Bishop Weiss calmly explained. You have injuries? Bishop Beckett asked Leon. Yes, I was once grazed by a crossbow bolt coated with monster venom. Even now, there are lingering aftereffects, Leon said, pointing to his upper arm. Even after obtaining the witch's blessing and gaining the ability of cursed blood whose potency surpassed even cockatrice venom, Leon found that the aftereffects left by his injuries had not disappeared. Perhaps it was because curses and poison worked on different principles. He seemed to be immune only to his own curses. In any case, his injuries still needed to be dealt with somehow. Fortunately, he was no longer short on money. That truly must have been hard on you. Bishop Beckett nodded. Then he glanced at the Inquisitor outside the door and at Leon before giving instructions. All right, you may both return to your duties. Yes, sir. Leon and the Inquisitor saluted at the same time. Bishop Beckett then turned his gaze back to Weiss and was about to ask her purpose when Weiss suddenly spoke first. Bishop Beckett, may I ask that he stay behind? As she said this, she pointed at Leon, who was just about to leave. Not only Bishop Beckett, but Leon himself was momentarily stunned, unable to understand Weiss's intention. Bishop Beckett pondered for a moment, then turned toward the team member still standing uncertainly by the door and nodded at him. Close the door for me. Yes. The team member closed the office door and left. Seeing this, Leon could only remain standing by the door, awaiting orders. Please, have a seat, Bishop Weiss. Bishop Beckett gestured for Weiss to sit in the guest chair. Might your visit this time be related to the case we previously handled? Hearing this, Leon finally realized it. If Bishop Weiss had come for Sally's case, then asking him to stay made sense. The submitted case report had mentioned his relationship with Sally. Keeping him here was likely for the convenience of questioning him if necessary, something Bishop Beckett had immediately perceived. Yes, I have reviewed the case files and also saw your request to continue detaining the involved witch, Sally Hesh, here. Knight Diaz also contacted the Institute, requesting that we assist in alleviating the suffering of the criminal afflicted with saltification disease. Her circumstances are deeply sympathetic, so I wish to formally discuss with your unit the possibility of transferring her to St. Rosalia Prison. Bishop Weiss explained in a formal tone. Leon immediately grew tense upon hearing this, but he maintained his composure and subtly cast a glance at Bishop Beckett. The detention area of the Inquisition was capable of performing prison functions. Citing Sally's illness, Bishop Beckett had applied to have her detained here. This was part of the arrangement between Leon and the Earl. By keeping Sally here, Leon could still have access to her and, with the convenience granted by Bishop Beckett, secretly administer medication to her. In fact, Sally's detention cell had been receiving medication normally all along. Leon was even able to quietly bring her some food and daily necessities, allowing her to live somewhat more comfortably inside. However, if Sally were transferred elsewhere, matters would fall beyond their control. Leon would not only be unable to find ways to help her, but even making contact with her would become extremely difficult. Bishop Weiss, we already mentioned in the report that this prisoner's saltification disease is in its late stage. Her physical condition is extremely poor, and she cannot withstand long-distance transport. Moreover, the blessing she possesses cursed blood is extremely rare. There is also a risk of unforeseen incidents during transport. Taking all factors into account, we still believe it is more appropriate to detain her here, Bishop Beckett said. But she will die very soon if she stays here. If she is transferred to St. Rosalia Prison, we can attempt to provide her with proper treatment. Knight Diaz, who is responsible for the case, made this request to us for that very reason, did he not? Weiss said. Leon finally understood. Weiss's intention in requesting Sally's transfer to St. Rosalia Prison was, in fact, similar to Aaron's. Both were trying to help Sally, but to a certain extent, this was a case of good intentions causing harm. Here, Sally was still able to secretly receive the special medicine developed by Rena, who had been researching saltification disease for a long time. If she were sent to St. Rosalia Prison, how decent a level of treatment would the Church really provide to a witch? Even if approval were granted, the Church had never developed special medicine targeting saltification disease. How much effect could holy water possibly have on it? One had to remember that earlier, Melissa had gone deeply into debt to use holy water on Sally, yet could only watch helplessly as Sally's condition worsened day by day. In that case, the St. Rosalia Research Institute could send the holy water currently under development here under the name of experimental assistance that we could also cooperate in administering medication to the prisoner. There is no need to deliberately transfer her back and forth, Bishop Beckett said. Frankly speaking, the Church's research into saltification disease is still very superficial at present. Holy water does not have any particularly effective results against saltification disease. However, I examined the special medicine she developed, and it does indeed have a certain degree of efficacy against the disease. As Weiss said this, Bishop Beckett could not help interrupting. Are you planning to administer potions to a person? Does this comply with Church regulations? At St. Rosalia Prison, potion experiments are permitted within certain limits. as long as the subjects are prisoners and approval is obtained from the tribunal. I am personally very interested in the potion developed by this prisoner. Furthermore, she suffers from saltification disease and possesses the rare blessing of cursed blood, making her inherently valuable for research. As for the issue of transport, the Institute is willing to assist in resolving it. May I meet the prisoner to better understand her condition? When Weiss said this, there was a faint gleam in her eyes, forming a sharp contrast with her previous cold demeanor. Leon could sense that Weiss was not only trying to help Sally, but was also deeply interested in researching her more precisely, interested in the witch who had developed that special medicine. The problem, however, was that the one who had developed the medicine was actually Rena. Sally herself could not produce such a special medicine. In fact, she was not a witch at all. Without any blessing, she could not even refine mana, let alone sending her there. Even allowing Weiss to meet her once carried the risk of exposing the truth. This made Leon tense once again. I'm afraid that this may not be very convenient. Bishop Beckett chose to refuse. Why? I hope your unit can provide a suitable reason. Weiss clearly was not willing to give up easily. The reasons are rather complicated, Bishop Beckett replied as he thought, then suddenly shifted his gaze toward Leon, who was standing to the side. How about this, Bishop Weiss? You can ask Inquisitor Said about the details. Since you have read the case files, you must have quite a few questions you wish to ask him. He is quite familiar with the prisoner's situation. I still have many urgent matters to attend to. If you do not mind, the reception room is still available. Would it be all right for Inquisitor Set to receive you for now? Leon stared at Bishop Beckett in astonishment. Bishop Beckett returned him a smile, the meaning of which was abundantly clear. You're the one who needs to get her to leave. Do your best yourself. Bishop Beckett unhesitatingly dumped this troublesome matter onto Leon. After all, keeping Sally here was Leon's own request. Very well. Weiss rose decisively and turned toward Leon. Then let us have a private discussion. Yes, Bishop. Leon could only reply, steeling himself. A few minutes later, Leon led Weiss into the reception room. Please have a seat, Bishop. Leon invited Weiss to sit before walking toward the tea cabinet. I'll make some tea for you. No need. Let's save some time. Weiss stopped Leon, pointing to another chair by the tea table to signal for him to sit down. All right. Leon turned back and carefully took his seat. Regarding the criminal situation, could you explain it to me in detail? Why are you so insistent on not transferring the criminal to St. Rosalia prison? Weiss asked Leon. Bishop Weiss Leon spoke while thinking through a suitable excuse. You should have already seen the case file and gained a certain understanding of the criminal's situation. I believe you already know this. The criminal has a daughter. The reason she was forced by the Underworld to become a witch and refine mana for them was because her family owed a huge sum of money. She did it to prevent her daughter from bearing that debt. I know. Her daughter should already be in the local reformatory now. Bishop Weiss nodded. This criminal doesn't have long to live. After paying off the debt, she herself has no real desire to go on living. By coming here to turn herself in, she had already prepared herself for death. She won't live for many more years. She wants to spend what time she has left in her hometown, and if possible, perhaps she could even get approval to see her daughter one last time. But if she were sent to St. Rosalia prison, that chance would be gone forever. Moreover, because her family accumulated massive debt over years of purchasing holy water, she harbors strong resistance toward the healing monastic order. If you were to state that you are an alchemist who develops holy water, I think if you met her, the conversation would probably not be very pleasant. Leon fabricated a reason. Bishop Weiss lowered her eyes. This point was indeed difficult to refute. Once someone entered St. Rosalia prison, considering the risk of leaking research secrets, no visits were permitted during the period of incarceration. If one were to act under the banner of sympathy for the criminal, one could not ultimately bypass the criminal's own wishes. Sounds like you still harbor sympathy for the criminal? Weiss sought confirmation from Leon. She was forced into becoming a witch. She suffered the injustice of fate and, with no other options, relied on her own strength to fight for her daughter's future. I respect that. Leon replied sincerely. Half of that was the truth. Sally had chosen to accept his proposal in pursuit of a dignified death, and that was something he genuinely admired. I've repeatedly tested her medicine. It truly has remarkable effects on saltification disease. She found the right general direction. Weiss said with some regret. If she could assist with experiments at the St. Rosalia Research Institute, perhaps she really could develop a cure for saltification disease. You already have the medicine she left behind. That's her achievement. Couldn't you reproduce the medicine yourselves? Leon asked in a lowered, probing voice. From Weiss's tone, it sounded as though she had already seen hope for developing a special medicine for saltification disease. Leon guessed that she must at least know part of the direction. In the end, we cannot directly research magic potions. But if a witch were to propose a new theory, and we recorded it and conducted experiments based on it, perhaps approval could be obtained. Weiss explained. If she wanted to research a special medicine for saltification disease along the lines of magic potions, she absolutely could not initiate the project on her own. It could only be explained as a new magic potion formula proposed by a detained witch, with the formula being verified under the pretext of researching heresy. This was also the biggest reason she had proposed transferring Sally Heshu to St. Rosalia prison. The church clearly knows that magic potions can cure illnesses, so Leon let out a long sigh, then realized that this line of speech was not very appropriate in front of Weiss. That was a slip of the tongue. Please pretend you didn't hear it. This thought had lingered in his mind for a long time. The body of magical potion knowledge built around mana and monster materials had already been proven to hold enormous value in medicine, yet the church turned a blind eye to those values and instead imposed sweeping prohibitions. If these things were at least opened for medical use, Reno wouldn't have had to take such risks and endure such hardship in researching special medicines. No. Perhaps predecessors should have already developed a cure for saltification disease long ago. Neither Rena's grandmother nor Sally would have had to suffer so terribly from this illness. And his own injuries, perhaps many other diseases as well, might have had a chance to receive more appropriate treatment, rather than forcing families to exhaust their fortunes on the church's holy water. If the church prohibited all of this merely to ensure a monopoly on medical resources, it seemed far too short-sighted. Leon always felt there must be deeper reasons behind it, but he still knew too little about the church's internal situation. No, what you said makes sense. That is indeed the current state of affairs. Monsters, mana, and the power of moire do in fact possess a certain degree of practical value. Every scholar at the St. Rosalia Research Institute understands this. Unfortunately, the present church remains bound by tradition and will not yield on this matter. In fact, even if a special medicine for saltification disease were developed, it would most likely not be permitted for widespread use by the church. Bishop Weiss sighed as she spoke. According to the church's teachings, shouldn't the gods bestow mercy upon the world? Leon said casually. If the gods of this world were truly as merciful toward humanity as the church claimed, they surely wouldn't mind humans borrowing a bit of Moire's power to seek their own well-being. The key issue here probably lies more with Moire herself. Weiss suddenly said in an academic, discussion-like tone. Whether the gods possess the kind of mercy mortals understand is another matter, but Moire truly does harbor hatred toward humanity. Moire hates humans, then why can her power still help humans rid themselves of illness? Leon said. From the fact that monsters especially liked attacking humans, and from his discovery that feeding monsters with humans increased mana purity, Moire did indeed seem to hate humanity, just as the church claimed. Yet mana, as the crystallization of Moire's power, provided many benefits to humans. This seemed extremely contradictory. There are several schools of thought on that, but it's not convenient to discuss it here. Bishop Weiss timely cut off the topic. She looked Leon over again. Actually, there are also people within the church who are striving for reform, hoping the church can accept the utilization of Moire's power, at least utilization under supervision. Are you one of them? Leon asked. Yes, but our school of thought is currently insignificant and receives no attention from the church. Very few people understand us. For the first time, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Bishop Weiss's mouth. But it seems that you are one of them. Leon nodded gently. He genuinely believed that if the application of monsters could be opened up, it would be a good thing for the people of this world. It seems I'm destined to return empty-handed this time. I should take my leave early. Bishop Weiss rationally abandoned the idea of transferring Sally, stood up, and said, I'll go speak with Bishop Beckett myself. All right. Leon inwardly let out a sigh of relief. Bishop Weiss turned to look Leon over again. After thinking for a moment, she suddenly leaned closer, lowered her voice, and spoke in a tone only the two of them could hear. By the way, when do you get off work? Leon was stunned. What was this female bishop up to, suddenly asking about his off-duty time in such a furtive manner? This wasn't the first time she had said or done something that invited misunderstanding, but Leon quickly calmed himself and gave an answer. In about 2 hours. Do you have something you need me to handle? Thinking calmly about it, it had to be some matter she wanted his help with. Surely she wasn't asking him out for a private rendezvous. Then he heard Bishop Weiss continue. After you get off work, wait at the third intersection east of the main gate. My carriage will come to pick you up. There are some things that aren't convenient to talk about here. Leon froze. Bishop Weiss didn't wait for his response before leaving the reception room, as though the matter was already settled. Leon stood there, utterly perplexed. When he finally pushed the door open and went out, he saw Bishop Weiss already entering the director's office. She probably only went in to exchange a few polite farewell words with Bishop Beckett. She came out quickly, then nodded toward Leon across the corridor, seemingly reminding him not to forget what she had just said. After that, she headed toward the staircase and disappeared around the corner. Leon thought for a moment, then walked over and knocked on the door of the director's office. Come in. Bishop Beckett responded. Sir, has she given up? Leon closed the door and confirmed with Bishop Beckett. You successfully persuaded her. That's good. Her sudden visit really startled me. I thought something had gone wrong. Bishop Beckett smiled, then quickly wiped the smile away. Let me confirm something with you. You truly have no connection whatsoever with this Saintess Bishop of the Creator Church, correct? Yes. Leon nodded. He truly had no special relationship with Weiss. He was somewhat concerned about the message Weiss had just left him. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to wait and see and did not plan to tell Bishop Beckett about it yet. That's good. Then let me give you an advance warning dash. Bishop Beckett's expression turned unusually sallious, and his voice dropped to an exceptionally low register. This Saintess Bishop is our enemy. 2 hours later, Leon still followed Weiss's instructions and arrived at the designated location to wait. At this very moment, his mind was still replaying the earlier conversation he had had with Bishop Beckett in the office. Enemies. Leon had been surprised when he heard that description. To be precise, it's her and her father, Archbishop Rogers. They are both our enemies, Bishop Beckett explained. Archbishop Rogers her father? Leon was even more shocked. In his mind surfaced the image of that stern, unsmiling archbishop who had once inspected the Inquisition together with Weiss. So they were actually father and daughter? In this world, the clergy of the 4 great churches did not forbid marriage. Knights, bishops, delegate officers, and priests could all establish families just like ordinary people. Only now did he realize that although Bishop Beckett's rank was clearly lower and he was not particularly close with Bishop Weiss, he still addressed her by her given name rather than her surname because Weiss's surname was Rogers, and using it would easily cause confusion with her father. Oh, you didn't know that? She's Archbishop Rogers' daughter. A bishop's children becoming bishops, a knight's children becoming knights, that's not uncommon. But for Bishop Weiss to be chosen as a saintess by the Creator Church, she really does have some ability, Bishop Beckett explained. When you say she and her father, does that mean they're the Earl's enemies? Leon asked cautiously. The Earl's enemies are our enemies, Bishop Beckett said seriously. You don't need to know the reason right now. You just need to remember that if you have further contact with them in the future, you should be cautious. Recalling this, Leon could not help but glance around nervously. This place was 3 streets away from the Inquisition, with plenty of pedestrians and carriages passing by. In the end, he still did not mention that Bishop Weiss had secretly asked him to wait here. If Bishop Beckett were to find out, it would likely arouse suspicion. But firstly, when Bishop Weiss had brought up that reformist school of thought with him, Leon had sincerely supported it. In that context, Weiss's purpose in asking to meet him seemed related to that topic. Secondly, strictly speaking, he knew nothing about the grudge between Bishop Weiss and the Earl. It could be said to have nothing to do with him. He did not accept Bishop Beckett's stance at all. His agreement with the Earl only involved business. He did not think he had to abandon his own position and unconditionally submit to the Earl's position. What difference would that make from being a dog? In the end, he decided to meet Bishop Weiss first, figure out her purpose, and then make his own judgment. Fortunately, he did not have to wait long. A carriage with a black carriage compartment soon drove up and stopped in front of him. The coachman halted the carriage but kept staring straight ahead, showing no intention of inviting him aboard. Leon thought for a moment, reached out to open the carriage door himself, and climbed inside. As soon as he entered the compartment, he smelled a faint, elegant fragrance of incense. Bishop Weiss was already inside. When she saw him, she nodded slightly. You're very punctual. Strictly speaking, we never actually made an appointment at all, Saintess. Leon complained inwardly. Bishop, why exactly did you have me meet you here? Leon sat down opposite Bishop Weiss. After discussing those topics with you, I thought it over again and felt that I should still give this to you, Bishop Weiss said, casually reaching into her neckline and pulling out a rolled-up sheet of letter paper. Leon froze, his gaze unconsciously fixing on Bishop Weiss's collar and full chest. Why put something there? Weiss noticed his line of sight and lowered her head slightly. Leon instinctively averted his gaze. If his glance just now had displeased this bishop, he would not even know how he died. Yet Weiss was completely calm and even explained, "Oh, I'm used to it. When I studied at the monastery before, I often hid prohibited items here. When the matrons inspected us, they would only search pockets and cloth bags. That also requires extraordinary talent to pull off. If it were too flat, it would probably slip out from under the clothes." Leon did not dare say that aloud, but he quickly reacted, realizing something important. "Could it be that this paper of yours is contraband?" Bishop Weiss silently nodded and handed the paper over. Leon took it and carefully unfolded it to read. Demonic wolf blood, 30 grams. Labyrinth mandrake grass root and fibers, 5 grams. Red centipede, water lily, milk thistle, pain relief, herb dash. After a quick scan, Leon realized that this was a formula, unmistakable magical potion formula. Demonic wolf blood and labyrinth mandrake grass were both magical beast materials. Each ingredient had processing and extraction steps noted beside it, and at the very final step of the entire formula, it clearly stated, activation with mana of no less than 70% purity. And this demonic wolf bloodback, when Rena had first conceived of making a special medicine to treat Leon's injuries, she had started from the assumption of using demonic wolf blood. Could this be the antidote formula for cockatrice venom? Leon looked at Bishop Weiss in shock and asked tentatively, "It's not only an antidote. It's also a special medicine for treating tissue degeneration caused by long-term cockatrice venom. The potion made according to this formula using the listed amounts, taken orally once every 3 days, preferably combined with external application of holy water should allow you to fully recover within 1 to 3 months, Bishop Weiss said. For a moment, Leon did not know what to say. Rena's research in this area had only just begun, and now this formula had practically fallen from the sky, handed over for free. I should have given this to you back then, but it involved certain secrets and also violated church regulations. I didn't know what kind of person you were, so I hesitated, Bishop Weiss explained. Can this magical potion really cure me? Leon stared blankly at Bishop Weiss. Yes, we verified it using cockatrice venom. It can cure the after effects, Bishop Weiss answered with absolute certainty. Leon carefully read the letter paper in his hand and quickly committed its contents to memory. Whether this formula was reliable or not, he would have a rough idea once he had Rena verify it. In the previous case file, the former director Karen Esso was involved in magical beast trading. Did you also participate? Bishop Weiss suddenly asked. Raising this at such a time could be explained as reasonable speculation and would not arouse suspicion about sensing mana. Just that one time. I ran errands for them. Former director Diaz and Bishop Beckett both knew about it, Leon replied. I can only give you the formula. As for the materials, I'm afraid you'll have to find your own channels. Remember, you must not tell anyone about this, Bishop Weiss instructed. Thank you, Bishop. I really don't know how I should repay you, Leon said sincerely. Weiss probably thought that gathering these materials would be somewhat difficult for him, but in reality, for his current self, assembling this formula was truly effortless. If it can cure you, that's the best repayment for me. Research like this only has value if it can heal people, Bishop Weiss sighed softly. At this moment, Leon felt that her figure overlapped somewhat with Rena's. No matter what, if this really can cure my injuries, I'll remember this kindness. Thank you, Bishop Weiss, Leon said solemnly. He knew very well how great a risk Weiss was taking by handing such a formula to him. This help was far beyond those minor reminders from before. In that case, please continue to support our school of thought, Bishop Weiss said with a smile at the corner of her lips. The times are always moving forward. I believe that one day, the church will become more open-minded in this regard. At this time, Bishop Beckett was in his office, using the blessing of the secret god to contact the Earl remotely. He resolved the issue of magical beast supply. Bar provoking him will probably only result in swallowing his loss. That is an ability he ought to possess, the Earl replied calmly. Go warn Bar and tell him to behave himself. I've already done so, Bishop Beckett replied. But for now, he still doesn't seem to have realized the true problem of this mission. He will realize it sooner or later. and then he must resolve it himself. Otherwise, he has no value to cultivate, the Earl replied. There's one more matter I need to report to you. It concerns Weiss Rogers Dash. Bishop Beckett quickly explained Weiss's visit. She just left like that? The Earl confirmed. Yes. What do you think? The Earl asked. She's interested in this matter, which fits her behavioral logic. There's no need to pay too much attention for now, as long as it doesn't affect the plan, Bishop Beckett said. How is the plan arranged? Perfect, Bishop Beckett answered. The Earl fell silent for a long time, then said, 25 years Dash. Yes. After waiting so many years, you're finally about to reclaim the debt from back then, Bishop Beckett echoed softly. 2 hours later, Leon still followed Weiss's instructions and arrived at the designated location to wait. At this very moment, his mind was still replaying the earlier conversation he had had with Bishop Beckett in the office. Enemies. Leon had been surprised when he heard that description. To be precise, it's her and her father, Archbishop Rogers. They are both our enemies, Bishop Beckett explained. Archbishop Rogers her father? Leon was even more shocked. In his mind surfaced the image of that stern, unsmiling archbishop who had once inspected the Inquisition together with Weiss. So they were actually father and daughter? In this world, the clergy of the 4 great churches did not forbid marriage. Knights, bishops, delegate officers, and priests could all establish families just like ordinary people. Only now did he realize that although Bishop Beckett's rank was clearly lower and he was not particularly close with Bishop Weiss, he still addressed her by her given name rather than her surname because Weiss's surname was Rogers, and using it would easily cause confusion with her father. Oh, you didn't know that? She's Archbishop Rogers' daughter. A bishop's children becoming bishops, a knight's children becoming knights, that's not uncommon. But for Bishop Weiss to be chosen as a saintess by the Creator Church, she really does have some ability, Bishop Beckett explained. When you say she and her father, does that mean they're the Earl's enemies? Leon asked cautiously. The Earl's enemies are our enemies, Bishop Beckett said seriously. You don't need to know the reason right now. You just need to remember that if you have further contact with them in the future, you should be cautious. Recalling this, Leon could not help but glance around nervously. This place was 3 streets away from the Inquisition, with plenty of pedestrians and carriages passing by. In the end, he still did not mention that Bishop Weiss had secretly asked him to wait here. If Bishop Beckett were to find out, it would likely arouse suspicion. But firstly, when Bishop Weiss had brought up that reformist school of thought with him, Leon had sincerely supported it. In that context, Weiss's purpose in asking to meet him seemed related to that topic. Secondly, strictly speaking, he knew nothing about the grudge between Bishop Weiss and the Earl. It could be said to have nothing to do with him. He did not accept Bishop Beckett's stance at all. His agreement with the Earl only involved business. He did not think he had to abandon his own position and unconditionally submit to the Earl's position. What difference would that make from being a dog? In the end, he decided to meet Bishop Weiss first, figure out her purpose, and then make his own judgment. Fortunately, he did not have to wait long. A carriage with a black carriage compartment soon drove up and stopped in front of him. The coachman halted the carriage but kept staring straight ahead, showing no intention of inviting him aboard. Leon thought for a moment, reached out to open the carriage door himself, and climbed inside. As soon as he entered the compartment, he smelled a faint, elegant fragrance of incense. Bishop Weiss was already inside. When she saw him, she nodded slightly. You're very punctual. Strictly speaking, we never actually made an appointment at all, Saintess. Leon complained inwardly. Bishop, why exactly did you have me meet you here? Leon sat down opposite Bishop Weiss. After discussing those topics with you, I thought it over again and felt that I should still give this to you, Bishop Weiss said, casually reaching into her neckline and pulling out a rolled-up sheet of letter paper. Leon froze, his gaze unconsciously fixing on Bishop Weiss's collar and full chest. Why put something there? Weiss noticed his line of sight and lowered her head slightly. Leon instinctively averted his gaze. If his glance just now had displeased this bishop, he would not even know how he died. Yet Weiss was completely calm and even explained, Oh, I'm used to it. When I studied at the monastery before, I often hid prohibited items here. When the matrons inspected us, they would only search pockets and cloth bags. That also requires extraordinary talent to pull off. If it were too flat, it would probably slip out from under the clothes. Leon did not dare say that aloud, but he quickly reacted, realizing something important. Could it be that this paper of yours is contraband? Bishop Weiss silently nodded and handed the paper over. Leon took it and carefully unfolded it to read. Demonic wolf blood, 30 grams. Labyrinth mandrake grass root and fibers, 5 grams. Red centipede, water lily, milk thistle, pain relief, herb dash. After a quick scan, Leon realized that this was a formula, an unmistakable magical potion formula. Demonic wolf blood and labyrinth mandrake grass were both magical beast materials. Each ingredient had processing and extraction steps noted beside it, and at the very final step of the entire formula, it clearly stated, activation with mana of no less than 70% purity. And this demonic wolf bloodback, when Rena had first conceived of making a special medicine to treat Leon's injuries, she had started from the assumption of using demonic wolf blood. Could this be the antidote formula for cockatrice venom? Leon looked at Bishop Weiss in shock and asked tentatively, it's not only an antidote, it's also a special medicine for treating tissue degeneration caused by long-term cockatrice venom. The potion made according to this formula using the listed amounts, taken orally once every 3 days, preferably combined with external application of holy water, should allow you to fully recover within 1 to 3 months, Bishop Weiss said. For a moment, Leon did not know what to say. Rena's research in this area had only just begun, and now this formula had practically fallen from the sky, handed over for free. I should have given this to you back then, but it involved certain secrets and also violated church regulations. I didn't know what kind of person you were, so I hesitated, Bishop Weiss explained. Can this magical potion really cure me? Leon stared blankly at Bishop Weiss. Yes, we verified it using cockatrice venom. It can cure the after effects, Bishop Weiss answered with absolute certainty. Leon carefully read the letter paper in his hand and quickly committed its contents to memory. Whether this formula was reliable or not, he would have a rough idea once he had Rena verify it. In the previous case file, the former director Karen Esso was involved in magical beast trading. Did you also participate? Bishop Weiss suddenly asked. Raising this at such a time could be explained as reasonable speculation and would not arouse suspicion about sensing mana. Just that one time. I ran errands for them. Former Director Diaz and Bishop Beckett both knew about it, Leon replied. I can only give you the formula. As for the materials, I'm afraid you'll have to find your own channels. Remember, you must not tell anyone about this, Bishop Weiss instructed. Thank you, Bishop. I really don't know how I should repay you, Leon said sincerely. Weiss probably thought that gathering these materials would be somewhat difficult for him, but in reality, for his current self, assembling this formula was truly effortless. If it can cure you, that's the best repayment for me. Research like this only has value if it can heal people, Bishop Weiss sighed softly. At this moment, Leon felt that her figure overlapped somewhat with Rena's. No matter what, if this really can cure my injuries, I'll remember this kindness. Thank you, Bishop Weiss, Leon said solemnly. He knew very well how great a risk Weiss was taking by handing such a formula to him. This help was far beyond those minor reminders from before. In that case, please continue to support our school of thought, Bishop Weiss said with a smile at the corner of her lips. The times are always moving forward. I believe that one day, the church will become more open-minded in this regard. At this time, Bishop Beckett was in his office, using the blessing of the secret god to contact the Earl remotely. He resolved the issue of magical beast supply. Bar provoking him will probably only result in swallowing his loss. That is an ability he ought to possess, the Earl replied calmly. Go warn Bar and tell him to behave himself. I've already done so, Bishop Beckett replied. But for now, he still doesn't seem to have realized the true problem of this mission. He will realize it sooner or later, and then he must resolve it himself. Otherwise, he has no value to cultivate, the Earl replied. There's one more matter I need to report to you. It concerns Weiss Rogers Bishop Beckett quickly explained Weiss's visit. She just left like that? The Earl confirmed. Yes. What do you think? The Earl asked. She's interested in this matter, which fits her behavioral logic. There's no need to pay too much attention for now, as long as it doesn't affect the plan, Bishop Beckett said. How is the plan arranged? Perfect, Bishop Beckett answered. The Earl fell silent for a long time, then said, 25 years. Yes. After waiting so many years, you're finally about to reclaim the debt from back then, Bishop Beckett echoed softly. That night, Rena, who had just finished preparing dinner, sat at the table with a heavy heart. She had spent the entire day handling work inside the labyrinth. By now, the labyrinth's breeding grounds had been packed full by Leon with small magical beasts, both animals and plants. If breeding began at this scale, then based on past experience, their mana output for the year should have been able to catch up to the target. However, after several days passed, Rena gradually began to sense that something was wrong. After extracting mana from the magical beasts and refining it, a terrifying conjecture surfaced in her mind. Now she was just waiting for Leon to return, intending to discuss this matter thoroughly with him. Leon had moved into Rena's house and was sleeping in the vacant room left behind by Rena's grandmother. Normally, they sat together for dinner in the evenings. "Why are you so late today?" Rena glanced at the clock. Ever since Bishop Beckett had taken up the position of director, he had granted Leon considerable convenience in carrying out his work, allowing Leon ample time to properly handle matters on the labyrinth side. As a result, Leon basically no longer worked overtime at night, and his time of returning home in the afternoon was usually very steady. At this moment, the sound of a key turning finally came from the door. Hearing it, Rena stood up and soon saw Leon push the door open excitedly, shut it behind him, and stare at her with shining eyes. "This is what's going on." Rena was a bit confused by his appearance. "I have something good to show you." As Leon spoke, he walked toward Rena while rummaging through the inner pocket of his coat. As soon as Leon came close, Rena smelled a faint, lingering fragrance very much like the perfume or incense commonly used by women. Doubt immediately arose in Rena's heart. Just as she was about to ask something, Leon pulled out a sheet of letter paper and held it out in front of her, saying excitedly, "Look at this." Caught off guard, Rena instinctively took the paper and glanced at it twice. "Isn't this a magical potion formula? Who gave this to you?" The moment she asked that question, she froze. Those who researched magical potions, wouldn't that be witches? The delicate handwriting on the paper that was not hers, along with the faint fragrance clinging to it, made an image involuntarily emerge in her mind, an enchanting witch smiling as she pressed the formula into Leon's hand. What was going on? Where had he gone and gotten in contact with another witch? Suddenly thinking of something, she looked up at Leon with an uneasy expression, then slowly leaned closer and sniffed. One sniff was enough for her to be sure the fresh scent had rubbed off onto Leon himself, and it was on the paper as well. Rena's expression immediately collapsed as if the sky were falling. This left Leon, who had just been about to answer her question, utterly baffled. "What's wrong? Do you dash?" Rena looked at Leon pitifully. "Have another witch?" "Huh?" Leon was completely stunned on the spot. 2 minutes later, Leon carefully explained the entire matter to Rena in detail, telling her that this was an antidote for treating injuries and illnesses given to him by the saintess of the Creator Church. Only then did Rena finally pull herself out of that baseless fantasy. Although Weiss had said not to tell others about this matter, to Leon, Rena was someone he trusted absolutely. Moreover, preparing this medicine would certainly require Rena's verification, so it was naturally necessary to inform her of the details. "So this is the antidote's formula? This can really cure you." When Rena heard the final part, she finally grasped the key point. Her eyes lit up just like Leon's had when he came in. "Don't get happy too early. It still needs to be verified through animal experiments," Leon reminded her. "This formula looks quite reliable. At the very least, it doesn't contain any particularly dangerous components." Rena nodded repeatedly. "And we happen to have all the ingredients." The demonic wolf blood they had previously purchased had once been buried by Rena together with the money. After her treatment, the demonic wolf blood in that jar could be preserved for several months without issue. As for labyrinth mandrake grass, they were currently experimenting with cultivating it inside the labyrinth. If this formula really worked, Leon could finally be completely freed from the injuries that had long plagued him. Rena could not help but feel happy for Leon as well. "If it really works, then we truly owe her a huge favor," Leon said while recalling the events. "When she came today and said she was going to transfer Mrs. Hesh away, I thought a big problem was about to hit. She also wants to use her own methods to save Miss Sally," Rena said. As she spoke of this, Rena immediately recalled how, back when she was Bishop Leona, she had used magical potions as holy water to treat Sally, while Weiss, being a genuine bishop, was instead full of concerns about using researched magical potions. Yet in essence, they were the same. Both wanted to use their research results to save people. She said she really wanted to meet Sally, because she thought those medicines were developed by Sally. She believes that through your medicines, there's real hope of developing a special medicine that can cure saltification disease. She evaluated it by saying that the general direction of your research is definitely correct. Leon relayed Weiss's words. If she said that, then she probably truly has confidence in being able to do it. Rena sighed softly. Her own research into a special medicine had already begun to approach a knowledge bottleneck. In comparison, Weiss should possess far more magical potion knowledge accumulated through what the church had confiscated over time. If Weiss could freely conduct her research, she might truly be able to start from Rena's medicines and produce a genuine special medicine. The church's restrictions could be said to have greatly hindered the birth of a special medicine for saltification disease. Let's eat first. The food is getting cold. Leon tried to change the topic, picked up the bowl on the table, and ladled stew from the pot. It's because you came back too late, Rena said as she also sat down at the dining table. How was your day? Leon asked casually. Oh. Rena froze on the spot, suddenly remembering the bad news she had originally planned to tell Leon. What happened? Leon noticed that Rena's expression was off. Leon, there's something about the labyrinth that I need to tell you. Rena looked at Leon uneasily. Recently, I've noticed that the magical beast's activity has clearly decreased. They look weaker with each passing day. When feeding them, they do seem like they don't have much appetite. Leon recalled for a moment. Could it be an infectious disease? At present, the feeding work inside the labyrinth was basically all handled by him. After all, the feed contained some things that were not very suitable for Rena to come into contact with. I suspected that too, but after careful examination, I found that it wasn't the case. Today, I tried selecting several magical beasts that had been raised for 7 days, extracted mana from them once, and the result? The amount of mana was much lower than my estimated calculations, only about half. Rena said, Is it because there are too many magical beasts? Leon said, No, Leon. Actually, I have a conjecture. The problem might be even more serious than we imagined. Rena's eyes flickered with unease. Hearing this, Leon became solemn and waited for Rena to continue. I'm thinking that this labyrinth may be about to be depleted. Rena said with a grave expression. Depleted? Leon widened his eyes. Yes, this place was originally a labyrinth that had been sealed. It no longer produces mana. The mana inside is merely what was left over and accumulated in the labyrinth space from the past, and it has been continuously leaking away. When we extract mana by using magical beasts and take it out, the mana inside decreases even faster. When the church sealed this place before, they should have carried out another round of cleansing as well. I'm thinking that after being tossed around like this so many times, the mana inside this labyrinth may be close to being exhausted. Judging from today's spot checks, I estimated the output. If this continues, let alone completing that target, we might not even be able to meet half of the required amount. The next day, in the director's office of the Inquisition, the labyrinth was exhausted? Oh, as expected. After listening to Leon's explanation, Bishop Beckett, who was seated behind the desk, showed no surprise at all. Not bad. You discovered this problem earlier than I had anticipated. You already knew? Leon could not help but frown. I have experience sealing labyrinths. A labyrinth that had been sealed for 30 years, then had magical beasts bred inside it by you for a year, and afterward underwent another sealing being close to exhaustion now is perfectly normal. The number of magical beasts you raised inside was so large that it further accelerated the depletion of mana. But no matter what, the total amount of mana you could extract from it was always limited. Bishop Beckett spread his hands. This is such critical information. I think it should have been shared in advance, Leon said, staring at Bishop Beckett. The exhaustion of the labyrinth was only our estimate, not something completely certain. It required someone to verify it, and now you have completed that verification. Moreover, even if the labyrinth had not yet been exhausted, it would have been sooner or later. What you possessed was a mine that would eventually be dug dry. In this state, it cannot provide the Earl with long-term, stable supply. You must solve this problem before you are qualified to take over South Harbor County's territory and become the Earl's most stable supplier. Bishop Beckett spoke earnestly. So this was the real difficulty of this mission? Leon finally understood. The exhaustion of the Hamiltown labyrinth meant that he had to find a new breeding site, that is, a labyrinth. This was the most fundamental and important resource for producing mana. That's right. This problem is for you to solve yourself, Bishop Beckett said. If I'm to find another sealed labyrinth, I'd have to retrieve records from other inquisitions, and I'd also have to worry about being investigated at any time. Leon pondered. There should be other sealed labyrinths within South Harbor County, but those would be under the responsibility of the inquisitions of other towns. Even the secret entrances used for inspections were known only to those inquisitions. And the biggest problem was that once he left Hamiltown, he would no longer have Bishop Beckett's protection. Leon was not sure whether the Earl's influence was sufficient for other Inquisitions to also turn a blind eye to this sort of matter. If that happened, the scene of the workshop inside the labyrinth being raided might very well be reenacted. But if he looked for an unsealed, active labyrinth, wild magical beasts would be rampant inside, making it impossible to carry out breeding at all. Relying purely on hunting magical beasts was far less efficient for obtaining mana than breeding, and casualties would be very likely. Most critically, if it was an active labyrinth registered with the church, once the church was prepared, it would dispatch a night order to seal it. At that point, they would all be wiped out in one sweep. Seeing Leon's troubled expression, Bishop Beckett smiled and finally offered advice. Leon, I think you can look for a labyrinth that the church considers to have no sealing value. Then completely purge it once, station personnel there, and deal with any wild magical beasts as soon as they spawn. After you have fully controlled this active labyrinth, you can begin breeding inside it. That way, you can produce mana continuously. Hearing this, Leon began to think. Was this asking him to imitate the Night Order's purging a labyrinth and then claiming it as his own asset? It actually sounded feasible. No matter how numerous the magical beasts in a labyrinth were, even if they surged out, they could not stray far from the labyrinth's area. If there were no nearby settlements and no important natural resources, the church generally would not deliberately sacrifice a night order to carry out a sealing, and such labyrinths would be left behind. Thank you for your advice. I'll go ask around right away. Farewell, sir. Leon quickly made up his mind and left the director's office. Leon first searched through relevant records in the Inquisition's archives, then left the Inquisition and headed for the East District Church. So you want a living labyrinth that won't draw the church's attention? Father Auden confirmed after hearing Leon's request. Yes, those magical beast hunters they should have labyrinths they frequent, right? Leon asked. They do have some that meet your requirements, but they're very far away, basically all outside South Harbor County. You have to understand, labyrinths that the church can't be bothered to seal are extremely remote. The priest shook his head, then suddenly thought of something. Wait a moment. The priest stood up and began rummaging through his study. In the end, he took out a file folder clipped with several contracts, placed it on the desk, and flipped through it. As he read, Father Auden suddenly chuckled. What did you find? Leon leaned over to look and read aloud the place name marked in the file. Arend Island. I really didn't expect this bad asset that's been rotting in my hands to finally be useful. Father Auden looked delighted. Fenrir, this island has the labyrinth you want. I saw it in the Inquisition's records. Isn't Arend Island a fief of a noble? The Lord is a viscount. Would a place like that really be left unattended? Leon felt uneasy. Don't worry, Fenrir. Viscount Arend is so deep in debt that he's fallen to the point where he can't even sell his title or his daughter. This island stopped being his long ago. He can't manage his own territory anymore. Father Auden laughed. Debt? Who does he owe? Leon asked. It used to be Potter. Now the creditor is a merchant consortium related to Potter, which I handle. Father Auden explained. You even took down nobles with territories? Leon was a little surprised. That's because this generation's Viscount Arend is trash among trash, scum among scum. The previous Viscount Arend was a capable man. He made his fortune through trade, bought this island, and used certain connections to obtain the Viscount title. There was iron ore on the island at first. He planned to operate the iron mine and build a harbor to revitalize the family business. But the mine suddenly underwent labyrinthization and became impossible to extract. Not long after, he fell ill and died. Then his son, the second-generation Viscount, turned out to be a useless gambling addict, a lump of mud that couldn't be molded. He was set up by Potter's casino and lost tens of millions of assets, even mortgaging all the industries of the territory. After losing everything, he still refused to stop. Now there's no hope at all of him repaying that debt. What Potter used to value was the harbor on Arend Island, but last year a tornado tore it completely apart. The island's mine was labyrinthized, and the harbor was gone. It became a bad asset under Potter's control. The only things with any remaining value were Viscount Arend's title and his daughter. It said his daughter is extremely beautiful, a famous beauty far and wide. But first, their title is already useless, and second, no matter how beautiful his daughter is, she's not worth 30 million. Father Auden explained. This labyrinth, the church won't intervene. Leon confirmed. The church won't. It's an island. Even if there's a labyrinth on it, it won't affect areas outside the island. Now there are barely any residents left on the island anyway, and Viscount Arend can't afford the church's donations. The church gave up on this place long ago. Father Auden spread his hands. To ordinary people, this is a completely worthless bad asset. But to you, it's different. To others, a labyrinth meant danger and loss. But to Leon, it was like a gold mine. However, I'm not sure what kind of magical beasts are inside. No one has conducted a dedicated investigation yet, Father Auden emphasized. Let's depart now. Take me to have a look. Leon made his decision immediately. Arend Island. Waves crashed against the reefs as a ferry drew close to shore. Fully armed men disembarked one after another, carefully climbing up onto the coast. Mr. Fenrir, it's slippery here. Please be careful. Simon, who had landed first, extended a hand toward Leon on the boat. It's fine. Leon waved him off and climbed up on his own. Hey, give me a hand. Father Auden frowned and beckoned at Simon. He was a little seasick. Leon stood on the shore and swept his gaze around. From here, one could simultaneously see River Valley County and South Harbor County, as well as the estuary between them. There were several islands nearby. Arend Island was the closest to the coastline, and geographically speaking, it actually had the potential to become a maritime transport hub. There should originally have been a newly built dock here as well. Half of a wooden pier remained submerged in the water, and several wrecked boats lay stranded and crooked on the pebbled beach. Debris was scattered everywhere, and seabirds circled overhead, crying loudly. This dock had once been Arend Island's most useful asset. It had originally been built by the previous Viscount Arend for transporting, or only to be accidentally destroyed by a tornado. However, Arend Island could no longer produce, or anyway. Due to labyrinthization in the mines, a large number of magical beasts had spawned inside, making extraction extremely difficult. As a result, another important asset of Arend Island became completely worthless. Worse still, the presence of the labyrinth made any other development projects difficult to carry out. The priest had also told Leon that because of the labyrinthization of the mountain mines, the villages on this side of the island had already been completely abandoned. The Viscount Arend's residence and the island's only 2 villages were on the other side of the island, and the population had dwindled to barely over 100 people. Although Arend Island covered a certain area and the labyrinthization disaster did not affect the entire island, having no industry meant no external income. Life here was destined to be poor. Those who could leave had basically already left, and most able-bodied young people had gone out to work elsewhere. Only the elderly, the weak, and the sick remained, relying mainly on fishing and farming to survive, unable to pay much in taxes. This led to the current Viscount Arend being destitute. Potter had originally extracted a huge debt from this generation's Viscount Arend, but now there was no hope of it ever being repaid, making it a bad asset. However, the debt itself had arisen because Viscount Arend was a compulsive gambler who had been set up by Potter's casino, so for Potter it came at no cost. It was simply left there, and he could not even be bothered to send anyone to collect it. The merchant consortium that inherited this debt also had no interest in it whatsoever. The group set off from the abandoned dock and trekked into the mountains along the road originally built for transporting ore. After 2.5 hours, they finally caught sight of the mine entrance. Along the way, there were roadblocks made of wooden stakes and warning signs about the labyrinth disaster. Just as Leon was about to lead the group around the barricades, the priest stopped in place. I'll stay here and wait for you. As he spoke, the priest directly found a flat rock nearby and sat down, placing the lunch basket he had brought beside him. Leon had come this time to conduct a preliminary survey of the labyrinth here. He absolutely would not participate in work with this level of danger. You're here for a picnic, aren't you? Leon joked, then turned to Simon and the others. You all know the task. This is just a reconnaissance mission to understand the labyrinth structure and the types of magical beasts inside. If conditions allow, set up a supply point. You are not required to fight magical beasts. If you encounter a 3rd-level magical beast, withdraw immediately. Understood. In the church's records, magical beasts were classified by danger level. Level 1 was low risk, essentially harmless or manageable by ordinary people such as slimes, non-poisonous small fungal humanoids, labyrinth mandrake grass, living vines, blood-sucking mosquito bats, and the like. Level 2 posed a certain lethal threat to humans, but could still be handled by armed personnel, for example, headhunting rabbits, poisonous giant scorpions, giant spiders, poisonous slimes, cockatrices, man-eating plants, and so on. From level 3 onward were magical beasts that even fully armed soldiers would find difficult to deal with, such as demonic wolves, griffins, manticore, gargoyles, three-headed hounds, treants. Level 4 magical beasts were terrifying creatures capable of wiping out an entire unit on their own. Even a single one required elite church knight orders to respond with full force. They either possessed physiques and strength far beyond ordinary creatures, or had special abilities, for instance, drakes, wyverns, cyclopes, unicorns, hydras. Level 5 was the highest, the calamity class, with the most representative example being true dragons. However, starting from level 4, such creatures basically existed only in rumors for ordinary people. Across the entire empire, reports of level 4 magical beast sightings in a whole year were usually in the single digits, sometimes even 0. As for level 5 magical beasts, they were rarer than phoenix feathers and chelan horns. A single appearance would be enough to be recorded in history. Don't worry, sir. I used to be a labyrinth hunter. Simon nodded at Leon. Check your gear maps, armor, weapons, lighting tools dashed. Leon reminded them. Oh, and take this as well. As he spoke, Leon took out several small test tubes filled with red powder and distributed them to everyone. Sir, what is this? Simon asked, holding a test tube. It contains bait mixed with mana, Leon explained. Do not open it casually. These powders are extremely attractive to magical beasts. Once opened, magical beasts will swarm over. This is for saving your lives. If you encounter dangerous magical beasts, throw this and smash it to draw their attention. Then take the opportunity to escape. The main ingredient of the red powder was mummy powder made from ground human-dried corpses, mixed with a bit of Rena's blood, and then infused with a small amount of mana. Back when Rena used to raise magical beasts, she had discovered that her blood, once activated with even a tiny amount of mana, had an extremely strong attraction to magical beasts. It could be mixed into feed and used as bait. Magical beasts relied on the mana emitted by labyrinths to maintain their internal magical power levels, and refined mana had an innate attraction to them. This was mentioned in records preserved by the Inquisition. When the church surveyed labyrinths, they sometimes used confiscated mana to lure magical beasts. The blessing of the blood pact also caused a witch's blood itself to possess a certain degree of attraction. When combined with mana, this attraction increased several-fold. After feeding magical beasts with human corpses, Leon had experimented further. Using corpses, especially those of the blessed, together with this bait resulted in an attraction strong enough to drive magical beasts mad. Sprinkle a bit of this into a breeding pool, and all the magical beasts would surge forward in agitation, scrambling to feed. Remember not to spill it on yourselves, or every magical beast in the vicinity will lock onto you and tear you apart alive, Leon said. Understood. Thank you, sir. Simon and his subordinates thanked Leon while curiously examining the test tubes. The priest listened silently to their conversation. When Simon and the others began checking their equipment, he stood up and moved closer to Leon. Hey. Leon turned and saw the priest giving him a meaningful look, so he walked aside with him. The priest lowered his voice and said, That tube of yours mixed with mana, how much can it sell for? It's mixed with a bit of mana. Market price is around 5 or 6,000. You want one? Leon asked. No. I mean, you're spending 5 or 6,000 to save their lives. The priest raised an eyebrow. You should know they're only getting an extra 1,000 fenny for this job. Simon gets 3,000. With something like this, they'll just tell you they used it and secretly stash it away. 1,000 is just the reconnaissance pay. Spending 5,000 to save a life isn't inappropriate, Leon said. Mana costs me basically nothing. Last time I hired them to rob a carriage, I spent over 100,000. The mana used in these baits had been refined from the batch of magical beasts that died during transport earlier. Because they had not been fed humans and had starved to death alive, the mana purity was only around 70%, failing to meet the Earl's requirements. It was better used elsewhere. All their jobs are done at their own risk. This time they asked for so much. If they die, their lives are only worth that much. The priest shook his head. Also, from the last payment, Simon took 20,000. Each of his men took 10,000, and the rest was my referral fee. What? Leon's brows immediately knitted together. They risk their lives, and you take nearly half just by talking? Brokerage fees are settled in one go. That's already quite conscientious. They're grateful to me for introducing you as an employer, Father Auden said indifferently. Do you think these thugs are that impressive? I can introduce enough people willing to risk their lives for money to fill my church. If they won't do it, plenty of others will. This is the only thing they can do. Working as dock laborers, they earn only $3,000 or $4,000 a month. If they want to make 1,000 or even 10,000 in a single run, how can they do it without risking their lives? Leon frowned as he sized up the priest. This world did not have the concept of capitalists who deserve to be hanged from lampposts, so after some thought, he could only switch to the closest term. You really are a bastard without an asshole. Father Auden merely shrugged at this. After all, people often said such things about him. Buddy, I'm your advisor. I'm helping you save costs. How I use people is my own rule. Just sit here. Leon waved him off, unwilling to talk further. He then turned to the fully prepared Simon and the others. All right, let's go. Simon suddenly froze. Sir, you're going in as well. Of course. This is an asset I intend to use. Naturally, I have to see it for myself. As Leon spoke, he put on a protective mask, along with gloves and leather armor made from headhunting rabbit hide. Simon nodded and turned to one of his men. You're responsible for protecting Mr. Fenrir. No need. I'll move alone. I'll survey this route. You can distribute the remaining manpower yourselves. After issuing the order, Leon picked up a lantern and walked toward the mine entrance. He possessed a witch's power and would not be actively attacked by magical beasts. His cursed blood could deter the vast majority of magical beasts. Moving alone was actually safer for him than moving together with these people. Simon nodded, let out an admiring whistle, then waved to either side and led his men after him. The priest watched Leon's back with some incomprehension and shook his head. He sat back down, picked up his lunch basket, took out a sandwich and a small flask of light beer to fill his stomach. He was only responsible for bringing Leon to inspect the island. While they conducted their survey, he could relax for a bit. However, less than an hour later, the sound of approaching hooves shattered his leisurely moment. Father Auden looked over in confusion and saw two people riding horses toward him. Both were young women. One wore the riding hunting attire commonly worn by noble women, a high-collared shirt paired with a lace cravat, topped with a front-button dress. Beneath the long skirt were fitted riding trousers, and long boots covered her legs. Her clothes looked old, but the coordination was good. The other woman was dressed as an attendant. When he saw the exquisitely sculpted, art-like face of the young lady in noble hunting attire, Father Auden immediately felt a headache coming on. Oh no, dash. He put away the unfinished light beer, patted his backside, and stood up. The two riders quickly reined in their horses in front of him. What a coincidence, Miss Adele. I didn't expect to run into you here. Father Auden bowed. After all, she could at least be considered the daughter of a viscount. Father Auden, may I ask why you have suddenly come to our family's territory? Adele, the daughter of Viscount Arend, stared at Father Auden with a stern expression as she questioned him. Leon stepped into the middle section of the labyrinth alone, one hand holding a lantern, the other swinging a scythe used to clear the way. The space inside the labyrinth was narrow, yet the vegetation was remarkably lush. Moilai's power had made the ecosystem inside the labyrinth unusually abundant. Among these plants, there might be plant-type magical beasts unique to the labyrinth, so he had to be doubly cautious. He peered deeper in. It was very dark inside. Only a few plants and mushrooms emitted a faint glow. Yet his view was clearer than he had expected, as if invisible moonlight were helping him illuminate the night. He glanced back again, thought for a moment, and tried covering the lantern first. He found he could still see quite clearly. His night vision had obviously improved by a fair amount compared to usual. Could it be because of the magical potion? He thought to himself. After obtaining the formula Bishop Weiss had provided, Rena gathered materials and attempted to make the corresponding magical potion. She had also tested it a little with cockatrice venom and a mouse. The results confirmed that the formula Bishop Weiss had given could indeed neutralize the cockatrice's poison, and there were no severe side effects. In fact, Leon had already taken a dose today. He continued forward and suddenly heard a few curses coming from far away. It seemed Simon and the others had run into something, but there was no obvious panic in their voices, so it did not appear to be any serious danger. Leon kept walking. He heard a rustling commotion from above, raised the lantern, and looked up to find the tunnel hung with dense clusters of bats. These bats were different from ordinary ones. Their bodies were blood red, their membranous wings covered in black patterns like insect wings, their mouths like sharp needles, and their necks ringed with thick downy fur. Blood-sucking mosquito bat, a small magical beast very common in tunnel-type labyrinths. It was said that during the process of labyrinthization, native bat-like creatures had been soaked in Moilai's magic and mutated into these. True to their name, these small magical beasts mainly survived by sucking blood. Sometimes they also drew sap from plants. If the labyrinth's magic was abundant, they could also go a very long time without feeding. But if they encountered humans, they would swarm like an enraged hive. They attacked in packs, clinging to a person's body and striking at weak points, tearing open wounds with hook-like limbs, then piercing the skin with needle-like mouths to suck blood. They were tiny. One casual slap could kill them, but once there were too many, they became troublesome. Those under attack often fell into a cycle of slapping a few dead only to have another flock immediately plaster itself onto them. If someone failed to escape in time, they might even collapse from blood loss. In fact, every year people died after running into massive swarms of blood-sucking mosquito bats. Dealing with them was actually simple. Blood-sucking mosquito bats feared fire and bright light. Waving a torch usually drove them away. Simon and the others had gone in for reconnaissance carrying torches, so the earlier curses were probably from their encounter with blood-sucking mosquito bats. This level of trouble was still something they could handle. Leon did not rush to switch his lantern to a torch, because these blood-sucking mosquito bats did not seem to have any intention of attacking him. Moilai's creations were extremely aggressive toward humans, but they usually did not rashly attack a witch who had received Moilai's blessing, and would even follow a witch's instructions. Long ago, back when the church did not understand witches well enough, it had once used whether magical beasts would attack a suspect to judge whether that person was a witch. But a real witch could also control magical beasts to attack her to clear suspicion, and if a witch lost consciousness or became extremely weak, there was likewise a chance she would be attacked. That foolish method could not distinguish witches at all. Instead, innocent people would be injured for nothing, and it was soon abolished. Leon had actually tried controlling magical beasts as well. He could not, like Rena, use the blood pact to control a whole large group at once, but managing 2 or 3 magical beasts was still doable. He focused his attention on a few mosquito bats, raised a hand in a beckoning gesture, and let out a gentle, low murmur, "Come here." 3 mosquito bats stirred restlessly, then flapped over and landed on Leon's arm, docilely clinging there. Leon examined the 3 mosquito bats carefully, took out a cloth bag, and wrapped one of them up, preparing to bring it back as a sample. This time, his main purpose was to understand what kinds of magical beasts this labyrinth contained. Then Leon thought for a moment, took out a test tube filled with his own blood, raised it, and tried to activate his ability. In an instant, the blood turned purplish red, with signs of boiling. In that moment, it was as if a bolt of lightning had struck the tunnel ceiling. All the blood-sucking mosquito bats shrieked in terror, panicking as they flailed about in every direction. They desperately fled from Leon, gathering into a swarm and escaping deeper down the tunnel, like a school of fish encountering a shark. That effect made Leon smile in satisfaction. He put the blood sample away. It seemed his blood also possessed an intimidating deterrence against wild magical beasts. He continued deeper into the tunnel and found writhing slimes in the mine and living vines twisting in the grass. He also ran into 2 giant rats about the size of dogs. The moment they saw him, they fled warily. He walked another 10+ minutes. There was still space ahead, and it became more and more open. Many thickets began to appear, and Leon faintly saw broken stone pillars, man-made structures that should not have existed in this mine pit. Leon took out the map and scanned it a few times, confirming that the original mine map had no such space. That was not strange. Labyrinthized underground spaces often shifted and expanded, and sometimes even connected with ruins buried underground. There was a folk saying that the labyrinth itself was alive, and that Moilai's power had turned this place into a gigantic organism that devoured humans. Leon put the map away and advanced cautiously. From here onward was the place that truly required careful reconnaissance. Their goal was the cleansing of the labyrinth, then to station personnel to control it and turn this place into a new breeding grounds. To do that, they had to kill off all threatening creatures inside the labyrinth, and the more dangerous creatures were often concentrated in the deeper layers. The surrounding space had already become quite open, and remnants of ruined walls began to appear. It looked like this place really did connect to an underground ruin. Leon looked around, at a loss for which way to go. Then, suddenly, a low growl snapped him to full alert. He took out a test tube containing cursed blood and scanned his surroundings warily. Up ahead, Many ghost fire-like points of eerie green light suddenly appeared. Leon narrowed his eyes. With his strengthened night vision, he vaguely made out the outline of beasts. Those eerie green points were the beasts' eyes. Judging by their silhouettes, they resembled wolves, but were larger, comparable to a leopard. From the number of eyes, there were at least 5 of them in front of Leon. Demonic wolf, a common mid to upper tier creature in the labyrinth's food chain. It had an abnormally tough body and powerful self-healing ability, and it was immune to most poisons. It was said that someone had once locked a captured demonic wolf together with a hungry adult black bear, provoking a vicious fight. In the end, the smaller demonic wolf had bitten the bear to death while it was still alive. And in the labyrinth, demonic wolves usually operated in packs. That was also why their danger level could be ranked alongside large monsters like the griffin and the manticore. He had only been seeing first-rank low-danger magical beasts earlier, yet here he had suddenly run into a third-tier magical beast. Leon had originally prayed this labyrinth would not be so troublesome. Now it looked like taking it down would require some effort. Leon swallowed nervously and began backing away a few slow steps. The demonic wolves watched him warily and did not rashly approach. At the same time, they showed no friendliness whatsoever. Leon could feel hostility emanating from them. But that hostility was not the aggressive hatred magical beasts showed toward humans. It was more like the vigilance a wolf pack had upon discovering a lone wolf. Leon tried focusing his attention on one demonic wolf and issued it a command, "Back off." That demonic wolf seemed to sense something and looked quite confused, but after hesitating for a long time, it shook its head, quickly returned to normal, and did not obey Leon's command. Leon's expression grew grave. A witch's blessing could control magical beasts, but it seemed to have limits. Against a magical beast of the demonic wolf's level, he still could not directly control it. But from what he had just seen, if the controlling force were strengthened a bit such as by using Rena's blood-pact blessing, perhaps Rena could control demonic wolves. And it was not that a witch could never be attacked by magical beasts. The effect of witches not being attacked was more like magical beasts identifying them as other magical beasts, no longer treating them as humans. But relationships of food chains also existed among magical beasts. Weaker ones would regard a witch as a stronger existence and feel wary, but powerful magical beasts might not. From how Leon felt right now, in the eyes of these magical beasts, his level seemed roughly comparable to that of a single demonic wolf. Leon continued backing away. These demonic wolves showed no sign of moving closer. It seemed they had no intention of rashly starting a fight with him. But just as Leon retreated more than 10 steps, a demonic wolf that was clearly a full size larger appeared behind the 5, shoved them aside, and began edging toward Leon with intense vigilance. Leon's heart sank. This demonic wolf seemed to be the pack leader. It likely sensed that this outsider posed a threat to its territory. Its hostility toward Leon was markedly stronger, and it did not seem inclined to let him go easily. Leon gripped the test tube, holding his blood sample, tense. He was not sure whether a poison-immune demonic wolf would fear his cursed blood. Maybe it would be more appropriate to use the bait agent to draw its attention and then slip away. As he weighed it back and forth, Leon suddenly had a new idea. Perhaps he could combine both methods. If they were going to conquer this labyrinth later, they would definitely have to find a way to deal with this pack of demonic wolves. After all, the greatest advantage humans had over animals was the mind, and that held true for magical beasts as well. He set the lantern down, took out his blood sample and the bait agent, opened both caps at the same time, and then quickly mixed the two together. Before he activated his ability, his blood held no deterrent effect toward magical beasts. But once the bait agent was opened, the scent it released immediately stirred the demonic wolves. All the demonic wolves jerked their heads up, their eyes shining. Leon hurriedly threw the test tube away. Every demonic wolf's gaze snapped after it. The moment the test tube shattered on the ground in the distance, that scent spread outward, and all the demonic wolves charged that way like mad. The demonic wolf leader reached it first, greedily licking the blood stains off the ground. The other demonic wolves crowded in, only to be savagely torn and bitten by it. But the bait agent's lure was simply too strong. The others refused to give up. Some tried to sneak licks, some bared their fangs at the leader and attempted to resist, but after being attacked twice, they finally settled down, drooping their heads as they backed off to the side, able only to watch with longing. Leon quietly retreated farther away, watching the demonic wolf leader lick the blood off the ground until it was clean. At this distance, he could have escaped completely, and he still had several more vials of bait agent. But this time he did not choose to run. Instead, he focused on the demonic wolf leader that had finished licking up his blood and silently activated his ability. The demonic wolf leader suddenly sprang up, gagging as retching sounds came from its throat. Purple smoke overflowed from its mouth, and then it collapsed onto the ground, struggling violently. It worked, Leon thought. His cursed blood was different from other magical beast poisons. Even a poison-immune demonic wolf could not withstand the curse brought by his blood. Very soon, the demonic wolf leader's body stiffened, showing signs of petrification, and it no longer moved. The other demonic wolves were frightened too. They circled their leader but did not dare approach rashly, only hopping around in panicked agitation. Seeing that his blood worked on demonic wolves, Leon removed his gloves this time, cut his hand with a dagger to draw blood, and then strode over. He activated his ability. The blood on his hand turned purplish red, and his entire hand was wrapped in purple smoke. He advanced toward the pack experimentally. The demonic wolves sensed it and let out low, threatening growls mixed with fearful screeches. Leon kept moving closer. The demonic wolves held a tense standoff for a moment, but finally could not endure it. One after another, they turned and fled, disappearing into the depths of the labyrinth. Leon let out a breath. He walked over to inspect the petrified demonic wolf leader. After a brief consideration, he took out a rope, looped it around the demonic wolf, and began dragging it back. It took nearly twice as long as it had taken to go in before Leon finally dragged the stiff demonic wolf all the way to a spot from which the mine entrance was visible. By this time, Simon and his men had already finished surveying the other routes. They were all gathered at the entrance, having lit a campfire and waiting. When Leon's heavy footsteps sounded, Simon and the others all stood up from beside the fire. "Mr. Fenrir, it's great that you're all right. You absolutely wouldn't believe what I ran into inside." Simon personally walked over to greet Leon and said excitedly, "We ran into 3 demonic wolves. I swear, this was the closest I've ever come to death in all my years exploring labyrinths. If it weren't for the life-saving charm you gave us, we wow dash." Simon's nonstop chatter halted the instant he noticed what Leon was dragging behind him. When they realized Leon was hauling an enormous demonic wolf whose size was utterly astonishing, everyone present fell silent. "What are you standing around for? Get over here and help." Leon tossed the rope aside the moment he saw them and walked toward the cave entrance on his own. He was already exhausted from dragging it. "Yes, sir." Simon led his men forward. At first, they were still somewhat wary of the demonic wolf. Only after confirming that the monster was completely motionless did they grab the rope and drag it closer to the cave entrance. Leon sat down beside the campfire to rest and took a long gulp from his water skin. Simon walked over and handed him a towel, asking cautiously, "Mr. Fenrir, how did you deal with that demonic wolf?" Based on his past experience as a labyrinth hunter, a single adult demonic wolf was more troublesome than a bear. Even 2 or 3 soldiers working together would find it difficult to take one down. Without equipment on the level of full-plate armor and long-handled weapons, it was basically impossible to kill a demonic wolf without taking injuries, and demonic wolves usually didn't appear alone. More often than not, when labyrinth hunters encountered a monster of this caliber, whether they lived or died depended entirely on whether they could run faster than their companions. And this demonic wolf was even larger than an ordinary one, clearly resembling the leader of a pack, capable of taking on lions or brown bears one-on-one. Simon truly couldn't imagine how Mr. Fenrir, acting alone, had managed to bring it down. "I used a bit of a trick and got it to drink a magical potion," Leon replied casually. "Aren't demonic wolves immune to poison?" Simon asked, puzzled. If demonic wolves could be poisoned to death, labyrinth hunters wouldn't need to fear them at all. They could just toss poisoned meat into the labyrinth and wipe out large numbers of them. Unfortunately, demonic wolves possessed a constitution that rendered them immune to all poisons. "What I used wasn't an ordinary magical potion," Leon responded briefly. Then he gestured for everyone to gather around the campfire, took out the map, and began asking, "How did your surveys go?" Simon and the others began reporting their findings one by one. The terrain in the front and middle sections of the mine was generally consistent with what the mining map indicated. The magical beasts encountered were mostly blood-sucking mosquito bats, slimes, and giant rats. Someone had also seen a few wild goats in the tunnels. After all, the rich ecosystem of a labyrinth sometimes attracted wild creatures from the outside. The most noteworthy discovery was that 2 routes marked on the map as dead ends only excavated halfway, actually connected to a spacious underground area within the mountain. There were traces of man-made structures in that space. The area Leon and Simon had reached seemed to be the same region, just from different directions. And within that space, demonic wolves were active, apparently treating the ruins as their territory. Leon drew a circle on the map at the depths of those two routes. The space wasn't particularly large no matter how exaggerated. It wouldn't exceed the volume of this mountain. To take control of this labyrinth, they would have to deal with the pack of demonic wolves entrenched in the ruins. Fortunately, after this trial, he already had a rough plan in mind. After a moment of thought, he asked Simon, "Simon, would you be willing to accept long-term employment? From now on, you'd work exclusively for me, like you used to under Mr. Griffin." Simon's face lit up with delight. He exchanged glances with his men and responded without hesitation, "Of course, sir. We'd be more than happy to. Then let's head back and plan things out. My business requires clearing this labyrinth, and I'll need more manpower." As he spoke, Leon stood up. Managing an active labyrinth in the future would require people to be stationed there long-term for maintenance and cleansing. Simon and his handful of men wouldn't be enough. He needed more manpower enough to form an armed gang. "Mr. Fenrir, should we help you dismember this demonic wolf?" Simon asked, pointing at the half-stiff corpse on the ground. Leon studied the demonic wolf for a moment, then shook his head. "No, I have other uses for it. Transport it back intact. No damage, and don't let anyone see it." "Yes, sir." After responding, Simon began directing his men to take out black cloth from their packs and completely wrap up the demonic wolf's corpse. Once the survey work was finished, Leon strode out of the cave entrance and looked toward Father Auden's position only to suddenly frown. He saw Father Auden standing where he was, facing two women. One of them, a young woman dressed in hunting gear, was arguing heatedly with the priest. "Set aside whatever you're doing, something's happening," Leon called out to Simon and the others. At the same time, Adele, daughter of Viscount Arend, was holding a contract and arguing firmly with Father Auden. "I'll say it again, Father Auden. While it's true my father owes you a massive sum before the compulsory deadline arrives, this island is still territory under Viscount Arend's name. If you're landing on the island for the purpose of asset disposal, then legally speaking, you are still required to notify us in advance. You suddenly landing here gives me the right to ask what your purpose is." "Miss Adele, the creditor rights now belong to the Watcher Merchant Consortium, and I am the consortium's agent," Father Auden replied calmly. "I have the right, as the creditor's representative, to come to the island at any time to confirm the status of the assets, without notifying the debtor. Otherwise, transferring assets in advance would be far too easy. Then may I ask what assets on this island could possibly make you suspect they could be transferred?" Adele demanded. "Villagers said they saw the ship you arrived on. It had at least 5 or 6 people aboard. Where are those people now? What exactly are you doing on this territory? Aside from assets that cannot be mortgaged without permission, the operating rights here are still ours. You are not allowed to touch them arbitrarily. I have the right to demand a clear explanation for your landing here." She glared at Father Auden as she spoke. Father Auden sighed inwardly. The current Viscount Arend was a useless waste who could be manipulated at will, but Viscount Arend's daughter, Adele, was far more troublesome. The previous Viscount Arend had once personally raised this granddaughter at his side and even sent her to the highest academic institution in the imperial capital to study law. Adele had originally been staying in the imperial capital. When she rushed back upon hearing of her grandfather's death, she was greeted by the wreckage of a domain whose assets had become worthless due to natural disasters and a father who had racked up tens of millions in gambling debts. Unlike her father, who had completely given up, Adele was desperately trying to salvage everything her grandfather had accumulated. From a creditor's perspective, this was at least a good thing. If she wanted to save Arend Island, she would have to actively repay the debts. But for an agent running around on behalf of creditors, Father Auden truly disliked dealing with Adele. She was just as well versed in the law as he was, and any disagreement during negotiations would inevitably devolve into a grueling debate. This time, however, he really couldn't afford to get entangled with her for too long. Fenrir was exploring the labyrinth, and when he came out, he definitely wouldn't want any witnesses present. So this time, he directly played his trump card. "Miss Adele, I must remind you for the 100th time, you are not Viscount Arend himself. You are not the debtor, nor are you the owner of the assets. If you wish to raise any questions on Viscount Arend's behalf, please present a letter of authorization. You privately reached an agreement with my father, allowing him access to those damned nightclubs of your consortium just to prevent him from appointing me as his representative. Do you really think I wouldn't be able to investigate that? Adele glared at Father Auden, enunciating every word. The group behind the priest had already pushed her family into a pit of fire. Of course, she had to remain vigilant against them continuing to prey on her family, especially when her father was a hopeless piece of trash who couldn't be relied upon. Now, she was the last line of defense for the Arndt family. First, if you're making a claim, then the burden of proof is on you. Second, even if that were true, we haven't done anything illegal. Your father has the right to appoint an agent. If he doesn't allow you to handle matters, that's something you should discuss with him, not with me, Father Auden said, spreading his hands. Adele was so furious her brow shot upward. Just as she was about to say something, the corner of her eye caught sight of several figures walking over from the direction of the mine. The priest noticed it as well, and the two of them turned to look at the same time. Leon, wearing a mask, was walking over with Simon and the others. As the one in front, Leon first cast a questioning look toward the priest. It's nothing, sir. Just a minor issue. I'll have it resolved shortly. Father Auden immediately replied to Leon. This is Miss Adele Lovelace, daughter of Viscount Arendt. She has a few questions regarding our landing on the island. Didn't you say Viscount Arendt wouldn't interfere in matters here? Leon frowned slightly behind the mask. If someone came every day to interfere with his labyrinth business, that would be a serious problem. He won't, but his daughter is a bit unfamiliar with the rules, Father Auden explained. I assure you, I'll make things clear to her very soon. At this point, Adele looked at Father Auden, then at the masked Leon, and quickly understood that Leon was the real decision-maker here. Father Auden's landing this time had merely been to lead the way for this man. Sir, may I have a word with you? Adele immediately stepped around the priest, trying to speak directly with Leon. She realized that persuading Leon would be more effective than persuading the priest. You can't speak with this gentleman. If there's anything, you must speak to me. Father Auden hurried to block her. What's so inconvenient about me speaking a few words with this gentleman? Adele asked sharply, her instincts flaring. Her voice rose at once. Are you hiding something? Could it be that you intend to do something illegal on our family's territory? Listen carefully, Miss Adele Dash. Father Auden had just raised a finger, preparing to launch into yet another round of debate, when Leon's hand suddenly came down on his shoulder, pushing him aside. Hey, Father Auden protested. Are you willing to speak with me now, sir? Adele, though nervous, still mustered her courage and lifted her head to meet the gaze behind Leon's mask. Dashed it. Leon fell silent for a brief moment. Then he suddenly drew his gun and aimed it directly at the center of Adele's forehead. In that instant, the air froze, and so did Adele. Sister, the attendant who had come along with Adele cried out in alarm, instinctively reaching to draw her sidearm. In order to salvage her family, Adele had been running around everywhere lately, negotiating deals and courting investors. To maintain the necessary appearances, she had used what little savings she still had to hire this attendant, whose primary duty was to serve as her bodyguard. As a weak woman traveling about on her own, this was a necessary expense. A female guard with some basic training could reduce many risks, for her ordinary hooligans would not dare set their sights on her. But this time, the people she was facing were not ordinary street thugs. The Underworld enforcers behind Leon were all veterans of multiple gunfights, their experience far surpassing that of her guard. The moment the female attendant's hand touched the grip of her gun, Simon and the others had already drawn their weapons in unison and taken aim. Don't move, ma'am. Pointing a gun at this gentleman will cost you your life, Simon warned the female attendant. They had only just managed to secure a long-term employer. There was no way they were going to let this livelihood slip away. Letting Mr. Finra be held at gunpoint while under their protection would be a serious dereliction of duty. The female attendant froze, the color draining rapidly from her face. Adele did not have the money to hire an experienced bodyguard. She herself was also green and inexperienced. Where would she ever have seen a scene like this? Hey. Father Auden was no longer calm. He waved frantically at Leon, trying to dissuade him. It was not out of pity for Adele, nor a sudden awakening of conscience. Shooting the daughter of Viscount Arendt here was absolutely not a good idea. No matter how impoverished she was still a noble. This was no ordinary murder. Moreover, the only assets of Viscount Arendt that were still worth anything were his title and this beautiful daughter, and the value of that title was essentially bound to her. According to imperial law, as long as certain conditions were met, Nobles were allowed to pass their titles to sons-in-law through proper procedures. Without Adele, anyone who wanted to buy Viscount Aaron's title would have to become his adopted son or a long-lost son. The approval rate for inheriting a title through such means was extremely low, and no one would spend money to buy a worthless title only to become someone else's son. As long as Adele, who was determined to revive her family, stayed alive, there was still a chance to squeeze the last bit of value out of Viscount Aaron. If Leon shot Adele dead right now, Father Auden would have no way to explain it to the Watcher Merchant Consortium. In fact, given the current situation, he did not even know how to clean this up. Adele's face was deathly pale. The hollow muzzle of the gun was like an abyss, making her knees feel weak. You can't dash. Although she was so terrified she was on the verge of fainting, she still forced out a trembling voice from her throat. I am the daughter of a viscount. Killing me will bring you trouble, Dash. Oh, are you counting on the law to protect you right now? If I were doing something illegal, do you think the law could intimidate me? Leon asked calmly, holding his gun steady. All I have to do now is pull the trigger and throw your corpse into the labyrinth to destroy the evidence. Tell me, how is the law supposed to protect you then, noble young lady? This time Adele could not speak at all. She only trembled all over. Seeing the icy look in Leon's eyes, she truly felt death closing in, and tears immediately welled up. At that moment, Leon suddenly shifted the gun away. So don't do something this stupid again, Miss Adele Lovelace. Adele stood there dumbly with tears in her eyes, not reacting for a moment. Then Leon abruptly took out a church badge. I'm an Inquisitor. I was ordered to conduct reconnaissance on the labyrinth on Arend Island. Inquisitor? Adele stared blankly at the four-pointed star emblem. That's right. I was ordered to survey the labyrinth and assess its danger level. Due to a shortage of manpower, I hired several labyrinth hunters to help. Father Auden from the Prophet Church happens to be familiar with the situation here, so we asked him to guide us. Isn't that right, Father? Leon lowered his gun and turned to Father Auden. That's right. Father Auden nodded without changing expression, immediately cooperating with Leon. All right, everyone, put your guns away, Leon instructed Simon and the others behind him. Simon complied and holstered his weapon. Although they did not quite understand what Leon was up to, they all knew that right now, keeping quiet was the best course of action. The church does not necessarily need approval from the local lord to conduct reconnaissance and sealing operations on a labyrinth, especially when it determines that the local lord is incapable of managing the situation. Although it may sound impolite, from what I heard from Father Auden, Viscount Arend is already bankrupt and completely unable to deal with the labyrinth that has appeared on the island. Therefore, we did not contact the Viscount. Please forgive the oversight, Leon said in an official, businesslike tone. Adele blinked in place, trying to process Leon's explanation. After the intense intimidation earlier, her mind was still filled with terror. She had yet to recover, and did not even have time to feel relieved at having escaped death. All she could do was say blankly, We once reported the labyrinth to the church, but the church never responded. In South Harbor County, the church is preparing to reassess the danger levels of the labyrinths within its territory. The Arend Island labyrinth is also on the list, Leon said. After thinking for a moment, Adele asked tentatively, Does the church intend to seal the Arend Island labyrinth? Whether it will be sealed depends on further instructions from above. But no matter what, since Viscount Arend cannot provide any support for the church's operations, please do not interfere with them. Especially you. Miss Lovelace, you had best not appear here again. If we happen to engage magical beasts, a stray bullet could take your life. Leon replied. Adele was too frightened to respond. Even if she temporarily believed that the other party were church personnel, she was still deeply afraid of the man in front of her. Father Auden saw through the situation and finally let out a small sigh of relief. The peril Leon had manufactured had stripped Adele of most of her ability to think. Now, whenever Leon said something, she needed a moment longer to understand it, and she was completely led by the nose. When dealing with a well-educated, noble young lady like this, arguing was indeed far less effective than pointing a gun at her head. The current Adele was far more foolish than when she had been debating him. Even if Leon's story had loopholes, she would not be able to spot them for a while. Now that Leon had disguised himself as church personnel sent to conduct a survey, and hinted that the church might consider sealing the labyrinth, once Adele stopped doubting him, she would be placed in a passive position. Under normal procedures, it was not entirely free for the church to send inquisitors or knight orders to seal a labyrinth. Whoever owned the territory had to pay a portion as a donation to the church. If it belonged to the kingdom, funds would be allocated from the treasury. If there was a lord, the lord had to pay. Viscount Arend, of course, could not afford a single coin. If the church judged the Arend Island labyrinth to be too dangerous and proceeded to seal it first, allowing Viscount Arend to owe the donation, that would naturally be a good thing for Adele. Without the labyrinth, the island's mines and other lands would regain development value. She would be the one indebted to and begging the church. No matter how forceful Leon acted, she would not dare say much. Moreover, the reconnaissance and evaluation phase could last a long time, 1 or 2 years, even 3 or 4 years were possible. As long as Leon obtained the opportunity to use the labyrinth, he could generate enormous profits in a short period. Of course, once Adele calmed down, she would likely sense that something was amiss. But even if she suspected that Leon was engaged in illegal activities and wanted to interfere again, she would have to consider whether Leon might once more point a gun at her head without putting it away. The Arend family had been reduced to the point of being driven into a corner by Potter. Aside from their nominal noble status, they no longer had any real power. Leon, who was now gradually inheriting Potter's position with the Earl's backing, actually had plenty of ways to deal with them. If things came to a falling out, there was no need to reason with a Viscount's family at all. On Father Auden's side, he could also apply further pressure on Viscount Arend through debt claims. Viscount Arend would very cooperatively allow the church personnel to investigate the labyrinth and forbid his daughter from taking any further unnecessary actions. Adele would have no way to oppose this, since Viscount Arend was still the legal owner of the land. "Miss over there, could you escort Miss Lovelace back?" Seeing that Adele had no rebuttal left, Leon turned to the female attendant and instructed her. Then he seemed to recall something and continued, "Oh, right. If the two of you can share one horse on the way back, could you lend us one first? I'll have someone return it later." Transporting the items obtained from the labyrinth, including that demonic wolf, to the shore would take considerable effort. He already regretted not bringing a horse when they came by boat. The female attendant cautiously looked to Adele for confirmation. Adele remained silent for a moment, then finally nodded. "Thank you for your generosity, Miss Lovelace. Please be careful on your way back," Leon said with a nod. Hearing this, Adele could not help but feel her heart tighten. It was an ordinary farewell, but coming from Leon's mouth, it sounded to her like a meaningful warning. Whether he was truly an Inquisitor or not, she had already developed a psychological shadow toward this man. This man was terrifying. The female attendant helped the trembling Adele onto the horse, then mounted it herself, riding away along the mountain path. "Drag everything out of the labyrinth. We're leaving," Leon ordered Simon and the others as he watched Adele disappear. This noble young lady has finally met her nemesis. Watching Adele, who had always been such a headache for him, suffer a setback, Father Auden could not help feeling a bit schadenfreude. But the only problem is if she reports our suspicious actions to the church. Although that possibility is low, we still need to consider how to respond. Just file a proper investigation procedure afterward. Even if she reports it, it won't matter, Leon replied casually. With Bishop Beckett standing, this level of trouble was easily handled. Geographically speaking, all Inquisitions in South Harbor County could submit investigation requests for the labyrinth on Arend Island. That was the foundation of his confidence in lying. Father Auden glanced at Leon, realizing that the support Leon now received from the Earl might be even greater than he had imagined. "It's a good thing you didn't actually kill and bury that young lady. If you really intend to use this labyrinth, you need to think long-term. She will be useful sooner or later," Father Auden suddenly said. "Useful for what?" Leon asked. "No one knows how many years the church investigation excuse will hold. The best solution is to buy this land once you've made enough money. And the best way to buy the land is to buy the title. And the best way to buy the title dash." The priest looked at Leon meaningfully. "Marry that woman?" Leon frowned. "That way, you become the next Viscount Arend, fully owning this land, completely legitimate." Father Auden snapped his fingers. "Forget it, Father. Are you trying to dump a collapsing bad asset on me to digest?" Leon laughed. Father Auden's calculations were practically hitting him in the face. "To others it's a bad asset, but to you it's an absolutely premium asset," the priest emphasized. "Whether it's a premium asset or not depends on successfully taking control of this labyrinth first. Don't get ahead of yourself, let's deal with the problem at hand," Leon said, waving the topic away. Leon and Rena stood side by side before the breeding pool, carefully observing the magical beasts inside. About half of them aren't moving anymore, Leon said. They're still alive, just in hibernation. With sufficient food supply, they won't die for the time being. But when mana is lacking, magical beasts gradually weaken and frequently enter hibernation. The mana in this labyrinth really is about to be exhausted. The mana concentration simply can't sustain this many magical beasts, Rena said. If I gather plants from other labyrinths and feed them, would that improve things? Leon asked. It'd only be a drop in the bucket. Rena shook her head. If we slaughter about half of them now, we should at least be able to ensure the remaining magical beasts return to a normal state. We still need this scale. Let's keep the magical beasts for now and prioritize clearing a new labyrinth as soon as possible, Leon said, turning his gaze toward the wall on the other side of the workshop. Several chains were fixed into the wall, their other ends tightly binding a petrified demonic wolf. After capturing this demonic wolf pack leader from the labyrinth on Orange Island and dragging it back, Leon had transported it all the way into Hamiltown's labyrinth. He intended to use this demonic wolf for an experiment. I'll say this up front, I really haven't tried controlling a large magical beast like this before, Rena said, sounding somewhat lacking in confidence. It's fine. We won't know unless we try, Leon said as he picked up a gun, carefully keeping some distance from the demonic wolf. He focused his attention on it and attempted to lift the curse. Along with a faint sizzling sound, wisps of white mist began to rise from the petrified demonic wolf's body. Soon after, its rigid body softened once more. Vitality returned to the body. The demonic wolf's chest began to rise and fall, and with a spasm, it jolted awake from unconsciousness. Leon had already tested his curse ability several times. As long as he slightly controlled the intensity, he could keep a cursed creature alive for over 10 hours without killing it. If he lifted the curse again within that time limit, the target would revive, albeit much weaker. The awakened demonic wolf sprang up abruptly, letting out an angry roar from its throat, startling Rena into instinctively taking a step back. The demonic wolf's body was far tougher than that of ordinary creatures. After several hours of petrification, it was still brimming with vigor. It's fine. Leon patted Rena on the shoulder to reassure her. The moment the demonic wolf saw Leon, it became violently agitated and immediately charged toward him, only to be yanked back hard by the chain bound tightly around its neck. Its mouth was also tightly wrapped in chains, leaving it unable to open at all. Sensing the restraints, the demonic wolf began to struggle frantically, but the chains Leon had prepared were simply too sturdy. Give it a try, Leon said to Rena. Rena calmed her nerves, focused her attention on the demonic wolf, and began circulating her mana. Just as she did when controlling other magical beasts, she attempted to manipulate this demonic wolf and make it calm down. Leon had previously fed this demonic wolf a bait agent mixed with her blood sample. This allowed Rena to exert control over it through her blood-pact blessing. This kind of control was far stronger than directly manipulating a magical beast through will alone. The demonic wolf suddenly felt an overwhelming drowsiness. Its gaze quickly changed as it slipped into a hazy, half-awake state. An invisible hypnotic force slowly guided its consciousness into synchrony with Rena's will, rendering it completely obedient to her control. Suddenly, the demonic wolf jolted awake, and thoughts of resistance surged forth. It bared its fangs at Rena with all its might, letting out a threatening roar. As a third-level magical beast, its mana level made it far harder to hypnotize. Moreover, it was the leader of a wolf pack. How could it willingly submit to the control of another existence? Seems like it's not working, Rena sighed softly. Not necessarily. Let's try again, Leon said, fixing his gaze on the demonic wolf as he attempted to activate the power of his cursed blood. The curse that had just been lifted flared up once more. The demonic wolf's body convulsed violently, as if struck by lightning. Once again, it felt that instinctive, near-death intimidation, along with the intense discomfort of its body being eroded. It couldn't help but let out a shrill howl. Leon shot Rena another look. She immediately understood and tried once again to assert control over the demonic wolf. The demonic wolf's body trembled incessantly, seemingly still struggling against the drowsiness brought on by Rena's hypnotic power. After a while, it forced itself to bare its fangs at Rena again, letting out another low growl. Still daring to bare your fangs? Seeing this, Leon showed it no mercy and once again activated the power of his cursed blood. The demonic wolf's low growl turned into another sharp cry. After another bout of convulsions, it nearly collapsed. Leon deactivated his ability and looked at Rena. Rena cooperated and tried once more. The demonic wolf again sensed the intent of domination coming from Rena. This time, it didn't dare bare its fangs or growl, but a trace of resistance still lingered. It raised its eyes to look at Rena, clear unwillingness visible within them. Leon let it experience the cursed blood again. This time, the demonic wolf let out a miserable howl. The last remnants of its resistance finally crumbled. Realizing that every emergence of defiant thought would bring torment, its head drooped, and its taut body relaxed. "Try again," Leon said, feeling that they were close. Rena continued to use the power of the blood pact. This time, she clearly felt her mana finally flow through unobstructed. All emotion vanished from the demonic wolf's eyes, replaced by a hollow emptiness. "Sit." Rena tried issuing a command while transmitting her intent. The demonic wolf sat down as ordered, like a tamed hunting dog. It worked. Rena let out a sigh of relief. "Good. Now we have a way to deal with that pack of demonic wolves," Leon said, very satisfied with the result. If even this demonic wolf pack leader could be tamed, then the remaining demonic wolves should be manageable with the same method. They had already found a way to clear this labyrinth. Moreover, the experiment had proven that his cursed blood and Rena's blood pact could be used in tandem. A curse that intimidated creatures on an instinctive level, combined with a hypnotic ability that compelled magical beasts to obey, one hand holding the whip, the other the sugar. Even third-level magical beasts that were originally untamable could be brought under their control. If this could be used on humans, that'd be terrifying, Leon suddenly blurted out as a whim crossed his mind. Rena looked at him in surprise. Then Leon thought of something else and turned to ask her, "Does your ability work on humans? Have you ever tried it?" "How could I possibly have tried that?" Rena shot him an exasperated look. "So that means it's not necessarily ineffective?" Leon said thoughtfully. Controlling magical beasts was a witch's basic ability. On top of that, each witch possessed an additional blessing that varied from person to person. His cursed blood was effective on all living beings. By that logic, an ability like Blood Pact might not be limited to magical beasts alone. In many legends, witches were said to possess the power to bewitch humans as well. "It feels like you're thinking about something really scary, Rena said, eyeing Leon uneasily. Leon shrugged and set the thought aside for the time being. What mattered now was acquiring a new labyrinth. Since they had confirmed that his blood and Rena's could control demonic wolves, all that remained was to gather manpower, make preparations, and begin clearing the labyrinth. That night, Leon went to a tavern in the eastern district of Hamiltown. This tavern had once been Potter's property. When Leon had previously supplied goods to Potter, he had met with Father Auden here once. Father Auden had arranged to meet him here today. When Leon arrived at the entrance, he saw a sign hanging on the door that read, "Reserved today." He pushed the door open and walked straight in. Over 20 people were seated in the tavern hall. The moment Leon entered, the previously noisy hall fell silent, all eyes focusing on him, including the bartender wiping glasses behind the counter. Leon walked into the tavern under everyone's gaze, his expressionless eyes sweeping across all those present. He spotted Father Auden and Simon among them. Father Auden was the first to stand and walk toward Leon. Then Simon, along with the subordinates seated at his table, also stood up and cast respectful looks toward Leon. Seeing this, the others rose as well, all turning their attention toward him. "From today onward, all of these people will work for you, Fenrir. This is the contract, same as when they were under Potter," Father Auden said, handing Leon 2 parchment scrolls. Leon took the contracts and skimmed through them. Potter had hired these thugs under the guise of employing them as merchant caravan guards. Their base pay was actually not high, only around 4,000 fenny each. With 20 people here, the monthly wage expense alone came to about 80,000 fenny. For each additional security assignment, he would need to provide bonuses. This labyrinth clearing operation followed the same standards as the previous carriage robbery operation. 3 captains, including Simon, would each receive 20,000, while the rest would receive 10,000. That meant Leon would need to pay a total of 230,000 fenny to deploy this private armed force for the labyrinth operation. This was an amount Leon could still afford. Aside from the 2 million provided by the Earl, after obtaining Potter's client list from the priest, he had already begun producing and selling magical potions. His contract with the Earl only covered mana of sufficient purity. Any mana or magical beast materials that didn't meet the requirements. He had found ways to sell off to supplement his funds. Leon glanced at the priest. This time, the priest hadn't specified a brokerage fee in the contract. The brokerage fee won't be necessary. If you're hiring them long-term, you can't keep using dirty money. You'll need me to handle the accounts. I'll just charge the processing fees for that, the priest explained, understanding Leon's meaning. Leon smiled somewhat helplessly. Father Auden truly never came out at a loss. He continued reviewing the contract and lowered his voice to ask the priest. So it looks like all I need to do is pay them? I don't need to provide any additional guarantees. Doing this kind of work means life and death are on them. The compensation you're paying is already sufficient, the priest replied matter-of-factly. Leon thought for a moment, then said in a low voice, I want to add a clause to the contract. Hearing Leon's request, Father Auden's reaction appeared very calm. You can add conditions, but don't go too far. I want to give them a basic work injury protection system, Leon said. What kind of protection? Father Auden did not understand. It means that if they are injured while working for me, all medical and nursing expenses will be borne by me. During the recovery period while the contract remains in force, wages will continue to be paid as usual. If there is permanent disability, I will pay a disability compensation, Leon said. Father Auden looked Leon over in confusion after hearing this. If you want to do charity, I can recommend better targets. In this era, there was simply no such thing as a sound work injury protection system. Whether an injured hired worker received a sum of compensation to be dismissed with depended entirely on the employer's conscience. The farms and factories all required hired workers to sign contracts that assumed personal risk. The contracts drafted by Father Auden naturally did not omit exemption clauses set up for the employer. Even soldiers who sacrificed themselves for the nation or were injured were, in theory, supposed to receive compensation by law, but the actual execution was far from ideal. For example, in the war 10 years ago, due to financial strain, casualty subsidies for soldiers were quickly suspended. Fewer than 5% of people actually received compensation. Ironically, the greatest benefit the wounded or fallen soldiers received was a national medal. With the medal, they and their families were entitled to privileges such as delayed tax payments and being allowed to beg within city districts without being arrested. In fact, lower-level delegate officers like Leon, who worked for the church without any rank, received little in the way of additional compensation apart from free emergency treatment if injured during missions, and even that money was often embezzled. Of course, it was not that no one could enjoy such compensation. For example, noble ministers and officers serving the nation, as well as knights and bishops with rank within the church, if these prominent figures fell ill, were injured, or died while on duty, they would all receive generous compensation. Father Auden simply could not understand what merit these underworld thugs had to deserve such treatment. These mercenaries were engaged in a line of work that involved licking blood off the blade. If Leon wanted to show kindness, this town was not lacking in pitiful people like the Hesh mother and daughter. In fact, there were many cases where hired workers obtained compensation by presenting evidence to the courts to establish an employer's additional liability after being injured or killed. One of Father Auden's regular jobs was to represent merchant consortia and wealthy employers to settle such matters. With him as Leon's advisor, Leon basically did not need to worry about anyone coming to demand compensation. Yet Leon was instead jumping into this pit himself, and Father Auden could not make sense of it. Leon ignored his opposition and continued speaking on his own. Also, have them register contact persons and beneficiaries for handling their affairs if necessary. If they are killed while working for me, I will pay funeral expenses as well as a death compensation. Father Auden froze for a moment after hearing this, then suddenly showed a look of realization, followed by a meaningful smile. Lowering his voice, he said, "Oh, I understand. I understand what you mean now, Dash. What do you understand?" Leon was somewhat puzzled by Father Auden's reaction. You want to dig up their weaknesses. Through their beneficiaries, you can uncover their families behind them, see which ones can be controlled, and manage the risk of betrayal. This move is really something, Father Auden said with some admiration. Fenrir truly a terrifying man. Father Auden evaluated him inwardly. Of course, in this line of work, that counted as praise. Leon looked at Father Auden with a strange expression. Had this priest gone through some kind of tragic experience before? Otherwise, why did he always imagine people in such a dark way? Father, what do you think was the original reason I entered this line of work? Leon suddenly asked. What was it? Father Auden was momentarily confused. Leon could not be bothered to explain further. Based on the money he currently had on hand, he briefly considered compensation amounts for different degrees of disability, then had the priest add them to the contract clauses. The underworld mercenaries present all watched Leon and the priest whispering to each other with some unease. They worried that Leon was dissatisfied with the contract and might further push down the price. Being unemployed at present, they did have some room to compromise, but after all, this was life-risking work, and they could not give in too much. Afterward, Father Auden turned to the mercenaries and announced Leon's new terms. From Mr. Fenrir's generosity, all who sign the contract will receive a special form of protection dashed. Leon silently watched from behind as the mercenaries reacted after hearing the work injury protection provisions. Not many of them showed gratitude. More appeared confused. Some found it novel, while others showed suspicion on their faces. Leon did not mind this at all. He simply felt that this measure was necessary. He himself had been trapped on this path precisely because of the church's lack of protection. This might not be enough to buy people's loyalty to the point of completely eliminating betrayal, but at the very least, it could greatly reduce the risk of subordinates selling him out over such a small issue. He did not want the organization he built to be as riddled with holes as the church. 2 days later, a cargo ship slowly approached the shore. Fully armed mercenaries began disembarking along the gangplank, and they also led down a freight carriage, its cargo covered with black cloth. Careful! Leon extended a hand backward before disembarking. Behind him, the masked Rena grasped his hand, cautiously watching her footing as she followed Leon ashore. The last to come down from the ship was Father Auden, wearing a bitter expression. He was seasick again. "Are you sure you want to bring your precious witch lady into the labyrinth?" Father Auden spoke softly to Leon. He knew about Leon sending Sally Hesh to prison in place of this witch, and naturally understood that the relationship between the two was far from ordinary. Therefore, seeing Leon bring this witch along while tackling such a dangerous labyrinth surprised him somewhat. To deal with this labyrinth, her power is indispensable, Leon explained. "Oh, I've seen her power. I just hope she won't affect other people. Don't forget, you promised those mercenaries 100,000 for each death," Father Auden reminded him. He still believed that the witch beside Leon had the ability to turn people into poisonous bombs and wipe out large numbers with toxins. Rena remained silent at the side. Leon had told her that she did not need to interact with anyone else present, just to stay close to him. She was still somewhat nervous. After all, there were so many fully armed mercenaries around her. However, along the way, these mercenaries appeared to follow Leon's orders quite obediently. What did Viscount Arendt say? Leon confirmed with the priest. The ship they used to land on the island this time was not the small boat from before, but a commercial cargo ship capable of carrying a freight carriage and over 20 people. It was very difficult to avoid being seen when landing. "Don't worry. I have already fully informed Viscount Arendt. I guarantee that his daughter will not appear here," the priest said confidently. "Take one person and stand guard on the mountain path. If anyone comes that way, stop them. I don't want to see any unnecessary people appearing near the labyrinth," Leon instructed Father Auden. "If I don't have to go into the mountains, that's even better." Father Auden had no objections to this arrangement. Leon, Rena, and the remaining manpower entered the mountains, making their way to the mine that served as the labyrinth entrance. Assign personnel according to plan. Other than blood-sucking mosquito bats and giant rats, capture any magical beasts that can be captured alive if possible. Clear out all magical beasts along your assigned routes. Leon began issuing orders. "Simon, unload the things from the carriage." Blood-sucking mosquito bats were difficult to raise, and giant rats had very low mana content. Not all magical beasts had breeding value. "Mr. Fenrir, are you sure that thing can be used?" Simon asked with some concern. "Just watch," Leon replied. Simon let out a long breath and turned to direct his men to act according to orders. They first led the horses away from the carriage to prevent them from being frightened by what was on it. Then they pulled off the black cloth covering the flatbed. Inside was a massive square iron cage, with a demonic wolf larger than a leopard lying in the center. Although they already knew what was being transported on the carriage, upon seeing the demonic wolf, all the mercenaries still involuntarily sucked in a breath of cold air. "Open the cage," Leon ordered. "Sir, this dash," Simon hesitated. "You all step back." Leon understood their hesitation and stepped forward personally. All the mercenaries distanced themselves from the cage, some even placing their hands on their weapons. A demonic wolf of this size possessed strength and speed no less than a lion or brown bear, and had an extremely tough body capable of enduring several shots without collapsing. If it went berserk the moment the cage was opened, casualties were almost guaranteed. Leon did not open the cage immediately, but instead looked at Rena. "Get up," Rena called toward the cage. The demonic wolf opened its hollow eyes and slowly rose as instructed. Rena walked closer to the cage and extended her hand toward it. "Hey, hey!" A mercenary cried out in alarm, as if already seeing the scene of the demonic wolf biting the girl's hand to pieces. However, the demonic wolf merely rubbed against Rena's hand through the gaps in the cage, appearing unusually docile. The mercenaries present looked at one another. Leon then reached out and opened the cage. Rena pointed outside, and the demonic wolf stepped out. The mercenaries retreated nervously, but the demonic wolf seemed to pay them no attention at all, even lazily yawning. Rena reached out and stroked the demonic wolf's head as it cooperatively lowered it. At this moment, the mercenaries finally believed the fact that the witch before them could control the demonic wolf. "Simon, your squad moves with us. We're going to deal with the demonic wolf pack," Leon called out to the dumbfounded mercenary captain. "Yes, sir." Simon took a long moment before coming back to his senses. "Then, let's go." Leon waved his hand broadly, announcing the start of the operation. "Over there, drive them that way and deal with them." The mercenaries ran back and forth through the labyrinth's tunnels, using torches to herd the blood-sucking mosquito bats toward narrow passages where net traps had been set up. Others wielded hunting forks, lunging to kill giant rats that scurried about wildly. Slimes only needed to be sprinkled with salt to be temporarily incapacitated, after which they could be scooped into clay jars. The living vines growing in the soil had to be bound with ropes to restrain their incessantly writhing tendrils, then dug out roots and all. The vast majority of magical beasts present in this mine labyrinth were essentially harmless first-level magical beasts. As long as manpower and equipment were sufficient, dealing with them posed little difficulty. Leon listened to the surrounding commotion as he led Rena, Simon, and the others, along with the demonic wolf that Rena controlled, straight toward the deepest part of the labyrinth. Upon reaching the end marked on the mining map, that open space once again appeared before them. Simon stood at the front with his subordinates, spreading out slightly so that the torches in their hands could illuminate more of the area. Leon swept his gaze across the surroundings. This time, the visible range was far greater. Weeds grew wildly across the ground, yet the terrain was unusually flat. Many shattered stone bricks were embedded in the soil. There was no doubt that this had once been an area constructed by human hands. Leon nodded to Rena, and the two each took out a flask from their clothes. Inside the flasks were dark red liquids, blood samples they had each drawn from themselves in advance. Leon first poured his blood into a prepared basin. Rena then added a small amount of anticoagulant extracted from a headhunting rabbit, thoroughly mixed it, poured in her own blood, and finally added mummy powder made from dried corpses. By this point, the demonic wolf pack alpha following beside them had already begun to grow restless. When Rena opened a test tube containing mana, a look of yearning burst forth once more from the hollows of the wolf's eyes. "Sit," Rena commanded the pack alpha. The wolf obeyed and sat down, though saliva still streamed uncontrollably from the corner of its mouth. Rena poured the mana into the basin. Leon then placed a lantern nearby and immediately ordered, "All right, retreat into the tunnel at once." Everyone withdrew in the direction they had come from, following Leon. Only the demonic wolf pack alpha remained seated where it was, staring longingly at the basin filled with mixed blood and bait agent. "Come back," Rena commanded again. Only then did the pack alpha reluctantly follow the others, moving away from the basin. They retreated only 50 to 60 meters when faint rustling sounds arose from the deep space of the labyrinth. Soon after, dots of ghostly green light appeared in the darkness beyond. The remaining labyrinth space within the mountain was extremely limited. Once the bait agent was placed, the scent of blood and the high concentration of mana quickly attracted the wolf pack that had made this place its nest. The lantern Leon had left behind cast a pool of light. As those will-o'-the-wisp-like eyes drew closer, the silhouettes of demonic wolves emerged one after another along the edge of the light, large and small, a total of 9 demonic wolves. The mercenaries present all held their breath. If these wolves were to launch a coordinated attack, casualties would be inevitable. Fortunately, the wolves' attention was not on them at all. Every demonic wolf was staring at the basin of blood, saliva dripping incessantly from their mouths. Suddenly, two demonic wolves charged toward the basin. Like a signal, all the others surged forward as well, scrambling to bury their heads in the basin and lap up the blood within, like ants discovering honey. The demonic wolf pack alpha that had retreated with Leon and the others was also coiled to strike. It bared its fangs at the pack, seemingly displeased that wolves of lower status were fighting over what it had set its sights on. Yet under Rena's control, it remained stationed obediently in place. For a mere few hundred milliliters of liquid, the demonic wolves went mad with desire, and the scene quickly devolved into a vicious struggle. Even with the pack alpha present, they could not resist the temptation of the bait agent. Its absence caused the pack's order to further collapse. To fight over the blood, they began tearing into one another. Larger wolves drove off smaller ones, while the smaller wolves slipped back in during the chaos to secretly lick the blood. The basin was soon knocked over. The little remaining liquid spilled onto the ground, and the wolves frantically licked at the earth as if possessed. Leon observed carefully. The scene was chaotic, but in the end, nearly all of the wolves had consumed the blood they had placed in the basin. It was about time to try. Leon glanced at Rena. With a single look, she understood. She placed her fingers in her mouth and began to blow a clear, melodious whistled signal. When she needed to control a large number of magical beasts, this kind of whistle served as assistance. The gentle, simple rhythm echoed through the space. The demonic wolves that heard it began to feel a hazy drowsiness. Rena activated her blood-packed blessing, using the blood the wolves had ingested from her as a medium, causing all the wolves to resonate with the mana she was circulating. However, the wolves quickly broke free from the drowsiness. For Rena, controlling even a single demonic wolf was already a strain. Attempting to control so many at once was simply impossible. The pack soon realized that something was wrong with the source of the sound, and swiftly turned their attention toward the group. The mercenaries tensed, drawing their weapons one after another. Rena's whistling suddenly incorporated a sharp, urgent note. The pack alpha seemed to be instantly activated by the sound. It leapt forward several meters, positioning itself before the group and letting out a low growl at the pack. With the former leader blocking their way, the restless wolves hesitated at once. The pack alpha's physique was a full size larger than the others. This was the growth advantage accumulated over years of having first claim to prey. For the other wolves to replace it, they would basically have to wait until it grew old and weak. At that moment, Leon activated cursed blood against the wolves. In an instant, anguished howls filled the air. All the demonic wolves except the pack alpha began convulsing in pain, purple smoke spilling from their throats. Leon only tormented them briefly before suppressing the ability. Rena then continued blowing the whistle, while also having the pack alpha emit an intimidating roar to suppress the pack's will. After a single round of this ordeal, more than half of the wolves tucked their tails between their legs, lowered their heads, and chose submission. Once the thought of surrender emerged, they were quickly hypnotized by Rena's whistle, their eyes turning vacant as they stood motionless. For sturdier demonic wolves were still struggling, trying to snarl at Rena behind the pack alpha. Seeing this, the pack alpha stepped forward and roared angrily, forcing them to retreat again. Leon activated cursed blood once more, and the wolves collapsed to the ground, convulsing in agony. After the second round, the remaining four could no longer hold out. They finally abandoned resistance, allowing Rena's whistle to invade their consciousness. At last, all the demonic wolves completely settled under the whistle's influence, motionless, like lifelike statues. Rena stopped whistling and tried issuing a command. Sit. The pack alpha and 5 demonic wolves sat down as ordered. The remaining 4 seemed not to hear her. After some thought, Rena tried having the pack alpha emit a low growl and issued the command again, sit. This time, all the wolves sat down together. By dispersing the power of the blood pact across so many wolves, her degree of control inevitably weakened. However, as long as she focused most of her attention on the repeatedly trained pack alpha, she could rely on the wolf's social structure and the pack alpha's intimidation to assist her in controlling the entire pack. Good success. Leon finally let out a long sigh of relief. Simon and the others clicked their tongues in amazement, their gazes toward Rena now carrying a hint of reverence. Thanks to this witch's power, they had conquered a full 10 demonic wolves without firing a single shot. If they had truly tried to force their way through the labyrinth by brute strength, who knew how many would have died? Mr. Fenrir, should we move the cages in? Simon asked Leon for instructions. He could tell that without the witch, these wolves would likely revert to their wild nature. To be safe, it would be best to lock them up in cages. We can move the cages in first, but don't rush to confine the wolves. The depths haven't been fully explored, yet we don't know what else might be inside, Leon said. Having subdued the wolf pack, they now possessed a combat force even stronger than this mercenary unit. If there were further dangers deeper inside, these wolves would likely prove useful. Leave 3 people here to set up a fire pit. Go check on the progress of the others if they're about done. Call some people in to help. Leon began assigning tasks. Yes, Simon and the others responded, immediately moving into action. Deploy the demonic wolves on the outer perimeter. You stand at the tunnel entrance, somewhere you can withdraw at any time. Leon quietly instructed Rena. Rena nodded obediently, manipulating the wolves into a defensive formation around the area. At the same time, Simon's remaining men began stacking the firewood they had brought into tall fire pit platforms. To illuminate this vast underground space, they would need plenty of light. After some time passed, the mercenaries who had finished clearing out the low-level magical beasts gathered here one after another. Every person who saw the wolf pack under Rena's control was astonished. Some curious mercenaries even tried to approach and touch the wolves, only to be so frightened by a single twitch of a wolf's nose that they fell to the ground, provoking a burst of laughter from the others. Enough fooling around, get to work. Leon urged the mercenaries back into action. They could not let their guard down until the labyrinth exploration was complete. Soon, new fire pit platforms were erected and lit. The blazing flames drove away the darkness, finally allowing everyone to glimpse the overall form of this ruin within the mountain. Judging from the size of the space, nearly half of the interior of this mine was hollowed out. The shape of the enormous cavern was very uniform, with an arched ceiling. The highest point in the center reached a full 20 meters. Amid the rampant weeds and shrubs, fragments of ruined walls were scattered here and there. This place had clearly once held man-made structures, but something had destroyed them all. In the center was a pool of water that looked bottomless, seemingly connected to underground water veins. There were many signs of demonic wolf activity here. One enormous pit was filled with the bones of their leftovers. Their main food sources were wild goats that entered the cavern in search of grass and rock salt, as well as the giant rats native to the labyrinth. There was also plenty of their feces scattered in the grass. One mercenary stepped on it and immediately cursed aloud. Aside from the 10 demonic wolves they had brought under control, there seemed to be no others present. Mr. Fenrir, we've found something. A mercenary shouted loudly from the deepest part. Leon turned at the call. The mercenaries' torches illuminated a wall standing at the very depths of the labyrinth, ruined, yet still majestic. The relief carvings upon it were no longer discernible, but the outlines of doors and windows could still be vaguely made out. Part of the great door's edge looked as though it had been deliberately smashed open, creating a massive breach. Everyone was surprised. To think there was actually a hall here, and one that looked incredibly ancient. Just what was the origin of this labyrinth? As Leon continued his careful observation, one of the young mercenaries who had first discovered the hall could no longer restrain himself. He volunteered eagerly, raising his torch as he walked inside. I'll go in and take a look first. Entering first to scout was certainly risky, but if he discovered gold, silver, or valuable antiques, the first person inside would have a chance to secretly pocket some. This was an opportunity to get rich. Hey! The captain responsible for this mercenary shouted harshly, trying to stop him. At this moment, Leon raised his hand to halt him, allowing the mercenary to go in. He also told the others, move a bit farther away from here. He lowered his gaze to the ground. Everywhere around was evidence of demonic wolf activity: footprints, remnants of prey, and feces and urine used to mark territory. Yet the large area around the hall's entrance was covered only in overgrown weeds, completely devoid of wolf activity. There was hardly even a trace of the usual acrid smell of urine. The wolves dwelled here, yet seemed unwilling to approach this hall. Leon faintly sensed that something was wrong. Exploring the labyrinth was ultimately unavoidable. Since someone was willing to volunteer as a scout, Leon was more than happy to accept. He led the others far back and waited. After more than 10 minutes, a shrill scream suddenly rang out from within. Everyone was startled. Just as the mercenaries' captain opened his mouth to shout, a terrifying roar erupted from inside, completely drowning out his voice. Upon hearing that terrifying roar, everyone involuntarily felt their hearts seize. their legs even going a little weak. Rena's breathing suddenly became rapid. This feeling of instinctive fear being abruptly stirred was extremely similar to when Leon released his cursed blood. To achieve such an effect with nothing but a single roar, she could not imagine what kind of creature could have produced it. The demonic wolves, including the pack alpha, began howling restlessly, their cries shrill and filled with undisguised fear. Leon noticed the disturbance among the demonic wolves and, without the slightest hesitation, turned around and sprinted away. "Retreat! Retreat!" he shouted while running, waving his arms. "Everyone evacuate the labyrinth immediately." To terrify the demonic wolves to this extent, the owner of that roar within the hall was absolutely no benign creature. And now, that brave, young man who had gone in first to investigate had already awakened its master. If they did not flee now, when would they? The mercenaries also reacted one after another and began swarming toward the tunnel entrance. They had only taken a few steps when the hall's gate suddenly erupted with a thunderous explosion. A massive, scale-covered head smashed through the edge of the gate and burst out from within the hall. The breach on one side of the gate had clearly been created by this creature as well. Leon ran while twisting his head to look back. The creature that burst out of the temple had a head alone as large as a box truck, bearing obvious reptilian features, resembling either a giant serpent or a lizard, yet far more imposing than either. Its face was covered in bony protrusions, its scales far thicker than those of a serpent and gleaming with a metallic luster. Atop its head grew an umbrella-shaped crest with ridged patterns, from which extended 3 pairs of dragon horns of varying sizes. Yet what best embodied its majesty was its pair of eyes, 2 dazzling golden eyes, brighter than a campfire, as if molten lava were churning within their sockets. The instant one looked into those eyes, intense fear would be projected directly into the mind. A dragon. Although he had never seen one with his own eyes in this world, Leon understood the moment he saw it that this was a dragon-type creature ranked at the very apex of labyrinth beings. That roar and gaze capable of evoking instinctive terror were precisely its dragon's might. This dragon was clearly enraged. The moment it burst out of the hall, it charged straight after the fleeing crowd. Only after it rushed out did Leon realize that its body was not as massive as he had imagined. Though it possessed 4 limbs, it had no wings, and a row of sharp spines ran along its back. This was a drake. Like a wyvern, it belonged to a subspecies of dragonkind. Its size and strength could not compare to those of a true dragon, yet it still possessed power sufficient to crush an ordinary army, and even among 4th-level magical beasts, it ranked at the very top. This damned labyrinth actually harbored a 4th-level magical beast, a drake. Leon had no time left to complain about this. He could only focus single-mindedly on escaping. "Run! Faster!" he shouted at Rena. Rena had followed Leon's instructions and remained near the tunnel entrance. Upon seeing the drake appear, she also turned and began to flee. As soon as she formed that intention, all the demonic wolves synchronized with her, following her as they fled toward the tunnel exit. However, Rena's running speed ultimately could not match that of the others. Not long after entering the tunnel, the mercenaries charging for their lives overtook her one after another. Leon caught up from behind and suddenly noticed that the pack alpha had just rushed up from the rear. He stepped forward and grabbed Rena, who was still running. "Yeah!" Rena cried out in surprise. "Get up!" Leon hoisted Rena and shoved her onto the demonic wolf's back, allowing her to lie prone on it. "Hold on tight." Rena came to her senses and quickly adjusted her posture on the wolf's back, simultaneously pouring her consciousness into the pack alpha. Under her control, the wolf cooperated, stabilizing her position and bursting into a full sprint, soon carrying her forward to catch up with the others. The tunnel was fairly wide, and there were 2 exits. After the crowd split up and fled, escaping together with the wolf pack was not overly congested. However, the drake also plunged into the more crowded tunnel and slightly altered its form, drawing its limbs into its body and elongating itself like a gigantic serpent. After all, drakes were dragon subspecies specialized for subterranean environments. Those at the rear tried firing their guns at the pursuing drake, but the bullets merely sparked uselessly as they struck its scales. It was said that dragon scales were incomparably tough, that even their eyelids were impervious to blades and firearms. Now they knew that this claim was no exaggeration. Damn it. Simon had just fired a shot and turned around when he tripped over a vine. By the time he scrambled back up, he had fallen slightly behind. Fortunately, The Drake was still some distance away. He got back on his feet and resumed running. Yet at that very moment, the Drake opened its mouth and unleashed the most terrifying weapon of dragonkind, breath. Acidic mist spewed forth from its gaping maw, surging down the tunnel like ocean waves. Wherever the acid fog touched rock, it sizzled and emitted white smoke as the stone began melting on the spot. By the time that wave of acid mist reached Simon from behind, it had already thinned considerably. Even so, when it seeped through the gaps in his leather armor, Simon still felt a searing pain, as if scalding oil had been poured all over him. Ugh! He staggered a few steps and collapsed to the ground. The torch in his hand fell beside him, and when he tried to get back up, the pain left his body unresponsive. Help! Help me! He cried out desperately to the receding crowd. Behind him, the Drake was rapidly closing in. Rena turned her head and, without thinking, focused her attention on the demonic wolf running at the very rear. Go! Driven by her intense will at that moment, the demonic wolf wheeled around, charged back, clamped its jaws onto Simon's collar, and dragged him along at a full sprint. Though Simon kicked his legs in agony, it was still far better than becoming food for a dragon. Even so, this delay allowed the Drake to close the distance. Just as its throat began to writhe, brewing another breath attack, Leon suddenly thought of something and pulled out a second flask. This was a backup blood sample. Inside were 100 milliliters of his blood mixed with an anticoagulant. In addition, he had infused it with a small amount of mana, greatly amplifying the power of his curse. In their current state, those blood contents would be lethally corrosive even if merely splashed onto someone, let alone ingested. He turned around and hurled the flask at the Drake like a grenade. The Drake sensed it and suddenly snapped its jaws shut, biting the flask to pieces and swallowing it whole. This was an unexpected boon for Leon. He had only intended to splash the creature with his cursed blood. Now that the Drake had willingly swallowed it, all the better. He immediately activated his ability. Purple smoke began seeping from the corners of the Drake's mouth. The Drake immediately broke into hoarse coughing, its pursuit stalling for a moment and allowing everyone to widen the gap. Yet the next instant, it let out a furious roar filled with rage and resumed the chase. The entire tunnel rumbled as its scales scraped against the stone. Perhaps the dosage had been insufficient. Perhaps the curse itself was not powerful enough. Leon realized that his cursed blood could only cause this half-dragon pain. It was still far from killing it. The exit, someone shouted in wild joy. They had reached the vicinity of the exit and merged with companions who had fled through the other tunnel. People and wolves alike surged out of the labyrinth. Even after leaving the mine, they did not stop, continuing to sprint along the mountain path toward the pass, for the Drake's enraged roars had never ceased. After running at full speed for another 100 meters or so, Leon looked back. In the pitch-black mine entrance, the Drake's lava-like eyes gleamed. However, after chasing them to the mouth of the cave, the Drake suddenly stopped, as if it had abruptly awakened to something. Leon could not help but slow down, carefully observing it. The Drake let out a low, rumbling growl from its throat. Moments later, it retreated and vanished into the depths of the mine. It went back. Leon shouted loudly, signaling everyone to calm down. Although magical beasts could not stray far from a labyrinth, they could still operate within a certain range around it for a time. For some reason, this Drake seemed unwilling to leave the labyrinth. Was it related to that hall? Leon pondered inwardly. Simon, who had been dragged out by the demonic wolf, let out pained groans. Rena quickly ordered the wolf to release him, and Simon's subordinates rushed forward to administer aid. Everyone else stood in place, shaken. Some were immensely relieved, while others wore blank expressions. Only after quite some time did Leon remove his protective mask and let out a long, helpless breath. A Drake, there was actually such a troublesome fourth-level magical beast in this labyrinth. This was truly unbelievable. Something like this could not be dealt with by merely recruiting a few dozen mercenaries. He had never imagined that such a massive problem would surface at this final critical juncture. The fact that the demonic wolves could move around the perimeter indicated that the Drake largely remained holed up inside the hall within the ruins, rarely venturing out as if it were guarding that hall. Leon was certain that there was something unusual within this labyrinth. But if that Drake was not dealt with, the labyrinth could neither be explored nor operated. Rena sat atop the wolf's back, still shaken, her gaze tinged with worry as she looked toward Leon. Leon glanced at Rena, then at the other mercenaries. Take care of the wounded. We're withdrawing for now. I'll pay everything as agreed. Let's leave this place first. The next day, at the Inquisition director's office. There's a drake in the labyrinth dash, Bishop Beckett said after listening to Leon's account, his expression grave as he tapped his knuckles against the desk. How did you end up encountering a fourth-level magical beast? I suspect it may be related to the ruins within that labyrinth, Leon said. This isn't archaeology. Heretical ruins are something church scholars should be interested in. We only need a labyrinth that can be operated, Bishop Beckett replied. I understand. But if that drake isn't dealt with, the labyrinth can't be operated at all. Leon stared at Bishop Beckett. Sir, surely the Earl doesn't think this is something I should resolve on my own as well? Faced with such a major problem, Leon felt he had sufficient grounds to seek additional support from the Earl. Subspecies like half-dragons are not easy to handle. Even the church would have to dispatch its most elite knights. And we cannot call upon church forces. If church forces are used to resolve a labyrinth, it will be sealed and placed under supervision. Not to mention that the labyrinth church on Orange Island would almost certainly never approve such a sealing. If you ask for my advice is to switch to another labyrinth, Bishop Beckett said. Switching to another labyrinth means spending time again, investing resources anew. And if something like this happens again, Leon shook his head slightly. Sir, with the Earl's power, is there truly no way at all to deal with a single drake? Bishop Beckett pondered for a long while before replying. There is a way, and the person capable of resolving this problem just happens to have been assigned by the Earl to River Valley County, in charge of business there. Then but whether you can borrow his strength is another matter entirely, Bishop Beckett interrupted. So he's like Barr as well, someone who doesn't want to see me succeed? Leon asked. No, I think he belongs to the type who simply doesn't care. This person has a very peculiar temperament. He basically only answers to the Earl's direct orders. If it's something he doesn't like, he'll refuse even the Earl. I myself have no real connection with him. I don't think he would be interested in this matter. I advise you not to place too much hope in it, Bishop Beckett warned. Leon fell silent for a moment, then still spoke. Could you tell me more about this person in detail? River Valley County, a mountain villa. Leon once again sat in the reception hall waiting. Bishop Beckett sat beside him in accompaniment. Johnny Wellman Leon repeatedly turned this name over in his mind. Before coming, he had learned some information about this man from Bishop Beckett. This man is responsible for managing an armed fleet used for cross-sea transport on behalf of the Earl. 70% of the Earl's import and export goods are escorted by him. The name he is known by is Johnny Wellman, but that name is false. His real name is Jonathan Root, and he is an apostate knight of the Creator Church, Bishop Beckett had explained to Leon at the time. An apostate knight? Then that would mean he's a wanted fugitive. Leon asked. No, he betrayed the church but was not wanted, because he has already been registered as dead, Bishop Beckett replied. Was it arranged by the Earl? Leon's first reaction was that the Earl had staged a fake death to let this apostate knight escape pursuit, and in return the knight served under the Earl. The situation is more complicated than you think. Bishop Beckett gathered his thoughts and began to explain carefully. He originally belonged to the Church Navy. He was a Knight Order commander, commanding 3 battleships and 2 escort vessels. Hearing this, Leon was inwardly startled. A Knight Order commander, this was a rank far above a fully appointed knight, and he even managed a fleet. Using the military ranks Leon was familiar with, this man was at least equivalent to a colonel. A knight commander was on the same level as an archbishop. One step higher, and he would even be qualified to be elected as a cardinal. According to the church's registered records, during the war against the heretics 10 years ago, in a brutal naval battle, his fleet was encircled and annihilated. He himself went missing as a result and was ultimately declared killed in action. The church even posthumously honored him. But in reality, he survived. He did not return to the church. Instead, he took the name Johnny and began engaging in underworld business within the empire. Later, the Earl found him and reached an agreement with him, recruiting him into his service. Bishop Beckett continued. Was there some hidden reason behind this? Leon asked. I don't know. First, we belong to different departments within the church, and the difference in rank was considerable. Second, the files for that campaign he participated in were sealed by the church disciplinary order. Only with approval from the College of Cardinals could they be accessed. The Earl has never disclosed the details to anyone else either. Bishop Beckett added a reminder at the end. You'd best not investigate it either, and definitely don't mention it in front of him. After that, Leon proposed persuading Johnny Wellman through the Earl. After all, Once this labyrinth was taken down, the local supply source the Earl wanted would basically be secured. After careful consideration, Bishop Beckett also agreed. Immediately afterward, Bishop Beckett directly used his secret god's blessing in front of Leon, using a secret god sigil to establish remote contact with the Earl. It was Leon's first time learning that blessings in this world could actually be used as a substitute for phone calls. After Bishop Beckett relayed the problem Leon had encountered, the Earl replied as follows. Johnny and I are only in an employment relationship established through a transaction. This kind of extra task is not part of our agreement. Just having him temporarily handle River Valley County is already quite a stretch. However, he is indeed the best candidate for this matter. I can arrange for you to meet him. Whether you can persuade him will depend on you. Afterward, the Earl sent people to River Valley County to arrange this meeting. Bishop Beckett also expressed his intention to go along, giving the reason that if anything goes awry during the talks, at least there'll be someone to mediate, so you don't end up getting chopped to pieces. To be honest, after Bishop Beckett said that, Leon felt even more uneasy. Soon, the agreed time arrived, and the other party did not make them wait long. Before long, a burly, middle-aged man with a scruffy beard entered the hall under the butler's guidance. The moment he came in, everyone in the room smelled a strong stench of alcohol. It was as if this middle-aged man had been soaked in a wine barrel until the flavor had seeped into his bones. Bishop Beckett and Leon stood up at the same time. Bishop Beckett spoke first. "Long time no see, Mr. Johnny." "MHM." Johnny responded casually, then let his gaze fall on Leon. "You're the one who wanted to see me, right?" "Hello, Mr. Johnny, I am Dash." Leon had just extended his hand when Johnny raised one hand to stop him. All right, kid. So now you've seen me. Can I head back now?" Leon froze in place for a moment. Is this some kind of local joke? Johnny did not look like he was joking. He genuinely seemed prepared to leave after just meeting once. "Mr. Johnny, please don't be like this. This is a negotiation requested by the Earl." Bishop Beckett stepped in. Johnny sighed impatiently after hearing that. "TCH. If it weren't for the Earl asking me to come take a look, I wouldn't waste my time at all," Johnny said, fixing his gaze on Leon. "I already know what this is about. Kid, you want to find someone to kill a drake in the labyrinth, right?" Leon nodded. "Then you should understand my answer now. I'm not interested." Johnny spread his hands. "Just staying in River Valley County is already out of respect for the Earl. Expecting me to clean up someone else's mess? Sorry, kid. Find someone else." Bishop Beckett sighed inwardly. This was the expected outcome. Johnny's refusal was extremely decisive, leaving seemingly no room for negotiation. The future profits generated by this labyrinth can allow you to take an appropriate share. Leon immediately threw out the condition he had prepared. He had thought this through for a long time. If this labyrinth could be suppressed, the target the Earl had set should be achievable over $6 million in annual profits. Even taking just 20 to 30% would be quite considerable, and it would be long-term income. Moreover, if Johnny was willing to join the labyrinth's equity, he would become tied to Leon through shared interests, which would be very beneficial for Leon establishing a foothold within the Earl's sphere of influence. Wow, that sounds really nice. But who knows how many years you'll last in this line of work? You're dealing in a business that costs heads. Johnny still looked uninterested. You can also choose a one-time settlement. At the very least, please tell me what kind of conditions would make you willing to consider this. Leon did not want to give up easily. Both Bishop Beckett and the Earl had said this man could solve the problem, and he was also a former Night Order commander. Leon believed Johnny truly had the ability. Conditions? What kind of conditions can you offer? Johnny let out a snort of laughter and looked down at Leon from above. Do you think my people are the same as those disposable, worthless little punks under your command? Mr. Johnny, first of all, I will pay according to conditions you are willing to accept. Second, I do not use people and then discard them, Leon replied seriously. Oh, sounds like you treat your subordinates pretty well. Quite a few people died when you ran into that drake this time, didn't they? Johnny looked at Leon with mockery. Only one died. He was the first to run into the drake. Another was injured by the drake's breath, but his life is not in danger, Leon answered. What a pity. If more people had died, you could have saved quite a bit on costs, Johnny said with a grin, casually pulling out a tin flask and opening it, clearly intending to drink in front of everyone. Normally, when Underworld mercenaries died during missions, if payment was per head, the employer could usually save the fees for those who died. If payment was per mission, then the surviving members split the reward. No, I paid over 200,000 in total to the others, and for the one who died, I separately paid 100,000, delivered directly to his family, Leon replied calmly. Johnny suddenly stopped bringing the flask to his mouth. What did you just say? You paid 100,000 Finny for a dead man. Johnny suddenly looked at Leon with great interest. Was that to thank him for dying so the rest of you could live? I have an agreement with my people. If they die while working for me, I take responsibility for their funeral expenses and I provide a compensation payment to their designated beneficiary. Their medical and nursing expenses are also borne by me, Leon answered. This time, not only Johnny, but even Bishop Beckett looked at Leon in surprise. Even apprentice knights of the church would not necessarily receive such high compensation upon death. Johnny blinked as he looked Leon up and down, as if seeing some novel species. Suddenly, he burst out laughing and slapped the table, roaring with laughter. Ha 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 ha! Medical expenses? Compensation? Paying death money to a bunch of street punks? Ha ha ha! Incredible, there's actually someone as stupid as you in this world. Do you know how easily these people die? If 10 of them die, you'll have to pay $1 million. Have you done the math? Leon watched Johnny laughing uproariously without changing expression and only replied, since you're buying their lives, at the very least you should put up real money. The compensation for the fallen and the medical and nursing costs for the injured made up a large portion of this expenditure. Afterward, when the priest handled the aftermath according to the contract, he repeatedly said things like "see" to Leon, but Leon did not regret it. After quite a while, Johnny finally stopped laughing, still smiling as he looked at Leon. Kid, do you know that even if you die working for the church, you wouldn't get paid that much? You've made those little punks' lives more valuable than your own. That's the church's problem. I once worked for the church and was injured. The church dismissed me with a 1,000 Finny reward. If I wanted to avoid becoming crippled by my injuries, even donating every coin I earned to the holy healing monastery wouldn't have been enough. Then the church would have gained one more apostate Inquisitor. I don't want something that ridiculous happening in my organization, Leon said. Huh. On that point, I actually agree. You're right, everyone in the church is a bunch of damn bastards. Johnny suddenly pointed at Leon and grinned, as if he had found common ground. Leon froze for a moment, thinking that he hadn't gone that far. Bishop Beckett, standing to the side, looked awkward and could only clear his throat. But even if there are a few more apostates, the church will keep running just fine. Do you really think that by spending a bit more money to buy some loyalty, you can build an organization stronger than the church? Johnny asked. I'm doing this just so I can live with myself. Since I've been drenched in the rain before, I understand how miserable it is for others in the rain. Even if I can't hold an umbrella for them, I shouldn't at least snatch away theirs, Leon replied, looking Johnny in the eye. Johnny raised an eyebrow and let out a light snort through his nose. It was unclear whether he agreed or found it laughable. After a stretch of silence, just as Leon was about to continue discussing the earlier conditions, Johnny suddenly said, 3 million. Leon froze. What? 3 million Finny. I'll help you kill that Drake. Johnny raised 3 fingers. While surprised, Leon realized he didn't have that much money on hand. Right now I dash. You can pay half as a deposit first. Settle the rest within a year. Also, anything valuable in the labyrinth ruins, we get priority. The Drake's corpse belongs to us, but you can take the brain and heart to refine mana. Johnny lazily laid out the conditions. Oh, and one more thing. I take responsibility for my own people. I don't need you using some compensation money to buy loyalty. Don't mention that bullshit agreement of yours in front of them. Understood. Johnny's conditions made Leon momentarily unable to react. The price was not low, but it had already been adjusted to fit within what he could bear. He did not have 3 million on hand, but 1.5 million was entirely affordable, and after a year once he completed the Earl's quota, he would also be able to pay the remaining balance. The Drake would be killed by Johnny, and it was only reasonable that the Drake's corpse and the valuable items within the ruins would belong to him. What instead seemed rather generous was that Johnny had proactively given up the parts that could be refined into mana. The Drake's brain and heart could only realize their greatest value in their hands. But even if Johnny had demanded that all refined mana be handed over to him, Leon would not actually have had much objection. For Leon, spending 3 million Finny to eliminate the Drake occupying the labyrinth and even being allowed to defer half the final payment so that his labyrinth management strategy could proceed smoothly was already quite a good deal. He had once seen in the Witch's Legacy materials held by Rena that the higher the level of a magical beast, the greater the amount of mana that could be refined from it, and the higher the purity generally was. If this claim was true, then the amount of mana that could be extracted from that drake should be quite considerable. For him, it would truly be timely help in completing the Earl's quota. Yet precisely because of this, he instead felt some confusion. Why had Johnny, who initially showed little interest in this matter, suddenly agreed and even adjusted the conditions to accommodate his situation? While he was still puzzled, Johnny suddenly extended his hand across the table toward him. Are you asking me to pay half of the remuneration right now? Leon was caught somewhat off guard. I didn't bring it with me. I'll need to have someone deliver it. It's the map, you idiot. Johnny said impatiently. Haven't you already explored the labyrinth? I need to know the specific situation inside to make proper arrangements. And tell me the drake size, otherwise how am I supposed to kill it? Leon hurriedly took out the mining map from his person. Johnny did not even wait for him to agree before pushing the topic forward, as if the matter had already been settled just like that, leaving Leon somewhat unable to keep up with the pace. He spread the map out on the table and roughly explained to Johnny the specific situation of their previous labyrinth exploration, including the ruins connected to the mine, the hall deep within that massive space, and the drake entrenched in the hall. Lord of the Labyrinth. After listening, Johnny suddenly uttered this term. What? Leon asked instinctively. That ruin must be a temple where the islanders worshipped Moalai. That drake is definitely the guardian of the temple, a lord of the labyrinth summoned by Moalai in response to her followers to protect the temple, Johnny said with certainty. Islanders. Leon tried hard to recall the history he had learned in this world. 300 years ago, Islanders had been a heretical nation that existed along the eastern coastline of this continent. They believed in a special sect. In addition to the 4 gods of origin, they also worshipped a heretical deity known as the Earth Mother Goddess. The sect's emblem was a pentagram, identical to the emblem commonly used by witches today. Throughout history, the Islanders and the Norrøn Empire had never been on good terms. The Empire's church proclaimed that the true identity of the Earth Mother Goddess worshipped by the Islanders was none other than the primordial witch Moalai, who hated the 4 gods and humanity, and that their faith was a blasphemy against the 4 gods of origin. 300 years ago, during a full-scale war, the Empire at the height of its power successfully crushed the Islanders, leading to the destruction of their nation. Legend held that at the time, a portion of the Islander forces escorted the surviving Islander princess across the sea and established a new nation on the archipelago on the other side. That nation was the present-day heretical country of Moirland, which openly worshipped Moalai alone. Today, vast stretches of land along the Empire's eastern coast, including River Valley County and South Harbor County, had once been Islander territory. This naturally also included Arend Island. Then will there be anything special inside that temple? Leon asked tentatively. Who knows? But being able to support a drake means the mana within this labyrinth should be extremely abundant, Johnny said as he stroked his chin and pondered for a moment. He then took out a nautical chart of the surrounding area and pointed at Arend Island. Tell me the landing point. Here. There used to be a dock here, but it's already damaged. There's a mountain path that leads directly to the labyrinth entrance, Leon said. Then gather there tomorrow morning at 8. I'll prepare the equipment and manpower, but at least someone needs to guide the way. And remember to bring the money, Johnny arranged on the spot. Tomorrow already. Leon was somewhat surprised by Johnny's efficiency. Do you have any inconvenience? Johnny snapped back impatiently. No. Then tomorrow, Leon replied. Then it's settled. Johnny nodded and finally lifted his pewter flask to take a gulp. Then, seeing Leon still sizing him up, he spread his hands with a baffled expression. You can leave now. I didn't prepare to keep you for dinner. All right. Then I'll trouble you with this matter, Mr. Johnny, Leon said as he stood up, then glanced at Bishop Beckett. You head down the mountain first. I have something I'd like to say to Mr. Johnny, Bishop Beckett said. All right. Leon walked out alone, passed through the courtyard, left the villa, and went down along the mountain path. What do you want to say? Did Mustana ask you to pass on some message again? Johnny glanced at Bishop Beckett. The Earl didn't instruct me to pass on any message. I'm simply personally curious and would like to ask why you suddenly agreed to his request, Bishop Beckett asked seriously. He was genuinely curious about the reason. After all, with Johnny, whether the Earl's face mattered or not depended entirely on his mood. Is that important? Don't you also want me to handle this? Otherwise, you wouldn't have come personally, and Mustana wouldn't have specially had someone meet that kid, Johnny said. If the Earl knew this outcome, he would certainly be surprised. I understand very well why the Earl favors him, but I don't understand why you also appreciate him so much, Bishop Beckett said. I appreciate him. That kid. Johnny reacted as if he had heard a joke. He took another gulp of wine, then lowered his head and stared absently at the mouth of the pewter flask, watching the liquid inside churn. In his mind suddenly surfaced the raging waves of that day, and one passionate face after another marching toward death. It's nothing more than mutual sympathy between fools. Johnny suddenly muttered, his voice so low it sounded like he was talking to himself. What? Bishop Beckett asked instinctively. But Johnny did not continue the topic. Instead, he said, help me tell Mustana this. After I finish handling this matter, I'll stay in River Valley County for at most another 2 months. I miss my ship. Hearing this, Bishop Beckett smiled faintly. Rest assured, Mr. Johnny, since you're willing to help him settle this matter, the territory on River Valley County's side will soon have someone take it over. The next day, Orange Island. Leon stood on the dock waiting, with 10 mercenaries serving as guards behind him. At 7:30 in the morning, the river's morning mist had already thinned considerably. The rising sun illuminated the water's surface, and faint silhouettes of sailing ships could be seen. At around 7:45, a ship's shadow finally emerged from the morning mist in the northwest, sailing straight toward them and drawing closer and closer to Orange Island. It was a fairly large armed commercial cargo ship, with rows of broadside gunports arranged along both sides. The ship was fully under sail and moving quite fast, heading straight for Orange Island from the northwest. It looked like it had come directly in a straight line from some port in River Valley County. As Leon watched, he suddenly felt something was off. He sensed the wind direction and found that the wind was generally blowing westward at the moment, from the sea toward the land. Yet the direction in which the ship's sails were billowing was almost completely opposite to the current wind. Was the ship specially constructed, or had someone aboard employed some special power? While Leon was still speculating, the ship had already approached the damaged dock. It cautiously dropped anchor at a distance, then lowered 3 small boats that headed toward the shore. Leon saw Johnny himself. He boarded the small boats with 5 others, and also had people lower 2 ballistae from the large ship with ropes, placing them onto the small boats, along with several crossbow bolts that looked like whaling harpoons, their tails linked to iron chains. The 3 small boats quickly reached shore. Johnny was the first to disembark, stepping onto the half-destroyed pier. Thank you for arriving as agreed, Mr. Johnny. Leon stepped forward to greet him. You brought manpower to help me move things? Very good. Then hurry up and help me get the equipment up. Johnny gestured for Leon's men to get to work. Leon turned his head and gave a look, signaling the mercenaries to go help. I only found out this morning that this island actually has a lord. Are you sure there won't be a problem? Johnny asked casually. Viscount Arryn will not interfere with matters here. I will handle it properly, Leon replied. This time, he had specifically sent a priest to personally lead people to the other side of the island, to Viscount Arryn's territory, informing them that the church was carrying out a highly critical investigation here and that any unauthorized personnel were strictly forbidden from approaching. Otherwise, they would bear the consequences. He also had his own people guarding the nearby mountain paths. Absolutely no one else would be able to approach this labyrinth. And the money? Johnny asked again. Here. Leon signaled a subordinate to step forward and open the box. Inside were neatly stacked church gold vouchers with a total face value of $1.5 million. Johnny merely glanced at it. Without counting or verifying, he gave a look to someone beside him, who stepped forward and took the box. Then lead the way. Johnny ordered Leon. Will you be fighting personally? Leon sized up the fully armed Johnny. That day, Johnny was not wearing armor, but a hard long coat coated with a layer of waterproof wax oil, clearly meant to deal with the Drake's acid mist breath. In addition, he had a sword at his waist and a crossbow on his back. Otherwise, there aren't many people in this world who can kill a 4th-level magical beast just by bringing along a small squad, Johnny said in an utterly matter-of-fact tone. When you hunt that Drake, I would also like to go and dash, Leon asked tentatively. Don't worry, there's no need for you. Just stay in a safe area and wait for everything to be over. Johnny cut him off before he could finish. No, I mean, may I go in as well? Can I observe? Leon asked. He was very curious about how Johnny intended to hunt that Drake. His understanding of this world's transcendent powers was still insufficient, and such an opportunity was rare. Do you think this is a sightseeing trip? We're not your bodyguards, and we won't guarantee your safety. Johnny frowned at Leon. I will take responsibility for my own safety, Leon replied seriously. Suit yourself. Let's go. Johnny snorted.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.